You were clearly the most worthless sixth prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty, yet 20 years later, you ascended the throne as emperor. However, not only did the entire court show not a trace of fear toward you, they even conspired to have you executed. All because you had transmigrated into this Great Cloud Dynasty as the most insignificant and overlooked illegitimate prince. After realizing this was a world of fantasy cultivation, I decisively chose to seclude myself in closed-door training, and this seclusion lasted a full 20 years. When I emerged, ready to showcase my abilities, I unexpectedly learned that the emperor had passed away, the crown prince had died suddenly on his way back to the capital, and the other princes had all been in theft to subordinate kingdoms. Thus, I, the perpetually ignored sixth prince, was pushed onto the throne. Now, sitting leisurely on the dragon throne, I thought to myself, in a fantasy world, it all comes down to fate and opportunity. Gazing at the assembled civil and military officials before me, I felt quite satisfied and murmured inwardly, I haven't even done anything, just secluded myself for 20 years and yet I've ended up with the throne. Who else can boast such fortune? When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Thinking this, I smiled, then sighed. Though I really ought to consider reforming the morning court sessions at some point. Just as I was pondering how to adjust the morning court to enjoy sleeping in naturally, suddenly, one of the civil officials stepped forward, bowed, and said, Your Majesty, this minister petitions for you to issue an edict of self-repentance. Wait, what did you say? I wondered if I had misheard. An edict of self-repentance? I've barely been on the throne for 3 days and haven't approved a single thing. How could I possibly have committed any crimes? At this moment, a military officer stepped forward and explained, Your Majesty, do you remember yesterday's decision that led to the northern city being captured by the Lu Dynasty? Yesterday's decision? I was completely baffled. There were no memorials presented at yesterday's morning court. Yesterday, the Lu Dynasty captured our great Yun Empire's North Gate Pass and requested a marriage alliance, proposing to marry their legitimate princess, Chen Yao, to them. But Your Majesty refused. Now they have already advanced to Baiyun City. If they capture this city, it will directly threaten Yun Imperial City. Wait, when did you present me with a memorial yesterday? I was unaware of this, I calmly said, gathering my thoughts. Yesterday, we received no memorials. Unexpectedly, in response to my words, the civil official from earlier respectfully presented a memorial and an imperial edict. Your Majesty, this memorial bears the imperial seal. Please review it. I opened it and saw the distinctive imperial aura of the Great Cloud imperial seal shimmering across its surface like rays of light. This thing was indeed impossible to counterfeit. But the moment I saw it, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good heavens, I've been on the throne for 3 days now, yet I've never even laid eyes on the Great Cloud imperial seal. No one has handed me this seal in the past 3 days, nor has any imperial decree passed through my hands. And yet, here we have an imperial decree stamped with the Great Cloud imperial seal. Just who is pulling the strings here? Good heavens, truly good heavens, I couldn't help but laugh. A whole group of people actually dared to secretly deliberate and make decisions behind my back. The kicker is, now that they've realized their previous decisions were completely wrong and the situation has spiraled even further out of control, they want me, the emperor, to take the fall. Seriously, what are you all thinking? At this point, you still want to sideline imperial authority, turn me into a ceremonial emperor, and also make me the scapegoat? Do you really think such a sweet deal exists in this world? Your Majesty, please issue a self-reproaching edict, make it public, and apologize to the people of the Imperial Dynasty. Are you the censorate inspector? Your Majesty, I am Zhao Ji, Minister of War. As the Minister of War, with enemy forces pressing at our borders, instead of finding solutions to mobilize our troops and address the crisis, you shift the burden to me. What use are you to me? I slammed the table and shouted angrily. What's going on? Zhao Ji was utterly confused. The Empress Dowager had assured him that all he needed to do was present the report, and the Emperor would surely comply. Wasn't it agreed that this Emperor was merely a figurehead, the perfect scapegoat? Why is he slamming the table now? Answer me. Zhao Ji suddenly shuddered, his mouth opening and closing as he stammered for a long while, yet couldn't utter a single coherent sentence. With a weary wave of my hand, I sat back down and declared loudly, Where are the Imperial Guards? Strip him of his official robes, remove his official cap, and drag him outside to be executed. Even though it was said that the Chen Fan at the moment was a mascot emperor who had been overshadowed by the group of ministers. However, as an imperial dynasty with an inheritance of over 100,000 years, the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty naturally had its own set of independent systems. The Great Cloud Forbidden Army. It was the dead soldiers founded by the Cloud Zongfu specifically for the Imperial Lord, and only obeyed the orders of the Imperial Lord. Yes. After Chen Fan's words fell, several Forbidden Army figures were seen swaying. No, you. Zhao Ji was shocked and his figure retreated violently, wanting to dodge. But right at this moment, a shadow appeared behind him like a ghost, raising his hand was to kick him to the ground, and then was taken down by the Forbidden Army. Your Majesty, this person intends to disobey the decree and disrespect it, please punish him. This shadow was none other than the standing order of the Chamberlain's division, Li Qinglian, who was also dependent on the imperial power in addition to the Forbidden Army. In common parlance, it was the Grand Eunuch, the Emperor's personal eunuch. According to the Great Cloud Law, what should happen if you disobey the decree? Standing order. Li Qinglian arched his hand, eradicate the 3 clans. Forbidden soldiers, what are you waiting for? Raise the 3 clans. Yes. This sudden change happened in a flash of lightning. Many ministers have not even reacted. It was thought that this mascot emperor, after realizing it in hindsight, would coyly act as a backstabber, or could only endure this breath after being incompetent and furious. But never expected. This new emperor doesn't follow the rules. Directly to arrest people, and then this is going to raise the 3 tribes? Not buddy, so fierce? Directly up to have to engage in big, to raise the 3 tribes to eliminate the fun? Royal Lord, the so-called people in the mirror is the crown, your holy decree error, do subjects, cannot correct? See their own sent to the vanguard of the doglegs were taken down, looking at is to raise the 3 tribes fried chopped. East Palace Empress Ci she can really can't sit still, immediately opened his mouth and said, this matter has the royal seal, must be the effective decree, please the emperor do not shirk his responsibility. This time, indeed is the royal master your fault. Yo-ho, hit the dogleg, backer to find fault? Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace, right? Chen Fan turned his head, looked towards the curtained Eastern Palace Empress magnetism, faintly smiled, just in time, I still have to ask you. Eastern Palace Empress Dowager Ci she frowned, is this new emperor on the wrong medication? How dare he point his gun at her? Or was this spirit coming at her? According to the Great Cloud Dynasty's ancestral rule, those in the harem are not allowed to participate in court proceedings. This is one of its faults. The Yun Zongfu stipulates that after the new emperor and his crown, no one from the harem may withhold the royal seal for any reason, nor may they listen to the government from the curtain for any reason. This is the second fault. Ancestral training stipulates that no one may refute the imperial lord's decree after he has given it, otherwise it is considered disobedience and intent to conspire against the emperor. This is the third fault. Chen Fan's gaze was playful. Dare I ask the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace, what do you mean at this moment? Ci she stared at Chen Fan with wide eyes and horrified gaze. This mascot, is he trying to turn the tables? No, kid, how many dishes are you? Thinking that you can take over the power with the standing order or these forbidden troops? Are you kidding me? Ha! Ci she sneered, his gaze revealing a cold smile of disdain. Imperial Lord, you are still young, you have neither had the guidance of a young master, nor have you ever participated in the dynasty's imperial government. As your mother, I naturally also need to listen to the government from the curtain, as a way to guide you and correct you, lest you take the imperial dynasty to the road of no return. Chen Fan seemed to look at Empress Dowager Ci she in the Eastern Palace as if he had realized, so, this imperial decree was issued after you concealed it from me and privately drafted the decree and stamped it, right? The imperial decree of the Great Cloud Dynasty has to go through a total of 3 processes, the preparation of the decree, the Cloud Emperor's Jade Seal, and the seal of the Central Book. At the time when the late emperor died and the new emperor succeeded to the throne, these 3 were held by Empress Dowager Ci she of the Eastern Palace, Empress Dowager Wu Mingwei of the Western Palace, and Kai Jing of the Central Secretary. Nothing at all was left for Chen Fan. After all, after the late emperor died violently, the intention was to pass the throne to the crown prince. And the crown prince also has his own team in the courtroom, naturally not worried about what to seize power to empty things. But never expected. This prince on the way back to the capital demise. This change, also really is out of everyone's expectations. Just like this. The 3 powerful ministers could issue any decree with these 3 legal seals that had the dynasty's chi. And what had reached Chen Fan's head was merely an empty throne, nothing more. Imperial Lord, you are still young, this matter naturally needs to be done as well. Hearing Chen Fan's words, the Eastern Palace Empress Dowager Ci she's face was slightly unnatural, but she still reasoned with a stern voice. Just before she finished her sentence, she was interrupted by Chen Fan. How dare you? Forging an imperial decree, taking control of the court, intending to usurp power. Come on people, take down this rebel. Yes. The Forbidden Army didn't care about you so much. Hearing the Imperial Lord's order, they immediately moved to surround and attack. Similarly, the Internal Service Division was also not willing to show weakness. How dare you guys? Seeing this scene, Shi Yan was also shocked, and said in a stern voice, I am the Empress Dowager, who of you dares to take me? The Forbidden Army directly ignored her words and rushed towards her in unison. Seek death. When Empress Dowager Ci she of the Eastern Palace saw this, her face also sank. She was not a sitting duck. If she was really taken down and disposed of on the charge of usurping power, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get away with it. With this in mind, she also shouted, a strong aura is from the body wildly out, wanton. Poof. Numerous forbidden soldiers and eunuchs of the inner Ministerial division who rushed up in unison were all shaken back, blood spilling out from the corners of their mouths, their gazes tinged with horror. Seal King Realm. How is this possible? This sudden outburst of aura pressure immediately also caused the ministers to be shaken. Their gazes were horrified as they looked at Shi Yan, the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace in front of them. No one had expected that this Empress Dowager Shi, who did not come out of the Deep Palace, was actually a King Seal realm cultivator. This is a fantasy world. Therefore, it should have its own cultivation level. This world is based on the cultivation of aura. Cultivation realms from low to high are body refining, pulse opening, innate, realm of transformation, Dan realm, Marquis Seal, King Seal, Earthly Fury, and Heavenly Dipper. The realm of transformation, also known as the Patriarch, can emit true chi, kill people in the air, and protect the body with true chi, and can start a sect in the dynasties under the Imperial command. Dan realm, known as the Great Master, has the Dan power to protect the body, is the sea of each sect, with such cultivators, can only be in the Imperial dynasty jurisdiction of the sect foothold. Marquis realm is the dynasty under the command of the dynasty in the army marshal, or unusual sects in the ancestor, can easily take the head of the enemy in the army. And above the king realm, it is the king of each dynasty under the Great Cloud dynasty, and even the dynasty's supreme king can only reach the cultivation realm. Compared to these realms, the Earthly Fury realm is unique. In the entire Great Cloud dynasty, only the successive generations of royal masters have this kind of cultivation. As for the Big Dipper realm, the entire Big Cloud dynasty up and down 10,000 years, only the opening of the dynasty of the great ancestor of this person to achieve, belongs to the legend of the realm. This makes all people did not expect is, in front of this a closed door of the East Palace Empress, but has a sealed king realm of cultivation? If not for seeing it with their own eyes, I'm afraid that everyone would not be able to believe it. I didn't expect that this old demoness was hidden so deeply. Among the group of ministers, many people's gazes were tinged with disbelief. Yet, all coincidentally, all remained silent. It was obvious. They were preparing to watch a good show. The Great Cloud Dynasty's court chessboard was just this big. If one of the know-it-alls were to be kicked out of the game, then, naturally, there would also be some resources being squeezed out, and the many people picking and choosing would also be able to eat a small wave of satiety, or at least be able to mix to the point of not being hungry. What's more, right now this Eastern Palace Empress Dowager Shi, but directly to the Royal Lord. No matter how. Even if this is really a mascot emperor, but this is also the Orthodox Imperial Lord. Such as right now this directly put out the cultivation to tear the face, as long as you dare to go out of the clouds of the Imperial city, is a chaotic traitor. So, regardless of whether this Empress Dowager today this robbery can escape, in the future it's in the Imperial court, will be completely alone and helpless, was kicked out of the game. How dare you? Obviously. Empress Dowager Shi also knew this. Therefore, she merely released a mighty pressure that shook the many forbidden soldiers and eunuchs to the point where they were unable to come forward. As for a pair of eyes, they merely dared to only stare at Chen Fan with a chilling look, but did not dare to step forward and strike. Imperial Lord, the mourning family is following the decree of the late Emperor, you must not make a mistake. She did know that she could not make a move towards the Imperial Lord. Even if this was a backstabber, a mascot, a puppet, she could not make a move. Unless, she didn't go out in the Cloud Imperial City for the rest of her life. So, her words were a warning to Chen Fan, and at the same time, she was also giving a step. The many group ministers were also a bit moved when they saw this. They didn't expect that at this point in time, the Shi Yan would still be so calm. It seems like it's time for this farce to come to an end. Seeing this scene, numerous people shook their heads slightly regretting it. How dare a little seal king act recklessly? Chen Fan smiled disdainfully, decree of the late emperor? Then why don't you take out the imperial decree? The decree of the late emperor? Even if you did take it out, so what? Just kidding, I'm full level. If you really take it out, it's directly that I don't eat beef. Even if the late emperor came back to life, I would give him 2 big arm pockets and ask him if he dares to recognize this as his imperial decree. You seek death. When he saw Chen Fan's power, his face sank, and he shouted angrily, then he directly struck out. No good. Standing orderly Qinglian was startled, the aura in his body suddenly expanded, remotely transforming into an aura shield, wanting to withstand the attack for Chen Fan. Your Majesty, run. Poof. However, his countless aura shields only stopped for less than 2.5 seconds, and then it was shattered in response to the sound of the voice, along with the entire person flew out upside down, and his figure fell heavily to the ground. Prepare the wanted order. The ministers who saw this scene also had a playful gaze, and as their eyes intertwined, their opinions were agreed upon at this moment. No matter what. If Shi Yan dares to take action against the emperor, he's already a traitor. At that time. Not to mention the manipulation of the game of chess in the Great Cloud Dynasty. Even the whole Dayun dynasty, there is no place for her. However, just as the minister's thoughts flashed by, a terrifying, Tarzan-like pressure came down. Ka-ching! Like a cheetah pouncing over Shi, in just a split second, the king-sealing deity on his body exploded with a click, just like glass, scattering in all directions. The next moment, Under the pressure of such a sweeping aura, her charging movements came to an abrupt halt. Immediately afterward, at an even faster speed, the entire person was like a lead balloon flying out backwards, heavily hitting that wall. Bang! Accompanied by a sound that sounded as if a watermelon had burst open. Empress Dowager Ci, who had already lost her Seal King's astral energy, the entire person's head, along with her torso, was actually directly shattered into a blood mist by the hard impact. Only the mutilated limbs and a streak of blood remained, scattered all over the ground, motionless. Similarly, previously unprepared group of ministers, at this moment is also felt like a hurricane came, all were lifted off and scattered, like falling on the ground marbles. General Nimbus on the ground rolled around and around, and finally while spewed out blood, breath atrophied to the extreme. What is this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just the aftershocks, it actually lifted everyone off the ground? What kind of mighty pressure is this? Surprisingly, it's even more than the pressure of the first emperor? Could it be a half-step earthly fate realm? No, this is definitely not some half-step earth severance realm. Rather, it's a genuine earth severance realm cultivator. All the ministers who raised their heads with great difficulty were now staring at Chen Fan, who was sitting on the dragon chair without the slightest movement, with wide eyes and trembling, only to feel their brains in a muddle, confused from head to toe. Simply confused under the tree you and I. To know. Even the first emperor of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, at the time of his seated death, was only half a step into the earth severance realm. But even so, the previous emperor was still able to suppress the group of ministers and lead the entire dynasty. How could a backstabbing mascot emperor, who was supported by the ministers, have such a cultivation level? Just a snap of the fingers, a king realm cultivator, even so ashes to ashes? What kind of cultivation is this? Earthly fate realm? Or the legendary Big Dipper realm? The ministers only felt their hearts tremble. Among these many ministers, there are also some old ministers who have seen the strongest cultivator, namely the Great Cloud Dynasty's supreme emperor. A genuine earthly Dipper realm cultivator. However, even if it was this kind of cultivator, they were certain that it was absolutely impossible for a Seal King realm cultivator to be annihilated with the snap of a finger. At the very least, for an Earth Severance realm cultivator to behead a Seal King realm cultivator, it would still have to be a matter of moving a finger. Your Majesty. Chen Fan slowly sat down as if nothing had happened, but the ministers were all trembling, shivering in the cold, and their faces were all white. A person means a group of people. Behind a group of people, but also with at least dozens of families, organizations, the interests of the intertwined. And now, standing in the courtroom, even claimed to be able to power over the countryside of the East Palace Empress Dowager Ci. She died, then, behind her. And just as the hearts of all the ministers were trembling, suddenly, one person got up and stepped out, especially obvious in this scene where everyone was kneeling on the ground. Speak! The person who stepped out of the line, clad in the dress code of the Cloud Zongfu, he was none other than the chief administrator of the Cloud Zongfu, named Chen Fu. According to seniority, the current chief steward of the Cloud Zongfu was the youngest cousin-grandson of the Supreme Emperor. Therefore, Chen Fan should be called Uncle Fu. Your Majesty. Ignoring the many ministers whose hearts were trembling, Uncle Fu, who was out of the line, once again respectfully saluted towards Chen Fan. The white-haired man was wearing a luxurious dress, and his cultivation level was comparable to that of Empress Dowager Ci, but his vitality was many times weaker. Obviously, it was a late bloomer. Empress Dowager Ci of the Eastern Palace has forged an imperial decree, causing havoc in the imperial court, deceiving her superiors and defying the imperial authority, which is like plotting a rebellion. I ask for the execution of Empress Dowager Ci's 10 clans. Hiss. The ministers sucked in a mouthful of cool air, only to feel a chill instantly rushing from the soles of their feet into the sky. Execute 10 clans. God, execute 10 clans. This special meow. Fear is not even home earthworms, have to be split in half vertically, right? This is also too ruthless. The hearts of the ministers trembled. Other people are not clear about what is to punish 10 clans, but they are very clear. 10 clans. A total of including father's 4 clans, his own clan, married aunt's clan, married sister's clan, married daughter's clan, mother's 3 clans, grandfather's clan, grandmother's clan, aunt's clan. There are also the wife-husband clans, which are the father-in-law clan and the mother-in-law clan, or the in-law's father's clan and the in-law's mother's clan. Speaking of which, what this Fubo said, seems to exist found a bug? She is the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace. Among her husband's 2 clans, they also include the late emperor, as well as Chen Fan, the 6th prince under the late emperor's command. Chen Fan himself, of course, could not be counted among them. Secondly, the late emperor had also been buried, so it was certainly impossible to arrest him. So what was the significance of this husband's clan? It's very simple. The late emperor can't be caught without him, so what about the late emperor's brothers and sisters? As well. What about those under the late emperor's command who were divided out of the royal son due to crown, or the princesses who were married off? These destabilizing factors can all be taken down in a sensible and reasonable manner by using Uncle Fu's words. Because, the Yun Zongfu is an organization that upholds the orthodox royal authority of the Qin clan. The Dilizi, the Ministry of Justice, could not arrest the royal princesses, nor could they try them. But Yun Zongfu can catch. And this Fu Bo at this time please up is tantamount to another surrender, equal to the Cloud Zongfu willing to listen to the deployment. At that time, these destabilizing factors together, how to make trouble. Even, it's life and death, are in Chen Fan a sentence between. Not to mention, Chen Fu, who has survived until now and is still the head of the Cloud Zongfu, is simply an old grandpa wearing a cotton jacket as set in a set of awe. A simple sentence, seems to be in the seedling layer, but in fact has reached the atmosphere. Hiss. Sure enough, Ginger is still old and hot. After hearing these words, Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue of the Western Palace, Zhao Song of the Left Minister, Yan Gao of the Right Minister, Wu Shan Gui of the Imperial Captain, and Kai Jing of the Central Minister. These 5 people also reacted in unison and could not help but secretly give this Chen Fu a thumbs up. When it really is a bull over 100 years old bull ah. Granted. For what was in the hearts of the 5, Chen Fu completely ignored it, and after receiving Chen Fan's approval, he also shouted, "Where are the forbidden troops?" In an instant, those forbidden soldiers who were previously lifted off the ground but didn't die, one by one, rolled and crawled to get up, shouting loudly and forcefully, "In." This voice was as powerful as the middle of the sky, like the kind of voice that roared out all of its milk strength, fearing that a small voice would displease the new emperor. Earlier, they were merely following the new emperor's orders out of their duties as forbidden soldiers. But now, this hand's means of killing the demon empress, as well as the aura that spread out and made their hearts tremble, instantly made all the forbidden soldiers submit from the bottom of their hearts. Even fanaticism. His Majesty has decreed that Empress Dowager Ci Shi of the Eastern Palace has usurped the throne and plotted rebellion, execute 10 clans. Yes. The Forbidden Army doesn't care about 3, 7, 20 or so, but as long as it's the Imperial Lord's decree, no one will not follow. What's more, this new Imperial Lord is not only powerful, people are also extremely strong, they as the Forbidden Army, but also more able to straighten their backs. The decision was made on the spot. The chief of the Forbidden Guards immediately got up and led the many forbidden troops, and moved out from the palace in a vast soup. This footsteps on the ground, rumbling, so that in the ears of the ministers as if the black and white is the life, scared to count out of the ground. Cold sweat, is also like raindrops on the ground. Even there are courtiers are dripping in the corner of the eye, do not dare to wipe. As the Forbidden Army left the Cloud Heart Hall, the entire hall was also plunged into dead silence. The ministers didn't even dare to utter a single breath, shivering, fearing that they would be the next unlucky person to execute 10 clans. Those who can participate in the courtroom, basically have their own lineage, who dares to say that they are completely clean under the ass? Of course. At this moment, the one who reacted the most, like sitting on pins and needles, was the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, Wu Mingyue. Her fingers deeply pinched the chair, buttocks also only dare to sit half, that beautiful and charming face, is already drenched in sweat, the original red lips is also a piece of the tragic white. East Palace Empress Dowager no more, that is not the time to her this West Palace Empress Dowager? The new emperor inaugurated 3 fires. She felt that this 3 fires are not afraid to go to burn the 3 people who mastered the process of the holy decree. The first fire burned the 10 clans of Shiyan, the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace, then she was thinking about whether to confess and be lenient, fighting for this fire not to burn to her maternal family. After all, according to the 3-step process of the holy decree of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, she also carried part of the responsibility. She held the Jade Seal of the Cloud Emperor. In other words, if there is no Cloud Emperor Jade Seal in her hand to go down, the so-called holy decree, purely a piece of waste paper, can even be counted as a forged holy decree. But being in the courtroom can't help it, her power is the weakest among the 3, and she has to go from. Just now, it seems like something big is going to happen. Can mix in the palace to the Empress Dowager, and Ci Shi Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue, naturally, is not any oil lamp. Just. Even before, when she was fighting with Eastern Palace Dowager Empress Ci Shi and Central Minister Kai Jing one after another, she had never felt this powerless. If the late emperor was still alive, she did not dare to say that there are 100 ways, but at least there are dozens of ways to make the late emperor finally put down with thunder and rain. But this new emperor is not any good. Thinking of this, Wu Mingyue swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, and couldn't help but look up at the blood stains on that floor. Previously that majestic, even can be said to be the power of the dynasty and field of Ci Shi Empress Dowager, but now is reduced to a corpse and bones, and even the punishment of 10 clans of the end. Thinking of this, Wu Mingyue coldly shivered. Thinking about before, Chen Fan that released a horrible pressure, Wu Mingyue felt that any means she used to have, simply could not top it. A Seal King Realm cultivator was annihilated with a snap of a finger. Such a might had never been seen even by the previous emperor of the Earth Severance realm. I am afraid that this new emperor is at least for the peak of the Earth's severance realm. It may even have reached the heavenly deity realm that only the great ancestor of the founding dynasty had. This is the heavenly dipper realm. A heavenly deity realm cultivator who was able to open up a dynasty. Thinking about this, Wu Mingyue rose with a deep sense of powerlessness. Not to mention the Great Cloud Dynasty, even the surrounding dynasties combined, who would dare to force a Big Dipper realm cultivator into a palace, or threaten a mutiny. I'm afraid that this isn't a rat taking a cat into a rat's nest, 9 clans buried with the fun. At this moment, Wu Mingyue realized this. Under the pressure of absolute strength, purely earth-tile chicken, a slap is able to shatter. This is what she thought. Wu Mingyue opened her mouth and was about to speak. However, but at this time, a hurried but extremely heavy footsteps came. 800 miles urgent, 800 miles urgent. Retreat quickly, retreat quickly. The guards at the entrance were just about to block, but after hearing and listening to this hysterical voice, their footsteps could not help but give way. And at this moment, numerous courtiers who knelt down on the ground also hastily got up and hurriedly ran to the side on to kneel down again. Just kidding. At this time, any bit of displeasure, fear is not all can anger this new emperor. At that time to send a 3 tribes elimination, they go where to cry out? Soon. It is to see a body is covered with blood, gasping thick breath of the messenger, hurriedly rushed in. He didn't even look at those ministers on the ground, and with a plop, he knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, something big has happened. 3 days ago, the Great Lu Dynasty made a surprise attack on Baiyun City. When the last general and others were out of the city to send orders, they even found reinforcements from the Great Lu Dynasty, estimated to be at least 300,000 reinforcements. Of the 3,000 heralds, only the last general managed to break out to the Imperial city. Your Majesty, currently Baiyun City only has 100,000 battle-ready soldiers. If the reinforcements are in place, I'm afraid that Baiyun City won't be able to support it at all. The messenger's voice was extremely hoarse. In addition to the air-dried scabs of blood on his body, he also carried some dirt, obviously having crossed the mountains and gone through thousands of hardships before arriving at the Cloud Imperial City. If it wasn't for the messenger soldier's innate realm cultivation, I'm afraid that he would have already died outside with such injuries. Your Majesty. Not even 2.5 seconds passed after the words of the messenger soldier fell. It was to see a kneeling courtier get up and step out, and then flop down again, arching his hand and saying, I request that I personally lead 100,000 troops to defend Baiyun City for 3 months. If it doesn't work out, I would like to carry my head to meet you. This person who appeared on the list was Jiang Chongyan, the minister of the Ministry of War, who's extremely proficient in the art of war as a militarist, with quite a lot of experience in leading troops, and quite a bit of research on military formations. This person, 30 years ago with the first martial arts examination results into the court. During the reign of the late emperor, Jiang Chongyan also led troops to war many times. Just after his position to the Minister of War, the late emperor no longer let him out. Therefore, he stayed put for 20 years without moving up a level. And now, Minister of War Zhao Ji was taken down. Empress Shi was beheaded. The newly appointed Imperial Lord has branched out. He sees the hope of progress and can't wait to prove himself. He wants to progress too much. After 20 years in the Ministry of War, he finally saw the light of progress. How could he not be cocky? Just in the face of this Jiang Chongyan's words, Chen Fan did not adopt them, and did not even take heed of them. His eyes looked towards the dark messenger, and he opened his mouth to ask, where has that great Lu Dynasty's army arrived now? Your Majesty, according to the time budget, I'm afraid that it has already surrounded and blockaded the entire northern Cloud City. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Seeing this scene, the ministers looked at each other in disbelief, all of them somewhat puzzled. This situation in Baiyun City was so critical, how come it looked like this His Majesty was not in a hurry at all? That messenger's face also changed, just when he was about to speak and advise again. However, right at this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed across Chen Fan's body. The next moment, that brilliant golden light manifested and blossomed out from his body, and actually turned into a shadow, presenting itself around Chen Fan's body. Before the ministers could react, that shadow expanded in vain, transforming into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. At the same time, the entire Cloud Heart Hall shuddered, and even the entire Cloud Imperial City's earth trembled violently. The originally clear sky within the sky above the Cloud Emperor City was suddenly densely covered with radiant golden clouds, and an indistinct, gigantic silhouette of a man presented itself from within. This is? Wu Mingyue sat up in shock, a pair of beautiful eyes as white as copper bells, her mouth even opened to the point where it could accommodate a large banana. She was not the only one. The remaining ministers were also shocked and could not help but look up, their pupils shrinking to the size of pinholes. The silhouette of Nuoda that shot straight up into the sky seemed like a mountain that could not be overstepped. Underneath this enormous golden silhouette, the entire Cloud Imperial City was as small as dust. And that in the cloud heart hall in the ministers, but also feel they are small as if only need the silhouette of a sneeze, is such as the previous Yin dowager that the corpse has not survived. This is what means. Wu Mingyue was dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes were filled with trembling, and her body even began to shake uncontrollably. This was a fear that originated from the depths of the soul. Although this mighty pressure did not descend on her body. But just by looking up alone, she had the feeling of a mole cricket seeing a giant. A sense of vestigial vision that was like a grain mayfly seeing the green sky instantly spread throughout her body. Long live the emperor! Grasshopper kowtow to my emperor's miracle. Heaven blesses my great cloud Imperial dynasty. In the cloud Imperial city, many of the people were also astonished by the heavenly beings, and they all plopped down and submitted to the feet of this giant shadow, with all the fervor and reverence in their eyes. Even some weak-minded outlaws is also scared out of their wits, kneeling down to beg for forgiveness. Your Majesty, grass people know the crime, please let go. Just in the middle of this cloud emperor city, there was a woman with a face full of disbelief. How is it possible? This is the heavenly dipper dharma phase that can only be used by the heavenly dipper realm. How is it possible for someone to reach above the heavenly dipper realm in this great cloud Imperial dynasty? Ignoring those people in the middle of the cloud Imperial city, Chen Fan raised his palm. The huge outward body yanked the heralds with one hand and straightened as if it was among the clouds. It was only then that he realized that the messenger soldier in front of him, who was full of injuries and wearing armor, was actually a female general. However, Chen Fan didn't care. The huge illusory palm pointed in a direction. Is it this way? At this moment, the herald standing on top of the center of that huge illusory palm, as if it was a version of Sun Monkey on Buddha's palm, was completely confused. The kind that was dumbfounded from his head to his toes. No, man. I just want to ask your Majesty to send troops to help my father to defend North Cloud City. You. What is this? What is this? The herald's real name is Li Qingqiu. She is the only daughter of Li Qingshi, the governor and guardian of North Cloud City. Due to the influence of her father and the war situation on the border, she was a Ramma woman who did not love red clothes but loved arms, and at only 25 years old, she had already cultivated to the peak of the innate realm, just one step away from achieving the status of a grandmaster. However, even with her status, has she ever seen such greatness? The most she has seen is the realization realm cultivator's true chi release, killing people in the air dozens of paces away, or breaking boulders within 100 paces in other scenes. And on top of that, for example, her father Wu Li Qingshi, she was born until now, have not seen their father general shot once. So, for the abilities above the realm of transformation, she was completely ignorant. And right now, this scene that completely refreshed her worldview completely left her dumbfounded and somewhat dumbfounded. This was a human being? Therefore, after hearing Chen Fan's question, Li Qingqiu's reaction was nebulous, looking a little dumbfounded as she nodded. It was obvious. She was not reacting to what Chen Fan was saying. Good. However, Chen Fan did not care and nodded slightly, his gaze looking in the direction that was pointed out. Immediately afterward, the huge silhouette that was high in the sky raised its palm with it and crushed down with a finger. Just kidding. I'm full level. Do I still need to send troops to meet the battle? Report the coordinates. Eat my palm directly. Chapter 2. Traveling through the fantasy world, Chen Fan accidentally became a concubine prince with almost no existence in the Great Cloud Dynasty. After discovering that this is a fantasy world, Chen Fan firmly believes in the law of strength in the fantasy world. Therefore, he was very decisive and chose to remain closed. And just after Chen Fan came out of seclusion, but unexpectedly learned that the emperor accidentally died, the crown prince on the way back to the capital inexplicably died. And the rest of the emperor's son, also because of the crown and seal to the command of the dynasty, according to the ancestral rules of the Imperial dynasty, shall not inherit the throne again. Therefore, he, the concubine prince who had been ignored, was pushed up to the throne and became the Imperial Lord. Chen Fan found that the configuration of this dynastic hall seems to be somewhat wrong. Xiaxi, Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace, Wu Mingyue, Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, Zhao Song, Left Prime Minister, Yan Gao, Right Prime Minister, Wu Shangui, Lieutenant, and Kai Jing, Central Minister? Hiss. This is a proper summit match. Just as Chen Fan was sighing, a big black pot was placed over his head. For refusing to sign the peace treaty, His Majesty has caused the northern part of the dynasty to be lost to the Dala dynasty. I request that His Majesty be condemned. Wait a minute. When did you guys give this to me? You're dumping the black pot, aren't you? No, buddy, how many dishes are you drinking like this? I'm at full rank and you guys still want to empty the throne and make him the mascot emperor? And be the backstabber at the same time? How in heaven's name can that be so good? Chapter 3, Flick of the Finger, no need for a strong jerk, can be ashes and smoke. North Cloud City. It is the hub of the northern cities of the Great Cloud Dynasty. In the North Cloud City's south gate wall extends on both sides, its articulation is the two pieces of a seat of the terrain of the high mountains. Under this kind of construction, like a natural barrier, the back of the Great Clouds dynasty in the belly of the city is much protection. Once North Cloud City fell, the entire central hinterland of the Great Cloud dynasty, and even the Cloud Imperial city, would lose its greatest barrier, completely revealing itself to the north. Of course, this one so-called natural barrier was only a relative barrier, and it didn't have much of an effect on cultivators of the sovereign realm. But since there was the existence of a large army, it was naturally impossible to say that it was useless, otherwise, it would be impossible for the various dynasties to gather their troops. In this metaphysical world, although the soldiers in the legions had low cultivation levels, under complementing each other, they could combine to form military formations, and strong military formations were even capable of decapitating Zongshur. So, although these so-called terrain for the Zongshur is harmless, but as long as you can block the entry of these legions, let the Zongshur realm single-handedly kill in is also not afraid. Because, if you have a Zongshur, we naturally also have a Zongshur. To kill in single-handedly is to seek death. Just like the North Cloud City in front of us. Its thick walls, up to 100 meters long, and the height can reach 50 meters. And this external walls, but also covered with poisonous thorns. Of course, this kind of trap, for the realm of transformation patriarchs, it was still easy to come and go. However, the purpose of this laying down poisonous thorns was naturally not to defend against zone masters, but rather to block those soldiers who wanted to be honored with the first to board. It was no exaggeration to say the reason why Baiyun City was able to hold down the fort for such a long time. This poisonous thorns also contributed to it. At this moment, outside of North Cloud City, in all directions, there were huge Luo war flags hanging. Looking from the North Cloud City, densely packed with silhouettes, if one has an intense phobia, it is estimated that one can see goosebumps on the body. And at this moment, in the north of North Cloud City, about 200 kilometers away, here was the location of the commander-in-chief's tent of the De Luo Legion. As the commander-in-chief, his tent could not be set up in the middle of the army. Instead, it was at a distance of 50 kilometers from the rear of the army. This kind of distance, even a King Seal realm cultivator would have trouble bypassing the army to attack and kill the commander-in-chief by surprise. It was an absolute safe distance. It had to be said that this Chu war was still something. This at least wouldn't be something like being intercepted and burned for food and herbs in some sewer metaphysical fantasy. Lord Commander, there is news. At this time, a silver-armored deputy general hurriedly ran into it, reporting to the Lord Commander who was embracing him left and right. The Lord Commander was the king of Chu Nan, whose real name was Chu War. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was the only two-character king with a different surname, King Chu Nan, among the Great Luo Dynasty. This time, leading 1,000,000 troops and attacking the many cities in the north of the Great Cloud Dynasty came from his hands. Of course, the king of the Great Luo Dynasty, since he also advised him not to go to the head, but King Chu Nan did not care in the slightest. In his opinion, the Great Cloud Dynasty is nothing more than that. With his strength, it is not impossible to fight directly under the Cloud Imperial city in one fell swoop. So, why would he still listen to King De Luo and go and foolishly withdraw his army? 1,000,000 troops in hand. He, Chu War, was the king. What news? Chu Zhan spread his hands, and the two beauties obediently walked out of the commander-in-chief's tent. Only after the two left did the deputy general come over and whisper, "Father Marshal, it's a letter from Qin Yi of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty." Qin Yi, the left minister of the Ministry of Revenue of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. Oh? Chu War was somewhat curious. Bring it over. Yes. Very quickly. The secret letter with dripping wax landed in Chu Zhan's hands. Chu War opened it and immediately snorted, whimsical. "Father Marshal, what's wrong?" Seeing Chu War like this, the silver-armored vice-general named Chuan was instantly stunned and couldn't help but ask curiously. "He wants us to retreat, and will send someone to negotiate peace about 5 days later, urging us to see the light." Chu Zhan gave a disdainful smile. "Just this group of earth-tile chickens from the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty? Do you really think that by giving him 100,000 taels of gold, you can put gold on your face? Are all these Great Clouds people so honey-confident?" "Ha!" Chu War snorted a laugh. Chuan beside him also concurred. "What Father Marshal said is extremely true. This Qin Yi is obviously so ordinary, but why can he be so confident that a single letter wants us to retreat? Ridiculous." "All right." Chu Zhan got up and twisted his neck. His bones made a crunching sound. A playful smile appeared on his face. "There's no time to lose. Let's take down this northern Cloud City now, and in the next few days we'll go directly to their what's-her-name Cloud Imperial City and take another look at this Qin Yi." "Yes, Father Marshal." Soon, the army assembled and began to gear up. It was ensured that every single 1,000 husbandman was equipped with an effective sound transmission stone. The rest of the soldiers, on the other hand, were even better equipped with effective sound transmission stones to facilitate receiving orders afterward. At Chu War's command, the army started off and began to close in towards Baiyun City. In an instant, the million-strong army was raging, and the aura of solemnity and murder went straight to the clouds. Gentlemen, when this marshal gives the order, the million-strong army will come out and step on that tiny North Cloud City. At that time, you can be allowed to liberate your heavenly nature. As the Chu warriors' words fell, many of the thousands of captains responded in unison, Lord Marshal is wise. I will thank the Lord Commander on behalf of the many brothers. The entire Great Luo Dynasty's legions were all in high spirits. After killing their way over, they realized that this so-called Great Cloud Dynasty soldiers were simply weak to the extreme. And this North Cloud City, at best, had only 100,000 soldiers plus their attacks over the past 3 days. Now there were at most 10,000 soldiers, so what was there to fear? However, just at this time, suddenly, 1,000 captain, that frightened voice rang out from within the sound transmission stone, Lord Commander, look at the sky, it seems like something has flown in? Chu Zhan frowned. At a time like this when morale was at its peak, someone even ventured out to destroy morale? This person will surely have a way to take death. However, just at this time, Chu War beside that Vice General Chu Wen suddenly opened his mouth. Father Marshal, you see the sky? How many times have I told you, above the battlefield, call the position? Yes, Chu Plant. Chu War. He heard the voice of that unknown 1,000 commander in the sound transmission stone. The corner of his mouth twitched, just about to rebuke, but suddenly felt that the sky was dimming, could not help but be stunned, looked up. What's going on? At this moment, in the midst of that originally clear sky, it suddenly became cloudy and dark, but in the midst of these dark clouds, there was even light. What's happening? What is this? A vision of heaven and earth? Chu Zhan was attracted to the scene, and the rest of the 1,000 commanders, and even the ordinary soldiers, raised their heads in the same puzzlement. At this time, previously putting an opening that said to look at the sky, the 1,000 husbandman opened his mouth again. Yuan, Marshal, in this sky, it seems like there is something glowing? Playing God. Chu War smiled disdainfully. As the only two-character heterosexual king of the De Luo dynasty, this position of his, he was completely killed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, what gods and goddesses have not seen before. Therefore, he simply did not believe that this what pretending to be a god was, at best, just a blindfold that this Great Cloud dynasty had come up with. The words fell. Chu Zhan's body was as powerful as a rainbow, terrifying true chi blossoming from his body. Watch this marshal beat down that god-faking curmudgeon. Berserk lion rage. In an instant, a huge lion silhouette manifested outside of his entire figure, accompanied by a roar of rage. The true chi of his entire body blossomed out in an instant, transforming into a bundle of raging lion silhouettes, heading towards the sky above. Hiss. This cultivation of the Lord Commander? Dan Jin 8th Heaven. The Lord Commander has actually broken through again? As the saying goes, once a connoisseur makes a move, he knows if it is there or not. Under this strike of Chu War, his cultivation was also revealed, and the many personal guards around him, and even the distant 1,000 heroes commander were also sensed, and one by one, their gazes were filled with the color of horror. However, just at this moment, above the sky, that dense dark cloud suddenly collapsed and opened, a bright to the extreme golden light fell from the sky. And that Chu Zhan's heart shook with alarm bells. In this instant, he felt a sense of suffocation that seemed to originate from his soul. Not good. All troops on alert, form a defense formation. Chu Zhan almost hissed out. He even disregarded his previous attack and directly roared with his true chi, not caring even if he suffered a backlash due to forcibly stopping his martial skill. But it was too late. His voice didn't even manage to resonate from amongst the millions of soldiers hearing stones. A pressure that was difficult to describe in words instantly descended on everyone. The next moment, a gigantic finger shadow that covered the sky and emitted a brilliant golden light descended from the sky. Along with its appearance, the entire sky, it was as if it had been dyed gold. Immediately afterward, all of the soldiers of the Great Luo dynasty, whether they were ordinary soldiers, or that 1,000 heroes commander with a realm of transformation cultivation, or Chu Zhan, who was a Dan Jin grandmaster, all felt as if their bodies were ushering in the suffocating sensation of death. Even Chu Zhan, who raised his head to look at that huge finger, seemed to see his Thai milk beckoning to him. No. What is this? My God. Is this heaven's wrath? Run. Run. Great, it's the wrath of heaven, we're hopeless. Millions of troops instantly exploded. The military formation was not attacked, hated that their parents did not give them 2 more legs down. But under that heaven-destroying finger, their escape speed like this was completely a dying struggle. Rumble. General, there are already less than 10,000 defenders in the city. I'm afraid we need the Patriarch to personally guard the city gates next. As the millions of soldiers of the Great Luo dynasty geared up for battle. North Cloud City, on top of the North Gate wall, dozens of silhouettes stood around one person, looking ahead. In the center of them was a middle-aged man with a scar mark on his face. At this moment, his gaze was heavy as he looked at the dense crowd ahead of him. Behind him, Only the vice-general, who was obviously carrying injuries on his body, was seen hurriedly running over at this moment, his voice somewhat hoarse. But once a patriarch is deployed to guard the city gates, the other party will inevitably send out a patriarch as well. Perhaps even, the other party has developed a battle formation to deal with the patriarchs. The reason why they didn't take the lead in using Zhongshi cultivators to guard the city gates was because, once Baiyun City's side deployed Zhongshi to guard the city gates, the other side would inevitably send out Zhongshi as well, or use corresponding battle formations that restrain Zhongshi. In the case of not being clear about the other side's mapping, no one would dare to use a zone master rashly. After all, it was clear to everyone that the cost and resources consumed to cultivate a transformation realm patriarch was so huge. General, Baiyun City absolutely cannot be lost, even if we all sacrifice ourselves here. General, my son is dead, right or wrong, the last general has no intention to distinguish, let's go to war. Not bad, fight to the death with these Deluo hawks and dogs. Those who were able to gather here were naturally all the various generals of Baiyun City, or the realm of transformation sect masters. It could be counted as the decision-making core of Baiyun City. Silence. In the face of this surrounding clamor, Li Qingshi furrowed his brows and shouted sternly. The low roar that was mixed with true qi immediately caused everyone to tremble, and those generals whose cultivation was less than the realm of transformation even stifled a grunt, and blood actually spilled out from the corners of their mouths. Immediately, each and every one of their gazes were tinged with shock as they looked at Li Qingshi in front of them. Just now, under that roar, even if it was a realm of transformation patriarch, there was a sense of oppression ushered straight into the face. A great enemy is at hand, making a lot of noise. What kind of behavior is this? Li Qingshi coldly snorted, his gaze coldly swept many generals, by its gaze swept over the people, none of them lowered their heads, silent. 3 days, from North Cloud City to Cloud Emperor City, is also enough time to expedite 800 miles. And from Cloud Emperor City's army driving down, it will take at least 5 days. What we need to do is not to fight to the death, but to hold on to these last 5 days. Saying that, Li Qingshi's gaze swept over a fist, his voice low, I understand you all, white hair sends black hair. But please understand me as well. Speaking here, Li Qingshi's voice drew up in vain, and he snapped, my Li family has been holding down the northern border of the Great Clouds for a full 300 years. Among my Li family's forefathers, more than 80% of them died at the hands of the Deluo people. At this point in his words, Li Qingshi paused, then looked onto the body of that one my son is dead transformation realm patriarch and said in a deep voice, a month ago. My third brother died in battle in the first siege of the Deluo core. Half a month ago, my youngest brother followed suit and died in battle outside of North Cloud City, not even daring to collect the corpse. 3 days ago, my only daughter broke out as a messenger, and now her life and death are also unknown. Now, you're going to get yourself killed, so tell me, what does their sacrifice count for? That realm of transformation patriarch's face was a bit unnatural when he was asked, and he silently lowered his head, not speaking. The rest of them also silently lowered their heads, and even many generals stood in awe and slightly saluted. Hold on to Baiyun City and wait for reinforcements from the Imperial court. Seeing that many people had closed their mouths and stopped speaking, Li Qingshi's face also slowed down and ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a blinding golden light shone above the sky. General, what is that? Li Qingshi was stunned, and just as he was about to raise his head to look, the entire Baiyun City suddenly shuddered violently. The next moment, an earth-shattering explosion lifted off with a loud bang. This roaring sound that was like the sky collapsing into the earth caused everyone to fall into a brief deafness, and even some people stumbled and almost fell without standing still. But the people above the city walls were the elite of Baiyun City, so naturally, it was impossible for them to be so weak. However, this was the case. When Li Qingshi and a large number of other people raised their heads to look again, without exception, all of them had their pupils shrinking and their mouths open, only feeling their minds going blank. From above the walls of North Cloud City, it could be clearly seen. In that 200 kilometers away, at the location of the Great Luo Legion camp, a radiant golden color, seemingly like a huge mushroom cloud like light blossomed from it, like a cloud of smoke, rising up. When that terrifying energy giant finger dissipated, the black pressurized millions of soldiers were reduced to an empty basin. Above the walls of North Cloud City, it was also plunged into a deathly silence. Li Qingshi and a large number of other people were all staring blankly, confused from head to toe. No more? This million army, so watery, gone? This is the regiment destroyed? Li Qingshi froze for a full 2.5 minutes later, which closed his eyes, rubbed his temples, and looked again. There is no change. That original location that was fully loaded was empty at the moment. All that was left was a sinkhole, and the dust that had rolled up out of it. And the side of the view. Those Deluo legions that were preparing to hit the east and west city gates. They were also routed. Only left a few head hugging some remnants of the army, staring at the dog. And all of this seems to prove that everything they saw earlier was not an illusion? This A white-haired and pale transformation realm patriarch was also as if he was in an ice cellar at this moment, trembling in the cold, and even the expression on his face was extraordinarily wonderful. He mumbled and pointed to the distance, wanting to say something. However, a full 2.5 minutes had passed, yet he froze and could not even utter a complete sentence. He was not the only one. Even the knowledgeable Li Qingshi, at this moment, his heart and soul trembled, and a shuddering feeling rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to the sky. As he said earlier, his life of military horses, full of loyalty. He himself had even experienced countless brutal battles. Li Qingshi thought that he had a firm heart and could achieve a mountain crumbling in front of him without changing his color. However, this scene that happened here in front of him made him feel like his worldview had been turned upside down. Even at this moment, he felt that he had been fighting in front of the army for so many years, all kinds of tactics of studying military formations, like all living on the dog. This can still play like this. A finger. Just one finger, This horse. Millions of troops, directly ash fly into smoke. What kind of power is this? I thought. He still needs to die 5 days, and has even prepared for a full family of loyalists. But now, this still needs to fight? This huge contrast between before and after caused the defenders of Baiyun City to be a little unable to react for a moment. On the city walls, there was first a dead silence, and then a shocking cheer broke out. We won. This group of thieves from the Lu Dynasty, they've been cursed by the heavens. Deserved it. And right at this moment, a light voice rang out. Li Qingshi listens to the decree, build the capital view. This sudden voice caused everyone that voice to come to a screeching halt, with dumbfounded faces as you looked at me and I looked at you. For a moment they were all a bit puzzled. Just now. Who is talking? General, just now that? The bereaved son of the transformation realm patriarch from earlier was also filled with shock and incomprehension as he looked towards Li Qingshi who was beside him. Likewise. As his gaze turned, almost everyone's eyes were focused on Li Qingshi's body. Phew. Li Qingshi took a deep breath and tried to calm his agitated feelings. That sudden sound that rang out, he also heard it, and immediately knelt down in the direction of the Cloud Emperor's city, his voice filled with true qi, almost resounding through the entire walled area. Long live the Emperor! Last General, obey the decree. As his voice fell, he kowtowed 3 times and bowed 4 times, even to the point that blood came out of his forehead. However, Li Qingshi did not care about it at all. Pulling out the long sword on his waist, his voice became a bit hysterical due to his excitement. Men of Baiyun, His Majesty has decreed. Build the capital view. Yes. A mountain of voices rang out with a roar. Li Qingshi snapped back to look, but realized that somehow, the people of this North Cloud City were actually all standing with iron weapons in hand. Look at this situation, is intended to die together to defend the city gate? Li Qingshi's heart some touched, however, when he saw that placed in the center of Baiyun City, the shining shadow-casting stone, his heart relieved. Fortunately, Qingshi rushed to. Thanks to your Majesty. Saying that, he once again knelt down towards the direction of Cloud Imperial City and shouted in a loud voice, Your Majesty's holy wisdom, the last general thanks your Majesty's heavenly grace. As the words fell, he didn't hesitate, his body's true chi bulging, his peak Dan realm strength fully exploding as he rushed towards the outside of the city. Follow this general, kill. At this moment. To say the most trembling. It had to be the Cloud Imperial City, the many ministers in the Cloud Heart Hall. After Chen Fan that ascended into the air, manifested his outer body phantom, and found the current situation of the Northern Cloud City. The commander, Li Qingshi, also hurriedly placed the projection mother stone in the middle of the Great Hall. At this moment, everything in that Northern Cloud City was released from that projection mother stone, and in the middle of the Cloud Heart Hall, a curtain of light was formed that was sufficient to witness the northern gate of Northern Cloud City, as well as everything beyond the northern gate. They could only see the huge extracorporeal body that Chen Fan had transformed into, lightly pressing down a finger from afar. A ray of dawn light blossomed from his fingertip, flickering past with a mighty pressure that caused everyone to be afraid. Immediately. Within the curtain of light. It was 10,000 miles away. The million legions of Deluo who were eyeing Baiyun City with extraordinarily arrogant and sky-high morale were annihilated under the light of this finger as if they were brittle cardboard. Being shrouded figure, in this kind of perspective, did not even see any screams and wails sound, is instantly turned into dust and smoke. Only that in the left flank right flank dispersed, because to attack the East City Gate, West City Gate of the Branch Legion, the edge of the soldiers escaped. But they were also heavily injured, running desperately towards the direction of the Great Lu Dynasty in a sorry state, not even daring to turn their heads back. The light curtain went out. The whole place was dead silent. This dead silence lasted for 2.5 minutes, and the faces of the ministers were still stagnant. The entire hall was still dead silent. Even the sound of a falling pin could be clearly heard. Li Qingshi, who was the messenger, at this moment, her eyes were wide open, the whole person was like a lightning strike, frozen in place, mumbling, half a day could not slow down her mind. Not only her. All the ministers present, whether it is the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace Wu Minghui, or the Left Prime Minister Zhao Song, the Right Prime Minister Yan Gao, the Lieutenant Wu Shangui, the Chinese Minister Kai Jing, has a count one, are all mouths so wide that they can be stuffed into a duck's egg, eyes rounded like copper bells, faces close to embroider stun this two words. This. Snapping their fingers, ashes flew away? Even though they say they have seen a lot of knowledge, but in the face of this kind of means through the sky, completely refreshed their worldview? The military battle can still play like this? This is simply a descending blow. Gu Dong. I don't know who. Unable to help himself, he swallowed a mouthful with great difficulty, a sound that was extraordinarily clear in the entire Cloudheart Hall. Big Dipper Realm. It's definitely the Big Dipper Realm. The Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, Wu Minghui, had almost collapsed onto the phoenix chair at this moment. At this moment. She felt that this chair that she was sitting on, how but zapping it was, and how heavy the special Western Palace Empress Dowager phoenix chair that she was carrying on her head was. Gull. She lifted her head with difficulty and looked at Chen Fan after that out-of-body dissipated, only feeling that her life was gray. Do I still have a way to live? It wasn't just the Cloudheart Hall. The entire Cloud Imperial City. That multitude of people, even more so, could see it at a glance. Rising out of the palace, that huge golden shadow, like a heavenly god descending to the earth, 10,000 feet of light illuminated the entire Cloud Imperial City. And then, this kind of huge silhouette, just a distant finger pointing out, a golden light is from which blossomed out, like a giant meteor-like light, like the second sun rises generally. Not only that, the many people of Cloud Emperor City even heard a loud rumbling sound that shook everyone's soul. Immediately afterward, along with the dimming of this golden light, the light and shadow rushed towards the distant northern Cloud City as if it were a breakthrough. Then, they clearly saw, blossoming from the middle of North Cloud City, the rising golden-colored mushroom cloud. Long live His Majesty! Long live our Emperor! My Emperor is wise and mighty! Seeing this scene, inside the Cloud Emperor City, almost all the people of the people are all flopping, kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtowing, so excited that their faces reddened. With such a new emperor on the throne, what else were they afraid of? But among the many people, there was one whose emotions were out of place and filled with horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This great Cloud Imperial dynasty, how could there be such a strong person? Of course. Those who felt it most intuitively, other than the people of North Cloud City, there were also those cultivators who were outside of North Cloud City, to the east of the Great Luo Legion, who were watching. Among these cultivators, they were either from other imperial dynasties, or from the rest of the sects and clans. But the purpose was clear and only one. To watch the fire from across the mountain and fish in troubled waters. However, because of this was how they saw, a scene that they would never forget. In their eyes, the Cloud Imperial City, which was 10,000 miles away, suddenly raised a golden cloud, and then, a light shadow came from the Cloud Imperial City, towards the sky of North Cloud City. It took less than 2.5 seconds before and after. That the tiger-eyeing, the arrogance of the great Luo dynasty, millions of troops, the camp stretches for dozens of miles of the enemy, in this finger under, such as by the wrath of God, the blast shattered. The great power that cannot be described in any words fell from the sky. Small Tiger file anti-stolen prince, looking for, book machine candidate Small Tiger, stable reliable, do not step on pit. At this moment, they only felt as if the sky had collapsed. The ground trembled violently, and countless huge cracks spread out like a spider web. The countless elite weapons that were stockpiled by the millions of soldiers of the Great Luo were all at this moment, directly melted away, and the ashes flew away. Whose ministry is this? How dare they be so brave? No, this is definitely not a move that a single individual can use. It's definitely a magic treasure. Hiss. This great Cloud Imperial dynasty, how could there be such a strong magic treasure? Quickly bring this news back, there is a great terror in the great Cloud Imperial dynasty. For the thoughts of these many people, Chen Fan naturally did not care or pay attention. Cloudheart Hall. Chen Fan dispersed that large outer body, nor did he reseat himself in the dragon chair. This is the metaphysical world where strength is honored. With the snap of a finger, one can be reduced to ashes without the need for a strong jerk. He sighed. Thereupon, somewhat less satisfied, he shook his head. It's just a pity that there's no means of defense. Otherwise, I would have directly sheltered Baiyun City. Then, slap it down. Then what, a million army, directly all regrouped, a leaky fish are not the kind of. Wait, this is not the rebirth of the other world. I am a human butcher by Qi? Although Chen Fan had been in seclusion for so many years and had managed to cultivate to full level. But the embarrassing thing was, this full level of Chen Fan's was only pure numerical values and no skills. There was only the kind of divine talent that came with the realm cultivation breakthrough. In addition to everything else, there was none. But good. The rest of those shrimp soldiers and crab generals will be able to give those people in North Cloud City a chance to vent their anger and build a capital view. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Chen Fan raised his head and swept his gaze over the group of ministers before glancing at the dumbfounded Li Qinglian and getting up to leave. "Greetings, Your Majesty." After being swept away, Li Qinglian had a jolt and snapped back to his senses, hurriedly kneeling down and bowing his head to see him off. Only after Chen Fan left did he raise his head and shouted in that characteristic shrill voice, "His Majesty has decreed that the court be dismissed. Respectfully send off His Majesty." The ministers are also a jolt, quickly kowtowed to respectfully send off, fearing that a poorly done was backhandedly crushed 10 clans. "Your Majesty?" Walking out of the Yunqin Hall, Wu Mingyue sat on the Phoenix lawn, but was slow to speak. The 4 palace maids responsible for carrying the sedan chair couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the accompanying personal palace maid, who immediately understood and tentatively asked, "Your Highness, is there something that has fallen?" As the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, she naturally also has her own Phoenix Luan. Usually, after the retreat of the dynasty, she will return to her own Western Phoenix Palace. Just thinking of Chen Fan's out-of-body, snapping his fingers, the scene of that million army flying into smoke. Wu Mingyue coldly shivered again. In comparison, the sealed King Realm Empress Dowager CI was directly suppressed and killed, but it was nothing. Nyang Nyang? Seeing no response, the personal palace maid immediately shouted out once again in a tentative manner. And this cry was finally what brought Wu Mingyue back to her senses. "Go to the Cloud Palace." Returning to her senses, Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue of the Western Palace bit her red lips, took a deep breath, and finally made a decision. Take the bramble and ask for forgiveness. Confess to leniency. Yes, Empress. The personal palace maid was startled, just about to respond, but suddenly seemed to realize something, visibly stunned, and the 4 sedan chair-carrying palace maids looked at each other, coincidentally blinking their eyes. They didn't hear it wrong, right? Go to the Cloud Palace? Isn't that the Emperor's chambers? Shouldn't this be going to the Shifeng Palace? Although they were the maids of the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, it did not mean that they were qualified to enter the Cloud Heart Palace to observe the court meetings. And after Wu Mingyue came out of the Cloud Heart Hall, she was also in a daze and didn't say anything to them. So, they still didn't know anything about what happened at the court. Therefore, they were actually still a bit confused about Empress Dowager Shigong's words. "Your Highness, aren't we going back to Shifeng Palace?" Wu Mingyue said in a deep voice, "Go to the Cloud Palace and report again in front of the palace." "Yes, Your Highness." The personal palace maid was so scared that she hastily knelt down and waited until Feng Luan lifted her departure before she wiped her cold sweat. However, just at this moment, she was a little curious about how she didn't see the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace come out. She could not help but look at the not far away, but the Dongdong Dowager's Phoenix Luan, as well as in the waiting and a few palace maids, some puzzled. But this kind of puzzlement, and did not last too long, is to see a forbidden army murderous rushed over, directly to the several palace maids to take down. Unbridled. What are you doing? This is the Phoenix Luan of the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace, how dare you? The personal palace maid shivered, and did not dare to look at it anymore, and hurriedly followed towards that Western Palace Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue's Imperial chariot in a hurry. But the heart turned over in her heart, but also feel. The palace, out of the big event. Palace gate, the group of ministers dispersed to leave, one by one is unspoken, silent too. Ordinary this out of the palace gate, basically have a few courtiers talking to each other, but now, all are mute like, even footsteps are also hurried. If it wasn't for the previous shock that made them completely afraid to use a little bit of their cultivation within the palace, I'm afraid that now they would all be eager to directly use their true chi and fly back to their homes for a meeting. Who? The white-haired and pale minister of the Ministry of Justice Qinyu, after walking out of the palace gates, it was only then that he wiped the cold sweat on his head and breathed a sigh of relief, scared the old man to death. Spare him this year over double armor, more for the 3 dynasties Shangshu, but in the face of today's situation, were some spine chills, palpitations of course. Despite the end of the morning court, but he did not dare to relax, ready to convene the Qin family assembly today, so that those children well their own calculations, do not get involved with that Dowager Empress of the Eastern Palace up. If it is the reign of the Supreme Emperor, or the reign of the late Emperor, he may still be able to brazenly plead for mercy or something. After all, at least, his Qinyu's father was also the Emperor's reign in the middle of the old minister Qinyu is in the Emperor's reign at the end of the year into the court as an official, and eventually honored Shangshu, and the first Emperor is an accidental avalanche death, so cannot be counted as a normal age, so the Qinyu is indeed the 3 dynasty Shangshu. But this new Emperor first raised the Zhaoji 3 tribes, and put to death the Eastern Palace Dowagers 10 tribes of Qinyu. Think about it, all feel some spine cold. Other emperors are at most decapitated, 5 horses divided into parts or something. The result of this new emperor is not moving to raise the 3 clans what to kill 10 clans. Who is not afraid of this? Thoughts flashed in his mind. He was just about to get on the carriage, and suddenly saw his peers, was regarded as his successor, the appointment of the ministry of the left minister of the second son of the Qin painted, actually do not know when the white head? Even, at this moment there is some shivering? Immediately. Xin Yu's footsteps lurched, turned back and asked, Elder, why is your head white? Ah. What? Xin Yu's complexion is a little trance, looks a little soulful. Heard this, Xin Yu shouted, fierce a jolt, hastily asked, Father, what did you say? Are you hiding something from me? Knowing a son is not like a father. Xin Yu eyed this appearance. Xin Yu saw at a glance that something was not right. Immediately his face was cold, and he said in a deep voice, honestly explain, in the end what happened? You do not say also line, I directly go to investigate clearly, I believe that this ministry of officials still have face. Xin Yu's face was pale and stammered, unable to say a word. Xin Yu's eyes narrowed, as if he suddenly thought of something, chortled, is it that some years ago, this is a Dala envoy of this Chunan king, gave you that flower girl to mess up? Dad, Xiaoxing, she's not a flower girl, she's my true love. A flash of coldness flashed through Xin Yu's eyes, so, you colluded with that Chunan king? Dad, you listen to me explain. She was sold to be left at the Chunan king, in fact, this is not even her intention. Xin Yu's face instantly lost its blood color, full of pleading, Xiaoxian she fell into the flower leader, because she has a father who ran away, remarried mom. Can only rely on the king of Chunan to raise her. Xin Yu. Dad, I want to ransom her, but King Chunan wants 200,000 taels of gold. I can't get that much money, just. Xin Yu? No, what kind of flower girl is worth chatting about 200,000 taels of gold? What kind of joke is this? Dad, I really didn't mean it, just the king of Chunan said, he hid under the city of Beiyin just negotiate peace and retreat, then give me the deed of sale of Xiaoxian's body. Xin Yu. At this moment, Xin Yu's fists clenched tightly, hated to punch directly on this rebellious son's face, let him properly sober up and clear his head. But this impulse. It only existed for 2.5 seconds. It dispersed from his mind. Of course. This was not because Xin Yu's fatherly love had flared up. Rather, Xin Yu was really afraid that his anger fist down, the second son Xin Yi, this brain melon must be exploded, on the spot white hair to send black hair. But this is he can? Xin Yu's eyes complex looked toward the apprehensive Xin Yi, finally, a long sigh, shook his head, and did not speak again, silently got into the carriage. Go back to the mansion. Yes, Master sang. Alas, father, wait for me, I haven't gotten on the car yet. Father, wait for me. Ignoring the shouts of this Xin Yu inside the carriage closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, and that head that didn't have a few white hairs, even dropped a few. I hope His Majesty can see on my hard work of these 3 dynasties of ministers and open his eyes. Chapter 4. Father, why don't we rebel? Master, we've arrived at the mansion. Xin Yu exhaled a long breath of turbid air and stepped out of the carriage. I do not know if it is the butler's illusion, he felt, the old master this seems, in an instant, and as if old of armor. Where are the people? Xin Yu returned to the middle of the Qin mansion, and he had asked someone to notify him early on that he was now going to convene the family mansion assembly. However, back to the council hall of him, but even a silhouette did not see, only to see his youngest daughter Qin Frost sitting there, leaning against the wall, eyes closed to rest. Frost? Hearing Xin Yu's shout, Qin Frost opened her eyes. Father, where are those older brothers of yours? Qin Frost opened his mouth. The eldest brother is said to have a fellowship meeting and is drinking. The second brother has gone to the morning court with you, father, and the third brother has gone out of the city to attend the auction. Xin Yu. Fourth brother's words. If there are no accidents, father, you can go to the Spring Light building to find others. Xin Yu. One by one, none of them are heartless. At this moment, Xin Yu felt an unprecedented wave of heart fatigue. He sat on a chair with a headache and rubbed his temples for 2.5 minutes, and it was difficult to quiet his mind. But soon, he did have a mental comfort. Xin Xuan was very understanding and came forward to help rub his temples with just the right amount of force. Qin Frost's next sentence took Xin Yu's slightly settled mood and shuddered once again, almost not popping out. Father, why don't we reverse it? Xin Yu. A simple sentence, almost didn't make Xin Yu's entire body jump up. Frost, what nonsense are you talking about? Ma. Counter? Bother you paralyzed. The snap of a finger. Gray smoke destroyed the millions of armies of the great Lu Dynasty. You stepped on the horses wanting to let His Majesty a finger to extinguish the 18 clans of our Qin house, right? What are you talking about? The expression on Qin Shuang's face did not change much. She softly said, Father, hold your horses and listen to my analysis first. Xin Yu covered his heart and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. All right, then father, listen to you. What kind of reasoning? Plotting a rebellion? What a joke. That's purely the old man hanging himself, looking for death. Right now, the court is firmly held by the demon queen Ciaishi, Wu Mingyue, and Kai Jing. Our Qin family also doesn't belong to the 3 of them, and father, you're in such an important position as minister of the Ministry of Revenue, you'll easily become a thorn in the side of the 3 of them. Right now, they are trying to pull our Qin mansion into the ship of thieves, and we can still neither agree nor refuse, remaining neutral. But once they wait for the 3 of them to wear out their patience, then the end. Speaking here, Qin Shuang's words stopped, and the 3 words were written all over that slightly delicate face. This is indeed a reasonable thing to say, but Qin Yu's face was a little odd, looking to the maid on the side. Frost, she didn't go out? Earlier. But anyone who had just gone out could clearly see that Norse, mighty and earth-shattering, even larger than the entire Cloud Emperor city, the out-of-body silhouette. And as long as one has seen this kind of scene, surely one cannot say this kind of brainwashed words. Greetings, master, miss, she just got up. No wonder. This is the right flavor. Qin Yu just said it. Under such a glorious record of the new emperor, who would dare to plot against these two sons? In favor of this daughter bluntly open. The original is not to see. Thinking of this, Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Father, what is wrong? Nothing. Qin Yu originally wanted to explain, but the next moment, in seeing that hurriedly ran in the housekeeper, suddenly his heart shook, some bad premonition. To the mouth of the words suddenly swallowed, turned to say, Frost, your second brother just later to come back, you talked to him. Qin Frost, ? Second brother Qin Yi? No, what do I have to say to him? Despite being a bit puzzled, Qin Frost was not without eyesight, and answered obediently, leading her maid to exit the council chamber. However, in a short while, she was meeting Qin Hui, who was panting and sweating profusely as he ran back. Second brother. Frost, where is father? Qin Frost shook her head. Father is inside and the housekeeper has important things to discuss. Her words trailed off, a little tongue-tied. After that 2.5-minute long contemplation outside the council chamber just now, she felt that this matter, she shouldn't talk to her second brother, Qin Yi. But Qin Yu commanded this matter, and it was obvious to say that there was a consideration of his own, which. Frost, is there something wrong? Hearing that Qin Yu has something, Qin Yi, even how anxious, also dare not rashly go in to disturb, can only stand in this outside and so on. However, he also noticed Qin Shuang's desire to speak, and immediately froze for a moment, casually asking, is it because you're looking at some rouge product? Saying that, he poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip, but Qin Frost's next sentence directly made him spray out all of this mouthful of tea. I just told father, why don't we reverse it? Put. Qin Yi sprayed out a mouthful of strong tea, spilling it all over his body. But he cannot care about this in the slightest. Some mumbled and looked at the Qin Shuang in front of him. What did you just say? I said let's not counter it. What's wrong with second brother? Qin Yi? He couldn't help but take half a step back, as if drawing a line with Qin Frost. Qin Frost? Second brother, what's wrong? She was confused and a bit unintelligible. She felt that this analysis of the situation in the courtroom is still very much in place. To the moment for the Qin house, this is really the best good policy. You want to go to send death, I do not stop, but you cannot put our Qin house or pushed into the fire pit. Qin Shuang? How did I push the fire pit? In the middle of the council chamber. Master. The butler wanted to speak, his face was wonderful. Old ma, if there's anything you want to say, just say it directly. Qin Yu saw the housekeeper this look, also some bad premonition, drank a mouthful of tea to suppress the shock, then opened his mouth to ask. Master. Me this, directly said? Say it. Qin Yu waved his hand and laughed. The old man I dynastic officials for so many years, what big storms have not seen? You've also been with me for more than 20 years, what news is this that can still scare me? No. The Grand Duke and the Eastern Palace Empress's nephew drinking together was caught by the Forbidden Army. Qin Yu. The 100,000 taels of gold in the second prince's hiding place was dug up by the inner chamberlain. Qin Yu? The third prince used silver taels that don't belong to our Qin family at the auction house, and was caught by the city guards and twisted to the standing service department. Qin Yu. His figure froze in place, and it was only after a full 2.5 minutes of nebulousness that he took a breath. But his expression on this face was a burst of green and white, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but did not know where to start. Directly the whole army was wiped out. Originally, Qin Yu also thought, with their own 3 dynasties Shangshu exempted from the old phase, should still be able to seek peace on the ground. But this Nima, how safe landing? The numbness of that demon queen was given directly to the 10 tribes, his family this boss also directly with the nephew of the demon queen drink? This horse, is not it Qin Fu to the guillotine to send it? Qin Yu hate to draw out 7 wolves now, his eldest son to strangle to death. He's not doing his job. Master, what should we do? What should we do? Coal. Qin Yu is doubly tired. This Qin house, he really cannot hold out. These Hookade is not at all worry about the rebellious son. Prepare the carriage, I want to go to the palace. Yes. After a pause, Qin Yu finally let out a long sigh. That original bald head, the last few gray hairs are also falling. Frostchild and that rebellious son, also bring it. Yes, master. He just wanted to bring the Qin mansion to a safe landing. How come it's so hard? What the hell is all this? There were not a few like the Qin mansion. Of course. Compared to the many trembling group of ministers within the Cloud Emperor city. Far away in the Luo King city in the middle of the great Luo Dynasty, it could be said that the sky was falling apart. What? Millions of troops flying away in ashes. How is that possible? What a joke! Isn't this great cloud Imperial dynasty just a bunch of harborers? Impossible, absolutely impossible. When those many countless scouts brought the news back to Luoyang City, the entire Luoyang City exploded. Of course. The first reaction was naturally the disbelief of countless people. Millions of troops were wiped out? How could that be possible? They had received the news of the Chunan King's victory this morning. How could it be that in just a short while, it had become a report of mourning? This is simply ridiculous. Just. Along with more and more scouts, each scattered cultivators, scattered guests to bring back the news. Ministers from completely unbelieving, gradually towards the will believe will doubt change. Until, there are some remnants of soldiers and defeated generals woefully brought back this shocking news. The entire Luoking city have fallen into dead silence. Luoyang City, in the courtroom. The whole place was dead silent. Just now. Some of the remnants of this million-strong army ran back, and these great generals were more or less rewarded with many honors. Perhaps, then one or two of them opened their mouths and were somewhat credulous, but... Asshole! King De Luo sat on top of his throne with a gloomy face, so furious that he slapped his hand on the throne. This king of Chunan dares to disobey the decree, he's simply an asshole. As early as when these millions of soldiers attacked the many cities in the north of the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, he had issued an imperial decree to make the Chunan king stop fighting and negotiate peace with the Great Cloud Imperial family. But this Chunan Wang simply do not care about you 3720 several, turn a deaf ear and bury his head and continue to work hard. Such a mind, how could the king of the Great Luo not see it? Just. At that time in the way of the general outside, military orders or not, coupled with the king of the Great Luo was also quite looking forward to beat this Great Cloud dynasty. So, for this Chunan Wang's disobedience, also turned a blind eye. Of course. If there is a change on the way, then naturally, Chunan Wang is also fully responsible. After all, the king of the Great Luo has sent the imperial decree in the past. You do not listen, a disobedience is certainly not run away. Your Majesty, calm your anger. The ministers woke up and knelt down in unison, shouting. Rest in anger? How does the king rest his anger? The great Luo king was so angry that his face turned red, and with a snort he spewed out a mouthful of blood, frightening the ministers into exclaiming, Your Majesty! Where are the Luo king's guards? Immediately seal off the Chunan king's mansion, and do not allow anyone to leave. Yes. The hearts of the group of ministers trembled, and one of them asked numbly, Your Majesty, this. He didn't pay any attention to those ministers, and glanced at the eunuch beside him who prepared the decree. Prepare the decree. The eunuch who prepared the decree was so scared that he almost didn't hold his pen and ink steady. I am here. Chunan Wang Chu War relies on military achievements to act recklessly, disobedience to the holy order to go out without authorization, resulting in the destruction of millions of troops, shaking Maidala's national capital. Its behavior is treasonous, the evidence of the crime is conclusive. Now according to the law punishment is as follows. 1. Cut off the title of King of Chunan, removed from the royal temple, shall no longer be worshipped. 2. Confiscate all of the royal family's property, into the national treasury. 3rd, all the people in the Chunan king's house will be relegated to the status of commoners, and all of them will be exiled to the southern border to dig mines. Once this decree came out, all the ministers were in an uproar, especially the military generals, but also lost their voices and said, Your Majesty, you can't do that. Yes, Your Majesty, Chunan Wang house, only Chunan Wang's youngest son and many daughters-in-law are left. How can this be relegated to the southern border? If the south border encounters the Dayun people, I'm afraid they'll be torn to pieces. Regardless of this Chunan Wang is a great war hero. How can this be treated like this? On the contrary, some among the civil officials sucked in cool air and silently gave a thumbs up towards the great Luo king. Unlike those limber and simple-minded military generals, they knew very well. The current De Luo dynasty, after losing such a strong army, I'm afraid that it doesn't have the ability to be on the defensive, and if this Great Cloud Imperial dynasty sends its troops here, it can even hit directly under the De Luo King city without any effort. If this great Luo king still dares to give a reward, this is tantamount to provoking the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, purely looking for death. At that time, all of them present, one cannot run away, even if it is the residents on the breeding of rhubarb, afraid not all have to be chopped up and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. And now, the king of the Great Luo has issued this decree. I don't care if it's reasonable or not, or if it's cold or not. But at least, this pot can be deducted on the body of the Chunan king. The big deal is that when the time comes to heavily compensate the Great Cloud dynasty some more money, the dynasty can still be protected. This wave, it was truly wonderful. Yes. Minister, kowtow to Your Majesty. Cloud Imperial City, Cloud Imperial Palace. Chen Fan glanced at the kneeling Jiang Chongyan. What is it? Jiang Chongyan, the minister of the Ministry of War, had previously requested for an invitation to send troops to defend the northern Cloud City. However, Chen Fan didn't pay any attention to him, and after directly requesting a coordinate from the messenger, Li Qingqiu, he pressed the counter-terrorism precision strike. Your Majesty, this is the many incriminating evidence of Zhao Ji, the Minister of Military Affairs, please Your Majesty. Chen Fan, ? This matter still comes to him? Is he very idle here? Go and hand over with the Forbidden Army yourself. Shen Fan waved his hand, interrupting this Jiang Chongyan's opening. In addition, since you are the Minister of the Ministry of War, then, with immediate effect, you will be promoted to Minister of the Ministry of War. The matters of the Ministry of War, you can settle them yourself. Minister, kowtow to Your Majesty. At this time, the inner chamberlain Li Qinglian walked in and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace seeks an audience. Your Majesty, I will leave first. Chapter 5. So, am I also a part of your play? Hiss. Jiang Chongyan walked with a spark of lightning and quickly walked out of the palace. Deadly clutching this imperial decree in his arms, Jiang Chongyan's trembling hands and ecstatic heart were really hard to suppress. God knows he waited for such a day, but bitterly simmered for 20 years when more than 20 years of the empty framework of the Ministry of War Minister. With his contemporaries, either as a side of the feudal officials, or as the minister, only he is still in the Minister of the hard to support. And now, he's made it. I've made it, Mr. Dao. He is extremely happy mood. The immediate decision is to return to the Jiang house, called his daughter Jiang Churin, ready to convene all the Jiang family, announced this great news. Jiang Chongyin had not yet waited for the implementation of this expected plan, but ran into a pot of things that almost did not cool him from head to toe. Father! Only to see the daughter Jiang Churin rushed out of the boudoir in a hurry that has not yet combed and groomed, the top of the two dark circles under the eyes of the small face, written full of seriousness, let's go against it. Jiang Chongyin, ? Wait, what did you say? Churin, what did you say? Father, let's rise up. Jiang Chongyan? In a flash. All the emotions on Jiang Chongyan's face were frozen. Immediately after. Frightened, he hastily shivered, covered his daughter's mouth, and chided, silly child, what foolish words are you saying? It's a good reason, why is it netting in that nonsense? Jiang Churin? No, she's serious. Woo woo. Jiang Churin wanted to speak, but Jiang Chongyan knew that he couldn't let this stupid daughter talk anymore. If His Majesty heard her, then the Jiang family would become the second Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace. But Jiang Churin wanted to speak, but Jiang Chongyan knew he couldn't let this silly daughter speak again. Just as he entered the palace to face the saint waiting, Jiang Chongyan vaguely heard the chief of the Forbidden Guards said that the number of people who had been arrested and related to Empress Dowager Cixi up to 1,000 people, of which 600 people resisted arrest, directly decapitated and then sentenced to death. Even for this, the new emperor did not have any open mouth to say anything, but instead let the chief of the Forbidden Guards to continue. If his stupid daughter said such treacherous words again to be heard by the Forbidden Army, Jiang Chongyan coldly shivered. Master, what to do? What are you doing covering your daughter's mouth for a good reason? At this time, Jiang Chongyan's wife, Tang, walked out. When she saw the scene, she couldn't help but shout, and then, without waiting for Jiang Chongyan to say anything, she went forward and yanked away Jiang Chongyan's hand. Is there anything you can't say properly? Jiang Churin breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing her mother give herself a head start, she instantly shouted back, that's right. It's still mother who is sensible. Tang smiled faintly, dotingly rubbing her daughter's head before looking at Jiang Chongyan. Master, your daughter has grown up. It's normal for her to have her own thoughts, it's nothing. We, as parents, still need to support our children's ideas. Jiang Chongyan, ? Are you sure? Jiang Chongyan's face was a bit odd, but he didn't say anything. He somewhat understood this daughter of his character. As expected. After hearing Tang's support, Jiang Churin was instantly overjoyed, grasping his mother's hands, his face excitedly shouting, Mother, you're supporting me, right? Of course, you're my good daughter. Then let's conspire together. Tang, ? Wait? What the hell? What did you just say? Let's rebel together. No, what did you say in the last sentence? Mother, you are in favor of. I'm not your mother, and you're not my Jiang family's daughter. Hurry up and get out. Jiang Churin? She was a little confused, dragged and pulled by Tang, and thrown into the middle of her boudoir. Then with a snap, the door was shut. Jiang Churin. No, you guys believe me Our Jiang family is going to die if we don't rebel. Jiang Churin was a bit tearful. Father, mother, you have to believe me. But unfortunately, as the residence of the Minister of the Ministry of War, the material used to isolate the noise is still very full, her voice was not heard at all. Master, is our child's head kicked by a donkey? I don't think we have a donkey in the Jiang residence, right? Tang thought about it and asked tentatively, then it should be. A horse? How about a new batch of war horses? Jiang Chongyan was silent for a moment and then picked up Tang without saying a word. I think we should still be able to give birth to a daughter. Hey, wait, Master, what are you in a hurry for? The rice is all done well. Wait will be cold. Tang pushed Jiang Chongyan away and snapped. And at this time, she suddenly saw a golden scroll fall out of Jiang Chongyan's arms. Immediately, The back of her foot pick that is about to fall to the ground of the Imperial decree, lightly of a few, will see this golden scroll fell in her hands, directly pull open, Ministry of the Army Minister Jiang Chomin. Special Gener for the Ministry of the Army as a Minister of the Army. Wait, Master, you've been promoted. Jiang Chongyan was very proud to raise his head, like a big rooster that won the fight. That look is exquisite. Master, you're awesome. That what? I'll have the kitchen add 2 more dishes later. Tang was saying. Suddenly this boudoir door was opened wide. Jiang Charan popped out her head. Mother, She just said a sentence. Was Tang's a hand held down the head, and then lightly press her back into the boudoir, along with the door snapped shut. Jiang Charan? She was a little confused, quietly pulling open a crack, and was about to take the opportunity to run out when she did. But it was Tang's voice that was heard. Master, I also feel that this child, Charan, isn't too good anymore. Let's have another one. Jiang Charan. So, am I also a part of your play? What ma'am said is and. However, I think it's still a little bit not good for Charan to stay in our mansion. Jiang Charan, ? Wait a minute. How is it not good for her to stay in our house? She's her own child. Why does she feel like her parents have changed? Tang, I think so too. Does Master have any suggestions? Jiang Charan? Just now when I went to meet the saint, I found that in His Majesty's Cloud Palace, there are piles of dust in so many places. Why don't we let Charan go into the palace to exercise? Jiang Charan, ? Wait. Letting her clean up for that dog emperor? What's wrong with that? She wants to rebel, and you're asking me to touch the emperor? I'll listen to the master. Jiang Charan. Wait a minute. You guys just decided happily and she didn't even say a word? What the hell? It still feels a bit underdone. Jiang Charan breathes a sigh of relief. Sure enough, daddy is the true love, and mother is a complete accident. However, before she could let this breath completely loose in her stomach, the entire person once again solidified. I think, to yen this character into the palace to clean the Cloud Palace words, afraid not will offend His Majesty. Or not, looking for someone to drag the relationship into the palace of the do a handyman palace made it? Jiang Charan, ? No, is this reasonable? She a hall, Jiangfu big miss, go to the palace to do a cleaning toilet? Other people aren't clear on what this handyman palace maid has to do, but Jiang Charan, she knows exactly what to do. How can this work? Master has a point, let's send Charan to the palace before it's too late. Okay. Jiang Charan? Hey, can you respect my opinion? I'm really doing this for your good. Jiang Charan just thought of pulling open the window and bugging out, but soon, she was like a chicken, being tugged by Tang's collar. Yen, this character of yours, you need to settle down. Good boy. Jiang Charan. Oh. Vivi's sister, help. Achoo. In the middle of the Zhengshu Order Kai's residence. Kai Wei, who was the daughter of the Central Ministerial Order, at this moment coldly sneezed, rubbed her nose, looked around somewhat strangely, and muttered, strange, how do I feel like someone is scolding me? Where, what's wrong? Sitting right in front of Kai Wei was none other than Zhengshu Ling Kai Jing, who had just returned to the mansion and took a sip of hot tea to suppress his shock. He was somewhat surprised to see this daughter of his in front of him, and couldn't help but ask. It's fine. After a pause, Kai Wei changed the topic. Father, where were we just talking about? As soon as her words came out, Kai Jing became even more puzzled. Didn't you just look for father to say something? Oh right. Kai Wei slapped her head, and suddenly her face was solemn, and after a little bit of thinking, she said, Father, the current situation, for our Kai mansion, is extremely unfavorable. Oh? Kai Jing was a bit surprised. Tell me about it? He just came back. What happened in the courtroom, for him to shock is really some big, have not had time to put the news announced. However, now that his daughter, who had been smart since she was a child, had an idea, he would like to hear it. Currently, the demon empress Ci is holding the court, although nominally the 5 are jointly supervising. In fact, vaguely she already has the tendency to overpower everyone. Kai Jing motioned. This is indeed true. At least, before today's morning court, the situation was like this. But Kai Jing's face was odd. This demon empress has all her corpses and bones, and even the 10 clans under her command are all going to be chopped up, so what is there to be afraid of? If we follow this trend, this demon empress will definitely be the first to set her sights on our Kai house. Kai Wei's small face is gloomy. Father, the seal of the central book in your hand, although it is only an audit process, but undeniably, want to hold this imperial power, this step is essential. Although the Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue of the Western Palace is strong, she lacks the support of powerful courtiers, and the threat level is not great for Ci. On the contrary, Father, you are even the central minister and have countless disciples under your command. If we can't nibble away this hard bone of yours, then Ci will definitely not be able to hold the power either. And once Father your Zhengshu seal is taken down, then, the 3-step process of the Holy Decree is also equivalent to say all fall into the hands of this demon queen. No one can shake. All yes, the so-called 5 people supervising the dynasty has completely turned into her one-word hall. Kai Jing nodded slightly. Your analysis is reasonable, but He just wanted to say, see, she is already dead, it's useless to talk about this bull. He had only just said half of this when he was interrupted by Kai Wei. Father, listen to me first. Kai Jing? Okay, listen to you. Just now. After a pause, Kai Wei said softly, I saw a huge shadow appear in the palace. According to my daughter's conjecture, with such a means, I'm afraid it's an even greater existence than the late emperor. My daughter thought that we might as well directly switch to this person's disciple as a way to survive? Kai Jing nodded slightly. This idea coincided with his indeed. But the next words from Kai Wei almost didn't make his brain go down. My daughter thought that we can borrow this person's momentum, fox and tiger, to start a big momentum. Kai Jing? Wait, start what big thing? As long as we can successfully defect to this being's banner, what kind of demon empress, what kind of new emperor, are all just a piece of the roadside. A smile appeared on Kai Wei's face, a look of honeyed confidence. My daughter is confident that she will be able to accomplish this task. Kai Jing. Wait a minute. He was a little confused. If he understood correctly, this daughter of his was thinking of borrowing the new emperor's power, words, and then rising up in rebellion? Wait a minute? Why does it feel like the CPU is burning a bit? Father, what are you still hesitating for? If you hesitate, you will lose. Kai Jing. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his face looked oddly at Kai Wei in front of him. Are you sure you can be a pitch and pull it together? I'm sure as well as certain. Kai Wei said with great certainty, but then noticed her father's slightly disappointed eyes after this sweeping glance, and was somewhat speechless. Father, my daughter isn't going for colorful seduction. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Although she didn't dare to boast of being the first beauty of Cloud Emperor City, but anymore, this is not a bad look for her. At the very least, there was no problem ranking in the top 10 beauties in Cloud Imperial City. Then tell me, what is this solution of yours? Father, this solution can't be said. Beware of ears on the walls. Seeing Kai Wei with this confident look, Kai Jing was a bit skeptical. He was really afraid that he would be punked by this daughter. Father, trust me. After staring at Kai Wei for a full 2.5 minutes, and determining the sincerity in her eyes, Kai Jing then let go of his heart a little and said in a deep voice, Go prepare the carriage. In a quarter of an hour, I'll go over. Yes, father. Seeing Kai Wei leave, Kai Jing sighed and got up to walk into his study. About 2.5 minutes later, Kai Jing walked out with a brocade pouch. Consider it returned to its original owner. Although Kai Wei's words were a bit cloudy, Kai Jing still listened in a bit. This Jiangshu seal is a hot potato. He felt that the best thing to do is to return this in case thing to its original owner is better. In case his daughter who does not know the importance of the offense, he can also have a chance to sue the old man. For this Cloud Emperor City, the things that happened in the two mansions. Chen Fan didn't know anything about it. He didn't have the leisure to monitor other people's homes. At this moment, he was looking at the Western Palace Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue in front of him with great interest, who was kneeling on the ground with some hesitation and restraint. My servant, my concubine, kowtow to your majesty. Chapter 6, Wu Mingyue, your majesty, my concubine understands. Your majesty, your concubine. You have come to see me. What is the so-called matter? I don't know what the reason was. Wu Mingyue's voice was trembling, and she even took off her tiara and respectfully performed a kowtow salute. Chen Fan didn't open his mouth to let her level off. Instead, he laughed lightly, seemingly opening his mouth with some teasing and asking, Wu Mingyue immediately stalled. Her breathing was all for a beat, mumbling for half a day before she stifled a sentence. Back to your majesty's words. The late emperor had entrusted the Cloud Emperor Jade Seal, was letting my concubine on behalf of by the custody of. This, now my concubine came over, is wanting to return things to their original owners. Saying that, she took out a jade seal with sparkling golden light from her bosom and respectfully presented it with both hands. Li Chenglian, who was a very discerning Changshu order, raised his hand and waved it, and it was suspended an inch above his palm, and then respectfully presented it to Chen Fan on his half-kneeling. Chen Fan lifted his hand to pick up this Cloud Emperor jade seal, some cool, but with close viewing, a strange fragrance from it? Wait. How come this Cloud Emperor jade seal still carries a fragrance similar to milk tea? Is it intentional or accidental? Chen Fan was a little surprised and swept a glance, kneeling on the ground some apprehensive Wu Mingyue, playful smile, Empress Dowager, this is a test of me? My concubine dare not. This is just simply want to return things to their original owners. Not being able to hear the meaning of Chen Fan's words, Wu Mingyue's face turned a little white and she hurriedly explained, Please your majesty, please be clear. At this time, Li Chenglian reminded in a low voice, Your Majesty, Kai Jing, the Chinese Ministerial Order, Xinyu, the Minister of the Ministry of Appointments, and Jiang Chongyan, the Minister of the Ministry of War, are outside the palace to seek an audience. After a pause, he added, It's been a quarter of an hour since they cooled off, and they haven't left. Let go to the Imperial study room. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Fan got up and swept a glance at Wu Mingyue. I appreciate the Empress Dowager's thoughts. However, I still have things to do, so I won't see you off then. Your Majesty, I. Hearing these words from Chen Fan, Wu Mingyue's face gave a start. She somewhat didn't understand whether this was spared or not spared. Just when she this raised her head, which still has Chen Fan's figure off. But is this spared her, or is it that there is no time to take care of her for the time being? According to reason, she this Cloud Emperor Jade Seal have been sent out, that should be, is considered to put down right? However, Chen Fan this seemingly smiling and not smiling, let Wu Mingyue always feel something is not quite right. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look to the side of the standing orderly Qinglian, softly asked, Chiefly, His Majesty, he this. In response to these words from Wu Mingyue, Li Qinglian faintly smiled, please ask the Empress to comprehend on her own. Joking. How could he possibly open his mouth for this kind of thing? Right now, he had already emptied his mind, only as if he was a knife in the hands of the new emperor, wherever needed wear the knife. The kind that didn't even need to think about it. Rather, it is this palace that has taken the liberty. Wu Mingyue reluctantly smiled, some trance, wiped the cold sweat to get up and walk out of the Cloud Palace. After walking for a full 2.5 minutes, she still didn't understand, what exactly does this new emperor mean? Released, or not released? At this time, in the Cloud Palace outside, the latter's personal maid to see the situation, is also rushed up to assist, want to pull her on the Phoenix Luan. But did not expect. This action was directly interrupted by Wu Mingyue raising her hand, in the future, this palace does not use this Phoenix Luan. Ah? Wu Mingyue's eyes were cold, what? Did the palace not make this clear? The 4 sedan chair carrying palace maids were so scared that they quickly knelt down, slave maids don't dare, please be merciful to your majesty. You 4, after following me for so many years, you have also had your share of hard work. After a pause, Wu Mingyue opened her mouth and said, in the future, you will also stay in the Shifeng Palace. Slave servant thank you, your highness. Hearing these words, the 4 palanquin carrying palace maids were also relieved. They were originally sedan chair carrying palace maids, and it was hard for them to mix into Empress Dowager Shigong's command, but now that Empress Dowager Shigong said that she didn't want Feng Luan anymore, wouldn't they be equivalent to being disbanded again? How can that work? But the good thing is, they have carried the sedan chair for so many years, but also respectfully, did not let the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace feel uncomfortable or something, and now counts as a good landing. Has anything happened recently? Wu Mingyue did not ride the Phoenix Luan again, but was assisted by her personal maid to support her body, walking towards the Shifeng Palace. During this walk, she felt like her brain was going up in smoke and still couldn't figure out what the new emperor meant by this. Just right. Now the brain is also thinking a little tired, this wave of spirit under the internal consumption, she is also a little overwhelmed, so sex temporarily put down, casually asked a sentence. Your Highness, this can really not say. Recently there is really a matter that is making a lot of noise. The maid also saw that Wu Mingyue's state was not right, but she didn't dare to open her mouth rashly. To be a maid, one must still be able to bring a brain to the table. Never pry into things you shouldn't, never say anything when you shouldn't speak. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't even know how to die. So, only after Wu Mingyue opened her mouth did she dare to speak. Oh? Wu Mingyue was stunned, what is it? Is it something within the Cloud Emperor city? It's not. It's a matter of the Great Luo Dynasty. Wu Mingyue was even more puzzled, a matter of the Great Luo Dynasty? How did it reach us? Cloud Imperial City is miles away from the Great Luo Dynasty, but there are tens of thousands of miles of territory away, this could end, how could the news be passed to here? This. The personal maid hesitated for a moment before she stammered and spoke, it seems to be related to His Majesty? Related to His Majesty? Hearing this, Wu Mingyue became even more puzzled, and of course became interested, tell me, what is it about? It's just that. 2 days ago, didn't that Dala dynasty attack Baiyun City and was deterred by your Majesty's divine might? After a pause, the personal maid whispered, it is rumored that the great Luo king was furious after hearing this news. Wu Mingyue raised an eyebrow, is this going to its war again? Despite saying so. But this Wu Mingyue is not panicked in the slightest, and the source of this seems to be from that Majesty who was at least in the Heavenly Dipper realm? No. The maid hurriedly shook her head and said, it's the king of the Great Luo who decreed that king of Chunan had disrespected his will, and now the entire king of Chunan's residence has been copied. I heard that it was a killing spree, only the Chunan king's daughters-in-law and his youngest son survived. Wu Mingyue's gaze was stunned, then raised her hand, continue. This De Luo king is really quick as a knife. Saying that he would directly plunge his family. Afraid to say that the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty would settle scores in the fall, so this Great Luo king dumped this pot on King Chunan's body in advance. Of course. Wu Mingyue didn't believe that His Majesty would be lenient with his punishment. Although there are still a few people left in the Chunan king's house. But it is rumored that they are also going to be exiled to their southern border frontiers. Speaking here, the personal maid's words lurched, whispering, "Your Highness, there is gossip that says that someone from the De Luo royal family had wanted to preserve the Chu Nan Wang's several daughters-in-law. Just that they would rather die than obey, refuse to cast their names, and finally, could only be exiled together." Saying that, the maid also said, "TSK, this Chu Nan Wangfu's several daughters-in-law can really be martyrs it. But it's a pity, if this runs to the southern border, with the hatred of those residents in the north of our great clouds towards the great Luo dynasty, I'm afraid that." What was said behind this, Wu Mingyue already didn't care to pay attention to, because her attention fell on the top of the word casting her name. Wait a minute. Cast your name? Was that what she understood it to mean? Do you mean to say that someone from the De Luo royal family wants a few of the daughters-in-law of this Chu Nan king to cast their names? The maid nodded. There is indeed gossip. But I don't know if it's true. How do you cast your name? This time, the maid also felt Wu Mingyue that this focus was a bit strange. However, she also didn't dare to ask more questions and honestly said, "It seems like the king of the great Luo has a son who wants to make the several daughters-in-law of the king of Chunan his concubines as a means of logically integrating some of the king of Chunan's generals. But they chose to defend their dignity in a determined way. The ultimate downfall was also to anger this one De Luo prince, and they were eventually exiled together." Speaking here, the maid was a bit strange. She obviously felt that this Wu Mingyue beside her body a jolt, seems to be a shiver of? What is going on? She was a little strange. But at this moment, Wu Mingyue, there was a chill that was born from her heart. Maru spicy. She seemed, this wave of her defection, seemed, not quite sincere enough. Earlier, she handed over the Cloud Emperor's jade seal and purposely placed it in her arms, the meaning of which still carried a few hints of testing. After all, she is at least as the Empress Dowager, and, so many years of being in a high position, is also letting her a little floating up, naturally also want to leave a few points of decency for themselves. She seems to use the wrong person. This new emperor can be with the great ancestor shoulder to shoulder with the Big Dipper realm cultivator. How could such an existence allow her to test it? Thinking of this, Wu Mingyue coldly shivered and hurriedly opened her mouth to say, "Someone come." The 4 feudal palace maidens who followed behind her for some distance hurriedly saluted, "Your Highness, the slave maids are here. Immediately notify the Imperial catering room to cook, and then say that this palace is not feeling well, and would like to ask His Majesty to have a meal together, and to tone up a bit." Hearing this, the several palace maids were stunned, somewhat unresponsive. Invite His Majesty to come to Shifeng Palace for a meal? How does this feel like something is wrong? Of course, they didn't dare to ask more questions and hurriedly answered, "Yes." Forget it. However, they were just about to leave, but they didn't expect that Wu Mingyue raised her hand to stop it. "You guys go and inform the Imperial catering room to prepare for it. This palace will personally go and invite His Majesty." After the words were said, that personal maid was also very good at doing things and assisted her to shift her direction, heading towards the Imperial study room. Earlier, it was the Wu Mingyue who was received at the Cloud Imperial Palace, which was the Emperor's chambers. And now, the Emperor was not in the bedchamber, that naturally was also in the Imperial study. It had to be said. This personal maid is indeed a fine observation. And at this moment, outside the Imperial study, several silhouettes stood here waiting with some trepidation. But in a few moments, it was to see Li Qinglian walk out, using that characteristic feminine eunuch voice to open his mouth and say, "Secretary of the Ministry of War Jiang Chongyan, I am here." Jiang Chongyan did not come alone, he brought along his wife Tang and daughter Jiang Churan, as well as a few maids of honor. Only Jiang Churan was currently gagged, whimpering and unable to shout, and the maids beside him were also held down as if they were escorting her. However, when she saw Kai Wei beside Kai Jing, she was immediately stunned and confused. Wait, why did Sister Wei Wei also come? But alas, Kai Wei didn't have the slightest intention of taking care of her. Because at this moment, Kai Wei also felt that this Imperial Palace seemed to be a little bit not quite right. His Majesty is invited. Your servant, obey the order. Soon, Jiang Chongyan walked into the middle of the Imperial dining room and knelt on the ground. "I, Jiang Chongyan, kowtow to your Majesty." "Speak up, what is it?" Chen Fan didn't let him flatten himself, his hand flipped through the Zhang folders and casually opened his mouth. Previously, after some of his beatings, this Jiang Chongyan should also be honest, it is impossible to find him to report on nothing. If everything has to be reported to him to deal with, Chen Fan is even considering releasing the Secretary of the Ministry of War. The kind of non-stick pot, encountered things on the layers of the report, purely eat and wait for death, do not do things, to their own top boss to increase the burden of the. This kind of person, Chen Fan does not like. The reason for this is not what axiom, but he promoted you to this so far, is to be for the king to share the worry, rather than over to him to increase the burden, add trouble. If you can't solve the problem, then what's the point of bringing someone up? Your Majesty, I beg to speak. Jiang Chongyin spoke up. "I have a daughter named Churin, who is stubborn and loves arms but not red clothes. I have the audacity to ask your Majesty to accept her as a palace maid as a way to refine her temperament. Your servant, I am grateful. Chen Fan laughed. This Jiang Chongyan was really Chongyan. A simple matter of letting his daughter enter the palace as a hostage to show his loyalty froze to be described by him as begging someone to do something. Now who dares to say that I'm a military general who's not good with words? What a joke. However, Chen Fan thought about it, it is not impossible. In this palace, those what palace maids are not good. And this Jiang Churan looks good, by the time the free down can also get a beauty dance troupe, experience King Zhou's wine pool meet forest. That's what I call life. Granted. Finished speaking. Chen Fan glanced at Li Qinglian, go and make arrangements. Servant, obey the order. Minister, kowtow to His Majesty's heavenly grace. Jiang Chongyan was overjoyed and kowtowed heavily before he carefully retreated. Soon after, Tang was bringing Jiang Churan and following Li Qinglian towards the palace, looking like she was going to make arrangements. Jiang Chongyan wasn't in a hurry and waited outside the Imperial study. Minister Qin Yu. I am here. His Majesty is invited. Outside, after seeing that Jiang Chongyan was so easily accomplished, Qin Yu's heart was also relieved and his apprehensive heart settled down quite a bit. This next, his things should also be able to stabilize some, right? He just walked in, not yet had time to kneel and salute, is to hear a cold sound, with the nephew of the demon queen drink, Qin Shangshu, your eldest son, seems to be quite good at things? Chapter 7. You also don't want to go to the late emperor after the old minister's death to truthfully report today's matter, right? There should be no problem, right? Seeing Jiang Chongyan go in and hearing that in just less than 2.5 seconds was the sound of Chen Fan's permitted voice ringing out, Qin Yu's heart was also slightly moved. Immediately afterward, he then saw Jiang Chongyan leaving in satisfaction, and his heart was also slightly relaxed. So it seems that the new emperor is not unreasonable. Then, this old face of his should also be stable, right? Thinking of this, Qin Yu took a deep breath and organized his official robe. At this time, Li Qinglian walked out, Minister of Revenue Qin Yu. I am here. His Majesty's word of mouth tells you to go in. Yes. With that, Qin Yu stepped into the Imperial study and was just about to salute. Just before he could perform this kneeling salute, and even before his knees had time to bend, he heard a slightly playful voice resound from behind that paperwork. Gathering with the nephew of the demon queen in the middle of a restaurant. Minister Qin, it seems that this eldest son of yours is a bit interesting, Chen Fan's voice was not high, but it was like a heavy hammer that ruthlessly smashed into Qin Yu's heart, causing his entire body to freeze in place. Qin Yu. He never expected that this information from the Forbidden Army would be sent to the new emperor so quickly. To know. From the time he got the news to now, before and after not more than a quarter of an hour. But this new emperor, know it like the back of his hand. This. Qin Yu's forehead instantly oozed out fine beads of sweat, his legs softened, directly kneeling on the ground, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The old minister taught his son poorly, but also please Your Majesty to smite. Indeed one should be smitten. Chen Fan slightly nodded his head, casually closed the zhangzhua, and then there throughout a zhangzhua landed in front of that Qin Yu. Then this, how do you explain? Qin Yu's body trembled, trembling to open the zhangzhua, suddenly lips are white. This is Zhang folding on clearly written, his that assumed the left minister of the Ministry of Justice's second son Qin Yi, and the great Lu Dynasty Chu Nan Wang collusion, trafficking military intelligence regulations. As well as a result, the loss of many frontier cities in the north, the displacement of countless people. Even the sins detailed on this were more than even he knew. There were also most of them that he did not know. The more you look at this book, the Qin Yu's forehead is more and more hair more and more. From his experience as a bureaucracy veteran. Under so many incriminating evidence, I'm afraid that this second son of his. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He knew very well that today's matter, he was afraid that it would be difficult to make peace. Your Majesty, this is my failure to teach my son, according to the laws of Great Cloud, I have nothing to say. Chen Fan was non-committal and didn't say anything, only pulling out another zhengbiao in his hand. Obviously, this was again from one of Qin Yu's sons. Seeing this, Qin Yu's face turned white, then, he gritted his teeth, and with a trembling hand, he took off the black hat on his head, and respectfully placed it in front of his body, and then heavily kowtowed, and with a hoarse voice, he said, Your Majesty. The old minister taught his son poorly, the crime should be 10,000 deaths. But please, Your Majesty, for the sake of this old face of the old minister, leave the Qin family away to live. Saying that, Qin Yu lifted his head, his old face squeezing out a smile that is worse than crying, Your Majesty, the old minister. Old minister has served 3 dynasties for the Great Clouds, without merit there is also hard work, but also ask Your Majesty to look at the old minister's this humble contribution, give my Qin family a way to live. You who? A dog jumping over the wall? You're threatening me? Are you kidding? Although Chen Fan does not understand the officialdom, but this words reveal the moral abduction, he cannot at all strange it. But, are you sure you're not mistaken, moral kidnapping me? Are you threatening me? Qin Yu hastily bowed and saluted, I do not dare. This Ken would not have things you don't dare to do. Chen Fan smiled faintly, although you don't have anything to do, but the things that your Qin family and the whole family have committed, it's not too much to say that it's 10 evils that are unforgivable and too many to list, right? Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, Qin Yu took a deep breath, a trace of miserable determination on his old face. Your Majesty. The old minister has served 3 dynasties, without merit there is also hard work. Even if the dog's son has committed a heinous crime, I ask your Majesty to think of old feelings and leave the Qin family a way to live. You also don't want the old minister to go to the late emperor after his death and truthfully report today's events, right? Chen Fan nodded, that indeed. Qin Yu's face revealed joy, and just as he was about to say thank you, his entire person was frozen in place in vain. The next moment, a casserole-like handprint, violently called the cover on Qin Yu's brain, along with his entire person, in an instant are shot. Like shooting a mosquito that has eaten its fill. The ground is completely without any traces of flesh and blood, leaving only a puddle of blood, standing quietly, slowly cooling, towards solidification. The late emperor will forgive you. Chen Fan wiped his palms, blew out a breath, and said indifferently, and I will send you to meet him. Seeing this scene, next to Li Qinglian, the 2 forbidden army chiefs were also scared, snapped, directly slipped kneeling on the ground, dead lowered their heads, did not dare to say anything, even the atmosphere did not dare to come out. The 2 were completely unprepared. They also thought that His Majesty should be Su Su Tuji. After all, at least this Qin house is also the house of the 3 dynasties of Shangshu. According to reason, the new emperor ascended to the throne is the need to support their own people, but they never thought this as the 3 dynasties of this Qin Yu, like a mosquito, directly by His Majesty shot dead. Not only the 2 of them were shocked. In the Imperial study room outside the Western Palace, Dowager Wu Mingyue, Kai Jing father and daughter 3 people are also scared face white, flopping sound kneeling on the ground. His Majesty rest his anger. I am terrified. The most frightened among them had to be Wu Mingyue. Because she had just arrived. Didn't even know what was happening, but heard this cold voice of Chen Fan ringing out, frightening her so much that she hastily knelt down on the ground, even removing her phoenix crown and crouching down on her knees, her heart pounding to the extreme. Even at this moment, she had already turned all the things she had done after entering the palace in her head, as a way to determine whether she had any old scores that could be turned up by the new emperor. Of course, the answer was naturally no. Compared to Wu Mingyue, Kai Jing's father and daughter were no better. Both father and daughter's faces are white, face to face, cold shiver. Not buddy, this new emperor, how to say hands on it? Even a chance to defend is not given? That Qin Yu can be 3 dynasties, even the first emperor will not easily move him, this how? To kill on the kill? Kai Jing father and daughter's brain a piece of pulp, some mumbling. Just. Not yet waiting for the 3 people outside the Imperial study room to return to their senses. It was Chen Fan's voice that was heard. Where are the inner ministers and forbidden soldiers? The lackeys are here. The last general is here. Hearing this, Li Qinglian and that forbidden army chief also hurriedly arched their hands and answered. Listen to the decree, plagiarize the Qin mansion. Chen Fan closed the folders in his hand and threw them on the other side of the case. Those who resist, kill without amnesty. The 2 close ministers who were waiting in the middle of the Imperial study to witness the whole process with their own eyes. At this moment, they also finally understood. Big Dipper Realm Cultivator. The gold content of these 5 words. It was completely enough to overthrow any of the remaining curmudgeons. What 3 dynasties of ministers? Saying that your entire family will be copied. Even. It doesn't matter if you're a 3rd dynasty minister or a 3rd dynasty elder or whatever, if you say kill, you'll be killed, and if you say plagiarize, you'll be plagiarized. Truly worthy of His Majesty who raised 3 clans on the first go, then executed 10 clans later, and caused millions of troops to go up in smoke with the snap of a finger. Li Qinglian and the forbidden army chief couldn't help but glance at each other, both seeing the shock and trembling in each other's eyes. Of course. They didn't forget to receive the decree. Minion obeys the decree. The last general obeys the decree. Soon. The forbidden troops and eunuchs of the Internal Service Division who were patrolling around this Imperial study room all rushed out in a murderous rage. Wu Mingyue, Kai Jing, and Kai Wei were so scared that they crouched down on the ground in a dead faint, their heads pressed tightly against the cold ground, not even daring to breathe a single breath for fear of making the slightest sound and attracting the trouble of killing them. The footsteps ringing in their ears, in their feelings, like a hand tugging at the heart of the palm, which maybe a little bit is the spot to take a small life. 2 broad afraid. 3 people trembling, even if the footsteps have disappeared, even quiet, do not dare to hastily raise their heads. At this time, Li Qinglian stood expressionlessly at the entrance of the Imperial study, his gaze sweeping over the 3, Zhongshuling Kai Jing, Miss Kai family. His Majesty has an invitation. My servant obeys the decree. My daughter obeys the decree. The father and daughter were almost helping each other before they loomed and trembled into the Imperial study, and it was not easy for them to take a breath in the moment they locked eyes with Chen Fan. Plop! As if by reflex, Kai Jing slipped and knelt on the ground. Kai Wei, question mark. Chen Fan, question mark. Not buddy, you. Shelled this to perform acrobatics? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Kai Jing's face burned a little, but after glancing at the red blood on the ground that hadn't dried up yet, it instantly turned into a pale white color, squeezing out a smile that was even harder to see than a smile that was even harder to see than a smile that was even harder to see than a smile that was even harder to see than a smile that was even worse than crying. Straight to the point, what is it? Chen Fan casually picked up a zhangbiao, which was a record about Kai Jing's over-enrollment of some soldiers. However, Chen Fan did not feel anything. As the central ministerial order, Kai Jing did have the power to independently enroll soldiers, whether it was arranging for them to enter the Cloud Emperor city guard or into his Kai mansion, it was all reasonable and sensible. Of course. This point of manpower, Chen Fan naturally will not be in the eyes, really if you are not happy, do not care whether it is 10,000 or 20,000, a slap in the face of the matter. Your Majesty, this, I. Kai Jing neared half a day, suffocated face red plus pale, all stammered cannot say half a word. He smelled the pungent smell of blood on the ground, his face was pale to the extreme, his lips were trembling. As for the previous plan with his daughter Kai Wei, where does he still dare to open his mouth? This. He felt that if he really uttered a word out, he was afraid that he would have to go down in a company that Qin Yu to run to hell together, right? The same. Behind Kai Jing, his daughter Kai Wei is also a small face white at this moment. Earlier. In the Kai mansion, how honey confident she was, how wretched she was now. The entire face was written with trepidation. Of course. For more than this trepidation, in her heart, she was still confused. Not right. This is completely wrong. She could clearly remember, this new emperor, completely, should not be Sa. In her memories of this rebirth. This so-called new emperor, purely just the East Palace Empress launched the mascot come backstabber only. Although, it also has a swan's will, but the hands of the Holy Decree 3-piece set are divided away, just empty the name of a throne, the rest of the farts are not, can only be incompetent rage for the Dowager Queen of the East Palace all kinds of farts wipe ass. But, this after she was reborn, how this new emperor became so brutal. And, this strength, even so strong? Other people are not clear, but Kai Wei is very clear, this 3-dynasty minister Qin Yu, but has the cultivation of the peak of the feudal marquis realm. And, with his cunning character, even if the Seal King realm wanted to sneak in and kill him in one blow, it would never be possible. What's more, the current situation is clearly said to be the point that must be thrown. She does not believe that this Qin Yu did not set up a defense. However, but still or directly by a slap mosquito like bones, only a streak of blood. So, when did this new emperor have such a high level of cultivation? Kai Wei was a bit bewildered. She remembered that although this new emperor was also strong, he was by no means so brutal and murderous, and even more so, he did not have such a high level of cultivation. That's right. Kai Wei was a reborn person. In her previous life, she united the Qin and Jiang families and received the secret support of the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, Wu Mingyue, and with the efforts of all parties, she managed to bring in 800 generals to infiltrate into the Eastern Phoenix Palace and start a palace mutiny. That battle was tragic and incomparable. The 800 elites that she had carefully prepared for the battle, 1 out of 10 remained, and in the end, only a few dozen people were left. If not for her grandfather, who eventually came out of the gate, at the critical moment, forcibly suppressed Shi Yan, the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace. Just with the remnants of her army, it would not have been enough to give Ci Shi a chance. The Seal King realm cultivation was simply not something that this mere 800 elite soldiers could touch. It was precisely because of this. After returning from rebirth, Kai Wei, she decided to learn from her mistakes and decided to learn from her lessons and stop rushing into things. Among her original plan is first secretly build up strength, slowly, at least to get together 30,000 troops, have absolute certainty, and then make a thunderous strike. Of course. The most crucial thing is that her grandfather, who has been in seclusion for 10 years, has to break through to the king realm. Just never thought. This plan is completely unable to catch up with the changes. A few hours ago, that heavenly golden phantom in the sky above that Cloud Emperor city completely disrupted all of her deployments. The body outside the body. That was the unique sign of a Big Dipper realm cultivator. When did a heavenly deity realm cultivator appear in this great Cloud Imperial dynasty? Upon seeing this heavenly deity outer body that shocked the heavens and sobbed the ghosts and gods, Kai Wei's entire body was dumbfounded. In her previous life, she didn't die in the middle of a palace mutiny. Therefore, she knew very well that there was no heavenly dipper realm cultivators in the entire Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, only an old royal ancestor whose life was in danger. Of course. Soon she was clearing her thoughts, it should be that old royal ancestor who had accidentally broken through to the heavenly dipper realm, right? And so, Kai Wei immediately adjusted her original deployment. Chapter 8 Chen Fan, this is the proper heavenly chosen cowhorse sacred body. Ah shucks, this is a good minister for the king to share his worries. Even though this current occurrence was far from what Kai Wei had seen and heard in her previous life. But she also did not panic in the slightest, and of course knew that this moment was not the time to be dumbfounded. But know is one thing, really think is another thing. The current situation, completely to Kai Wei hit as surprise, a time some blinded, and even CPU or dry smoke did not think of a suitable way. Where does she know? The new emperor did not say a word. Directly this will be the Ministry of Justice and its entire family, to make an example of the chicken too. But see daughter Kai Wei this nerd look. Kai Jing people are numb. Not. This is what you said to my father swore to be able to as a complaint, pulling together? I believe your ghost off. Seeing his daughter's dumbfounded appearance, Kai Jing only felt that his heart almost couldn't carry him, and he had the feeling that he wanted to spray a mouthful of old blood before his eyes. Is this what you swore that you could use as a pitch and pull in? Borrowing the new emperor's power to rise up in rebellion? Listen, this thing is reliable? I also believed your bull. Despite being speechless to the extreme towards Qin Wei in his heart, Kai Jing's face did not slacken off at all. Especially when he smelled the bloodstains left behind by Qin Yu, the minister of the Ministry of Justice. On that side, he was even more coldly jolted. He did not want to follow in Qin Yu's footsteps. As the court can be separated from the rest of the people, Kai Jing, at this moment is also in a hurry. CPU almost turned to smoke. There. The desire for survival soared to the extreme at this moment. Kai Jing's mind flashed with a flash of light, and in a hurry, he hastily plopped down and knelt down again. Your Majesty. My daughter, Kai Wei, when she heard that your Majesty's finger snapping had caused the millions of troops of the Lu Dynasty to be annihilated, her heart was filled with admiration. I also love my daughter very much. I see that she thinks about it day and night, and is also a little worried. After some inquiries from me, she said that she wanted to enter the palace to serve tea and water for His Majesty. For this reason, she begged bitterly. I also have no choice but to be bold, brazenly come. I want to beg your Majesty for my daughter, and I hope that your Majesty will fulfill her request. Hearing these words, Kai Wei was a bit confused. Wait a minute. When did she admire this new emperor? And, with a snap of his fingers, he caused the millions of troops of the Lu Dynasty to vanish into thin air? Not. This handiwork should not be that breakthrough to the Big Dipper realm of the royal ancestor for the sake of? How to listen to her father's words seems to be in front of this new emperor's masterpiece. Can't it be that? Kai Wei, who was originally a little confused, was even more dumbfounded once she heard this. Can't it be that this new emperor is the Big Dipper realm? How can this be possible? Kai Wei was dumbfounded. Wait. Could it be that it's because of my early preparations that caused the scene in this life after rebirth to change drastically? Yes. It must be. Even though she was a bit bewildered for a moment, Kai Wei also immediately thought of the reason, her brain spinning frantically. However, she realized that it seemed like only her father's words were the optimal solution. All the solutions she had prepared earlier were just a joke at this moment. Kai Wei lowered her head and hung her eyes. The expression on her face was wonderful. Minister, I have the audacity to ask for a favor. Kai Jing didn't know about his VN while brainstorming. As he spoke, he secretly observed Chen Fan's complexion, and his heart nodded at his own wisdom in this rush. Sure enough, the Kai family must still be the old man to take charge. If this was really left to this stupid daughter of his, I'm afraid that they would not have all gone to be buried with that Qin Yu by now, right? After his words fell, waited for 10 seconds, and did not see Chen Fan open his mouth, and even seemed to see Chen Fan frown, then his heart thumped. Pills spicy. But the good thing is, his reaction is not slow. When the opportunity to make a decision, continue to add, I am also clear, this matter is unreasonable. But your Majesty is the Imperial Lord, rich in the four seas, everything under the sun is owned by your Majesty. I really don't know what to offer in order to express the fists and hearts of me and my daughter. Said. With trembling hands, Kai Jing took out the heavy Zhongshu seal from his bosom. And afterward, he also took off the official hat on his head, and raised it high together, and respectfully presented it. I thought about it left and right. Your Majesty is the Imperial Lord, and you don't lack anything, so I slightly prepared a thin gift, and gave it to your Majesty first. Chen Fan was not lost in thought, or did not mean to hang him out to dry. Rather, he had just flipped to a zhangbiao that made him frown. But unexpectedly, it was misunderstood by this Kai Jing. Of course, he didn't explain either, and raised his eyelids and swept a glance at that Kai Wei. In an instant, Kai Wei only felt as if his soul was pierced through the general. There was a kind of whole body was seen through the feeling, for a time some trance-like. Well, the strength of the soul is a little over the limit? With Chen Fan's strength, he was able to see through Kai Wei's essence at this moment. This woman's soul strength had far exceeded her apparent innate realm cultivation, vaguely reaching the level of the Dan realm. It could be seen that there should be some kind of opportunity or means in place. Of course, Chen Fan was also too lazy to care so much. District Dan realm, in his hands with grasshopper-like, strong as Ci Shi this kind of sealed king realm, are just a thought of things, let alone this what Dan realm. But Chen Fan swept a glance at the hand of this Zhangzhua. This day to choose to fight workers is not just sent to the door? Your invitation. I know. Chen Fan's fingers gently tapped on the desktop and casually opened his mouth. Zhongshu seal, I accept. Hearing these words, Kai Jing breathed a sigh of relief. The boulder hanging in his heart fell slightly by half. Fortunately. This wave, it should be stable. However. Nevertheless. But Kai Jing also still do not dare to be careless or relax, towering, trembling, kneeling and crouching, waiting for the following. However, entering the palace is not just entering the palace. Chen Fan casually threw down the Zhangbiao, although the Qin family's crimes are unforgivable, and all of them have been put to death. But the aftermath still needs someone to do it. Right now, the many cities north of Baiyun City, although the Dala people have already withdrawn their troops, the people in them are displaced, and the cities are in a state of disarray. This matter, if you can solve it, your petition, I grant it. This Zhangbiao looked like it was reported by Zhao Song, the left minister, requesting the emperor to give a decision. At the time of seeing this Zhang fold, Chen Fan was somewhat speechless. What kind of Zhangzhua are all thrown to him, is a few meanings. I have raised you these ministers, is to come over to him to increase the burden? What kind of joke is this? As an emperor, this kind of thing, it is difficult not to go to personally do? The millions of troops in the north, he shot to pieces. Now, the aftermath of the north, he has to go personally? Is he an emperor or a nanny? Getting up earlier than a chicken and sleeping later than a dog? This kind of life, the dogs are shaking their heads. Chen Fan is here to enjoy his position, how can he be a pure cow and horse? The civil and military officials under him, if they don't use it to solve problems, then what are they doing in that position? What's the point of standing there? Where is such a good thing? Aftermath in the north? Kai Jing was stunned, then overjoyed, and quickly kowtowed to express his gratitude. My lord, obey the decree. He had thought that this loss of his Zhongshu seal and official position should allow the Kai family to land in peace, but he never thought that this not only didn't strip him of his official clothes, but instead gave him a chance to make a merit? Hiss. This wave may not be able to really rock up to 90,000 miles off. Thinking of this, Kai Jing's mood surged to the extreme. I kowtow to your majesty's heavenly grace. Stand down. Chen Fan also had a smile on his face. This was the kind of minister who would share the king's worries. The proper heavenly chosen cowhorse holy body. Ah shucks, heavenly chosen beating worker. My ministers will leave. Kai Jing let out a sigh of relief. Kai Wei beside him also wiped a cold sweat. The father and daughter duo bowed and exited the Imperial study, not saying a word on the way, until they walked out of the palace and returned to the Kai mansion's carriage before letting out a long sigh of relief. At this time, Kai Jing then realized that he was already drenched in sweat at this moment. It wasn't just him. Kai Wei was also a little embarrassed to realize that she was also scared to the point that she was drenched in cold sweat, and had the feeling that her entire body was being fished out of the water. Wei, ah. Kai Jing let out a long breath, his legs and stomach still trembling slightly. He glanced at Kai Wei, who was sitting opposite him, and said with 5 points of hindsight, 3 points of celebration, and 2 points of complaint, but you almost pitted the entire Kai family into it. Father, this. I don't know, that Big Dipper realm cultivator is the new emperor. Ah. You're confused. Kai Jing gasped and laughed. If it wasn't for His Majesty's so-called, look at this, how could Jiang Chongyin, a party member who doesn't belong to any of the 5 of us, be promoted to Secretary of the Ministry of War? Also, look at that Qin Yu, he didn't dare to resist until he died. Could it be because he was afraid of the imperial power? Kai Wei wiped a handful of face that like beads of sweat, heard this question, face stiffened, resentful smile. This is a daughter's lapse of judgment. She really should have thought about it. But at that moment, she was wondering if it was because of her rebirth that the old royal ancestor was able to make a breakthrough point, as well as, because of her rebirth, the point of her grandfather breaking through to the Seal King realm. Would something go wrong? Naturally, she didn't pay attention to the others either. Upon realizing that it was vastly different from what she had seen before she was reborn, Kai Wei wasn't so much in a state of panic, it was just that she couldn't think of anything to do with this being caught off guard. But even though this fact was right in front of her eyes, she was still a bit incredulous. This new emperor. She was also aware of it. In her memories before she was reborn, the new emperor, Chen Fan, was clearly just a puppet that was pushed to the front of the stage by Empress Dowager Cixi, belonging to a dumping ground after the 5 made a poor decision. As far as she knew, under the joint efforts of the 5, the new emperor did not know how many times he had taken the blame, and how many times he had issued an edict of guilt. Long ago, the prestige power of the imperial power has been knocked into the abyss. And now, you say that this backstabber armor, into that with the Great Cloud 2 ancestor one of the same grade, the Big Dipper realm cultivator? Could it be that it is really because of my rebirth, leading to a series of unknown changes? Thinking of this, Kai Wei took a deep breath as she decided to verify it later. Alright. Kai Jing said without any good humor, later on, my father will have to confer with those people on the northern frontier. After this matter is accomplished, don't do anything wrong for my father when you enter the palace. Kai Wei nodded slightly. She wasn't a little cutie either. Before she was reborn, the so-called group of 5 in the court who only had their hands on the sky, even overriding the emperor, had been reduced to a joke as early as when this new emperor showed his heavenly dipper realm cultivation. There was even a risk of extinction. At this time, the carriage stopped and had arrived at the entrance of the Kai mansion. Kai Jing was just about to get off the carriage, but Kai Wei, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly said, "Father, I'm going out for a trip." "Going out for a trip?" Kai Jing frowned slightly. If it is an unusual situation, it is nothing, but now that the Imperial Lord has authorized his daughter Kai Wei to enter the palace, the situation is not the same. The so-called daughters and daughters are the daughters of the daughters of the daughters, and this often goes out to show her face. How is that a thing? Don't worry. Kai Jing's thoughts, Kai Wei could also see it. She smiled faintly. "My daughter is making a trip to Nishang Academy." Nishang Academy? Hearing this, Kai Jing was stunned, then seemed to think of something. "You mean princess?" Kai Wei smiled and nodded. Inside the Imperial study. With the departure of Kai Jing's father and daughter. Inside the Imperial study, it then once again fell into dead silence. Only the Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue of the Western Palace, who was kneeling and crouching not far away, as well as the standing orderly Qinglian, who was standing at the side, remained. At this moment, Wu Mingyue's heart, at this moment has been raised to the eye of the throat. There is a kind of feeling as if to run to the execution ground. "Empress Dowager, His Majesty has an invitation." Li Changlian's characteristic feminine voice rang out, appearing especially clear in the silent Imperial study. As soon as she heard this voice, Wu Mingyue also snapped back to her senses and hurriedly answered, "Concubine. Concubine is here." Suppressing the uneasiness in her heart, Wu Mingyue tidied up her grooming before she got up and walked towards the Imperial study. She did not dare to raise her head to look at Chen Fan's face, and could only lower her eyebrows and kneel down again. "Concubine, kowtow to your majesty, long live your majesty." As her words were stuttering, she was about to open her mouth again. Suddenly, the chief of the Forbidden Guards, who had the aura of blood on his body, hurriedly ran in from outside the palace, kneeling on one knee and reporting in a deep voice, "Your Majesty." The Qin mansion's upper and lower ranks, including the mansion's slaves, maids, and guards, total 3,127 people. Among them, nearly 1,000 dared to resist and were killed on the spot by the Forbidden Army. In addition, all of them have been escorted to the dungeon. More than 1,000 people were killed on the spot? Wait a minute? Wu Mingyue only felt a wave of cold air rush from the soles of her feet straight to the sky, and she coldly shivered. Hiss! This new emperor was really keen on exterminating his clan, right? She did not forget that Shishi's lapdog, the original military minister Zhao Ji, but was directly raised 3 clans. And then Sishi, even more so, was put to death in 10 clans. Now there are over 3,000 people in the Qin family, all of them must have been killed at least 3 times. Maybe even more than that. After all, this Qin house does not belong to any of the 5 under the command of the group, the power of some of the lack of. At this moment, for the first time, Wu Mingyue felt that this phoenix robe on her body was extraordinarily solid. Even kneeling on the ground, she also rose a sense of uneasy fear. Her lips were white, and that delicate face was almost stuck to the ground. Chapter 9. This Wu Mingyue. Why is she wearing Pinru's clothes? Wu Mingyue only felt a cold air from the soles of her feet straight to the sky, making her body cold, kneeling on the ground, not daring to move a bit. This is a ing god of killing. Before, snapping his fingers and destroying the millions of soldiers of the great Lu Dynasty, although it is also a little bit of murderous, but Wu Mingyue felt that this is considered understandable. After all, it was against the invaders. But he never expected this. Ministry of Justice Secretary Qinyu, along with its Qin house, said to give you a copy of the family. One word, directly kill your whole family. Wu Mingyue, delicate body trembling, cold sweat beaded down, at the same time also thankful that they ran over tonight, otherwise to her ideas before this, afraid not really bad. What is the matter? Chen Fan put away the zhang fold, glanced at Wu Mingyue and asked lightly. And after hearing this, Wu Mingyue, suddenly a jolt, hastily said, "Your Majesty, I am here to pay for my sins." To pay for my sins? Chen Fan looked up at her. This Wu Mingyue, but there was no one to report it. Of course it might have been reported, but Chen Fan was not that idle to look at it. Not to mention the others. When the rest of the people were avoiding it, only this Wu Mingyue carried the pressure to be the first one to come to the door to ask for forgiveness. Of course, Chen Fan seriously suspected that this Wu Mingyue was testing him by placing the Cloud Emperor Jade Seal in her arms. "Yes, Your Majesty, my concubine's heart to atone for her sins can be seen by the sun and the moon." Hearing Chen Fan's tone, which seemed to be somewhat unexpected, Wu Mingyue hurriedly said, before respectfully presenting a staying shadow stone from her bosom. Li Qinglian beside him just wanted to hold it over with his true qi, but after seeing that it was Wu Mingyue who had taken it out of her bosom, she thought about it and finally unleashed her heart of progress and did not take it offensively, but instead slightly arched her hand towards Chen Fan. "Your Majesty, this is an ordinary shadow retaining stone." Hiss! This ordinary servant order really wants to progress too much, huh? Chen Fan raised his hand, and the shadow retention stone automatically flew into his hand. Hiss. It again carried some sort of distinctive milk tea scent. Ah. Your Majesty. Seeing that Chen Fan seemed to be moved, Wu Mingyue was relieved and hurriedly said while the iron was hot, I am in charge of the harem, and now I have found that most of the palace maids in the harem are on the older side of the age scale, and are currently extremely vacant. Therefore, I have taken the liberty to collect quite a few talented women with talent in their bosom for your Majesty, and have organized and recorded them into a shadow retaining stone, so as to make it easier for your Majesty to select them. Wu Mingyue's words were quite beautiful. The core meaning of it was not to say that she had no quarrel with the world and merely managed the harem, and the rest of the things she had agreed to only after being forced by the Empress Dowager of the Eastern Palace and the Chinese Ministerial decree. Including that holy decree thing before. She was absolutely loyal, and even now she was sharing the king's worries and filling the empty harem. Of course. The most important thing is that the people will have their own selfishness. The vast majority of these shadow stones are family members who are inextricably linked to Wu Mingyue. In addition, there are also some good from the folk good seedling. After all, if all of them were to become her people, wouldn't it be the same as her having the suspicion of wanting to sway the government with this? Pillow win this thing, cannot really say it. And the reason why now take out this shadow stone, in fact, the reason is also precisely before Wu Mingyue with milk tea flavor of the test. As a result, after realizing that this new emperor also had the existence of human feelings, she then dared to take it out. In case, this is an iron-blooded and cold-faced emperor, she was afraid that this move would not be a mistake. Really? Then you do have a heart. Chen Fan swept a glance, not to mention, it was indeed very good. Your Majesty. Seeing this, Wu Mingyue also rushed to strike the iron while it was hot. Which one does your Majesty have his eye on? I will go and summon them into the palace to serve. Definitely won't let your Majesty down. As the saying goes. Only by having the same interests and being tied to the same boat could the possibility of this person's backstabbing be greatly reduced. At the very least. Wu Mingyue thought so. If she did not want to follow the old path of Empress Dowager Cica of the Eastern Palace and Minister of the Ministry of Revenue Qingyu, naturally, it was the need to maintain the same interests as the new emperor. In other words, she needed to be able to provide the benefits that the new emperor needed. Originally, this shadow stone was her preparation to fight against Cixi and further expand her power, but she never thought that Cixi would be executed by 10 clans, and this backhanded move of hers would become something to save her life. However, before Wu Mingyue this breath of relief is to see Chen Fan gently put the shadow retaining stone on the case. This matter, say again. I'm very happy that you can come up to pay for your sins. But the way you open your mouth to draw a big cake, I don't like it. Wu Mingyue. This couldn't be a botch up on her part, could it? How could she have any guts to dare to give this new emperor of the Heavenly Dipper realm eye candy and draw a big cake? Your Majesty, I, my servant, will have someone recruit them into the palace. Recruit them into the palace? Chen Fan lightly laughed. I only need to give an order now. This comes to send women to the palace. Empress Dowager might as well guess how many there will be. Wu Mingyue. So, do I need it? Wu Mingyue. At this moment, Wu Mingyue's heart sank to the bottom, and that face that was not easy to relax, suddenly tightened up again. Yeah. She had forgotten about this one thing. After this new emperor's body outside of his body shocked the entire Cloud Imperial city, if the harem was short of people, even if it was just short of maids or something, all it took was an order, and it was absolutely possible to fill up the entire harem in just 2.5 minutes. She this. Little Empress Dowager, how dare in front of the new emperor class door to make a tiger? Thinking about this, Wu Mingyue's face turned white, even her lips were a little pale. Cannot She this full count, this is only 27 or 88, it is not easy to now simmering death of the East Palace Empress Dowager Cici, but follow up and even have this big dipper realm of the new emperor as a backdrop to be able to lie down steadily. How can this go to death? At this moment, Wu Mingyue's CPU running at breakneck speed, simply to burn smoke, but Frozen could not think of a so-so way. Maru spicy. Hurry up and think of a way, or else I'm afraid it's really. She racked her brain, frantically trying to think of a way in this short 2.5 minutes, but suddenly, her eyes glanced over and landed on the 3 things that were placed on the paperwork, the Zhongshu Decree, the retained Shadow Stone, and the Cloud Emperor's Jade Seal. At once. She was slightly stunned, and after pondering over this conversation some more, her eyes suddenly lit up. There it was. She had it. Your Majesty. A faint blush appeared on Wu Mingyue's pale face, but her eyes were extremely determined. Your servant knows what to do. Good if you know. Chen Fan nodded slightly. His intention was to let this Wu Mingyue not think about those that are not there. If there was really a lack of beauties, he only needed to say one word. Where was the need for this Wu Mingyue to come up and pander? He didn't know if there were any spies in these women. Chen Fan didn't want to be listened to, it was a very unpleasant feeling. In his previous life, he was living as a cow and horse, so he had no choice. But now, he was full leveled out and was an emperor, so he naturally had the strength to do so. Speaking of this, Chen Fan also got up and commanded, all of these zhenhua are typed back, so that they can present them after ruling on their own. Yes. Just kidding. This ascension of Chen Fan to the throne as emperor was not to be a nanny come cow horse again. He just needed the final approval. As for dealing with the program, so many subjects under his hand, isn't it just to share the king's worries? Otherwise, I bring you up for what? Li Chenglian just left holding the folders. Chen Fan is also ready to walk out of the Imperial study room. Suddenly, that Wu Mingyue got up and rushed towards Chen Fan. Ha! Chen Fan was a bit stunned. It wasn't Buddy. He had shown his super strength, and you still dare to make a surprise attack here? Moreover, he didn't say that he wanted Wu Mingyue's life? How did the still muscleitis come up to surprise attack? Pity. Chen Fan shook his head. No matter what the reason was, if he wanted to raid and kill him, then Chen Fan would naturally not be soft. Just what Chen Fan never expected was, as soon as that Wu Mingyue rushed up to his figure to come, he suddenly knelt down a meter away from Chen Fan, and then slid and crashed. Chen Fan? After seeing the sudden sliding knee of Wu Mingyue, Chen Fan's movement of raising his hand was also visibly lurched. He did not understand at all, what did this Wu Mingyue mean? But the next moment, he violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked down at this Wu Mingyue in shock. In a flash, the four eyes met. Chen Fan? This is not right. What are you doing? Wait a minute. Did she misunderstand something? He didn't say that. He just let this Wu Mingyue don't want to put someone on the pillow to listen in. This. Not right. There are at least 12 out of 10 points that are not right. What are you doing? Chen Fan snapped, you're acting against human decency and hurting people's morals. Hearing these words, Wu Mingyue's face stared. In an instant, her face, which was flushed to the roots of her ears, brushed, even more than the Sichuan opera face change, and became pale again. Maru spicy. Is she misunderstanding? No. But just now, she used the shadow stone in her arms or before that, used the Cloud Emperor's jade seal, which the new emperor did not say anything about it. This is not suggesting to her that this is the right path? How now this? She misunderstood? For a time, Wu Mingyue was a little confused, but then, her heart was hard. Regardless of that. Now. She has already gone on her mouth, it is a fait accompli, and it can't be reversed. Solely, directly a road to the black. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Wu Mingyue slurred, I'm guilty. I know my sins, please, Your Majesty, punish properly, severely punish the concubine who doesn't abide by the etiquette. Chen Fan. Hiss. This Wu Mingyue. Why is she wearing Pinru's clothes? De Luo Dynasty, De Luo King's Palace, at the court meeting. Your Majesty, the king's decree has been delivered, the entire Chunan royal family will be escorted by the king's guards to the southern frontier to atone for their sins by tomorrow. Hearing this, King De Luo nodded with satisfaction and said in a deep voice, all of you, I hope that you will take this as a warning and not commit any offenses. Retire from the court. Farewell, Your Majesty. After leaving the court, King De Luo returned to the Imperial Palace, in addition to several of his beloved ministers already waiting outside the door. Greetings, Your Majesty. Come in. King De Luo was in a good mood and waved his hand. Several people followed in response. Gentlemen, now that the real power of this great Cloud Dynasty has fallen into the hands of their new emperor, how should we react? It was clear to several people that this great Luo king was still somewhat worried right now. After all, the great Luo dynasty had sent millions of troops to the northern gateway of the great Cloud Dynasty, so how could it possibly just destroy these millions of troops and be done with it? It would definitely send an army to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the great Luo dynasty. So, this was where the great Luo king was worried. Your Majesty, don't worry. One person arched his hand and said with honeyed confidence, the jewels and gold that the Chunan royal house has accumulated over the years, the king can use this as compensation to the great Cloud Dynasty. After all, this matter is for the Chunan king alone, and has nothing to do with us. What's more, Your Majesty, the 18 holy edicts that you have issued for the recall are not also facts? Saying that, he squeezed his eyes and eyebrows, with a look of you know what. Seeing this scene, King De Luo also suddenly realized, laughed loudly, what the secretary said is extremely This is Chunan Wang one person so-called, and there is evidence in hand, this big Cloud Imperial dynasty also just centralized power, naturally it is impossible to unify the right. Forgive them, they wouldn't dare to stomp on their noses. Thinking of this, King De Luo was in a great mood, and even had people go to his treasure trove to take out the wine that had been treasured for many years to drink with his ministers. However, just at this moment, a hurried soldier ran in, Your Majesty, something big is wrong. What is it? Panicking, King De Luo glanced at the soldier with some displeasure and swept over a few people. Whose ministry is this? Who gave you permission to trespass in the Imperial Palace? Can't you see that Lone is discussing important matters? The soldier fluttered and knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, the Chu Nan Wang Fu's residence warehouse is empty. King de Luo? The rest of the ministers? What did you say? The king of the Great Luo stood up with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. How is that possible? The soldier nodded frantically. Your Majesty, it's really empty. Not even a single mouse is there. One of the ministers snapped. Is it possible that those people from the Chunan royal house have hidden it? Back to your excellency, since His Majesty's decree was issued, the few people from the king's mansion have been confined to the mansion without going out. It's impossible for them to hide outside. After a pause, the soldier hurriedly added, now the king's guards, the chief of thousands, have blocked off the entire Chunan king's mansion, but have dug 3 feet into the ground and have not found. Snap! King de Luo's heart trembled, and he sat back in the king's chair somewhat paralyzed. However, a short 2.5 seconds later, he also came back to his senses. King de Luo's face was a bit meaty inside. It seems that we can only take out compensation from the treasury. Just before he finished saying this, he saw a eunuch hurriedly running in. Your Majesty, something big is wrong. The treasury is empty. King de Luo? The rest of the ministers? The soldiers kneeling on the ground? Chapter 10. Wait. This thing, how come the more I look at it, the more it looks a bit familiar? Wait, what did you say? The Great Luo Imperial Palace. After a full 2.5 minutes of silence, that king of the Great Luo only then stood up boldly and angrily shouted, false transmission of information, do you know what the crime should be? Plop. The reporting eunuch and that king's guard knelt down in fear. Your Majesty, what the slave girl subordinate said is true, please be clear, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the Thousand Husbandman has blocked off the Chunan king's mansion at this moment, and is only waiting for your decree before dealing with it. The entire imperial palace was plunged into an eerie dead silence. The Dalek king, who had stood up aggressively earlier, once again froze for a full 2.5 minutes before he sat down in a chair in disheveled state. The whole person seemed to have aged instantly, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant and lifeless. A few beloved ministers, at this moment, are like to be taken away from the soul. The face is a little white, fearful, froze a word cannot say out. Empty. All empty. All gone. King de Luo muttered. At this moment, his voice had actually become dry and hoarse between these 5 short minutes. Even this beloved who was familiar with him even heard the tremor in that. As a matter of fact, numerous believers' moods at the moment were also trembling like this de Luo king. If it was only the property of the underground warehouse of the Chunan royal house that was missing, it would be fine, and it would still be possible to apologize for the compensation from the national treasury, so that the Lu Dynasty would have a chance to recuperate. But the problem is, now this treasury is also gone. What to do? Take the head to compensate. A time. All the heart is shrinking head, as an ostrich. The soldiers and eunuchs who reported earlier also felt this weird frozen atmosphere, and at the moment did not even dare to raise their heads. Soon, a hurried footstep sounded. It was that the king's guard's chief of thousands. This person's name was Eugene, and he was the first 1,000 husbandman of the king's guard of the Great Luo Dynasty. The king's guards, that is, the personal guards of the king of the Great Luo Dynasty, was equivalent to the whole thing of the dynasty's forbidden army, just with a different name. Enlighten the king. Eugene flopped down on his knees, his voice also trembled a little. The Chunan Wangfu is indeed empty. My subordinates have even pried apart the floor tiles and dug 3 feet into the ground to check, but still have not found even a single penny or grain of rice. Wang Wei's 1,000 manager reported with a hard voice, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This is a beautiful job. It happens to be that he and this Chunan king has some personal grudges, thinking of communicating private revenge. Under this limited power, small power capricious, give the greatest discretionary power for the difficult. But never thought. This just blocked the Chunan Wangfu search, but shocked to find that the large entire Wangfu actually did not have a grain of rice, a penny. Even any antiques and paintings, cultivation pills are not. Even the lowest level of healing pills and healing herbs were not found. When this was discovered, Eugene almost didn't pass away on the spot as a whole, and directly grabbed the old madam of the Chunan king's mansion to force her to ask. But alas, even if it is tortured to whip it to death, it has not asked a tiny bit of news. Possibly, this old madam really does not know. But the problem comes. This old lady, although old, but also was the first steward of the Chunan Wang house. Chunan Wang is not in the case. It's as responsible for the entire king's house of internal affairs, belongs to the absolute internal affairs real power person. She does not know, then really no one knows. Kai, report to the king. At this time, the eunuch in chief is also crying with a face, sliding kneeling with a bang, headbutting on the imperial documents in front of that big Luo king, the treasury. Treasury is also all empty. All the gold and silver jewelry, rare ores, spiritual materials, and medicines. And even the raw materials for healing medicines are all gone. Not even the rats. The eunuch in chief's voice with a sobbing tone, his body shaking like a sieve chap, that look, like his parents both went to death. Waste. Originally, the Great Luo king was still in a state of stagnation. But the movement of this eunuch chief slamming his head on the paperwork also woke up the great Luo king. He violently slammed the table and rose. The entire paperwork is at this moment a click, like glass like inch crumbling open, a group of waste. Everyone was scared to death to kneel down and bend their heads, not daring to say anything. Shunan Wang Fu, this 100 years of savings, so in your eyes disappeared? What are you guys doing for food? Everyone was looming and trembling, not daring to say anything. And you? King de Luo's gaze was cold and stern as he looked towards the crying eunuch. Didn't you say that the state treasury was heavily guarded, as well as the manpower of your eunuch division, and that it would be absolutely impossible for even a Seal King realm cultivator to break in without a sound? Now, you're telling me that the treasury is also gone. King, slave girl really don't know. This morning when the allocation to the household department is still good The great Luo king was so angry that he almost didn't slap this asshole to death. This was the treasury of the De Luo dynasty. From the time he ruled until now, there were more than 60 years of accumulating all kinds of wealth, what elixirs, precious herbs, now even all gone. He couldn't wait to skin the eunuch and drink his blood. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. Among the great Luo king's inner circle, there was a person who was the great Luo dynasty's crown prince. This Taifu was not an imaginary position, but was similar to Zhou Chao's Taifu of the Three Dukes, who was responsible for teaching the Son of Heaven or the Crown Prince on a full-time basis, and imparting concepts of governance and cultural knowledge. And in the courtroom, he even had the right to formulate rituals and laws and assist in political affairs. It belonged to be the teacher cum wise counselor of the king of the great Luo. So, after seeing this Taifu open his mouth, despite being angry again, King de Luo had to give face at this moment. Does Taifu have anything to say? Despite giving face, however, at this moment, the Dala king who was furious, his tone of voice was naturally not much better. The lieutenant's face was also quite somber at this moment. Your Majesty. This matter is too bizarre. The Chunan king's mansion was blocked by 1,000 king's guards without any dead ends, and digging 3 feet into the ground did not reveal any clues. In addition, the treasury's guards are even more stringent, and there are also formation guards. It's absolutely impossible for an ordinary bandit, even if they were to monitor the guards, to be so watertight. King de Luo's face stagnated. The words were indeed reasonable. But right now, they don't even have any news. This is all just empty. It was truly unimaginable. What Taifu said is also true. Another heartfelt minister also hurriedly agreed, Your Majesty. I think that this matter is bound to be the work of that great cloud Imperial dynasty's cultivator. As soon as these words came out, everyone's gazes couldn't help but look at this beloved minister, as if they were looking at a little cutie. Like, not. What kind of pot are you putting on the great cloud Imperial dynasty's head? Earlier, 1,000,000 troops were annihilated with the snap of a finger. This was properly an Earth Severance realm cultivator who had stepped out. In other words, the new emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty is definitely a real Earth Fate realm cultivator. Are you not afraid that the king will sacrifice you to them? This minister of the heart is not a cutie pie either. This multitude of people that look at little cutie. The same eyes, and that King de Luo's gloomy face, as well as that Taifu's eye gesture, of course he saw it. But, Your Majesty. The minister of the heart respectfully bowed and said, as the saying goes, some things that have no clue often only need to consider the best beneficiary. This great cloud Imperial dynasty overthrew my millions of troops, and now, you've infiltrated my Luo King city to steal the treasury in the Chunan royal palace, undoubtedly wanting us to be unable to pay compensation and finally start a war. Of course. This war must not be waged. It can be like no one's business, randomly trample into my Luo wanting to steal so much property without any news. What does this mean? Taifu seems to have thought of something, his pupils shrinking. You mean? Not bad. This person is bound to be an Earth Severance realm cultivator of this great cloud Imperial dynasty as well. It might even be that new emperor of its. Speaking here, the Heartland minister's words stuttered and said in a deep voice, under these circumstances, we must not go to war. Once we go to war, I'm afraid that this Earth Fate realm cultivator can easily crush the entire Luo King city, and my De Luo dynasty will be destroyed. As soon as these words came out, the air in the Imperial palace seemed to freeze, and everyone's faces turned snow white. The matter of the 1,000,000-strong army led out by King Chunan being annihilated did indeed have a shadow retaining stone that had been rumored. That monstrous finger, in their analytical view, was definitely a genuine Earth Severance realm. Of course. Due to the paucity of the great Luo dynasty, only the founder of the dynasty is the Earthly Fate realm, in addition to the never again out of the Earthly Fate realm. Therefore, this is only based on the existing insight to speculate. As for the Big Dipper realm, they don't even dare to think about it. Hearing this beloved minister's speculation, the king of Dala somewhat disheveled paralyzed in his chair, his heart wow cold. At this moment, he felt that he was like a fish meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. If he didn't believe in that Chunan king's bull instigation at that time, where else would there be this today? Your Majesty, the most pressing task is to search immediately. Taifu took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and proposed, order the entire city to be under martial law, block off all entrances and exits, and thoroughly investigate all suspicious people, especially those fonzas and jailers of unknown origin. This matter is merely speculation. I thought that I would not rule out other possibilities, such as the stream of strange men and women. After a pause, he opened his mouth and said, in addition, the matter of making amends is urgent. Speaking here, he glanced at the king of the Great Luo, and only after determining that he was listening, did he say, although the treasury is empty, and the Chunan royal house is also empty, but in order to appease the anger of the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, your majesty, we still need to make a gesture. My subordinate implores the king to find the compensation from the internal money, and order the envoys to depart immediately, and rush to the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty overnight, to show the sincerity of my dala. Internal money, that was the king of the Great Luo's own small treasury. Normally, it was the king of the Great Luo's own pocket, and only came in and out. But now the treasury is gone, copied the Chunan Wangfu up and down, also not even fart, not from this internal money to take, when the time to hit the Luo king city, that is not compensation so simple. Hearing the word internal money, King Luo's face stiffened. At this moment, his heart was dripping blood. Inside, there were all the treasures he had searched for over the years of his rule, and every single one of them was worth a fortune. This was originally for him to use as his own burial goods, but now, for the sake of the peace of the dynasty, he can't help it. Quasi. King de Luo almost squeezed this word out from between his teeth. After saying this, he waved his hand and said breathlessly, go and do it immediately. In addition, regarding the search, the eunuch division, the king's guards, and the city guards will jointly carry out the search, and make sure to conduct a rigorous investigation. The choice of envoys, you discuss and decide, bring my own letter. Remember, posture should be lowered, and lowered again. He was very clear. Nowadays, the De Luo dynasty, with the loss of its army, simply can't withstand any abnormal battles. Facing this Great Cloud dynasty, they no longer had any bargaining qualifications. Not to mention the national treasury, even his life, I'm afraid that it is also tied to the other party's whim. There is no way. The difference in power between the two sides was too great. In terms of cultivators alone, this Great Cloud dynasty's royal lord is at least in the Earth Severance realm. And he, the king of the dynasty, was only at the Seal King realm cultivation. As for why he dared to send troops before, it wasn't that King Chunan said that the current new emperor of this Great Cloud dynasty was merely a backstabber, and was also only at the cultivation level of the district transformation realm, so there was no need to be afraid at all. Now it's good. Snapping his fingers and killing millions of troops, you tell me that this is only a mere realization realm? Thinking of this, King Dala couldn't wait to rake out the bones of this Chunan king before breaking them into pieces. However, this thought has just passed. He just remembered, this Chunan Wang also has a son who participated in the war. Seems to be even the bones are not saved, can only use the through the clothing to get out of attuned soil? Ministers comply with the decree. The ministers breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly responded. Fortunately, there is a Taifu in. Otherwise, they feel that they cannot get out of the Imperial Palace, all have to play a big question mark. Chunan Wangfu. In the courtyard. As the youngest son of the king of Chunan, Chu Yun, seeing the king's guards and eunuchs guarding the doorway, the corner of his mouth hooked up with the evil smile of a crooked-mouthed dragon king, and cursed in a low voice, a group of silly hats. With so many savings, when we reached the southern border, it's Laozi's world. After 3 whole days and 3 nights. Only then did Qin Fan walk out from the middle of the imperial study in a refreshed state, stretching his waist long and hard. This is what I call life. He didn't expect that Wu Mingyue, who was listed as the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, looked so raw in certain treatments even though she was wearing Pinru's clothes. But it was also okay. 100 wares do not molt, 1,000 pokes do not slacken. Indeed, a needle does not poke. Your Majesty. At this time, it seems to have been in the imperial study outside the 10 meters of guarding that standing orderly Qinglian respectfully came over. There is a sound larger news, the slave thought about it, or should be reported. Say. According to secret agents, reliable intelligence said, in 3 days ago, the treasury of the Great Luo dynasty and its Chunan Wangfu underground treasure trove in one night was emptied. Speaking here, Li Qinglian's words were stuttered, and after pondering for 2.5 seconds, he added, the folk of the Great Luo still have people jokingly claiming that this rat went in to take a look at it and shook his head. Oh? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. This De Luo dynasty did not have much of a military force now. However, how was it that the treasury of a dynasty as big as theirs was empty? But the strangest thing is still. That was exiled Chunan Wangfu crowd, including its family slaves, on the way to the southern border, not only did not have any folding, but instead, one by one, the face of the red light. And this escorted the king's guards. A lot of strong king's guards have lost a circle. Not only did the exiled children of the Chunan royal family not lose weight, but instead, this escorting king's guards have lost a lot of weight? Hiss? Wait. This thing, why does it look more and more familiar? Originally when a UX shocked department news to listen to Chen Fan, suddenly. Have a feeling of déjà vu? Chapter 11 Notice to Members, about update notice about this book. Into the member notice. Tomorrow into the member. About updates. As shown in the picture. The first and third chapters of this book are all 10,000 words. The rest of the chapters except for the introduction of the second chapter are all 4,000 words combined into one big chapter. According to QQ, reading hard rules must be 50,000 words into the membership, so the word count is definitely enough. And the number of chapters can be customized, such as a chapter of 1,000 words, that may have to be 50 chapters in order to enter the membership, a chapter of 10,000 words that 5 chapters of course, want to recommend is not possible so subchapter. But please rest assured. QQ Reading Member is the whole book free to see, the first opening is $9 a month. The first time I opened the door, it was $9 a month. This book was first published in QQ Reading, so QQ Reading Members free of charge. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do that. The goal is not high, a day to mix a 40 or 50 on the line. At present these 2 books should be the last, really cannot that can only turn to the starting point, or slipped people. Chapter 12, Rebirth Without Cultivation? Properly chosen working mouse off. It can't be an illusion. Chen Fan stroked his chin and after pondering for a moment, he eventually felt that this matter was still not trivial. If it really was some sort of bubbling golden light of some sort of template, it would definitely have to KAM him, the emperor, at that time. So, summon Kai Jing, the Chinese minister. Anything outside of Beiyun City was under the sole responsibility of the Central Ministerial Order Kai Jing. Then, whether this news is true or not, of course, Kai Jing knows best. Servant obeys the decree. Li Chenglian bowed and retreated, going to arrange for someone to notify. As a standing order he naturally needed to stay by the emperor's side at all times. Therefore, it was impossible for him to go personally, so he arranged for someone to go. Only. Before Kai Jing arrived, Li Chenglian, who had just walked out in less than 2.5 seconds, walked in again, Your Majesty. Ha! Chen Fan was stunned, this Kai Jing is so fast? If he remembers correctly, it is forbidden for other people in the palace to travel in the air, right? This Kai Jing arrived so quickly, wouldn't that mean that he flew here by air? After a cultivator's cultivation had reached the level of a grandmaster, he could fly through the air. Of course. The chemical realm could only fly at a low altitude. And above the Dan realm Great Master, such as before the Chunan Wang Chu War, it's for the Dan realm 8 days of the Great Master, is able to fly in the air, straight into the sky, want to resist that meet the sky to a finger crushing although the result is to pretend not to be anti-clap, but also cannot be denied, the speed of the Dan gene is really visible. However, out of Chen Fan's expectation, this Li Chenglian arched his hand, Your Majesty, it's Zhao Song, the left minister, seeking an audience. Zhao Song? Left prime minister? Chen Fan remembered. A few of the biggest real power people in the courtroom. Other than Empress Dowager Ci Shi of the Eastern Palace, Empress Dowager Wu Mingwei of the Western Palace, and Kai Jing of the Central Ministerial Order. There seemed to be 3 more? Left Prime Minister Zhao Song, Right Prime Minister Yan Gao, and Imperial Captain Wu Shangue? Shen. Not long after, it was seen that the left Prime Minister Zhao Song hurriedly walked in, lifted up his official robe and knelt down. I, Zhao Song, see Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty, long live, 10,000 years old. Zhao Song both sides of the sideburns white, instrumentation looks upright, but the face is a little hazy, a glance over the past do not think it is a good person. What is it? Chen Fan didn't say to get even and casually asked. Zhao Song was all set to level off, but never expected Chen Fan this direct question, suddenly let him crab stay. However, he at least is also a high position of the left prime minister, just less than 2.5 seconds is to react, half up the action of the trend for arching and kneeling again, Your Majesty. The ambassador group of the Great Ming Dynasty has already arrived at the post house. After a pause, he opened his mouth and said, According to what I have learned, this time the leader of the ambassador group of the Great Ming Dynasty is Prince Hozhao. Prince Hozhao? Chen Fan raised his eyebrows. He was indeed not too clear about this whatsoever. Prince Hozhao. On the side. That very insightful Li Chenglian immediately said, Your Majesty, Prince Hozhao is the only heir to the throne of the Daming Dynasty. Your Majesty. Zhao Song also hurriedly said, It is said that this Prince Hozhao has come to ally with our dynasty, and the old minister thought that he might be trying to send troops to the Luo dynasty. Seeing Zhao Song speak, that Li Chenglian immediately took half a step back, slightly bowed his head, and said nothing. When the Imperial Lord needed him to explain, he would of course open his mouth to speak, and when he didn't, he was an invisible and transparent person. On this point of proportion, he was pinpointed to death. It also had to be said that this Li Chenglian still wanted to progress too much. Soldiering to the Luo dynasty? Chen Fan frowned, is the news true? This Dala dynasty's millions of troops were gone, and it was estimated that there were some soldiers and horses in Luo Wanqing now, so where was the need for any alliance? To Chen Fan, this was directly handed over to Li Qingshi, the defender of Beiyun City, and at most a few more King Seal realm ones were allowed to marshal and assist in the battle, and there was no problem in taking down this Luo Wang city. An alliance in this situation? Are you kidding? Of course, there was actually a simpler way, but Chen Fan was too lazy to do it himself. If this was to do everything himself, then what did he need these ministers for? Zhao Song was speechless and mumbled for half a day before he stifled a sentence. This is my guess. What are the original words? Prince Hozhao claimed that it was to congratulate His Majesty on his ascension to the throne and to discuss matters of good neighborliness between the two countries. Zhao Song replied. After a pause, he added, but Prince Hozhao has always not followed the rules either, and I'm not sure what it's for. Early to come, late to come, favoring this time to come. It had to be said that this Prince Hozhao was really a little witty. But unfortunately, Chen Fan had no time to play with this kid. With this kind of free mind, it would be better to find Wu Mingyue to play ball. Then follow the process. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song arched his hand, and then tentatively asked, then. According to the ancestral systems process, it's usually the next day after the envoy group arrives that they attend the morning court. Your Majesty, this. Then declare them for an audience again tomorrow morning. I obey. Zhao Song kowtowed before getting up and retreating. This Zhao Song just walked out of the Imperial dining room not even 2.5 minutes later, is to see the hurried Kai Jing walked in. I kowtow to Your Majesty. What a seamless transition. Chen Fan was just about to get up and take a stroll around the palace. When he saw Kai Jing coming, he sat down again. Get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have declared you over. Do you know what it is about? Is Your Majesty asking about the theft of the treasury of the great Luo Dynasty? Chen Fan nodded slightly. Tell me about your findings. Kai Jing was in charge of all things in the northern border, so naturally, he also needed to pay attention to everything in the Great Luo Dynasty. It was thought that he also had his own scouts in the Great Luo Dynasty, or else he would not dare to take such orders. Regarding this point, Chen Fan was not too concerned. In the world of metaphysics, strength is honored. Aside from some sort of opening or something. Returning to Your Majesty's words. Kai Jing didn't dare to slack off and replied honestly, Your Majesty, this matter has also just received a secret report from the micro-minister, and it is indeed unimaginable. This Luo King Palace within the Luo King City, although not as good as the Cloud Emperor Palace, it is still an important part of the King's Palace. It's unusual that even a cultivator at the peak of the Seal King realm would absolutely not be able to sneak into it without a sound or a trace. And that Chunan King's mansion, it is even blocked by the royal palace's king guards, and with their unique battle formations, it is also difficult for a Seal King realm cultivator to sneak in. But now this overnight to move it empty, and leave no traces. Honestly, the micro-minister's speculation is biased in favor of some people of strange doors and strange arts. Strange door and strange art. It referred to some loose cultivators who did not cultivate the righteous path. The so-called righteous path, worthwhile was to cultivate internal energy, diffuse true qi, and follow the route of first refining the body, then opening the veins, and condensing true qi that is the innate realm. And the non-orthodox way of these strange arts. For example, the kind of beings into soldiers of the strange arts, its cultivation may have the innate realm, but the single body of their own combat power even refining body cultivators are not necessarily beat. However, the strange art of scattering beings into soldiers, not to mention the body refining cultivator, even the Dan realm grandmaster, or even the feudal marquis realm, might not be able to do so. Using Chen Fan's understanding. This kind of person, purely partial war god, all full of strange and exotic arts, the right way to cultivate is simply as in the previous life that English abuses me 1,000 times as the same. But, seeing that Chen Fan did not speak, Kai Jing's heart was a little creepy. After a little thought, finally clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to say, the micro-minister. Heard a piece of gossip. Oh. The gossip says that this matter is related to the Chu Nan Wang Fu. Continue. Your Majesty, this little news that this Daluo dynasty treasury was stolen, on the contrary, that was exiled Chunan royal family all widows and orphans on the road, but full of red light, is really suspicious. Said here, Kai Jing words paused, and added, so, this matter is very likely to be that the youngest son of the Chunan Wangfu, Xu Yun. When saying this, Kai Jing himself felt a bit ridiculous. Xu Yun? The youngest son of the king of Chunan, at best, but only in his early 20s, usually the reputation is not obvious, even this is 20 years old, but also only can be the innate realm. Compared to his two along with the Chunan Wang Chu war battle 4 sides, finally died in the North Cloud City outside the brother two, completely is not any comparability. It was hard to imagine. This was a sibling brother from the same father and mother. According to some traces, this matter is extremely likely to be that the youngest son of the Chunan Wangfu, Xu Yun, did it. But there is no valid news or evidence. Chen Fan did not deny it, but asked rhetorically, this is what your daughter said, right? Kai Jing. How did he know? Your Majesty, the daughter of the micromanager. Micromanager is unintelligent, and this is just a wild guess on her part, so I hope Your Majesty will be restrained from anger. Too late to think about this, Kai Jing's heart fluttered, almost instantly sweating, and he quickly fluttered down on his knees and kowtowed. Not to mention. 3 days and 3 nights ago, Shin Yu's scene of being directly slapped to death and then plagiarizing his family's entire clan had already been deeply engraved in his mind, completely shocking this powerful Zhengshuling. He had also seen the history of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, but there had never been any Imperial lord like Chen Fan who had been directly slapped to death at the drop of a hat and then copied out of his family. Only this so-called gossip was indeed told to him by his daughter, Kai Wei. Yesterday, after he received the secret report, he also found his daughter and started discussing. This was the usual practice. He does not remember from when onwards, his daughter is like to ask things in the courtroom, and even sometimes point out a sentence, so that he is enlightened. It is precisely because of this, he will find his daughter Kai Wei to discuss every major event or to pinpoint the matter of uncertainty. Yesterday, when he discussed with his daughter Kai Wei, the latter said, "If you can't see the murderer and have no clue, father may as well guess who the biggest beneficiary of this matter is?" At that time, Kai Jing guessed that it was the new Emperor Chen Fan, but in response, Kai Wei shook her head and denied it. Indeed, it is one of the beneficiaries, but it is not the biggest beneficiary, and it makes no sense. Nowadays, the Luo dynasty has lost almost all of its legions. At best there are only 100,000 defenders left in the Luo King city. Even though they are elite soldiers, they are not very useful at all. At most only 5 Dan Realm Grandmasters will be able to break the formation. Under these circumstances, there is absolutely no need for your majesty to be superfluous, and certainly, there is no need to do such a thing. It is even said that your majesty only needs to crush King Luo City with a single remote finger, and then cause Li Qingshi to go ahead and scavenge, and then you will be able to obtain the wealth of the entire King Luo City. Kai Jing thought about it and it made sense, so he then asked again. However, the answer given by this Kai Wei caused Kai Jing to be stunned. "You mean the Chu Nan Wangfu? Why? Father, don't you think that the situation of the Chu Nan Wangfu's exile team is a bit bizarre? But isn't it too hasty to rely on that alone? The biggest beneficiary of this matter is actually the youngest son of the Chu Nan king, Chu Yun." When hearing this answer, Kai Jing's entire person was confused, because this was completely unwarranted speculation without any reasoning, without any basis. He wanted to ask in detail, but Kai Jing was vague, and finally said that he didn't believe it even if he didn't. In fact, this is actually Kai Wei also does not know how the original thing is. The reason why she knew that the biggest suspect was Chu Yun was because she had heard a little bit about it before she was reborn. After the exile, that Chu Yun then used the southern border of the Great Luo Dynasty and the northern city of the Great Cloud Dynasty to directly overthrow the dynasty of the Great Luo Dynasty. The reason why Kai Wei had only heard about it slightly was because at that time, she was busy helping her father, Kai Jing, to confront Empress Dowager Cixi of the Eastern Palace. After Empress Dowager Cixi was suppressed, that Chu Yun had already claimed the title of emperor and started preparing his legions to attack the Great Cloud Dynasty. So to say, Kai Wei's words were completely a vague result given by utilizing her reborn person's advantageous memory. As for the process and reasoning, that really wasn't even a hint of it. Even now that she had been reborn, Kai Wei actually did not know what method this Chu Yun had used to empty the Luo treasury. And Kai Wei, this secret of her rebirth, naturally could not tell her father Kai Jing. So, Kai Wei could only say this. Of course. At that time, Kai Jing didn't even know this situation. To daughter Kai Wei this, you like to believe it or not, look very speechless. It's hard to believe that the Imperial Lord can believe your words of unwarranted speculation? What a joke. Of course. Due to Chen Fan's silence earlier, it made Kai Jing's heart tremble with fear and apprehension to the extreme, and only then did she finally pop up with such a reply. Indeed. Seeing Kai Jing's like this, Chen Fan nodded his head slightly without any surprise at all. 3 days and 3 nights ago, it wasn't as if he had never seen Kai Jing's daughter, Kai Wei. At that time, this Kai Wei was merely at the cultivation level of the innate realm, but the strength of her soul was far more than the degree of a soul at the innate realm, reaching a soul strength that was comparable to that of an unusual Dan realm cultivator. And this kind of situation, Chen Fan's speculation on the view, there are only 2 possibilities. 1, it was possible that Chen Fan had been born in attire, and because he carried the memories of his previous life, his soul strength was much stronger. Secondly, it was the awakening of past life memories. If it was an ordinary person, they would have suppressed it with one hand. But for Chen Fan, this kind of what does not bring cultivation rebirth is simply the heavenly chosen to fight workers. What dirty work is given to her to do? And himself is lying here to enjoy. That is not beautiful, is not it? But Kai Jing didn't know what Chen Fan was thinking. When he heard Chen Fan say this, he was so scared that his face turned white and he almost didn't pee. "Your Majesty, I." "Alright." Not waiting for Kai Jing to open his mouth, Chen Fan waved his hand. "The matter of the northern border has been handed over to you. Look after yourself. As long as the result will not interfere. But if you do a bad job." Chapter 13, The Great Ming Dynasty, Prince Hozhao? "Your Majesty, please rest assured." Hearing Chen Fan's words, Kai Jing also breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly cowed out his head to thank him. "I will live up to your Majesty's trust. If it's done poorly, I will bring my head to meet you," said Kai Jing, again a heavy head, issued a thud sound muffled. He was very clear. This new emperor is not better than the previous generations of emperors. If it is really not finished, lost his hat or a small matter, or maybe that went on the old road of Chinyu, the whole family up and down, even the dog was chopped off into dishes. Okay, go. Kai Jing was like being pardoned. After kowtowing again, he carefully bowed and retreated. Once he retreated until Chen Fan's figure was not visible, he only dared to straighten up. Scared me to death. Kai Jing first wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, spat out a mouthful of turbid air, and, with somewhat weak feet, hurried towards the outside of the palace. First go back and change your pants. Your Majesty, lunch is ready. Only after seeing Kai Jing leave did Li Qinglian come forward, bowing slightly, reporting. Then go. Chen Fan glanced at the several palace maids belonging to the Shifeng Palace that were waiting from afar, and without summoning them, he casually said. Yes. Li Qinglian hurriedly bowed a bit. Your Majesty, the Imperial chariot is already ready in the front yard. This standing order, it was also true that he wanted to progress too much. Everything has been considered properly. Chen Fan sighed, this is the Emperor's daily life. Traveling with an Imperial chariot, not having to walk on your own, just a word. This is the standard of a real power emperor. Thinking like this, Chen Fan also carried his hands on his back, walked out of the front yard, and obediently got on the Imperial chariot. Li Qinglian hurriedly followed to accompany him. Go to the Imperial dining hall. Yes. 12 palanquin-carrying courtesans are also a little trembling. The atmosphere does not dare to come out. After hearing Li Qinglian's this, only then hastily answered a sound, and then carefully raised Jiao. There is a saying. The driver shook not the car, but their own rice bowl. But if this carrying sedan chair shakes a little, they feel afraid that they will have to lose their lives. After Chen Fan left, those few palace maids of Shifeng Palace then hurriedly ran over, and the leader of that personal palace maid then tentatively called out, Nyang Nyang? There was no response. The personal palace maid raised her hand, and then pushed open the door of the Imperial study, and then her eyes widened, holding the palm of her handkerchief to cover her mouth in death, and hurriedly brought the door with her. Sister Yenner, is the Empress inside? Seeing this scene, a palanquin-carrying palace maid could not help but ask softly. Yenner, that is, was the Western Palace Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue's personal palace maid. Later on, you guys will go in and help the Empress on the Jiao. Saying this, Yenner's face revealed a stern look, her strong true chi pressure frightening the several palanquin-carrying palace maids into blossoming. All of the things you will see later will be stopped in your stomachs for me. Otherwise, don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings. Yenner, as the Western Palace Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue's personal courtesan, was a senior female official, and was even equivalent to being Wu Mingyue's spokesperson to a certain extent. No matter if it was a position of rank or a position in the Western Phoenix Palace, it was far from something that a few palanquin-carrying courtesans could compare to. These 4 palanquin bearers had not existed for a short period of time in the Shifeng Palace, and were also more sociable, which was why they were able to refer to her as Sister Yenner. The 4 sedan chair-carrying palace maids were so scared that their faces turned white, and they knelt down with a thud. Yes, Sister Yenner. We definitely stopped the matter in our stomachs. If I ever hear half a word about this matter, the 4 of you, and your entire family. Humph. Speaking here, Yenner's words paused and she sneered, frightening the 4 fetal palace maidens to kowtow in a hurry. Yes, we definitely won't bring it up. Come here. The 4 feudalism palace maids walked into the Imperial study, and when they saw the scene, they were instantly stunned as well, and almost didn't stare out of their eyes. But fortunately, they had already prepared themselves mentally, and covered their mouths to death, which suppressed the physiological screams, but the pupil earthquakes couldn't be hidden in any way. This is simply treasonous. This heart-revered Empress Dowager, surprisingly did this kind of thing, for what happened in the middle of the Imperial study. Although Chen Fan did not know, but also have some anticipation, of course, despite the anticipation, but he is not panicked. Full-level cultivation, fearless. Where is the head chef? Li Qinglian swept a glance at the looming and trembling head corpse remover, somewhat speechless, but still took the initiative to speak. This is the first time His Majesty has come to the Imperial dining hall. Why don't you quickly and expeditiously present your specialty dishes for His Majesty's appraisal? Yes. As if amnestied, the head corpse remover hurriedly jogged over and scolded. What are you still standing there for? Serve the dishes. Several chefs trembled and looked extremely cautious as they served the dishes. These 2 terms may seem to be in conflict, but in fact, those who can mix here generally have cultivation in their bodies, at least all of them are of the innate realm. So, despite the trembling of their bodies, they were still able to use their true chi or internal energy to line the dinner plates and carefully bring them up. Your Majesty, please have your meal. In the middle of the Imperial dining hall, it was a huge golden dragon banquet table, and even a lifelike golden dragon was carved on Chen Fan's back. The rectangular table was filled with countless delicacies of the sea, as if it was a state banquet, revealing luxury. Even Chen Fan had never seen such an extravagant scene in his previous life. At this moment, even he had to admit that it was really fragrant. This is the Emperor. Chen Fan was very satisfied and tasted a few mouthfuls. The flavors were all extremely good, and his appetite was greatly increased. All go down. Yes. The 10 or so chefs who seemed to be stepping on a pit of fire and were a little apprehensive heard this, and as if they were amnestied, they hurriedly retreated and left. There was no way. Almost everyone knew of this new emperor's glorious battle record, and there were even more people who had crowned him with the title of human butcher. In this situation, which chef could manage to stand in front of Tarzan without crumbling? However, just as Chen Fan was preparing to wind down and taste and experience the emperor's mediocre lunch, just then, tap tap tap, a sharp and incomparable sound of armor friction, even with a bit of panic, came from far and near. After just 2.5 seconds, a soldier in armor was seen running over in a hurry. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Something's wrong, something big is wrong." The soldier's face was filled with anxiety and fear as he practically rolled and crawled over. "Your Majesty, something big has happened." HM? Chen Fan's action of lifting his hand was slightly stuttered, his eyebrows were slightly raised, he turned around and looked back, he was a bit surprised. "It's you, huh?" Li Qinglian, who was just about to rebuke, also had a glance, and silently backed up 2 steps away, acting as a transparent person. This soldier who hurriedly ran over, when he just opened his mouth to speak, Chen Fan felt that the voice was somewhat familiar and turned around to take a look. He turned around and looked. This is not, before that from the North Cloud City thousands of miles to run back to report, and later on was his own body outside the body big hand fish up to point the way of the female herald soldier It seems to be called Li Qingqiu? What happened? Although some strange how this Li Qingqiu did not return to North Cloud City, but Chen Fan did not ask more, this matter is not his turn to worry about. Chen Fan also did not know that this Li Qingqiu's transfer to Cloud Emperor City actually had something to do with him. Because of the timely uploading of information, Li Qingqiu was counted as a great merit, and after the audit of the 6 ministries, she was nominated from a messenger in North Cloud City to a palace messenger. Although the grade ranks are the same. One is close to being an exiled messenger soldier and a messenger soldier next to the emperor. The difference could be described as a world of difference. Of course. This matter is naturally also in line with the program and uploaded. At that time, the report was also sent by the 6 ministries to the left minister Zhao Songhir, and then presented to Chen Fan's Imperial study. Only. That batch of Zhangzhua is too much, Chen Fan lazy to deal with, directly call back, let them look after themselves. The ministers in charge of the review of the Central Secretariat province, after seeing the name and resume of Li Qingqiu, immediately thought of that had been lifted by His Majesty's body outside the body of the messenger. Now, who dares to object? Isn't it obvious that he has caught His Majesty's eye, and may be able to soar to the top someday? For those who want to get ahead, or for those who want to live in peace, how could they possibly be so confused as to offend a potential stock in such a trivial matter? Just based on this point alone, no one dared to stop. After all, no one dared to say whether this messenger would be incorporated by the Imperial Lord in the end. At that time, inside the Central Secretariat, who agreed, perhaps this Li Qingqiu does not know. But, if anyone dares to make trips, then at that time of course, the harem is in principle not allowed to get involved in politics. But the problem is, by then, if she is really incorporated by the Imperial Lord to the harem, although it shall not interfere with personnel changes, but by then want to trip you up, so that you and your disciples, your children and whatnot cannot enter the step, that can be too simple. Can participate in the review of the ministers of the Central Book Province, which is not want to progress or is the old man of the oil? How could they possibly make such a mistake of principle? Moreover, His Majesty, Chen Fan, is the principal. His will is the principal. Who dares to criticize? Didn't you see what happened to the powerful Empress Dowager Cixi? Even a minister like Qinyu, his family will be raided and his clan will be exterminated. So, Li Qingqiu's promotion is simply a green light all the way, logical and without waves. Say, what happened? Chen Fan's movements paused slightly, then tried the mountainous food as if nothing had happened. It had to be said that a lot of this food was something he had never seen in his previous life. Suddenly he had a vestigial feeling of tasting the nation's specialties. Your Majesty. Li Qingqiu couldn't be bothered to think about why His Majesty still recognized her at this moment, and hurriedly spoke, Your Majesty, something big has happened. Your Highness. Princess and Miss Kai Wei, the daughter of Zhang Shujing's family, were roaming the streets of Yunhuang City when they ran into each other with and the line of Prince Hozhao of the Ming Dynasty who had just entered the stagecoach today. That Hozhao prince. He even looked at Her Highness the Princess, spoke out of turn, wanting to do something untoward, want to dominate the king. Princess? Wait. Where did this come out, or what princess? Chen Fan's movements were a bit unresponsive, then he thought of something, his face slightly laughed, You mean, the princess? He remembered. That princess what's his name was the one that was going to be sent out for peace by Empress Dowager Cixi before. That Prince Hozhao is a Dan realm cultivator, and the guards accompanying him are all good. The guards and palace maids around the princess are no match at all, and have already been on the verge of not being able to resist. Li Qingqiu's urgent voice with a sobbing tone brought Chen Fan back to his senses. The Ming Dynasty? Chen Fan nodded slightly, I know. Seeing this indifference of Chen Fan, even peeling the lobster, Li Qingqiu almost didn't cry in a hurry. Your Majesty, Junior General definitely didn't lie, now it's 100,000 fire urgency. Your Majesty, this Prince Hojiao is a Dan realm cultivator, the people accompanying the princess are no match at all. Well, I know. Li Qinglian, who was at the side, gave a beat and opened his mouth. Your Majesty, why don't slave maids send someone to make a trip? Or slave girl personally make a trip? A Dan realm cultivator was actually nothing. It wasn't as if there were none amongst the standing service division under Li Qinglian's jurisdiction. As a standing service order, Li Qinglian's own cultivation was naturally above the Dan realm. No need. Seeing this scene, that Li Qingqiu once again opened her mouth, ready to say something when she did. However, it was at this moment. In the next moment, a golden light that was unexpectedly familiar to Li Qingqiu suddenly blossomed out from Chen Fan's body. In an instant, the golden light shot up into the sky, transforming into a huge pillar of light that penetrated through the heavens and earth, manifesting a golden silhouette that was as grand as a mountain. Li Qingqiu? No. Your Majesty, this wouldn't be so bad, would it? Your Highness's location is not far from the palace, so it's only a matter of moments before Your Majesty walks straight there, right? You directly passed not on the line? This fight a Dan realm cultivator, there is no need to say, come up with such a momentum it. Kill earthworms with a cattle knife this? Just ready to speak Li Qingqiu, suddenly the words to the mouth solidified, hard stuck in the throat, looking at the scene in front of me. This golden light is not before the snap of a finger to destroy the scene of 1,000,000 troops of the great Lu Dynasty? Your Majesty, this is not necessary, right? If Chen Fan could hear Li Qingqiu's heart at this moment, he was afraid that he would snort in disdain. What a joke! I am the lord of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty and a full-leveled big brother in the Xian fantasy world. If I have to do everything myself and rush over to deal with it, what about my style? What about the majesty of being an emperor? As an emperor, it's natural to have an emperor's style and way of solving problems. Can use a finger to crush, never move the second. Can use the body outside the body phases of remote strikes, never personally move the nest. This is called efficiency. This is what is called compulsion. This anything or hurriedly run over, do what card point king words. What's the difference between this and babysitting? I'm directly out of body. Wherever I point my finger. I don't care who you are, one finger down, all have to give master dead. Chapter 14, As if I saw the Thai milk beckoning. Cloud Imperial City, Chang'an Street. This was one of the busiest streets in the Cloud Imperial City. A lot of noble sons and daughters of families also liked to visit this place. Of course, the majority of them were still sons. In the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, the general love of red clothing and not armed women are in the boudoir to learn things such as qin, chess, calligraphy and painting, and naturally will not go out of the house. However, at this moment, Chang'an Street was divided into a vacuum zone, and it seemed that two groups of people were confronting each other. First of all, surrounded into a ball, were two rather pretty women. The first one, dressed in a light pink palace dress, had a beautiful appearance, with a bit of panic on her pretty face. This woman was none other than the princess of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, Chen Yao. And in her is a dressed in light turquoise color luo skirt of the young girl, appearance as beautiful, temperament calm, is the middle secretary order Kai Jing's youngest daughter, Kai Wei. Since that night, Kai Wei and her father after the end of the discussion is to use the name of accompanying the princess to take a break to take advantage of the situation, and Chen Yao into a ball. In itself, Chen Yao is because before the East Palace Empress Dowager Xiaixi to marry her to the Great Luo Dynasty, the mood is quite melancholy, and even a little heart like death. However, after these few days of Kai Wei's enlightenment, this melancholy of hers was still relieved quite a bit. Today, the weather is bright, the sun is just right. Kai Wei even took the initiative to invite her out of the palace shopping. Just never thought. Surprisingly we'll run into things. At this moment, Chen Yao and Kai Wei, the two women, escorted the many palace maids and guards to their front, vigilantly looking at the one man in front of them. Hiss! What a dainty beauty, this prince's heart rejoices just looking at it. The man looked to be around 30 years old. He wore a gold-threaded brocade robe, and judging by its decorative style, it was clear that he was not from the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. His face was barely considered watchable. However, at this moment, the desire carried in his dripping eyes was also really affecting the first sense of the five senses. This person. It was none other than Prince Hojiao, who had just come out to Rome after arriving at the Cloud Imperial City post from the Ming Dynasty. And behind him, a dozen or so expressionless, but with majestic gazes, were his personal guards. Unbridled. Chen Yao's personal courtesan, Yuer, he chided, bold fanatic, do you know who this is? Saying that, her hand had already pressed on the hilt of the sword at her waist, pulling out 3 inches. How dare you stop my Princess Diane's ride, looking for death? Hiss, princess huh? Prince Hozhao, who heard these words, not only did he not tighten up in the slightest, but his eyes brightened up even more. This is good. This prince has never tasted what a princess tastes like in his life? Said. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. This prince loves princesses. Come on people, give this prince to invite her highness back to the post house. This prince wants to get close to her highness and discuss the specific matters of good neighborliness between the two dynasties. Hearing these words, those personal guards behind him also raised their heads, their eyes revealed a flash of light, and their expressions became unsympathetic. According to the past practice, as long as it is not loved by his royal highness, it is that he eats meat and they drink soup. Hiss, wonderful too. How dare you? Seeing this scene, Yuer was also alarmed and drew her sword to stop her, shouting, if you take another step forward, then don't blame me for being nonchalant. Unpolite? For this Yuer, Prince Hozhao was not the least bit afraid, and even smiled disdainfully. If you dare to stop, then you are disrupting the harmony between the two dynasties. At that time, if your Cloud Emperor blames you, 10 clans won't even be enough to chop you up. Hearing these words, Yuer's face also changed drastically, and it wasn't even just her, the rest of the people's faces changed. Even Shen Yao's face was somewhat white. As a princess, of course she was clear that all the generations of princesses within the Imperial dynasty, as long as they lived past the age of 20, either they were married off far away, or they were 3 feet of white ayah. Friendship between the two dynasties, that is based on the premise of mutual respect. On the contrary, Kai Wei, the face is not the slightest bit panicked, immovable Qinyao to their own back, and only then continued, dare to ask your excellency, you as a foreign envoy, dare to in the great cloud imperial city, the foot of the son of God, is not really afraid of his majesty's wrath of your dynasty? Yo, there's another beauty? Prince Hozhao didn't notice Kai Wei at first. After hearing these words, his eyes followed the sound and immediately, a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. He smiled, not bad not bad, after this prince finishes enjoying the princess, then he will come back to have a good chat with you. After a pause, he seemed to recall what this Kai Wei said, and couldn't help but snicker, relocating the dynasty? Ha ha! This prince is the only heir of the Daming dynasty, would your emperor of Dayun still dare to kill this prince? What's more, this prince is also just inviting the princess to be a guest. How does it become an act of evil? Prince Hozhao, the only prince of the Daming dynasty, the only heir to the crown prince position. This prince, however, was somewhat different. He detested court etiquette and often took pleasure in breaking tradition. In the Daming dynasty, about his ridiculous deeds are countless, such as leopard room lewdness, self-appointed mighty general, forcibly robbed the people's women and so on. Everything is extraordinarily outrageous, even the traveler herd also had to sigh, play the flower ah. Of course. Summarized, there are only 2 points, good sex, greedy for money. The reason why the colorful ranked in front, because he is more colorful than greedy for money. Of course. These ridiculous acts, in fact, are more of a camouflage color that he deliberately created. This time, he came to the Great Cloud Dynasty. He has sealed his father's order, test the depths of the Great Cloud Dynasty. The Big Cloud Dynasty itself is the situation of empty royal power, in the face of the raging of the Great Lu Dynasty, is to show the corruption of the chaos. Just everyone did not expect these millions of troops, but even the snap of a finger, ashes, and smoke. Now, all the dynasties were subdued. The Ming Dynasty is no exception. Therefore, there is this so-called envoy mission to visit. Of course. In fact, there are also other dynasties sent ambassadors to visit, but the speed is busy, not yet arrived, or just arrived at the post house has not yet had time to inform. It was this Prince Hozhao who was the first to arrive, and was the first to be notified. Then the question arises. How should this Prince Hozhao try? He should go directly to see Emperor Yun and ask him. He should go directly to see Emperor Yun and ask him? I'm afraid he's got a brain. Then, provoke the Cloud Emperor head-on? In case it's really an Earth Fate Realm cultivator, wouldn't it be the rhythm of sending the whole family away? On the way here, Prince Hozhao thought about it, but he couldn't make up his mind. However, the guards around him reminded him of the 3 words, there are beautiful women, which instantly made Prince Hozhao's mind flash. There is. He thought of a way. First of all, his camouflage color is good color. So, during the time he was waiting to be received within the Cloud Emperor city, it was a normal, sensible thing to be strolling around looking at beautiful women and whatnot. Then, the accompanying guards happened to see a stunning beauty come over because of their attentiveness and reported it to him. This was also reasonable. In this way, his encounter with the princess was less deliberate. And with this camouflage color of his, in the encounter with this beautiful princess, but also inevitably will also show piggyback, make dude behavior. This is also very consistent with his camouflage color. Of course, the other party is certainly not from. But for him, Prince Hozhao, when did he need to agree? The thing of directly forcibly conquering the people's daughter, it's not like he hasn't done it before. So, this is reasonable. Having said that, then what does all this have to do with his tryst? It does. If anything, this new emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty is really for an Earth Severance Realm cultivator. Then, During this period of harassment on his part, someone would surely have tipped him off, and someone from the harem would have come and very forcefully demanded an apology or something like that. Anyway, he was the only prince of the Ming dynasty. This also has no physical contact, just under the verbal harassment, he thought. This is also not to say that want his life, right? And as under a long wait, no one came from the palace, that. If this new Cloud Emperor can't even protect their princess, or give up protection, then the so-called snap of the fingers to destroy a million armies, most likely exaggerated, or used what is not allowed to see the light, can only be used once means. At that time, this great Cloud Dynasty's princess, this prince will be truly impolite. If there was truly no reaction, then he would be truly nonchalant and directly laugh it off. And now, this thing is just as Prince Hozhao expected to happen. Noticing this, Prince Hozhao also had to give a nod to his own wit. I can really be a little witty. The thoughts in his mind swept through one by one. Prince Hozhao once again regained his face and looked up in front of him, his face showing a huff. What are you still standing there for? Go! I'll give this prince on. Whoever dares to block, directly chopped. Waiting for so long that the palace has not come to people, that is not to say. Thinking of this, Prince Hozhao has also wiped his hands, the expression on his face, not at all like pretending, but from the heart. In fact, it was indeed from the heart. This was the princess of Dayun. He had never really tasted it, but what flavor was this princess? Yes. The personal guards answered in unison, the true chi in their bodies blossoming out one by one, the terrifying pressure shaking those guards and palace maidens back and forth. Since it was at the foot of the Son of Heaven that was the Cloud Imperial city. Whether it was Kai Wei or Qin Yao, both felt that it should be very safe, so they only brought a few people symbolically. After all. But anyone with a little bit of eyesight could tell at a glance that she was wearing a palace dress, and was clearly someone from the palace, and definitely wouldn't say that there was something ungrateful coming. Just never expected. Hey, she saw it today. Protect the princess. Cold sweat broke out on Yuer's forehead. At best, she was only at the peak of the realm of transformation cultivation, but this Prince Hozhao, as the sole heir of the Ming dynasty, and in the case of the messenger corps, carried personal guards that were at least at the Dan realm cultivation level. Even that one old man who stood less than a meter behind Prince Hozhao and had his eyes closed from start to finish was even more unfathomable. Clearly, these were all at least peak Dan realm cultivators. But even so, regardless of whether it was Yuer or the rest of the palace maids and guards, they were all stiffly protecting the princess and Kai Wei in front of her. Why hasn't His Majesty come yet? Kai Wei's face was ancient, but internally, she was panicking a batch. Although she was a reborn person, she had honestly never seen someone with such brazenness. She had made her identity clear, but she still dared to make a move. It just so happens that this morning, her father went to the North Cloud City side to personally deal with the matter of the North Border Zone outside the North Cloud City. Her father left. The Kaifu can be no marquee realm cultivators, cannot stop this Hozhao prince's people. So, the only thing she could rely on was the Imperial Palace. In the previous life, this new emperor was indifferent to the princess, but now, hasn't he changed? This attitude, how can I say that it will also change? After facing the saint that night, Kai Wei also didn't say that she would look at people with the same colored glasses from her previous life anymore. No, I can't die here. Just as thoughts flashed through Kai Wei's mind and she made up her mind to use the secret method. However, just at this moment, the originally clear sky darkened without warning. A huge golden light figure, carrying an unspeakably terrifying pressure, instantly enveloped the entire Chang'an Street. In an instant, the crowd that was originally clamoring on the street seemed to have been strangled by a large invisible hand as their figures froze in vain. A trembling that originated from the depths of the soul, a sense of death suffocation arose. What's going on? Prince Hozhao was stunned and looked up with some uncertainty. And this look. He was so frightened that his entire body shivered and almost didn't paralyze on the spot. Only to see that in the direction of the Imperial Palace, a golden silhouette that was so huge that it was indescribable had stood between heaven and earth at some point. That silhouette was as high as 10,000 feet, and the entire Cloud Imperial city seemed to be a mere mole cricket under its feet, and the clouds above the dome of the sky were crushed like floating foam. His body was surrounded by a blinding and dazzling golden light, sacred and majestic, yet with a suffocating and terrifying sense of oppression. The mountainous figure cast a vast shadow, enveloping the greater half of Chang'an Street. What the hell is that? A personal guard mumbled. For some reason, he only felt his body shivering coldly, and even his voice became a bit sharp and shrill because of the trembling. What the hell? This sudden nagging sound scared Prince Hozhao to sit up in shock, a big arm pocket directly through this pro-guard love of magic in circles. That's the Big Dipper Dharma. As a prince, he had of course seen the descriptions of Earthly Fury Realm and Big Dipper Realm cultivators in the relevant books. However, it was only descriptions. This wondrous spectacle astonishingly appeared. It was really the first time he had seen it. Perhaps, it was also the last time he would see it. Because that golden giant's shadow moved. A finger as huge as a mountain, lightly crushed down. However, under this light, it was a reflection of a finger that was more massive than even that Ming King city in Prince Hozhao's heart, violently crushing down. Prince Hozhao subconsciously raised his head to look. A finger as huge as a mountain, and his pupils constantly enlarged. At this moment, Prince Hozhao seemed as if he was seeing his Tainan who had been dead for an unknown number of years beckoning to him again. Chapter 15, Calling Plants at Work. Escape. Quickly escape. This was the only thought left in Prince Hozhao's mind. Run. Hurry up and run. However, he ran at all costs, but despairingly realized that the distance he had run was still within the bearing of this giant finger. Damn, this great cloud emperor does not speak of martial virtue. I'm not just slightly molested your princess, it's not even your sibling or anything, as to it. Don't, big brother, master, I'm wrong, can. Prince Hozhao man was dumbfounded. He just language above mouth high too. This is the worst, as far as it is. How could I let a Big Dipper realm cultivator use his Big Dipper phantom? The frightened Prince Hozhao was incoherent, but unfortunately, that monstrous golden giant finger didn't have any paws at all. It looks like a tortoise-speed general crushing, however, this range is so large that even Prince Hozhao that accompanied, from the beginning to the end of the closed eyes pretending to cake hands of the old man, the hall of the feudal marquis realm cultivator, it is difficult to jump out of this five-finger mountain. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor was there a heart-rending scream. There was only an extreme, dazzling golden light that was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes, instantly engulfing Prince Hozhao and the entire delegation of the great Ming Dynasty that he had brought with him. Rumble. A full 2.5 seconds after the golden light blossomed into a 10,000-foot light. Only then did a deafening roar violently erupt, as if the sky had collapsed, and a small, brilliant mushroom cloud rose up. Outside the Chang'an Street area. After feeling the shaking of the ground and the bright golden light, all the people couldn't help but raise their heads to look at it, stared to the point of cold sweat, and even some people even involuntarily knelt on the ground with a thud. Your Majesty rest in peace, I beg your Majesty to rest in peace. I don't dare to go and be the old king next door anymore, your Majesty rest your anger, don't condemn me. Good I said how my son is not like me, so it's you old king, looking for death. These things among the people did not attract much attention. Instead, it was the rest of the ambassadors from various countries. The various ambassadors who arrived at the Cloud Imperial city at this time of the year, without going up to the post i.e. without entering the post house, were basically experiencing the food and wine in the tavern at public expense. However, regardless of whether it was them, or those ambassadors on the road who had not yet arrived at the Cloud Imperial city, at this moment they were all staring dumbfoundedly at the golden giant shadow in the direction of the Imperial palace that had not yet dissipated, as well as the golden mushroom cloud that rose up in the direction of Chang'an Street. This is the power of the new emperor of the Great Cloud? So it seems that the rumor that the millions of troops of that great Lu Dynasty were annihilated by a single finger is true? This horse, the Big Dipper realm phantom the sky has collapsed, damn, hurry to repair the book Flying Eagle transmission back to tell my emperor, sincerity is not enough Quickly send a message back to the country. The new emperor of Dayun is unfathomable, definitely not an enemy. Under the monstrous shadow, the emotion called fear, like a plague spread rapidly among those who saw it. Of course, most of the people didn't notice these ambassadors either. They looked numbly at the location that was crushed by the golden finger, only to see the golden light dissipate and the smoke and dust gradually fall. The entire Chang'an Street had been completely reduced to rubble at this moment. Previously, the location where that Prince Hozhao and his envoys were located, at this moment, a huge deep pit with a diameter of tens of feet was even formed out. The bottom of this pit is scorched black, and even still bubbling with hot air, as if the steamer general. Great Ming Dynasty delegation, including that fully disguised Prince Hozhao. All in this moment, completely ashes. Not even a trace of existence remains. This is the true meaning of evaporation Hiss. Doesn't that mean that Her Highness and the girls are also? This is the werewolf who is a little more than a ruthless man. Ruthless, even the princesses are killed. No, you all swallow it? Her Highness is not all in then? How did they float out? Just now that golden-handed giant finger descended slowly, it should be lifting the princess and the girls to a safe area first, right? About 100 meters away from this Chang'an Street area. Chen Yao, Kai Wei, and the many palace maids and guards who were only a little bit dusty at this moment also climbed up. But these people at this moment are also all hard control in place, nerdily looking at the front. Deadly silence. Chen Yao stared blankly at the huge pit in front of her, and then woodenly raised her head, looking at that sky above, slowly dissipating golden giant shadow. At this moment, her small mouth was slightly open, a pair of beautiful eyes filled with unbelievable shock and bewilderment. There was a kind of dumbfounded trifecta of who am I, where am I, what happened? Beside him, Kai Wei also had a similarly pale face, her gaze filled with horror, but on top of this horror, there was also a touch of surprise. It's true. I guessed right. What I had before I was reborn and what I have now after I was reborn are two different directions. The new emperor that I saw before I was reborn, although he seemed to love his sister on the surface, in reality, he was very cold. Of course, this is also understandable. After all, this is not a sibling, not even a cousin. And that new emperor is filled with nothing more than just the cultivation of the Seal Marquis realm. There is no use at all. And now, after this rebirth, the new emperor's cultivation has actually reached the unimaginable Big Dipper realm. And, killing chickens decisively, not moving to kill 10 clans and raise 3 clans, and even millions of troops said to kill, the only prince of this damning dynasty, also unambiguous. Thinking of here, Kai Wei slightly summarized, suddenly face showed a touch of odd color, so? Lived from a cold and selfish emperor to a short-guarded maniac? Immediately afterward, she fell into deep thought, so? It's only the new emperor's personality that has changed? She carefully pondered over each and every character she had come into contact with after returning from rebirth, and combined with comparing them to the characters before she was reborn, she indeed found that there was not much change in personality or anything like that. The most intuitive one was her father, Kai Jing. The heart of a powerful official, but once the emperor is strong, it is directly transformed into loyalty. And her father, Kai Jing, is not greedy and does not take advantage of, only love power, very much want to progress. No way. There aren't enough characters in contact to use as a basis for inference. And just as this thought flashed through Kai Wei's mind, Gong! Your Highness the Princess. Are you alright? The personal palace maid helped Shenyao up and opened her mouth to ask. I'm fine. Shenya shook her head, seemed to think of something, hastily got up and opened. Wei, are you alright? Originally. She's completely fine here because Set has Kai Wei as a human cushion. I'm fine. Inside the Imperial dining hall. As that loud bang on Chang'an Street came from far away, the huge golden phantom in the sky gradually became illusory, eventually turning into dots of golden light and dissipating into nothingness. Chen Fan picked up his silver chopsticks as if nothing had happened, picked up a piece of freshly peeled lobster meat, dipped it in the special sauce, and sent it into his mouth, nodding his head in satisfaction. The flavor is good. Li Qingxiu, who witnessed the whole thing from the side. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but after half a day of mumbling, she froze and couldn't pop out a single word. This is not so bad, right? Her intention was to have Chen Fan send someone to take a look, or to personally intervene. But never expected. This Tama's, direct Big Dipper outer body Dharma phase, this. Your Majesty is holy, God's might is 10,000 miles. On the side on. That back to godly Qinglian is also plopped down on his knees, voice respectful, district jumping clowns, how dare to offend the heavenly authority at the feet of the Son of Heaven, is really the way to take death. Your Majesty's action not only punishes the curmudgeon, but also highlights my great cloud's national authority. I admire it to the core. Li Qingqiu. Good, this ass kissing is appropriate. This reflexes, this eloquence, she feels she can't learn it in her lifetime. Is Kai Jing still in Cloud Emperor's city? Chen Fan glanced at him, non-committal, and casually asked. Your Majesty, Kai Jing, the Chinese Ministerial Order, has already gone to North Cloud City early in the morning and is supposed to be in charge of investigating that youngest son of the Chunan royal house, Chu Yun. Where is Minister of War Jian Chongyan? Your Majesty, he just came back some time ago. He should be in the Cloud Imperial City. Declare. Your servant obeys the decree. Li Qinglian withdrew from the Imperial study and went down to send someone. In the middle of this large Imperial dining hall, only Chen Fan and the nerdy Li Qingqiu who was in place, not knowing what to do and somewhat embarrassed. Your Majesty, that. I'm not, a little, too. Chen Fan glanced at her, a little something. But, your name is Li Qingqiu, right? Li Qingqiu nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. You are quite timely in reporting this time. With that, Chen Fan ordered, Li Qinglian. Minion is here. Li Qingqiu is meritorious in delivering the message, let the Central Secretariat Province side take a note of it. Minion obeys the decree. The last general thanks His Majesty. Li Qingqiu just wanted to kneel down to say thank you, but suddenly realized that this battle armor of hers seemed a bit inappropriate. Well, if there is nothing else then retire. Your Majesty. That, the last general will retire. Li Qingqiu was so embarrassed that he almost didn't deduct a palace, his face brushed like a monkey's but and fled. It was too humiliating. And this was still in front of His Holiness. It was simply humiliating to the grandmother's house. I, Jiang Chongyan, bow to Your Majesty. In a short while, the sweaty Jiang Chongyan hurriedly ran in. Stand up. Chen Fan had just finished speaking when he saw Jiang Chongyan, who had gotten up, kneeling down again respectfully. Chen Fan, ? Your Majesty, my daughter's temperament is stubborn, but her nature is not bad. If she gets into trouble in the palace, Your Majesty doesn't have to look at the face of my humble servant, she must be heavily punished. Chen Fan? What the hell? When did he say what Jiang Churan did? You're a weirdo, aren't you? In fact, it's not Jiang Juyan's fault. He has recently been busy with the matter of North Cloud City, as well as the aftermath of the Great Luo Dynasty's flattening of so many cities in the northern border. Currently, although the progress is very smooth without any mistakes, but the full count is not yet a few days. According to reason, the emperor will not summon him. Now summoned. His first thought was, that rebellious daughter, in trouble. So, he did not say anything, directly transformed into a strict father and loyal minister, and took the initiative. This set of little consecutive moves, but also really Chen Fan will not be able to hold. I asked you to come, not to engage in these. Chen Fan waved his hand, then with a solemn gaze, he said, the things that I put you in charge of should be almost done, right? Reporting back to your majesty, yes. Jiang Chongyan let out a sigh of relief, then hurriedly said, according to the statistics of the micro-minister. All right. Without waiting for him to report the data or anything, Chen Fan raised his hand and directly interrupted. Just kidding. This is all otherworldly, you still let him go through what math problems not? You can control this matter yourself. The Ming Dynasty, do you know much about it? Jiang Chongyan was stunned. Since he had been busy with the northern frontier during this period of time, he had just returned to the Cloud Imperial city in his but hadn't even been warmed up before he was summoned to the palace by the eunuchs. Therefore, he did not know what had just happened. However, as a qualified courtier, of course he couldn't possibly ask a question in return. After pondering for 2.5 seconds, he spoke, Your Majesty. The Daming Dynasty is located in the northwestern direction of our dynasty, bordering the Luo Dynasty, according to the intelligence of the scouts. Northwest, right? Chen Fan interrupted Jiang Chongyan's opening, and although the latter was uncertain, he nodded his head very honestly, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Chenglian. None is here. Prepare a decree to make Jiang Chongyan the head of the legion and Zhongshu Order Kai Jing the deputy head of the legion, and draw up Zhongshu Order Kai Jing's daughter as the legion's commanding officer, and limit to 3 days to discuss a battle plan against the Daming Dynasty. Jiang Chongyan? Wait. What the hell? A battle plan against the Ming Dynasty? No, Your Majesty, aren't we talking about the Dala Dynasty? Why are we talking about the Ming Dynasty? Your Majesty, Yes, Your Majesty. Retire. Yes. Despite being very confused, Chen Fan had opened his mouth and asked him to stand down, so this Jiang Chongyan couldn't possibly ask with an iron head? Moreover, he then realized that this was in the Imperial dining hall and Chen Fan was still dining? Chief Stewardly, this subordinate is a little puzzled, may I ask? A voice of Chief Stewardly immediately caused a smile to appear on Li Chenglian's face. Is Shanshu Jiang asking why he is conquering the great Ming Dynasty? Although Li Chenglian was now the Grand Master, there were too few people who would come to him, all of them referred to him as eunuchly. Only Jiang Chongyin claimed the position. Yes, I still ask that eunuchly can show me the way. Considering that this Jiang Chongyan's daughter, Jiang Charan, had entered the palace, it was highly likely that she would be favored by His Majesty. Plus, this chief steward had shouted to Li Chenglian's heart. He looked around to make sure there was no one else before he whispered, earlier, His Majesty crushed the ambassadors of the great Ming Dynasty with a single finger, including Prince Hozhou. Halfway through his words, he paused, smiled, and turned to leave. This. Jiang Chongyan was a bit confused. How is it that there's a halfway point in this speech? Of course. Jiang Chongyan didn't complain, and after being slightly stunned, he returned to the Jiang mansion and ordered people to go and inquire. And when Jiang Chongyan heard the news, the entire person was confused. Wait. That Daming Dynasty's Prince Hozhou molested the princess, and His Majesty directly pointed a finger at the town to kill the envoys. And then, to send troops to fight the Daming Dynasty? This. Jiang Chongyin pinched the middle of the person, some doubt that this is not dreaming. Chopping grass to get rid of the root? Hiss. This new emperor of ours seems to be a bit rigid. Chapter 16 No, buddy. You killed my son and declared war on me? What did you say? The Ming Dynasty, Ming King City, Ming King Palace, Imperial Study Room. The great Ming King was just approving the Zhang folds, suddenly indirectly to the news, suddenly exuberant rise, Shower's incense jade pendant is broken. How is that possible? Your Majesty. In front of him is the great Ming Dynasty Grand Pavilion Elder Wanan, 1,000 times true. Wanan, sweating profusely, knelt on the ground. I didn't dare to delay, and immediately came to report this matter to the king. Where are the guards at the clan shrine? The clan shrine, that is for storing the incense and jade pendants of some important members within the dynasty. This was a means unique to the Daming Dynasty. Even though they had already fallen from the Imperial dynasty to the point of a dynasty, this one inheritance was still not lost. And the clan shrine guardians were the ones responsible for guarding these incense jade pendants. Your Majesty, already waiting outside. Let him come in. Yes. Soon, the hall guard entered the Imperial study. Tell me carefully, what's going on? Your Majesty, the next official is guarding as usual on duty, but suddenly, the Princess Highness's incense jade pendant, as well as with the prince accompanied by Ling Lao, whose incense jade pendant all suddenly blew up. King Daming frowned, burst open at the same time. Your Majesty, as it appears to the naked eye of the following officials, it is indeed so. King Daming's face sank, and after 2.5 seconds of silence, he suddenly slammed the table. Could he, a great cloud Imperial dynasty, simply deceiving people too much? He could only have such a son. In his thought, as long as he didn't start a riot or something within this cloud Imperial city, he wouldn't die at all. But this big cloud, the new emperor. Really think I Ming decline, is to take the knife off? Come on people, declared all the cabinet to come to the Imperial study room. Yes. The guards at the door just answered, not yet had time to go, is to hear a hurried footsteps ringing, the king, out of the big thing. What is it, panicking? King Daming's brows furrowed as he looked up, slightly surprised. The person who came was also a cabinet minister, responsible for intelligence. In the Daming dynasty, second only to the king, was the cabinet, which gathered various departments and was very centralized. Your Majesty, something big has happened. The cabinet elder loomed and trembled, wiped the cold sweat on his head and stammered, just received the news. The Great Cloud Imperial dynasty has declared war on our dynasty. Great Ming King, ? Grand Courtier Wanan? The Kneeling Clan Shrine Guards? The Imperial Guards outside the door. Wait, what did you say? King Deming was a bit bewildered. No, buddy. You killed my son and declared war on me? Is there any mistake? Isn't this the lone king asking you for a statement? You reversed the Big Dipper. Your Majesty, 1,000 times true. The courtier was sweating profusely, his face was filled with anxiety. At the moment, the new emperor of Dayun has already issued a decree, ordering their minister of war and minister of the central committee to coordinate the army, and at most half a month's time will be the time to start. Right now, although their northern border side is being trampled by the millions of troops of the Great Lu Dynasty, and there is a great deal of uncertainty in it, but once they gather a large army to go over there, all of this uncertainty will be swept away. At most, it will only take a month at most. Even if they gather 1 million troops, even if those uncertainties in their northern border are very capable of bouncing around, at most it will only take a month's time, and they will be able to directly enter the territory of my Daming. King of Daming. What's the game? There is not any anticipation at all. The King of Daming at the moment is a bit dumbfounded, froze for a full 2.5 minutes before he came back to his senses, looked up to the Grand Pavilion Elder, waiting for loan to run through a shower is leading an envoy forward to the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, isn't he? The Grand Pavilion Elder nodded his head repeatedly, yes your Majesty, and also slacked off on the Royal Palace provider, the peak of the Seal Marquis realm, Elderling. And then, Jowers and Elderling's incense jade pendants, they exploded at the same time, didn't they? The patriarchal hallkeeper also nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, back to the king's words, that is indeed the case. In other words, the orphan prince died in their Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty? Although the Pavilion Elder was a bit surprised how Prince Hozhao died, but now was obviously not the time to ask about this. Hearing these words from King Deming, he also nodded his head, Your Majesty, yes that's right. So? King Daming paused, and with 5 parts surprise, 3 parts confusion, 1 part disbelief, and 1 part bewilderment, he asked, this new emperor of the Great Clouds killed his only son, and now he wants to declare war on me? The Grand Pavilion Elder, the Pavilion Elder, and the clan hallkeeper nodded in unison, blinking their eyes, revealing a little confusion in their eyes. They were also a bit puzzled, on what grounds? Of course. Now is not the time to say this. Your Majesty. Declare all the cabinet ministers to the royal study room for deliberation. Yes. It wasn't just King Deming who was dumbfounded. King Deluo, too, was similarly dumbfounded. Wait. King Luo City, King Luo Palace. That king of Deluo who seriously doubted if he had gotten up a fierce, at this moment looked at the Taifu in front of him with a dumbfounded face. Are you saying that? The new emperor of Dayun killed Prince Hozhao of the Deming dynasty, and then immediately declared war with the Deming dynasty. Taifu nodded, Your Majesty, yes. Are you sure? Sure as well as certain. Are you sure it's to the Deming dynasty and not my Deluo dynasty? Very sure as well as very sure. Hearing these words, the Deluo king let out a sigh of relief, and it was only then that he realized that he was already sweating profusely. Goodness! This Deming dynasty had come at too opportune a time. He was worried that something had happened to the messenger he had sent out, but he never expected to hear this shocking news before the messenger even arrived at the Cloud Imperial City. Hiss! We are saying that this new emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty, isn't it a bit too fierce? He killed the son of the king of Daming and declared war with him? I Lu Lei this. Your Majesty, does this still need to send ambassadors? A beloved minister asked cautiously. Send Without waiting for King Deluo to speak, Taifu was chiding, why don't you send? In case, because we didn't give our sincerity in time, this new emperor of Dayun has a brain fart and turns around to fight us again, will you go defend the city? Minister of the Heart. He smiled resentfully and honestly shrunk his neck, choosing to shut up and be mute. Wait. King De Luo suddenly said, "Send, not only send, but also increase the sincerity. Tai Fu, this matter is to be left to you. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Well, after it's dealt with, we'll set up a banquet at King Luo's palace tonight." The king of the great Luo laughed loudly. "That old pig head has been beaten. I'm happy in my heart. I won't return without getting drunk." As two dynasties bordering each other, friction was naturally not short on weekdays. But there is no way around it. The Deming dynasty was established directly from scratch on the scale of an imperial dynasty. Just after the disappearance of Emperor Taizu of Ming back then, the entire imperial dynasty was plunged into a century-long turmoil, which was ultimately slightly transformed by Emperor Ming's fourth son, who rose up to clear the side of the king and establish a new order. But the good times didn't last long. Nearly 1,000 years, a variety of internal problems within the Ming endless, and ascended to the throne of the ruler is too weak or is not enough of its own prestige and other factors, so that the former dynasty of the Ming dynasty completely fragmented, towards the decline. Eventually, a large dynasty split into three dynasties, that is, the descendants of the first son of Emperor Taizu Ming, the first son of Emperor Taizu Ming's first son of the 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 first son of Emperor Taizu Ming's second son of the second son of the first son of the first son of the first son of the first son of Emperor Taizu Ming's second son of the first son of the first son. These three dynasties were known as the Minghui dynasty, the Diaming dynasty, and the Gaoming dynasty. This division is in accordance with the imperial city of Ming Emperor Taizu when he started the dynasty. In other words, occupy the imperial city is the orthodox Daming dynasty, the rest have no choice but to call themselves this. But despite this, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. From the beginning to the end of the Dala dynasty is only a dynasty, the heritage is not enough. Facing the orthodox Deming dynasty with the heritage of the imperial dynasty is indeed more than winning, ate a lot of losses. Now that he saw that this Deming king was defeated, of course he had to drink 2 cups to celebrate. Keep dancing, keep playing. Of course. It wasn't just the few surrounding dynasties that were confused. Even the many people within the Cloud Emperor city were also confused. You and I under the tree at this moment. This His Majesty is not. Hiss. To just Isn't that what the bloodiness of my great Clouds people is all about? What's wrong with that? That's right. I'm going to join the army too, Mama. Last time I can still remember, there is a Daming traitors with a bunch of worthless Daming treasures favor me 3 taels of gold it. And in the middle of the Cloud Imperial city, the most confused has to be Kai Wei. Wait. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Kai Mansion. Kai Wei looked at the holy decree in her hand with a dumbfounded face, and then looked at the eunuch who passed on the decree, blinked her eyes, and was a bit confused. This. His Majesty is letting me go, to be the Legion Commanding Envoy? Legion Commander. In layman's terms, it is the military division that formulates the general direction of the battle plan. Although the head of the Legion is also responsible for strategy and command, but that is direct command of the army, in the battle plan, tactics generally still have to look at the opinion of the Legion Commander. Because the Legion Commander is not only the planner of the battle plan, but also serves as the disciplinary supervisor at the same time. In other words, if you don't listen to the Corps Commander, no accident that's good, an accident that will be really suffer old age. This sounds like a combination of staff officer plus political commissar. Such a right, not to say, is indeed very big. But what right does she have? She has always been very well hidden, right? When was this exposed? Yes, Commander Kai. Hearing these words from the eunuch who passed on the order, Kai Wei came back to her senses, still a little dazed. But I'm a civil body. Although she was the daughter of Kai Jing, the Chinese Ministerial order, she did not enter the dynasty as an official, nor did she say that she was engaged in any kind of business. She was purely a body of cloth. And this Legion Command Ambassador, although not yet graded out, but from the scale of this conquest, at least all must be from the 2nd rank, right? So, she is from a cloth, across the N level, directly into from the 2nd grade? This let the next door Chang, Shi-Hall heard not to cry on the spot. If Commander Kai feels that it's not right, he can go to His Majesty for advice. The eunuch who passed on the decree's smile remained unchanged, and added after saying this, but His Majesty's holy decree has already been sent out. And is probably still angry right now, so we advise Commander Kai to think twice before he acts. Thank you for reminding me, eunuch. Not to mention, Kai Wei really had an impulse to go find Chen Fan and ask for clarification. But after this mention, her small face turned a little white, and she snapped out of it and hurriedly thanked. We take our leave. Witnessing the departure of the eunuch of the Imperial decree, Kai Wei looked at the Imperial decree in her hand as well as the seal of the legionary commanding officer, and was still a bit bewildered. In my previous life, although I also went to war with the Daming dynasty, that had to be at least 10 years later, right? Now this Chu Yun has not yet established a new dynasty, the time can be old. How this? Cloud Imperial Palace. Still in the middle of the Imperial dining hall. Your Majesty. Jiang Chongyin respectfully arched his hand. After 3 days of preparations, 700,000 troops have been gathered and are expected to assemble in North Cloud City 7 days later. So many? Chen Fan looked at Jiang Chongyan with slight surprise. Are you sure there are no false reports? Your Majesty. By Chen Fan's look, Jiang Chongyan's face went white and he hurriedly explained, after the people of Cloud Imperial City heard this news, there are more than 100,000 people who have signed up to join the army. In addition, Li Qingshi, the guardian of North Cloud City, claimed that there are also more than 100,000 people or gangs of casual cultivators who chose to enlist in the army. After a pause, Jiang Chongyin added, most of these people are descended from pensioners. Compassionate descendants referred to the kind of only children whose fathers or grandfathers had died in battle after going to war. Among these people, those who are unmarried or have no descendants are transferred to logistics. Chen Fan nodded slightly. After this battle is over, all of them will be given an extra half rank and sent to the Central Book Province. Regardless, this one sign, plus this bit of furtive promotion, there was no harm in giving a little. Yes, Your Majesty. Jiang Chongyan paused and was just about to speak. At this moment, Li Qinglian suddenly walked in. Your Majesty, Kai Jing, the central minister, seeks an audience. Declare. Yes. Jiang Chongyan's words that were on the edge of his mouth suddenly swallowed down in a nebulous manner and silently closed his mouth. Obviously. He had just wanted to ask about letting Kai Wei take up the position of Legion commander. But now, people's own father came, he opened his mouth like this to ask, but some bad, not conducive to unity. Jiang Chongyan, who had stood on the cold stool at the Ministry of War for 20 years, was no longer the same spirited martial arts scholar that he was back then. I wonder how Charan, the unconscious, is doing? As he murmured in his heart, Kai Jing, the central ministerial order, walked in. Minister, bow to Your Majesty. Flatten yourself. Chen Fan was using his meal and did not look at Kai Jing, casually asking, what is it? Your Majesty, regarding the theft of the Deluo treasury, the humble minister has found a clue. Jiang Chongyan was stunned and looked back at Kai Jing with some horror, his brain a little foggy. Wait. It's only been a few days? It's only 10 days? This is discovered? Oh. Chen Fan moved and casually asked, tell me about it? Chapter 17, Hiss. It's really a big shrimp. Yes, Your Majesty. Kai Jing arched his hand, and then opened his mouth. According to the minister sent spies to investigate and found, exiled to the northern border of the Lu Dynasty Chunan Wang's many widows, although dispatched to engage in labor, and was targeted, however, one by one, the face of the rosy cheeks, simply do not see any trend of suffering. And that Chunan Wang's youngest son Xu Yun, it's even more do not know through what kind of way, surprisingly mixed on the labor supervisor, do not need to work hard again. Jiang Chongyan on the side was a bit confused. Wait a minute. This is not about the theft of the treasury of the great Luo dynasty? How did it involve the widows of the Chunan royal house and the youngest son, Xu Yun? Is there any relationship between these? The humble minister guesses that this. Chen Fan interrupted this Kai Jing's opening and casually waved his hand. In this matter, you look after yourself. Just report the matter after it's done. There were so many things in the Great Cloud Dynasty day by day, if Chen Fan had to ask about everything, it would be exhausting. That was purely a case of not having any bitterness to eat. Little cutie. He only needs to grasp the general direction. He only needed to grasp the general direction, the rest of the things, the people under his hand to do it. Yes. Kai Jing breathed a sigh of relief, and with these words he was relieved to handle it. Immediately afterward, he seemed to have thought of something and once again arched his hand. Your Majesty. I request that, regarding the matter of the army's conquest, this part-time deputy marshal of mine might as well let my daughter serve concurrently. Jiang Chongyan on the side, ? Not. You think I don't exist? Also, where did I offend you? Jiang Chongyan's head was full of question marks, somewhat confused as he looked at the serious-faced Kai Jing. At this moment, he couldn't even think of when he had offended him? Vice Army Chief plus Commander, put on the same person's body? What the hell, is this not properly putting him, the Army Chief, on the back burner? Or is he going to empty him in front of him? Playing with it. This matter, you guys discuss it yourselves. Chen Fan waved his hand. I only need results. Chen Fan had certainly seen that Jiang Chongyan's expression like he had seen a ghost. In a way, this Kai Wei appeared to have somewhat of a hair gold template, and it was indeed appropriate for her to be the one to do it. However, Chen Fan was still that. He would not think about these brain-consuming things, let these people under his hand solve it themselves and distribute it on their own. He only wanted results. If the results were unsatisfactory, then everyone would have to be out of luck. Anyway, Chen Fan didn't care. The big deal was that after the defeat of the army, he reluctantly made a move to hold down this Daming dynasty. Your Majesty. At this time, Li Qinglian took a step forward. Empress Dowager asks for an audience. Jiang Chongyan opened his mouth and just wanted to say something, but after hearing this, he could only swallow hard and respectfully arch his hand. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. Your Majesty, the humble minister excuses himself. Zhongshu Ling Kai Jing and Minister of War Jiang Chongyan retired and left one after another. Only then did Qin Fan look at Li Qinglian, have her come in. Yes. Soon. Wu Mingyue, who had changed to retire, walked in respectfully at this moment. The very discerning Li Qinglian also exited the Imperial dining hall at this moment. He walked to the door and waved his hand to let all the palace maids in the Imperial dining hall in addition to the corpse chiefs who stayed outside to retire. As for himself, he stayed at a position about 10 meters outside of this Imperial dining hall and waited. Your servant has met your majesty. Wu Mingyue had actually not recovered slightly until yesterday, and at this moment, her small face was still a bit white, and even as she slightly crouched down to salute, the corner of her mouth imperceptibly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Level off. What is it? Chen Fan glanced at it and didn't care, continuing with his meal. It had to be said. There were still a lot of delicacies in the middle of this great cloud Imperial dynasty, and it had the feeling of having the global specialties served on the table in one breath and enjoyed in one piece in his previous life. Your Majesty. Wu Mingyue got up and respectfully walked behind Qin Fan, gently pressing and rubbing his shoulders, and just as he opened his mouth to say 2Z, he heard Li Qinglian's voice ringing out from outside. Your Majesty, the Cloud Zongfu Chief Steward, Chen Fu, seeks an audience. Yun Zongfu Chief? Chen Fu? Oh, the one who reported to kill Empress Dowager Ci Shi's 10 plans? But what is he doing here? Chen Fan didn't think much about it and waved his hand, declare. Yes. Soon. The white-haired Chen Fu, dressed in the costume of the chief administrator of the Cloud Zongfu, walked in, kneeling down on one knee. The old minister has met your majesty. Flatten yourself, speak, what is it? Chen Fan raised his hand, stopping his movements. But unexpectedly, after this Chen Fu got up, he knelt down again. I kowtow to your majesty for saving my daughter's favor. Chen Fan, ? What the hell? When did I save your daughter? Chen Fan was a bit bewildered, but it was Wu Mingyue, who was massaging behind him, who whispered, Your Majesty. Princess Chen Yao, in fact, is the youngest daughter of Uncle Fu, due to the late emperor no to be married, thus passing on. Wait. Chen Yao? The princess who wants to make peace, right? But this succeeded to the late emperor's command. The role is not used for the joint marriage, right? A casual labor. After a pause, Chen Fan casually raised his hand, and that Chen Fu felt himself rising uncontrollably. Uncle Fu came, do you want to go to the battlefield? Chen Fu was dressed in the costume of the Cloud Zongfu's chief administrator, which meant that this time, he had come for public affairs, and his private affairs were just incidental. And now, the most recent public matter, that is, the matter of going to war with the great Ming dynasty. As for the motive, well, this Chen Fu and that Shi's cultivation breath is not different, it should also be the cultivation of the sealed king realm. With his current state, basically there is nothing to count on. So, maybe he wants to make a war achievement? That wouldn't be impossible. If you want to go to war, I will allow it. It's on for whoever it's for anyway. Only can change the strategy. With Fubo this Fengwang realm willing to go on the field, Chen Fan feels that it should be able to put pressure on Kai Jing and the others. Well, exterminate this Ming dynasty in half a year? It's a bit of a mess. Your Majesty. Chen Fu got up and arched his hand, and said in a deep voice, the reason why the old minister came this time is about the matter of Ci Shi, the demon queen executing 10 clans. Oh? Hearing this, Chen Fan's movement with his meal was stuttered, and behind him, Wu Mingyue also had the good sense to help wipe it off. There is a problem that you can't solve? Chen Fu nodded and shook his head again. Your Majesty, the matter is like this. I found that the descendants of this Empress Dowager's children and heirs were released to the southern border of the Imperial dynasty early on, and only some old and weak people plus palace maids and guards were left in her mansion. After the old minister's pursuit found that the people of the southern border of the Imperial dynasty, that is, His Royal Highness the Great Prince, he has 100,000 mercenaries and is very proficient in the art of military formation, even against the Seal Marquis realm. At this moment, he has already taken the entire northern border region of the Taiping dynasty and only needs to take 2 steps forward before he is able to march on Qingping City. The crown prince before Chen Fan was neither born to Empress Dowager Cixi, nor was he born to Wu Mingyue. Instead, he was born to the first empress of the late emperor. It was a pity that this empress had disappeared for some unknown reason, or else there would not have been a situation where the harem was involved in politics. Later. Don't know why. The late emperor moved the name of the first empress out of the royal family tree. And in the ordering of the genealogy for the subsequent royal sons, the crown prince was also not included. It meant that in his mind, the rest were just imperial sons, and only the one born to that first empress was the crown prince. The old minister is worried. Seeing that this guy was going to say more, Chen Fan directly interrupted, just say where you can't solve it. Or give a coordinate, I will directly send him a great desolate prisoner of heaven, middle finger. Chen Fu. It seemed that he did not expect Chen Fan to open his mouth like this. Chen Fu was obviously hard controlled in place, mumbling for a full 2.5 minutes before he came back to his senses, arching his hand and saying, Your Majesty. This method of on-the-spot suppression is simple and crude, but it has endless consequences. As far as I know, that Grand Prince Chen Guangxu has already joined the Kunlun Sacred Land, and it's not in the southern border. And his younger brother, according to rumors, was taken away by a golden light 10 years ago, and his whereabouts are still unknown. Chen Fan waved his hand, interrupting this Chen Fu's nonsense. Just tell me, executing Xi's 10 clans, can you do it? Don't say any other nonsense. Simple and crude, but effective. As for the consequences? If the Hook 8 Kunlun Holy Land doesn't agree, then you can come to Cloud Emperor City and try. Seems like he didn't expect Chen Fan to answer like this. Chen Fu mumbled for half a day before he reopened his mouth and said, Minister, you can try, but that Chen Guangxu doesn't know what? Okay. Chen Fan interrupted him again. I let you be in charge of this matter. It is for you to solve the problem. Not to create problems for me, or to present problems to. If you can't do it, then this matter is to be handled by someone else. I thought that I would hear a good melon, but I didn't expect to raise a whole bunch of problems that were afraid of this and that. However, think about it, this Chen Fu seniority, age, only peace of mind to seek stability, almost all are also this mentality. Of course. Understanding to understanding does not mean support. Minister, obey the decree. Witnessing Chen Fu retreating, Chen Fan was a bit speechless, day in and day out, net to annoy people. Your Majesty. Wu Mingyue said softly, my servant has peeled the shrimp. This shrimp is big and delicious, do you want to try it? Shrimp? It's big? Chen Fan was a bit puzzled. He could remember that on the round table of the Imperial dining hall, there was no shrimp used. Thinking of this, Chen Fan turned back to look behind himself. Hiss. When really is a good big shrimp? Your Majesty, do you want to taste it? Your Majesty, gently. Cloud Imperial City. Kai Jing wiped his hot sweat, and after saying goodbye to Jiang Chongyan, he lived to the Kai mansion. He didn't expect that just after he returned to his residence, he saw Kai Wei, who hurriedly ran here, and was stunned. Wei, what's wrong? Father, do you have a token to enter the palace to face the saint? A token to enter the palace to meet the saint? Kai Jing was a bit bewildered. When did he, as the central ministerial order, need a token to enter the palace? However, he also realized that something was wrong and immediately turned around. But he only turned around, that raised footstep was a beat, and turned back again, looking at Kai Wei. Wait. Tell me first, what is it? He had just come out of the palace, and now he was turning back. Wasn't this disturbing His Majesty? He was well aware that this new emperor hated trouble the most, or else he wouldn't have let them confer and solve it on their own. Father. Kai Wei's face was a bit ugly. One of Empress Dowager Xi's mother's clan has put together an alliance there in the west, and has now raised the flag to rebel. What? Kai Jing was shocked. You mean those clans have rebelled? Are they tired of living, or do they have someone to back them up? Kai Wei shook her head. No, they haven't dared to go public yet. According to reliable intelligence, these people intend to be the ones to cause disruptions to the army after it starts. The best thing to do is to let these 700,000 soldiers and horses go up in smoke. Kai Jing shivered and hurriedly dragged Kai Wei all the way to his study, saying with a serious face, what is going on? Tell me clearly. This matter was of great importance. If he couldn't solve it, then it had to be reported. She has a younger brother, the youngest of her mother's clan. Once her mother's clan announced to the outside world that she had died young, but in reality, she was put in the middle of the west side of the Imperial Dynasty, and grew up in the middle of the clan's killing spree. Now is also unique, became the uncrowned king of that many clans in the west. Now, after hearing that Shi has been executed, and that 10 clans will also be executed, he has already begun planning to raise a rebel flag, preparing to go to the northern border ahead of time to cause hindrance to the army. Kai Jing snorted coldly, a bunch of rabble, even if they destroy this 700,000 strong army, so what? Father, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Kai Jing. Alright, go on. Of course he knows that the great army will fly away in ashes. As long as there's His Majesty, he can still be in the birth of millions of 700,000 great armies. Speaking here, Kai Wei's words stuttered, her face condensed. That's why he contacted the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. At those words, Kai Jing's face changed drastically. How did he get in touch with the Holy Land? The Holy Land was an existence that was on par with the Imperial Dynasty. The so-called equivalent level meant that both sides had comparable high-level cultivators. However, it was only the cultivation of the high-ranking cultivators that was equivalent, and it did not mean that the number of them was equivalent. Kai Jing still remembered that there were once 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators in the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, due to an accident, the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Heavenly Clarity Holy Land had friction, and in the end, the Heavenly Clarity Holy Land had deployed 5 Earthly Fury Realm cultivators. It was also because of that one time, causing the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty to have only 1 Earth Severance Realm cultivator in each subsequent generation. Because the resources had been plundered. When one loses a fight, of course one has to compensate. Because of this. This was why Kai Jing was talking about a tiger. This casually sending out 5 earth-severing realm cultivators, I'm afraid that its Holy Land's sacred lord was a genuine heavenly deity realm cultivator, right? It's more than that. Kai Wei's face was a bit ugly. On the side of the Ming Dynasty, it is said that they are in contact with the Hangwu sacred land. Kai Jing! Exclamation point. Another holy land. No, this is fake, right? Wait, how did this Ming Dynasty connect with the Holy Land again? It is said that Emperor Taizu of the Ming Dynasty had served as the Holy Lord of the Hangwu Holy Land before he finally disappeared. After a pause, Kai Wei continued to explain, it is also because of this that the Hangwu Holy Land got its name. Kai Jing. Why does it feel a bit cool? Chapter 18 This ing. Directly on all sides? Father, do not wait, hurry into the palace to report to His Majesty Ah. Seeing some of the blinded this Kai Jing, Kai Wei dry anxious, shook Kai Jing's arm, the latter waved his hand, you wait, first don't quarrel, let me think. Kai Wei stalled, did not say anything, but still some anxious look at his father Kai Jing. And in contrast to this Kai Wei, Kai Jing at the moment was closing his eyes, rubbing his temples, taking deep breaths in an effort to calm down. He is the dynastic hall old man, especially in the group of 5 people to seize power onto the group of 3 people on this one. Naturally, the determination is not generally comparable. So, despite the beginning of some panic, but he did not last forever. This is the point where one can see the difference between the old and the young in the courtroom. After a short 2.5 minutes, Kai Jing reopened his eyes, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and said in a deep voice, this matter, do not report it for the time being. Hearing this, Kai Wei was startled. Father, are you crazy? That's the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land and the Hangwu Holy Land. It's not something we can solve anymore. Listen to me first. After interrupting Kai Wei's words, that Kai Jing also took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Your Majesty's snapping of his fingers to exterminate 1,000,000 armies is already a matter for all to see, and according to what we've seen, all of them are at least at the peak of the Heavenly Dipper realm. The Big Dipper realm was mysterious and unpredictable. For thousands of years, no one had ever witnessed the elegance of the Heavenly Dipper realm, defined purely by speculation. There were those who displayed the means of the earthly fury realm, but were considered to be Heavenly Dipper by those who had not seen it, and this sort of thing was taken for granted. However, Kai Jing, as the central ministerial order, was qualified to rummage through some hidden secrets. In the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, the records about cultivators all stopped at the Earth Severity realm. And before. The reason why that Prince Hozhao knew about the heavenly deity realm's outer body Dharma phase was because his Ming Dynasty was the largest orthodoxy among the 3 main kingdoms that had split up. As the orthodoxy, naturally also inherited the original Ming Dynasty's many legacies, the most intuitive is the Ming Dynasty at the moment in the library. There are a large number of scriptures left by the Ming Emperor Taizu. And as the only prince of Prince Hozhao, naturally also qualified to read. That was why he knew about it. As for the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, because of its long history, there were fewer and fewer scriptures passed down, and the only current record of the Heavenly Dipper realm was the term for this realm, with the rest being speculations or rumors amongst casual cultivators. The Imperial scriptures only summarized the Big Dipper realm in 8 words, all under the Big Dipper are ants. Then look at the Kai family. There were only a few Peking Seal realm practitioners at most, and not even a single Earthly Fury realm practitioner, making it even more unlikely that there would be any relevant records. Therefore, Kai Jing didn't know about the matter of heavenly deity realm cultivators outside of their bodies, and most people in Cloud Emperor City only thought about it in a positive trend and touted it. After all, who didn't want their own imperial dynasty to be stronger? Kai Wei, as a reborn person, she was of course clear about the recognizable characteristics of a heavenly dipper realm cultivator. But she couldn't even say this to Kai Jing because she couldn't explain how she knew. So choosing silence was the best situation. And in the last 1,000 years of my Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, there hasn't been a cultivator at the peak of the earthly deity realm. Kai Wei understood in a second. Father, do you mean that the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land will deliberate? It won't take it lightly? Kai Jing nodded, even though, say, that Demon Empress's sibling Yi Xiang joined the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, but with his talent, he is only at the grade of an outer disciple at the end of his days, and Earth Severance Realm cultivators are at least at the grade of sequential elders in the Holy Land, so how could he go up against a cultivator at the peak of the Earth Severance Realm for the sake of an outer disciple? But, I feel. Look, it's urgent again. Kai Wei. That's 2 holy places. If you forcefully put them together, but it's enough to put together 10 Earth Severance Realm cultivators. Can I not be anxious? When the time comes for one person to slap down, I'm afraid that the entire Great Cloud Dynasty will have to go up in smoke. Of course. Despite spitting in her heart, Kai Wei didn't say anything. Although she was a reborn, she was indeed inferior to Kai Jing when it came to comparing hearts. In general. Kai Jing looked at Kai Wei with a serious face. Sacred land inheritances are all hundreds of thousands of years old, and it's not like, for example, an imperial dynasty, which focuses more on the elite of a single soldier, so there are fewer people, but more high-level cultivators. But, even in a holy land, there are only a handful of Earth Severance Realm cultivators at the end of their lives, and to reach the peak of the Earth Severance Realm, how easy is it to talk about? Since the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty was established by the Great Ancestor, 200,000 years have passed. Throughout these 200,000 years of history, how many people have been able to reach the peak of the Earth Severing Realm? Kai Wei mumbled for half a day. How would she know about this stuff? Kai Jing didn't expect this daughter of his to be able to answer, so he asked himself, in the entire history of the Great Cloud's Imperial Dynasty, other than the great ancestor of the founding dynasty who was a Heavenly Dipper Realm cultivator, the only person who was able to reach the Earthly Fury Realm was the first elder son of the founding dynasty Great Ancestor. The rest of the generations of Imperial Lords all stopped at the 7th or 8th heaven of the Earth Severity Realm. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for even a Holy Land to have a large number of Earth Severing Realm cultivators. Whether it's the Tianqing Holy Land or the Hangwu Holy Land, they're actually the two youngest Holy Lands, and their histories are probably only 100,000 or so years older than our Imperial Dynasty. And the Hangwu Sacred Land is even younger, with Emperor Sangming's great ancestor serving as its Sacred Land's Holy Lord, making a bold move to kill the sky and the earth, and the entire Sacred Land was practically chopped off from its left shoulder and right arm. They should be burning incense and praying to Buddha if they can even come up with 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators now. Speaking here, Kai Jing asked, and in this situation, would he, the Hangwu Holy Land, even if he had an old relationship with the Daming Dynasty, not send out an Earth Severance Realm cultivator to die? They just got a lot of people chopped off, not everyone got their brains chopped off. Kai Wei. Hiss, it seems like that's the truth? In that case, it seems like she was a bit too hasty? Cloud Imperial City, on the outskirts of the city, there was a small courtyard that was very much like a homecoming garden. 2 figures were sitting opposite each other. Both were old men with grey temples. However, one of them had a more shadowy face, and this person was none other than Zhao Song, the left minister. Your lordship, His Majesty has decreed that Zhang Chongyan be the head of the legion and Kai Jing be the deputy head of the legion, and has begun preparing the legion in preparation for the attack on the great Ming dynasty. Hearing this, Zhao Song did not have any reaction, but it was that other old man with grey sideburns who waved his hand. Go down. Yes, master. After the subordinate retreated, the old man with white sideburns laughed. Zhao Song, how was it? Did the old man say anything wrong? Hearing this, Zhao Song's face remained unchanged and he slightly arched his hand. It's still you, Yan Gao, who is skillful. This old man with white sideburns sitting opposite him was none other than the right minister of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, Yan Gao. But, are you really not afraid of His Majesty's blame? Yan Gao waved his hand. With this Prince Hozhao's rumored reputation of being a womanizer, regardless of whether he's pretending or not, but, naturally, he won't be resting on his laurels if he comes to my Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. So, just a little bit of information was revealed. This, and who can find out? Zhao Song looked at him. If the Imperial Dynasty were to go to war with the Deming Dynasty, then the latter would be far from an opponent. Behind the Daming Dynasty, there can still be the existence of the Hangwu Holy Land. Yan Gao was not the least bit flustered and said with a smile, back then, Emperor Taizu of the Ming Dynasty, but he killed the Hangwu sacred ground to the point where only those who supported him were left. And for his orthodox descendants, there is naturally no reason not to help. After all, the Ming Emperor Taizu is also just missing, not sitting down. Zhao Song said in a deep voice, Yan Gao, don't be too happy too early. Oh? Yan Gao was surprised. How can I see that? Although Prince Hozhao has been admitted to the Hangwu Holy Land, if they know that our dynasty has a cultivator at the peak of the Earth Fate Realm, then they won't necessarily be able to help him out. After a pause, Zhao Song continued, as you know, back then, Emperor Ming Taizu killed too hard, and nowadays, there are no more than 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators in the Hangwu Holy Land at most. So, you don't think it's likely that they'll come out of the woodwork, right? Zhao Song was silent, silently picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Obviously, this was what he meant. Then what makes you think that this news will spread out of Cloud Emperor City without any problems? The palm of his hand holding the teacup froze in vain, and Zhao Song's entire body froze. At this moment, the subordinate who had retreated earlier respectfully came forward, a pungent smell of blood stimulating Zhao Song's nostrils. Master, there is a traitor who claims to be from the Great Ming Dynasty. He has already been taken down. Well, uniformly lock it up in the dungeon first. Yes. The subordinates retreated once again. But Zhao Song at this moment is the pupil earthquake, incredibly looking at the Yan Gao in front of him, never thought that this trampling horse is so bold, even. Hand and eye. You, this is to blockade the Cloud Imperial City. Yan Gao, what exactly do you want to do? Zhao Song stood up with an open heart, his eyes trembling as he looked at Yan Gao, incredulously snapping. Left Minister Zhao Song, don't get excited. Am I excited? Ha! Yan Gao laughed out loud, shook his head, and looked towards Yun Huangcheng. Your Majesty is highly cultivated and says one thing. But forget. He's a loner who's been in seclusion for 20 years, without any basis, any source of information channels. Even if his cultivation is high, he can't play with us using our brains. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Zhao Song. Think about it. A mere outer disciple of an inner disciple. Although the number of people in the Holy Land is small, this kind of disciple is also dispensable. Naturally, it's impossible for someone to cause a great war in the Earth Severance realm for a dead inner disciple, outer disciple, thus. But his own son, his only son, the heir to the dynasty died outside. Do you think this Deming king would be willing? Is it hard for him to believe that he would tell the Hangu Holy Land that his own son was slapped to death by an Earth Severance realm cultivator? Zhao Song. So, in order to appease this great Ming king, the Hangu Sacred Land sent out elders to inspect and inspect. Is there a problem with that? The Holy Land elder was high-minded and proud, and directly named His Majesty, and because of his bad attitude was intercepted by the close ministers, so he injured or killed the close ministers. Is there a problem? Then, the Holy Land elder was slapped to death because he offended an Earth Severance realm cultivator. Is there a problem with that? Even though the Holy Land is unwilling, but the elder is dead, for the sake of the Holy Land's dignity, even an Earth Severance realm cultivator has to just take a wave. Is there a problem with that again? Zhao Song. 3 series of questions down, originally stood up Zhao Song, at this moment has sit down, silent. Everything is logical, reasonable, UCC, how logical, how in line with the common sense of man. Yen Gao laughed, then his words changed. Also, Xiaishi's mother clan, the Yi family. The third oldest member of the Yi family joined the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land to avenge his sister's death, and personally came to the Great Cloud Dynasty, only to be killed in return. So is there a problem with the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land sending someone to verify this matter? The eldest Prince Chen Guangshu joined the Kunlun Holy Land, the hallowed Imperial Dynasty's southern border battle god, returned from the Holy Land only to find that his mother's queen had been killed and his uncle's entire family had died tragically. He was furious and summoned millions of troops to kill into the Cloud Imperial City just to seek revenge. So what's wrong with that? Zhao Song. At first when he heard a Hangu Holy Land, he was still able to calm down. But with Yen Gao's this sentence has a sentence fall, spare to his fixation, at this moment also cannot help but inhale a mouthful of cool air, only to feel a burst of scalp numbness. I Luatard just this ing. Direct Chugu on all sides? So many Earth's Fate Realm cultivators, even if he is the peak of the Earth's Fate Realm, and how? Yen Gao laughed. Hubris is the price to pay. Youthful exuberance also requires means. So what if you're at the peak of the Earth Severance realm? In the end, isn't it also being toyed with by me? It's just a small trick. So what if this new emperor is at the peak of the Earth Severance realm? Nothing more than that. Zhao Song only felt his lips interfering and wanted to get up and leave. But he had only just stood up when he heard Yen Gao lightly say, Zhao Song, you and I rarely get together, why don't we play a game of chess before we leave? At this time, Zhao Song then realized that there were already black-clothed men standing all around the two of them. Obviously, this Yen Gao was not going to let him leave here now. Zhao Song took a deep breath and nodded. Good. Your Majesty, it's time for you to recruit palace maids. Imperial Dining Hall. Chen Fan was full of food and drink and was refreshed, but it was that Wu Mingyue who was full of tiredness at the moment, and her voice was a bit hoarse as she opened her mouth. Well, that too. Hearing these words from Wu Mingyue, Chen Fan pondered a little. It seemed to be true. Although there were quite a few palace maids here now, to be honest, the face value and figure and whatnot were still somewhat lacking. In this situation, want to wine and dine? Don't be hot-eyed would be good. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Chen Fan casually said, it just so happens that you have nothing to do, so you see to it. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Fan walked out of the Imperial Dining Hall and just returned to his chambers, but he saw Li Qinglian trotting up. Your Majesty, the princess seeks an audience. Princess? Chen Fan's gaze was stunned and he frowned. What is she here for? Your Majesty, the princess said that she came to thank you in person. Let her come in. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon after, Chen Yao, who was dressed in an ice blue gown, walked in. My sister has met your Imperial brother. All is well with your Imperial brother. What is it? Honestly, Chen Fan really didn't remember that he had any sister. Although he closed his mind early, while figuring out that this was a metaphysical world, he naturally also figured out if he had any siblings or anything. Of course, as Wu Mingyue had explained before, this was the princess who had passed from Chen Fu's knee to the late emperor and broken the seal. And with Chen Fan ascending to the throne, this Chen Yao had since become the eldest princess. Imperial brother, my sister has some. Recently. Chapter 19, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the maiden poor. Imperial brother, my sister has recently been somewhat. Chen Yao clenched her teeth, and her cheeks suddenly turned a little red. Seeing this, Li Qinglian also did not move and exited backward into the chambers. As a great general manager who wants to progress, never mind what this is going to do, this what the eyesight still has to be there. Chen Yao bites and blasts out, lifting her skirt, walks behind Chen Fan, which then whispers in her ear, my subject sister has always dreamed of that thing recently. She this stammered, vague to the extreme. Chen Fan somewhat did not understand, dreaming of what? Immediately, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face revealed an odd color. You said that you dreamt of a man doing that thing to you? Chen Yao stalled as she nodded and shook her head again. What do you mean? Chen Fan didn't say anything, so he looked at her, and the latter whispered, "No, it wasn't a man, it was a woman." Chen Fan, question mark. Wait a moment. Let me slow down. Chen Fan froze for 2.5 seconds before blinking his eyes and looking at Chen Yao in front of him in a somewhat strange manner. Are you saying that you dreamt of a woman doing this to you? Why did it feel like something was wrong? A woman, how could she do this? Chen Yao's face was stagnant, her ears were red. No, it's not doing, it's, using meals like that. Chen Fan. Now my sister are afraid to sleep. The corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched. What is all this? However, since it has been found out, this matter would not be too simple to think about. It just so happens that there is nothing to do. Chen Fan got up and waved his hand. Lead the way, I will go and take a look. Thank you, Imperial brother. Chen Yao actually didn't think that Chen Fan would help. After all, the two of them had only met once in their childhood, and after so many years of Chen Fan's seclusion, she only remembered the name. But this kind of thing, she really was not good at opening her mouth. Even when she was facing her biological father, Chen Fu, the chief administrator of the Cloud Zhongfu, she had a hard time opening her mouth. What's more, even if she opened her mouth and said it, her biological father could not enter the harem without authorization, and in the end, she still had to report it as the Imperial Lord. Solely. She then thought, take advantage of that before the life-saving grace of thanks to go to ask for an audience, incidentally said this thing. Just she did not expect, she this have not even had time to say what to say thank you. Chen Fan directly opened the door to ask her what is the matter. But the good thing was, her reaction was not slow, and she did not dare to be polite or anything, and under the stammering, she also opened her mouth. Under this close distance, she only then realized that the Chen Fan in front of her had a clear face, but his temperament was high, and under this kind of enhancement, he gave people a sense of pressure that they didn't even dare to gasp for air. Wait. What was she thinking about? Shen Yao suddenly woke up, only to realize that she had unknowingly returned to her Yayu palace, and she seemed to have walked back to her chambers. Imperial brother, She turned her head and was dumbfounded. Only seeing an empty wall, where was Chen Fan's half-shadow? Now, Chen Yao was confused. It wasn't. This Imperial brother of hers didn't follow her? Before Chen Yao could think about this, suddenly, a warm feeling filled her whole body, and the next moment, this warmth turned in vain, like magma. The intense heat made Chen Yao couldn't help but let out a soft cry, hiss. She pressed her lips in death, trying her hardest not to let the sound come out, but this heat was soon rushing in her skull, and her entire eyes became mesmerized. Just then, an illusory beauty's shadow suddenly appeared in front of her, gently picking her chin. Your little face, sister likes it very much. You, who are you? Chen Yao looked on in horror, her body trembling uncontrollably as a sense of suffocation that came from within her soul surged through her heart. She didn't know why she was scared. Why? Well, so that's how it is. This beauty's shadow in front of her seemed to be laughing as she reached out her hand and grabbed towards Chen Yao. However, right at this moment, a light laughing voice rang out. The next moment, a hand pierced through the wall in vain, and with a light flutter, it tugged on that illusory beauty's shadow. What surprised Chen Yao was, along with the moment the hand tugged on this beauty's illusory shadow, the entire beauty unexpectedly transformed into a cloud of smoke and dissipated, and then didn't enter her head. Chen Yao! Chen Yao was shocked and hastily urged the true qi within her body. However, no matter how much she checked herself, there was still nothing, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Imperial brother, my sister this. At this time, she then realized. This place was not her Yayu palace, but Chen Fan's chambers. That meant that she had just. That was an illusion? No harm done. Chen Fan nodded slightly and pulled her up from his arms. It's not a big deal. At first, this Chen Yao turned around and suddenly fell into his arms, making Chen Fan subconsciously feel that this girl was not a bit forced. That result. Only after this tugging to the person did he realize that Chen Yao's state was not right, like the kind of coma fake death. Now, Chen Fan is surprised. But after some research, it was also clear, Chen Fan also lost interest. Then this is no big deal for the Ministerial sister? Hearing Chen Fan say that it was not a big deal, Chen Yao was obviously a bit surprised and hurriedly asked after her. Chen Fan waved his hand. Li Qinglian. The lackey is here. Is the investigation clear? Minion has ascertained it. Well, take the princess down and explain it to her. Servant obeys the decree. Chen Fan touched the head of the confused Chen Yao and smiled. Go. Oh. A touch of the head kills down. Chen Yao instantly has a red face, sneaking a glance at Chen Fan, following Li Qinglian's footsteps out of the bedchamber. Chiefly, this. Chen Yao was just about to ask. But to her surprise, Li Qinglian handed her a scroll, signaling her to open it and look at it herself. Princess, check it yourself. After reading it, the slave will take it back. Saying that, Li Qinglian also turned around and walked to wait outside the bedchamber. As the palace grand master, he certainly knew that staying on standby at all times was the best policy. Chen Yao glanced at Li Qinglian, and then opened the scroll, sucked in a mouthful of two phases, covered her mouth in death, and stared with wide eyes, her face full of incredulity. I have a sister. This person, is my sister? Pro-sister? The matter was also simple. The late emperor had daughters in his lap, but they were all married, and there was no more love child in the union. And at this time, the Cloud Zongfu deputy governor Chen Fu old to get a daughter, or twins, the late emperor learned that is directly sealed as a princess, want to use as a joint marriage tool. But Chen Fu old to female, naturally do not want daughter as a marriage tool married to other dynasties. It happens to be at this time. He got a taboo secret art from the royal family, would like to perform on their own, but did not expect, was robbed by his wife to perform, and ultimately died because of this secret art. The function of this secret art is to be able to place the souls of the twins back in a body, creating the illusion of schizophrenia in general. Of course, this kind of secret technique is normally unable to confuse Earth Severance realm cultivators, but the late emperor was only half a step into the Earth Severance realm at the time, so it did confuse him. Out of appeasement, the late emperor decreed to give Chen Fu a half-rank raise, promoted to the general manager of the Cloud Zongfu. And now, finished reading, right? Chen Yao was lost in thought. Suddenly the voice of Chen Fan rang out. At once she raised her head. Imperial brother, this. The two souls are one. The body that has lost its soul needs to be sealed away. Chen Fan waved his hand. If I am not wrong, that should be stored in the cold palace. Li Qinglian found out that during the late emperor's time, the aftermath of the execution of a cold palace consort was taken over by Chen Fu with people from the Yunzong house. Release your sister's soul to revert back to her body, and this matter is over. Chen Yao wiped her tears and hurriedly knelt down to kowtow her thanks. Thank you, Imperial brother. Go! Chen Fan gave another head touch. Not to mention this hand feeling, but also the needle does not poke. If this daily in the palace like this to raise it as a pet to play. Hiss, how to feel this idea a little that. Your Majesty, there seems to be someone in the cold palace. Li Qinglian seems to suddenly think of something, whispered, slave girl remember, in the reign of the emperor, once detained a person in the cold palace. The specific reason, the slave servant does not know. At that time, the slave servant just entered the palace, midway heard some gossip. Regarding the internal records of the royal family also can't check the news. Chen Fan nodded slightly, I know. Li Qinglian led the way, Chen Fan followed, and in the end there was Chen Yao who was carrying her skirt and following. Cold Palace. It was a rather special existence in the Great Cloud Palace. It's not just a palace alone, but a general term for a group of rather desolate palaces. At this moment, while staying in front of the cold palace, all that the eyes could see was desolation. A bit interesting. With his hands behind his back, Chen Fan stopped at the entrance of the cold palace hall, his gaze looking towards this desolate group of many palaces. Under his senses. In addition to the side of the ice coffin that was hidden in the underground chamber of the cold palace that was emitting a chilling aura, on the surface of this cold palace, there was also a figure sitting on a plate. It seems to still be digging up first to see. Chen Fan raised his hand, wait outside. Yes. Li Qinglian respectfully answered and watched Chen Fan walk into the cold palace group hall. A mere iron of the earth's fate, still want to trap my old lady. Chen Lord, Chen Lord, you also never thought that Lao Ma could refine this thing of yours. Wait, when I finish absorbing this earthly fury power and break through the earthly fury realm, I will be the first to settle the score with you. In the dimly lit main hall of the cold palace. A figure sat coiled here, and her voice, like that of a complaining woman, resounded throughout the cold palace. Looking closely. This person's hair was cloaked, which covered her face, and that a prison uniform was also difficult to hide her thin and bony figure. If this time to change a background plate under, also really do not say, really is the flavor of the choo-choo moving people. But now, this is placed in such a desolate, dim and cold palace in the middle of the. This said into a female zombie, also someone believe it? However, for herself this kind of appearance, she did not care in the slightest. A strand of black as ink light, from the set of her chain above the bloom of the extremely glossy black color, slowly flowed into her body, the breath is further enhancement. This woman's name was Liang. From the Great Li Dynasty, was the most outstanding princess of the Great Li Dynasty at that time, the true meaning of the pride of heaven. However, even if it is in the proud daughter, in the Great Li Dynasty is ultimately difficult to escape the fate of being married, and is still from childhood will be set for her baby marriage. This person is the prince of the Great Cloud Dynasty, Chen Linggao. Liang is very unconvincing, why should she marry a person she has never seen? So, she borrowed the excuse of going out to practice, and directly went up to the Cloud Imperial city to withdraw from the marriage and humiliate. This action caused the then Great Cloud Imperial Lord to become furious, and directly forcefully captured and suppressed in the cold palace, and sealed with a formation. And the Great Li Dynasty is to issue a statement, this matter is away from the Ying's own one's private moves, and the royal family has nothing to do with, and this also to the Great Cloud Royal Dynasty to make amends and apologize. However, district of a dynasty's compensation, in the eyes of the dynasty, as if humiliated. The end result was that the Great Li Dynasty lost half of its territory, which now fell into the hands of the Great Luo Dynasty. I'm not at fault, it's not me who's at fault. This is all you, Chen Lord. As I said, 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river, don't deceive the maiden into poverty. Today, the old maiden will come out and will definitely behead you. Hiss. Nice guy. There's a windfall here? When Chen Fan, who had just walked in, heard this, his eyelids twitched and he nodded slightly. Not bad, ambitious. The voice that rang out in vain caused that Li Ying to be stunned in action. It seemed like it had been too long since she had heard someone utter a sound. She hesitated for a full 2.5 seconds before she snapped. What kind of person? Someone who doesn't have much to do with you. Li Ying snorted coldly. You are someone from the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, right? It's just as well, this seat has no one to talk to for so many years here, so you can stay. As the words fell, 2 streams of Yin winds swept towards Chen Fan, which contained pitch-black Yin fury power. This was a tactic only available at the half-step Earth Severance realm. However, didn't eat? Chen Fan snorted, finally feeling a coolness. Not to mention, now this Wu Mingyue's fire extinguishing and firefighting measures are not given too well, letting people's kidney fire flourish, and now it's slightly cooler. If you have not eaten, I invite you to eat, continue to blow. Li Ying. This late generation has eyes and does not know the seniors. Pa. Li Ying's words have not finished, the whole person with that shackle were directly lifted off and hit the wall, accompanied by a roar. The great hall was pierced, and landed heavily. Letting you fan the wind, why is there so much bull? Chen Fan was very speechless as he looked at the breath that left Ying in the distance, shook his head and turned around to walk out of the cold palace. The ice coffin underneath this cold palace was in the front yard of the cold palace, not inside the cold palace. It was just that Chen Fan was a little curious about what kind of person was locked up in this cold palace, so he came in to take a look. I didn't expect it to be a genius girl who was driven crazy that what? Alas, it is a pity. Chapter 26 K-Words I. Pooh, I let you pretend? However, as Chen Fan casually lifted the earth of the front yard of that cold palace, his brow suddenly frowned. Accompanied by this was lifted off the ground, an extremely cold fury from which swept out, like a tornado, and even with that around the cold palace with formation shelter are some turbulence and instability. Outside that Li Qinglian and Chen Yao as the face pale, body shape even storm back, do not dare to go forward, gaze horrified look at that was black color wind shrouded cold palace group hall. This is the power of the earth's fury. On Li Qinglian's body, the aura of the peak of the Seal Marquis realm was revealed without a doubt. However, at this moment, after seeing this gale in front of him, his face changed again and again. He had faced Empress Dowager Shi of the Eastern Palace directly, and the pressure of that Seal King realm could naturally be felt, and the might of that gale in front of him was by no means comparable to any Seal King realm. But whenever he dared to take another step to intrude, I'm afraid that he would be instantly torn apart in the midst of this gloomy wind. Even if he was able to hold on to the whistling of this Yin wind, the Yin fiendish power within it would definitely cause his meridians to shatter in the first place, reducing him to an invalid. Well, this wind is cool. Just. Chen Fan, who was in the middle of this Yin wind, was indeed exceptionally satisfied. After he felt this Yin wind that slightly blew up his exposed sweaty hairs, he nodded with great satisfaction. Don't stop, keep blowing. It did get a little weirdly hot, it's much cooler now. Obviously, this surrounding blowing out of the gloomy wind Emil seems to be not expected, this kind of gust of wind actually on Chen Fan unharmed. Blow the wind off, what are you staying? Feeling that halted Yin wind, Chen Fan frowned, raised his palm and grabbed it remotely, and in an instant, the ice coffin that was under the ground was gripped by an illusory hand that was formed in vain. However, just as the ice coffin was about to be yanked out by Chen Fan, suddenly the entire underground chamber was filled with wild winds, and the dark ink-like gloomy wind was more than several times thicker than before, carrying a more terrifying sound. Rumble. The entire cold palace group of halls are in this sudden outbreak of hurricane under the violent shaking. Those who have been in disrepair of the palace walls, at this moment it is issued a groan of unbearable burden, a crack like a spider web quickly spread. Under this kind of cloudy wind, even that shrouded the entire cold palace courtyard array, at the moment that light is also wildly flashing with uncertainty. Obviously, this kind of gong method that was sufficient to withstand the bombardment of Earth Severance realm cultivators also became precarious under the impact of this force. Not good. Li Qinglian, who was waiting outside, suddenly changed his face. He only felt an overwhelming cold sweeping out from the depths of the cold palace. Even though he was already at the peak of the Seal Marquis realm's cultivation, at this moment, he also shivered coldly, and his figure involuntarily staggered backward and withdrew more than 10 steps, each step leaving deep footprints on the hard lapis lazuli board. Until he backed up a full dozen meters, the distance from the door of the cold palace courtyard is hundreds of meters away. After the piercing winds only dissipated, the body that was originally like a frozen true chi, which slowly resumed operation. However, this is not the case. He still felt a burst of heart palpitations, horrified looked at that at the moment was countless darkness shrouded by the cold palace courtyard. This in the end what the hell? Li Qinglian lost his voice in horror. He was able to clearly perceive that within this newly erupted hurricane, it contained a power that caused him to tremble extremely, and this power even caused him to vaguely smell a hint of the threat of death. As for Chen Yao, the situation was even worse. Her cultivation level was not high, and at this moment, in front of this violent hurricane, she was like a helpless flatboat. The scream had just left her mouth, and her entire body was directly lifted out by an invisible force, flying backwards like a kite with broken strings. If not for Li Qinglian after stabilizing his body, with the true chi to her as a back, I'm afraid that under this load, have to break the head, or even on the spot to perish. But even so, Chen Yao was also pale and bloodless, panting heavily, her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and horror, her body was still trembling slightly, she was obviously terrified. In the two people's vision, at this moment, the entire Cold Palace group hall has been a thick to melt the pitch-black hurricane completely shrouded. The black color was as deep as ink, as if it wanted to devour all the light, making it impossible for them to see the slightest semblance of the scene within the Cold Palace, and they could only vaguely hear the bursts of creepy ghostly cries and wolves coming from it, as well as the loud noise of the buildings constantly collapsing. However, Chen Fan, who was at the center of this horrible hurricane, was still in a light and breezy manner. Previously that can blow his sweat hair of the Yin wind, at this moment has been transformed into enough to tear the gold and iron of the horror of the storm, but scraped in his body, still just let him feel. Well, probably have a kind of computer case fan full open cool feeling. Of course. It was those mournful ghostly cries and howls that were too noisy, not as pleasant as Wu Mingyue's aha sounds. Quiet. Chen Fan frowned slightly, he was quite speechless at this tactic of trying to interfere with his mind through sonic attacks. This thing, it was fine against some Earth Severance Realm cultivator, but to him, it was equivalent to the noise of someone square dancing in the middle of the night. Not only did that sound not stop when he went down with this heckle, but it got louder and louder. This time, Chen Fan was not used to it. Damn, give face to face, right? I said, shut up. Backhanded a golden palm, with unrivaled might, directly toward that ice coffin ruthlessly slapped down. This palm, even swifter than before, the palm wind whistled, and even the surrounding raging pitch-black hurricane was briefly discharged for an instant. Rumble. Ka-ching. This solid as a golden soup of ice coffins, accompanied by a dull thud fell, quietly like a glass like broken open, followed by a clatter, completely shattered into countless different sizes of ice, scattered splash. Accompanied by the shattering of the ice coffin, the previous endless screams of the souls, but also at this moment came to an abrupt end, as if by an invisible hand strangled the throat. Even the black hurricane that was originally raging furiously, also seemed to have lost its source, its power suddenly reduced and slowly began to dissipate. Outside the field. After seeing that the pitch-black colored hurricane had a tendency to dissipate, Li Qinglian could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Chen Yao glanced at Li Qinglian, how does it feel? Like this is the calm before the storm? Li Qinglian, ? His face sank, and he was just about to speak, but he didn't expect that a strange change regenerated in the middle of that Cold Palace's other courtyard. Ho! A heart-rending roar violently erupted from the center of the broken ice coffin. In an instant, Li Qinglian's face turned white, stomped back tens of meters, and retreated to Chen Yao's back before he could stabilize his stance. Chen Yao was fine because she had pulled away earlier, and this soul-shaking attack did not land on her body. But at this moment, both of them could not help but look up in shock. Only to see a black shadow rushed up into the sky. The next moment, black gas that was even denser than ink, like a volcano erupting, gushed out crazily from the original location of that ice coffin. This black gas was full of extreme coldness and evil, even from a distance, just by looking at it, one could feel their heart and soul trembling. And this kind of black fog, a few as monstrous momentum like, just in an instant, will cover the sky, the entire Cold Palace group hall, and even the small half of the palace in the sky, are completely dyed into a despairing black color. The sunlight was completely cut off, and the entire world seemed to be plunged into eternal darkness. Jia 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 jia. The next moment, a strange laughter that sounded like nails scratching glass, causing one's scalp to go numb, came out from above that sky. Not only Li Qinglian and Chen Yao, at this moment, almost half of the people in the middle of this palace area felt a shudder and cold shiver at this moment. What is this? Chen Yao neighed in horror, her voice becoming shrill from fear. Li Qinglian's face was also grave to the extreme as he stared dead on at the area filled with black qi, a fine cold sweat seeping out from his forehead. He could feel that the power contained in that black qi had far exceeded the scope of his cognizance, and was even several times more terrifying than that Eastern Palace Empress Dowager Shu's king sealing deity qi from earlier. This is the earthly fury realm. Li Qinglian almost popped out these 5 words from his teeth. Right at this moment, a figure came flashing like a meteor catching up with the moon, and after seeing this scene above the sky, he immediately exclaimed, how could this happen? The two of them, Li Qinglian and Chen Yao, were stunned and could not help but look up. Only to see Chen Fu, the chief administrator of the Cloud Clan House, with a look of horror on his face, looking at the dense black gas that covered the sky. When he saw the terrifying figure above the black gas, which was like a black sun and was continuously waving out black gas, his entire person was like being struck by lightning, and instantly froze on the spot. His eyes widened, his lips trembled, and he exclaimed in disbelief, This is impossible. This is the soul-devouring corpse refining technique. How could it be the soul-devouring corpse refining technique? Chen Fu's voice became hoarse from the extreme shock. He shook his head incredulously, his eyes filled with despair and disbelief. The records that Lao Fu looked up in the secret archives of the Imperial Palace back then clearly only said that this spell could temporarily draw out a person's soul and keep the body for a chance to be resurrected later on. Can never mention that it will turn into such an evil refining corpse puppet. Back then, when he was old enough to have a daughter and still had twins, the late emperor had asked him to pass on both daughters and make them princesses. It was not that the late emperor did not have daughters, it was just that several princesses had already gotten married, and he did not have daughters in the current situation. And the late emperor's own brother is early as divided out, or has died, and in accordance with the ancestral training, those divided out of the royal son and his children and grandchildren, is not allowed to return to the royal family. Therefore, there is no choice but to find Chen Fu. For the late emperor, Chen Fu was his cousin's grandson, i.e., his cousin's nephew's grandson. This relationship, coincidentally, was also a fifth-generation blood relative of the five suits, which complied with the rules of ancestral succession, so this succession of princesses to the late emperor's command was completely without any problems in terms of the rules of the Cloud Clan house. Chen Fu certainly knew this. But he is an old man with a daughter and twin daughters, succeeding one in the past is heartbreaking, let alone succeeding two. So, he racked his brain to think of a way, and finally, found a forbidden art in the royal family. The function of the forbidden art is to draw out the soul of one of the daughters and put it in the body of the other daughter to grow together, and the former will fall into a state of false death, and he took the opportunity to bury it. By that time, the late emperor would not be in a position to force it, seeing his daughter's early death on this one. Only what Chen Fu never expected was that this forbidden technique he had found was actually used privately by his beloved wife. Because his wife is not the royal family, unauthorized use of the royal forbidden art will be a huge backlash, and ultimately the body meteoric path to death. The late emperor saw that Chen Fu lost his wife and daughter in his later years, and eventually also exempted the matter of succession, and mentioned Chen Fu to the position of general manager of the Yunzongfu. The beloved wife and eldest daughter at that time were indeed buried by Chen Fu himself. He found that under the cold palace has a vein of earth extremely suitable for preserving corpses, so he asked someone to purchase a pair of ice coffins, and put his young eldest daughter's body in them, ready to wait for the late emperor to die after digging out, put back the soul in order to let him this daughter resurrection. But he never expected that things would turn out to be like this. Isn't that a forbidden technique of the royal family? How could it become the soul-devouring corpse refining technique? How could this happen? Chen Fu looked numbly at the black mist that filled the sky above the cold palace, his heart in some despair. As the peak of the Seal King realm, he could clearly feel it. The pressure emanating from that dense corpse gas was much more terrifying than the aura of the late emperor when he was alive. He had an absurd feeling that even if his cousin uncle ancestor his grandfather's cousin, here referring to the Supreme Emperor, came back to life, I'm afraid that he might not be able to easily suppress this terrifying existence created by the soul-devouring corpse refining technique in front of him. Soul-devouring corpse refining technique is the major dynasties expressly prohibited by the evil arts. Its corpse nourishes the qi, using the dynasty's veins to refine the body, accomplished by refining the corpse puppets, often possessing unimaginable combat power. If it was well nourished, the earthine fury induced by the ordinary earth fury realm could be immune. This characteristic was simply forcing an earth severance realm cultivator to fight with his bare hands. But this refining corpse puppet skin thick flesh, unusual even the real chi of the Sealing King realm is difficult to break the body, earth severance realm cultivator's normal physical combat, I'm afraid that may not be an opponent. It is no wonder that this technique will be banned by the various imperial dynasties. But Chen Fu remembers, that is clearly just ordinary fake death taboo art. How could it be? How could it become like this? Your Majesty! Chen Fu snapped back to his senses, a ray of hope lighting up in his eyes as he fiercely looked at Li Qinglian behind him, uniquely, where is His Majesty? Li Qinglian swallowed hard, his face pale as he pointed to the area that was as black as ink, his voice dry, His Majesty. His Majesty is inside. Hearing these words, Chen Fu only felt a blackness before his eyes and nearly fell to the ground. Finished? Bobby Q had Maru spicy. It's all over. Although His Majesty the new Emperor's cultivation is unfathomable, and he can destroy millions of troops with a snap of his fingers, but facing this refined corpse puppet, even if it is the peak of the Earth severity realm, I'm afraid that it will not be able to eat and walk away. Because, with the current momentum, this refining corpse puppet is afraid to be immune to the Earth severity realm cultivator manipulation of the earthine fury erosion. In this case, even if it is the peak of the Earth severance realm cultivator, go up to the physical combat, in the case of the timing and people are not good, I am afraid that it is also a lot of bad luck. He clenched his teeth, folded his hands, and muttered, the ancestors blessed in the heavens, His Majesty is the peak of the Earth severance realm, able to perform the out-of-body Dharma phase. Chen Fu had also heard that the outer-body Dharma phase was the sign of the heavenly deity realm. But there are exceptions to everything. According to the books of the Cloud Clan house, the first eldest son of the Great Cloud Opening Dynasty's great ancestor. That is, amongst the generations of the Great Cloud Dynasty's royal masters, the only one to have reached the peak of the earthly deity realm was that royal master. That is, the second Imperial Lord of Great Cloud. At one time, this Imperial Lord had also successfully executed an out-of-body Dharma phase. But it is clearly documented. This second Imperial Lord of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty was indeed at the peak of the earthly fury realm, not a heavenly dipper realm cultivator. Therefore, Chen Fu prayed at this moment that even if Chen Fan was at the peak of the earth-severing realm, as long as he was able to perform the outer body Dharma phase, then there was still hope for his survival. Chen Yao, who was on the side, had long been scared to death, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably, tears in her eyes, covering her mouth in death, trying hard not to make a sound. She has some regrets at this moment. If she had known this, she shouldn't have gone to find Chen Fan to help, and now she felt that she should be the sinner of Dayun. However, just as Chen Fu's heart was in despair, Li Qinglian's heart was in shock, and Chen Yao's face was like ashes, thinking that Chen Fan had already met an untimely end. The piece of dense corpse chi that had enveloped the entire cold palace and even spread over a small half of the palace suddenly violently churned. Immediately after that, boom! A giant palm that was several times more massive than the previous golden palm, almost covering a small half of the sky and burning with radiant golden flames, descended violently from above the 9 heavens without warning. This palm was so huge that in front of it, the pitch-black corpse chi that had originally appeared incomparably terrifying and covered the sky seemed to have turned into an inconspicuous ink spot. That refined corpse puppet that had just stood up from the corpse chi and was preparing to flaunt its might and unleash its boundless ferociousness hadn't even had the chance to let out a complete roar before it was slapped down viciously and straight down by this large golden arm pocket that descended from the sky with a titanic and unstoppable posture. That scene. It was as if a giant, when playing basketball, put the basketball in his hand, with all his strength, towards the ground and ruthlessly dunked in general. Dunk! A terrifyingly loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth, enough to make the entire Cloud Emperor city tremble, violently erupted. The earth crazily tore and collapsed. That area where the Cold Palace group halls originally stood, under this palm, along with those broken walls, along with the dense corpse chi, and along with that unrivaled corpse refining puppet, all of them were ruthlessly slapped into the depths of the earth. The smoke and dust rose up into the sky, forming a small golden and black intertwined mushroom cloud. When the smoke and dust rested a little, a huge palm print pit with a diameter of dozens of feet and a depth that could not be seen, appeared in the open space outside the Cold Palace, replacing the original location of the Cold Palace. The bottom of that pit was scorched black, and there was vaguely a golden flame burning, emitting an aura of destruction of everything. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Chen Fu's mouth was wide open, his eyes glazed over, and before the despair and panic on his face had completely faded, it was replaced by an even more extreme shock. Li Qinglian also had a dazed look on her face, her entire body frozen in place as if she had turned into a stone statue. Chen Yao even had her small mouth slightly open, and those beautiful eyes that were originally filled with fear, at this moment, only boundless bewilderment and worship remained? It wasn't just these 3 people. The various ministers who were startled by this heavenly corpse chi, and even the heads of the various families within the Cloud Emperor city, as well as the Palace Forbidden Army and a series of other people, were all staring blankly at the scene in front of them at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is finished? That looks like destroying the heavens and the earth. Even the Taishang Emperor Resurrection may not be able to handle the horrible refining corpse, just like this. Being slapped away? I let you pretend? Greeting the gawking attention of the many people. Chen Fan disgustedly dusted off the non-existent dust on his sleeve, his eyebrows slightly knitted, seemingly quite dissatisfied with the commotion that corpse had just made. Let you fan a wind, and not to take your life, you jumped mud horse? That refining corpse that was slapped into the ground, at this moment there was no movement, only a deep bottomless pit remained, the edges were scorched black, and wisps of black gas were still escaping. But this wisps of black gas, compared to the previous scene that covered the sky, was already small. The light of the formation of the Cold Palace Cluster Hall flickered a few times. Originally reduced to ruins of a large area of the group of halls, actually with the naked eye visible speed began to automatically repair up, just less than 2.5 minutes of time, is restored as before. But that covers the entire Cold Palace group hall of formation, at this moment is dull and colorless. Poof! Hundreds of thousands of miles away, a salt-spreading air poorly comparable to a snowy mountain cave. In vain came a sound of spraying out blood. The next moment, the cave above a mountain peak surprisingly clicked quietly between the collapse and open. Who is it? Who is the one who broke this seat's soul-devouring corpse refining technique? The next moment, an exasperated and furious voice resounded throughout the snowy mountains. The spitefulness of its voice was such that even the weather, which was drifting snow at the moment, was also lulled by it. Damn thing! My Big Dipper realm, just short of the last step off. Who is the one who spoiled my good deed? Accompanying this roar, only a flash of light was seen, and a woman wearing a long blue dress with a stunningly beautiful face and a cool demeanor appeared on top of the mountain. However, at this moment, she was looking in the direction of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty with a somewhat grimace on her face. This seat is only one step short of the heavenly deity realm. You, Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, how could anyone have discovered that? She could clearly remember that this Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty's emperor, when the previous emperor, at best, was only a half step away from the earthly deity realm, and even if Emperor Zhou the Supreme Emperor was alive, it was absolutely impossible for him to discover it. According to her investigation, in the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, only the second generation of Imperial lords were cultivators at the peak of the Earth Severance realm, and in the past 1,000 years, there had never been an Imperial lord above the fifth heaven of the Earth Severance realm. How could this have been discovered? Is it hard to believe that? There has been a change of heart? Chapter 21. There is a feeling of a coquettish woman being unable to make rice. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Cloud Imperial Palace, Cold Palace Group Hall. Followed by the late arrival of the ministers, at the moment staring blankly in front of the eyes, the brain for a while of blankness. What happened? Chen Fu, Chen Yao too, also eyes wide like a copper bell, like mute look at the eyes of the pop the sleeve of Chen Fan. Brain melon, some did not turn the corner. This is all right? Instead, that Li Qinglian was the first to come back to God. He trotted up, and finally even rolled and crawled like, and then whoosh, sliding, kneeling and gliding to the front of Chen Fan, the voice with a sobbing, do not know is scared or excited, Your Majesty's God mighty cover the world, a snap of the fingers will destroy this kind of demonic evil. None's admiration for Your Majesty is like a torrential river, unceasing, he said, while heavily knocking out thud sound. Not to mention this sound, it hurts to listen to it. And because of this movement of Li Qinglian, Chen Yao also came back to his senses, and patted his heart with some fear. However, after seeing Chen Fan unharmed, her hanging heart was finally released, and she hurriedly lifted her skirt and trotted to Chen Fan's side, kneeling down with a thud. Emperor, Imperial brother, it is my sister's fault, please, Imperial brother, please descend and punish. Until now, that Cloud Zongfu chief administrator, Chen Fu, was also finally coming back to his senses. He staggered and ran forward, but unfortunately he didn't have the same posture as Li Qinglian, and could only kneel straight in front of Chen Fan and kowtowed. The old minister. Old minister deserved to die. The old minister never thought that secret art would even evolve into such evil methods as the soul-devouring and refining corpse art. Please, Your Majesty, bestow the punishment. Back then, in order to keep his daughter not to be sent to the peace, he used the forbidden secret art of the royal family, and thought that it was just a temporary separation of the souls of the twin daughters, with one lodged in the body of the other, and the shell of the other sealed in the ice coffin. Where did he expect to think of this? Chen Fu was also a little afraid. He was very clear that this matter was up because of him, although his intention was just not to let the twin daughters pass on to the late emperor to use as a joint marriage. But this ice coffin, he was the one who personally buried it, even if he said that he was responsible for it. If not for His Majesty the new Emperor's divine might, I'm afraid that once this refining corpse comes out, the entire Cloud Imperial City, and even the Great Cloud Dynasty, I'm afraid that it will have to be reduced to corpse soil. Alright, what's the appearance of crying? Chen Fan waved his hand somewhat impatiently, all get up. With that, he glanced at the corpse in that deep pit, which was surprisingly still intact and wearing a long white dress, and his gaze turned to fall on that Chen Fu's body. This thing, did you make it? Chen Fu's body trembled, and flopped down on his knees. Back to Your Majesty. Is the old minister was ignorant from the royal secret books to find a crippled secret art. The intention is to want to preserve the little girl. He did not dare to conceal, will be the years things originally recounted, only hidden the dissatisfaction with the late emperor, only said that he loved his daughter heart, only out of this strategy. That is to say, the contraption in this pit, is your other daughter's body? Yes. Chen Fu's head hung even lower, kowtowing again and again, the old minister deserves to die. Let's not talk about death or not. Chen Fan interrupted his rhythm and asked, since your eldest daughter was prepared to declare an early death, then why is the body in this ice coffin an adult corpse? This sudden question instantly stunned the three people in front of them. Their expressions were all stunned, somewhat unresponsive. Chen Fu was also confused as he raised his head, subconsciously looking towards that large pit, only to see the corpse in the middle of this big pit. The black chi on its body had already dispersed, revealing a long white dress. Looking closely, its face was clear and cold, and it actually looked exactly like Chen Yao. Seeing this scene, Chen Yao was so scared that she directly went limp, but fortunately, after this turn of her head, she happened to fall limply onto Chen Fan's body, and did not fall to the ground in disgrace. It was also this collision that made her come back to her senses, but in front of the new emperor, she could not lose face. On the spur of the moment, she covered her mouth to prevent herself from making a sound. But this tears still involuntarily slipped down. This scene, Chen Fan did understand. After all, whoever suddenly saw a corpse that looked exactly like himself, I'm afraid that he would also be completely nonchalant, right? Chen Fu, what is going on, do you know? Chen Fu, a jolt, quickly kowtowed. Your Majesty, the old minister unjustly accused Old Minister, to ensure that what the old minister said earlier is true. If your majesty doesn't believe me, I can swear in front of the ancestors. The spirits of the ancestors were offered in the Cloud Clan mansion. Since it was a metaphysical world, there was still a trace of the remnants of the ancestors' souls stored within these spirit seats. Of course, this was not guarding the royal family, nor could it guard the royal family. Its function is that it can suppress some impure-minded members of the royal family. Any member of the royal family in front of the ancestors swear, if it is lying, then its bloodline power will be suppressed, manifested as regression in cultivation, or by the backlash, the serious, such as the royal family within 5 generations of the first generation of the person. It is very likely that on-the-spot cultivation of the whole waste. Although, for Chen Fan, this Chen Fu and he is not within 5 generations, but the 6th generation, because Chen Fu was the first emperor's cousin, nephew, grandson. But this kind of swearing was based on the emperor, who was the youngest in terms of generation stored within the Cloud Clan house. For example, if the previous emperor had died, then it would be the 5th generation centered on the previous emperor and belonging to the direct blood relatives of the successive imperial lords. Alright. Chen Fan waved his hand with disinterest, and in an instant, the corpse in that big pit was flying horizontally and levitating. Chen Fu, go and find that secret art record stone that you were looking through at that time. And Chen Fan pointed at the deep pit. Since you made it, you are responsible for cleaning up this subsequent mess. And this cold palace, deal with it as well, it's an eyesore to look at. The old minister obeys the decree. Old minister, obey the decree. Chen Fu was as if he was greatly pardoned and kowtowed again and again. He originally thought that he could not escape death, and may even involve his daughter. But he never thought that there would be a chance of survival. He is not stupid, of course, quickly grabbed this ray of hope. The Li Qinglian, who was very insightful, saw that Chen Fan was not really angry, and hurriedly went up to intercede. Your Majesty's benevolence. Fu Lao, he is also confused for a moment. He loves his daughter. There are extenuating circumstances. Extenuating circumstances. Chen Fan cast a sidelong glance at him and did not say anything. Li Qinglian smiled sarcastically and immediately closed his mouth. This wave, rashly patted on the horse's leg. Go! Chen Fan's gaze turned to Chen Yao, who no longer dared to lean on him. Follow. Yes, Imperial brother. Chen Yao's small face was still white with some shock. After hearing Chen Fan's words, she also hurriedly responded, my sister, this will follow up. She hurriedly followed Chen Fan's footsteps. She had only taken 2 steps when Chen Fan in front of her suddenly paused, and caught off guard, she headbutted into Chen Fan's back. Chen Fan was unharmed, but Chen Yao, who had not been prepared in the slightest, and had previously been injured by the aftershock, almost didn't fall to the ground with her eyes glazed over from this collision. Why aren't you leaving yet? Chen Yao covered her head, suddenly heard Chen Fan's words, suddenly froze for a moment, somewhat aggrieved. Imperial brother, subject sister. Just before her words were finished, she heard a slightly weak voice ringing out, cough. Isn't this what you told me to stand here for? Chen Yao, ? Wait, why is there a person here? She raised her head with some confusion and looked. Only to see. Earlier, that Liang, who was slapped away by Chen Fan in the middle of the main hall of the cold palace, was currently sitting with her head in her hands, honestly standing at the side. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were ragged, and blood was still hanging from the corner of her mouth. Her appearance was as wretched as it could be. Although she had just been slapped away and collapsed the palace, because of the distance, coupled with the fact that Chen Fan had only casually slapped, Liang had only suffered some minor injuries, and was only looking a bit lousy. Liang smiled sarcastically, Your Majesty, do you still need to fan yourself? Earlier. The scene of Chen Fan's great battle of divine might, she had witnessed it with her own eyes, and was even an eyewitness to the first scene. At this moment, facing Chen Fan, she still had some palpitations. That earth-shattering might just now, as well as that terrifying aura that made her soul tremble, made her completely understand that it was a big leg up. Not only that, it was only now that she realized that not only was this thigh thick and thick, but its eyebrow-raising face value made her a little heartbroken. This was also human nature. After all, she had been trapped in this cold palace for I don't know how many years. Looking at anything, she felt that her eyebrows were clear and beautiful, not to mention, Chen Fan's reader-grade face value wasn't even the slightest bit half bad at all, and it was also enhanced with the same godly mighty gaijin-like temperament from earlier. Of course. Despite being moved, Liang still didn't dare to take offense. How is the great Lu Dynasty she doesn't know, but she feels that if she doesn't obey this, she probably won't even be able to walk out of this palace. At least all of them are at the peak of the earthly fury realm, or even half-step heavenly deity realm. Liang thought silently in her heart. Earlier, under that monstrous slap, she felt as if her soul was going to be crushed. And for better or worse, she was also a half-step of the earthly deity realm and had been imprisoned in this formation for a long time, so she was extremely sensitive to the power of the earthly fury. So, she could be certain that Chen Fan's hand was definitely not using the power of the earth-severing realm. But Between the Earth Severance realm and the Big Dipper realm, there were two realms, the peak of the Earth Severance realm and the half-step Big Dipper realm, as the line of distinction. And this was not a secret that she could pry into. Therefore, she didn't dare to determine whether this was the peak of the Earth Fury realm or the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm. As for why she didn't think about the Heavenly Dipper realm. Not her, the many Imperial dynasties in this square 10,000 miles, also at best, only their founding royals are for the Heavenly Dipper realm cultivators. Even those holy places. I'm afraid I can't see a real Big Dipper realm cultivator. Even if there are holy places can come out, but it is also estimated that the lifespan of the national treasure level monsters will be close to the end of the lifespan, with a time less than once the kind of. So, she didn't even think about this aspect. It's like now, who would think that an elementary school student with the lowest exam ratings year after year would be able to use a college entrance examination paper to get the scoreline of the National Defense University before graduating from elementary school? Fanning? Chen Fan glanced at her. Have you eaten yet? Ate. Li Ying was a bit confused about what Chen Fan meant and said in a hurry. However, as the words fell, her stomach happened to coo, and with a brush, her face became a little embarrassed. Li Chenglian. Minion is here. Take her to the bathing room, and arrange for good deeds to be done over at the Imperial Dining Hall. Yes. It was naturally impossible for Li Chenglian to personally send this siren to the bathing room. He had seen with his own eyes that this Li Ying that had erupted with the strength of a half-step of the Earth Severance realm. Not to mention now. This Li Ying seemed to have a tendency to stay in the palace. He was so good at coming to things, how could he not understand things? Immediately, he is to bring Li Ying to go to the bathroom, after instructing the palace maid to go to prepare clothes and skirts, is to arrange for the Imperial Cuisine Hall side to remove the corpse chief to work overtime. And this time, Chen Fan had already brought the corpse in levitation and brought Shen Yao to the bedchamber. Relax, it might hurt a bit later, but it won't be too long. Shen Yao nodded, but then her face looked a little odd. How come this matter? It was a little similar to some of the boudoir books that sister had shown her earlier. But very quickly, Shen Yao just didn't have the heart to think about it. Chen Fan raised his palm and placed it on her head through the air. In an instant, Shen Yao couldn't help but scream miserably, only feeling that her mind went blank, as if her soul was being pulled out. What thoughts and ideas were all crushed at this moment? Well, there's something. Seeing a white smoke rising from that Shen Yao's head, however, it was slow to come out. Chen Fan smiled faintly and was not panicked in the slightest. He walked forward and lightly placed one hand on Shen Yao's head. At this moment, Chen Fan's palm was like black and white. Just less than 2.5 seconds, a transparent shadow appeared in his palm. As the transparent shadow left Shen Yao's body, it began to become bright and uncertain, seemingly with a tendency to fly away. Well, it's a bit rubbish. Chen Fan glanced slightly. He thought that after the soul was separated out, it should at least have the cultivation of the innate realm. Although this cultivation was without a soul, there was also a small amount of spiritual power, not so much as a soul that was the same as a cultivator like refining body and opening veins. But never thought that this was really just a simple soul. Soul is not able to leave the body, once left will be directly scattered soul. Of course. With Chen Fan this launched the power of the Yin Fury nourishing protection, but also not to say that the soul is really flying apart. After all, the way is always more than difficult. Damn, it seems that it is really necessary to make a trip to the hidden scripture pavilion. Thinking of this, the corner of Chen Fan's mouth twitched and muttered, but where I would have a secret soul technique or something like that, where do I need this kind of trouble? Pure numerical value monsters won't be able to fancy any arts or secret arts. In the case of not being against the enemy, it is indeed really embarrassing. There was a feeling of a coquettish woman not being able to make rice. Chapter 22, Great Cloud Dynasty. You have great guts. Shen Yao's eyes rolled white as she fell headfirst onto the bed with a bang, falling into a coma. Her and her sister's souls had coexisted for such a long time, and at this moment, being forcefully stripped out, it was indeed a bit too much to suffer. However, fortunately, with Chen Fan present, she was only unconscious, and after some rest, she would be able to recover as before. Chen Fan didn't care about her. His palm held that transparent shadow, forcibly pressed it into the body of the white dress that had been suspended on its side. Along with the integration of the shadow, that entire white-skirted corpse visibly trembled. Immediately afterward, a cold power suddenly blossomed out from it, and in an instant, the ground 3 inches away from its feet violently condensed countless ice crystals, and in an extremely swift manner, it spread out in all directions, and it looked like it was going to freeze Chen Yao stiff. Playing God. Chen Fan let out a light laugh. You with the assistance of the earthing fiend were not even able to take a single hit, let alone now? Save it. Between the light laughter, he didn't move too much, just lightly stomped his foot. However, this foot was like hitting the snake 7 inches. The countless ice crystals suddenly exploded. After that ice crystals exploded into countless broken ice chips, but seems to be not willing like, after a short pause, it is like a million arrows like, toward Chen Fan rolled and shot. Giving you the face to be shameless, right? See the scene, Chen Fan face a cold snort, at that moment, that shot to the broken ice instantly collapse and explode, like a sky of white fireworks rain, ticking down on the ground, completely smoke disappears. Poof! Hundreds of thousands of miles away, on top of that snowy mountain, the stunningly beautiful silhouette sitting up, at this moment resounded with the sound of a voice spewing out blood. Her face was frozen, covering her heart and closing her mouth in death, but in the end, she really couldn't stand it and let out a mouthful of blood with a wow. What was surprising was, this blood that she sprayed out was not red, but it was like a slushy pale white color. How is this possible? However, at this moment, she didn't care the slightest bit about this injury of hers, but instead stared wide-eyed, her gaze filled with disbelief. My soul-devouring corpse refining technique, it's actually been broken? How is that possible? She felt. That corpse, which she had carefully raised for more than 10 years, wanting to use it to impact the Heavenly Dipper realm with a special secret method, had actually lost its connection at this moment. It was also because of this. She had also suffered a huge backlash. Even though her cultivation level wasn't low, her breath was extremely shriveled at this moment, and her face was bloodless. Immediately afterward, her gaze turned cold as she stared deathly at that distant Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, her words almost squeezed out from between her teeth. Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, you have great guts. Who on earth dares to jeopardize this seat's grand plan? Many thanks to your majesty for saving my life. And at this moment, in Chen Fan's chambers, that levitating corpse, at this moment, lightly landed on the ground and knelt down towards Chen Fan, respectfully kowtowing a song. Get even. However, Chen Fan had a strange expression on his face and casually threw out a piece of clothing. Put on your clothes first, and later follow the palace maid to receive a set of palace dress. Due to the previous invocation of the Yin Fury to unleash the ice crystals, the white dress on this corpse was also broken as much as it could be. So, at this moment, this woman who looks exactly the same as Chun Yao, and even looks more mature than Chun Yao, but her temperament is more cool is really no secret to speak of folk daughter obeyed the decree. Seemingly did not react like, the woman's face brushed a moment to become red, the whole head as if into a steam G. Immediately, she hastily picked up the clothes to cover her heart, and then stood up, wanting to salute the occasion, but found himself this only clothes cannot use the skirt. At that moment, she hastily put the clothes as a skirt tied around her waist, but suddenly felt a cold chill in her heart. Chen Fan, is this intentional or careless on your part? Yes, I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Folks, this first time to feel the fullness of the body, there is some discomfort, please Your Majesty to condemn. Chen Fan. At this time, he just remembered that this Chen Yao's sister has always been in the form of a soul and Chen Yao is one body. The experience of being an Apiao is estimated to be very rich, but the experience of being a human being may indeed be seriously insufficient, right? Okay. The corners of Chen Fan's mouth twitched as he got up and walked out of the Yunqin Hall, instructing the palace maid who was on standby, go and find a set of palace dress for her. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, the palace maid walked in with a brand new set of white palace dresses. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but Chen Fan felt that this set of palace skirt was of the same style as the one that existed on that corpse before, with only a difference in color. Your Majesty. Chen Fan waved his hand, you familiarize yourself with it first, and catch up with your sister, I still have things to do, so I will leave first. My daughter respectfully sends Your Majesty off. Chen Fan just walked out of the bedchamber. Before he reached the Cloud Heart Hall, he saw Chen Fu who hurriedly ran to him. Your Majesty, Chen. Found it? Chen Fu stammered, his face a little white, mumbled and didn't dare to say anything. He was now numb in person. Just now, he returned to the Cloud Zongfu, almost turning over the entire Cloud Zongfu, and even letting the other Cloud Zongfu Zongbei, along with the forbidden guards to search for it together, but still did not find a single trace of that one shadow retaining stone that had recorded this secret method before. This time, Chen Fu panicked, and ran back to his mansion in a hurry to search. However, the results were still touching. Nothing was found. It was as if that one shadow retaining stone would grow its own legs and run away. And this result is also let Chen Fu almost did not scared to death, once again increase the search efforts. However, there is no use. Result is still not found. Under the helplessness, he also can only enter the palace to face the saint, wanting to swear in front of the ancestors as a proof. Kai, Your Majesty, the old minister would like to swear in front of the ancestors, this. Chen Fan waved his hand, interrupting Chen Fu's words, alright. First take care of the aftermath of the cold palace side. As a traveler, Chen Fan did not make any expectations on whether Chen Fu would be able to find that evidence at all. Whether it was the strong power of the corpse when it was sealed by the ice coffin, or the strength it displayed afterward, it was already clear that the matter was bound to be calculated by others. Chen Fu, on the other hand, was at best a pawn that was being utilized without even realizing it. Yes. After cleaning up, you will go to the Central Ministerial Order and take part in the matter of conquering the Daming Dynasty, as a way of taking credit for your sins. A few days ago, this Daming dynasty answered the war state letter sent up, which made Chen Fan doubly surprised, thought about it, felt that this Daming dynasty could not feel that this is only the two sides of the great armies fighting, and not a struggle between you and me to die? Then, I will send Chen Fu over to see if I can break up your Daming dynasty. Having been on the throne for such a long time, Chen Fan wasn't just groping for fish all day, he was naturally aware of how big the gap between dynasties and imperial dynasties was. As the Dala dynasty are also, Daming dynasty also, its king at best, but only the Seal King realm cultivator, and the entire dynasty are not the existence of the Earth's fate realm. Of course. As for the Seal King realm, a few heavy days of cultivation, since the gap between the dynasties. However, Chen Fu, the peak of the King Seal realm, and the strength of Empress Dowager Cixi, who had already gone to reincarnation, was also a great deterrent when placed in the army. Maybe, it could really destroy the great Ming dynasty. Old Minister thanks the Lord for his great kindness. When Chen Fu heard these words, he was first stunned, then he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, his heart excited to the extreme. The old minister will surely live up to your majesty's expectations. Chen Fan ignored him and turned around and walked into the middle of the Cloud Heart Hall. After kneeling in place for a full 2.5 minutes, only then did Chen Fu get up, ready to go and deal with the matters of that cold palace group courtyard. When he suddenly saw Chen Yao walking in a long dress, he was stunned and looked around to make sure that no one was there, before he shouted, "Yao Yao!" Chen Yao's footsteps lurched, turning back to look at Chen Fu with some puzzlement. After seeing his face, he froze for a moment, before he tentatively shouted, "Father, father?" This unfamiliar uncertain tone immediately let Chen Fu footsteps, some surprise, then seems to think of something, face reveals great joy. You are Big Yao? Chen Fu before for the twin daughters is taken the name, but also just milk name. Because they were twins, it was simply straightforward to separate them by the milk name de Yao Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao, that is Chen Yao. And the name this is naturally need to think carefully. However, have not waited for the couple to think well, the late emperor that want to succeed the decree is sent over. Therefore, Chen Yao's sister actually did not take out a name, while the late emperor was posthumously named Princess Zhang Yao after the great Yao's violent death. Father. Princess Zhang Yao's face was stunned, but she still spoke politely. Chen Fan's face was stagnant. Of course he felt this sense of detachment, but there was really nothing he could do about it, after all. Have you just come out of His Majesty's bedchamber here? Princess Zhang Yao hesitated for a moment and nodded. You? Chen Fu also wanted to say something, but the words reached his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. And just as the father and daughter were caught in an awkward moment, suddenly, a voice that sucked in cool air rang out. The father and daughter coincidentally looked back in unison, and they saw Chen Yao, who was covering her head with a very painful expression, walk out. Princess Zhang Yao hurriedly went forward to assist. Yao Yao, are you alright? No, it's fine. Sister, I have a bit of a headache. For Princess Zhang Yao, her younger sister Chen Yao really doesn't have much distance. After all, she is a twin sister, and double soul one state for so many years. Father, I'll take Yao Yao to find His Majesty first. Chen Fu hesitated a little, and eventually nodded his head. He still had to go and deal with the matters of that cold palace group hall, and after that, he still had to go to the Kai mansion to look for someone, so he couldn't follow since. Hangu Mountain. This place was the convergence zone of the three dynasties of the Daming dynasty, the Minghui dynasty, and the Gaoming dynasty, and it was tens of thousands of miles away from the Ming King city of the Daming dynasty. The whole mountain is with a heavy iron blood gas. And this is the place where Emperor Taizu of Ming dynasty started his army. On the top of Hangu Mountain, there is a huge elevation platform, as if straight into the sky, can ascend to the sky above the suspended island. And this is the location of the Hangu Holy Land, its name Hangu Holy Island. Hangu Holy Island is about 5,000 kilometers long, and its area alone is only half that of the Daming dynasty. This was also the difference between a Holy Land and a dynasty. Because, the Holy Land only needed disciples, only needed elites, and didn't need any soldiers and even less legions. On all sides of the elevated platform, it was with a heavy blood qi, vaguely with a pressure, which was precipitated by the corpses on the bold path when Emperor Taizu of the Ming dynasty was inaugurated as the Holy Lord of Hangu. Although Ming Emperor Taizu had already disappeared for 1,000 years, and this matter was even more so 1,000 years ago, however, this mighty pressure had not dissipated for a long time. Obviously, there were corpses and bones of Earth Severance realm cultivators in it. Above the Hangu Sacred Island, there are also two islands suspended. It's in this Hangu Sacred Island, respectively, presenting a pyramid-shaped standing. They were the Hangu Holy Island, Hangu Inner Island, and Fengtian Island. Corresponding to the three major regions of the Hangu Holy Land, the Outer Sect, the Inner Sect, and the Fengtian Sect. Above the Hangu Sacred Island, a cold-faced, bare-chested disciple who was training, one move at a time, with the sound of drinking shaking the heavens, was obviously training. Skimming over the Hangu training ground, in the deepest part of the Hangu Holy Land, there stood an iron and majestic black hall. And this was the Hangu Sacred Hall that only outer door deacons were qualified to enter within the Hangu Sacred Island. At this moment, In the middle of this Hangwu sacred hall, there was a snow-white throne, and on top of the throne, there was a middle-aged man with an expressionless face, but with a blood-red gaze. This person was none other than the head deacon of the Hangwu Sacred Island, the highest administrator of the Hangwu Sacred Land's outer gate. Great Ming King message: the recently promoted deacon, their Prince Ho Zhao, died in the Great Cloud Dynasty. The middle-aged man's light voice fell into everyone's ears, causing many people's faces to change. Bold. Unbridled. What class is this Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty? How dare it kill a deacon of my Hangwu Holy Land? As I recall, this Great Cloud Dynasty's Emperor Wen is only a half-step in the earthly fury realm, and is only at a half-ass level. How dare he kill my Holy Land's deacon? Looking for death? The head deacon was non-committal, sweeping his gaze and saying lightly, there is indeed something fishy about this matter. But the majesty of my Hangwu Holy Land must be maintained. Said. His gaze turned, this matter, the inner island is also paying attention. If our outer sect handles it improperly, at that time, not only will we lose the face of my Hangwu Holy Land, we will also be held accountable by the inner sect. Reporting to the head deacon, my subordinate is willing to go forward. The one who opened his mouth was a 7-foot-tall man with extremely swollen muscles on his body. Well, Su Fu? You've cultivated your flooding martial overlord body technique to the 3rd level? The 7-foot man named Su Fu gave a slight lurch and touched his nose. It was just a fluke. In that case, then this matter is for you to handle. The head deacon nodded with great satisfaction. In this matter, do not pull the face of my outer sect. Yes, head deacon. Chapter 23, Frontline Departure. Hangwu Holy Land. The order to start the war given by Chen Fan himself did not take too long to prepare. In just 3 days and 3 nights, he had assembled 700,000 troops. And, during this period, the supplies that the army needed were also directly transported towards Baiyun City. Before that, Kai Jing had left Cloud City. Kai Jing had left Cloud Imperial City, and Zhang Chongyan had similarly left, and the two had successively contacted Li Qingshi, the guardian of North Cloud City, and had done the relevant processing work. So, after 3 days and 3 nights to get together the troops and horses, those materials and supplies are also all prepared by Li Qingshi in the North Cloud City, and sent a heavy guard. And when it came to the matter of the Cold Palace Group Hall, Kai Jing and Zhang Chongyan had already set off with their troops first. It was Kai Wei who needed to deal with things in the Kai Mansion first, so she didn't leave for the time being. However, on the 10th day of the army's departure, she had also finished her business, and originally, she had traveled lightly, but she didn't expect that Chen Fu, the chief steward of the Cloud Clan Palace, would want to go there together. Chief Steward Fu, you aren't kidding, right? In the middle of the Kai Mansion, Kai Wei was somewhat confused as she looked at Chen Fu in front of her, somewhat unresponsive. Cloud Zongfu. That was an organization that directly governed the various vassal kings under the Imperial Dynasty. When did it need to participate in a war? This matter is not a child's play, naturally it cannot be a joke. Looking at the somewhat confused Kai Wei, Chen Fu paused before saying, of course, Commander Kai does not need to have too much psychological pressure. The old man will not interfere with your strategy either, it's just a preparation just in case, do you understand? Kai Wei looked at the sincere Chen Fu in front of her, and couldn't help but think of this inexplicable Legion commanding envoy of hers that she had been appointed. Legion command envoy, this is involved in the Legion in the middle of the strategy to engage in. But how would she what strategy In the past life, these would lead troops to fight things, are her father Kai Jing responsible for, she at best as a strategist, in the encounter difficult times out of a few hurt the sky and not hurt the text and small plan only. Now, look at this situation. This new emperor had placed another Seal King Realm Guard on her, just in case her schemes were too vicious and she was assassinated? Kai Wei blinked her eyes, not to mention, thinking about it like this, it was much more river. But, how does the new emperor know her? Kai Wei white silk shall not ride sister. But always feel, seemingly which is not quite right. It is hard not to be trying to spy on her? This idea only stayed in Kai Wei's head for a fraction of a second before being crushed. How could it be? With a cultivation of the Heavenly Dipper realm like the new emperor, it was impossible for her to say treason even if her brain was kicked by a donkey, right? After pondering for 2.5 minutes, Kai Wei did not come up with a reason. After all, she was only reborn, not that she has the ability to read minds. If she couldn't figure it out, then she didn't think about it. When she arrived at the front line, she still had to think of a strategy. That's fine, I'll probably go before this afternoon. General Manager Fu may accompany me? May. Soon, Kai Wei carried 1,000 light cavalry to leave Cloud Emperor City. After leaving the outskirts, in the middle of that small courtyard that looked like a homecoming home. Master, the daughter of the Central Minister Kai Jing, the Legion commander has left Cloud Imperial City. Yan Gao, whose temples were white on both sides, squinted his eyes as he lay in the courtyard, and after hearing his subordinate's report, he nodded slightly. Go down. Yes, master. Zhao Song, how is it? Sitting opposite Yan Gao was naturally Zhao Song, who had been forcibly left behind. Even if you blockade the Cloud Emperor's city, it won't be of much use. Zhao Song took a sip of tea and said indifferently, the news, it will still get out. Your blockade line, at most, is only targeting some traitors, and you don't dare to move too much for fear of startling others. And for those cultivators, or clans and families with backgrounds, forgive me, you Yan Gao still don't dare to move them at the same time. Yan Gao laughed loudly, of course I know that. Zhao Song's hand that was pinching the teacup gave a start and looked at Yan Gao with some surprise. Then you're not afraid that this holy land won't move out after hearing the news? Yan Gao smiled without saying anything. At this moment, the white-haired butler Yan walked over and slightly bowed his head. Master, according to the report from the scouts, there is movement on the elevation platform on Hangu Mountain. In addition, on the snowy mountains of the Kunlun Holy Land, there is said to be an avalanche falling. And Yi Xiang, who is in the Tianqing Holy Land, seems to have been seen in the middle of the western region. Hearing this, that Zhao Song's eyelids trembled and looked at Yan Gao with some horror. He didn't expect that this Yan Gao's intelligence network would be terrifying to this extent? Even the Holy Lands knew exactly when they were going down? Even if they know, so what? Yan Gao laughed and interrupted Zhao Song. The wood has been turned into a boat, the arrow is on the string. What's more, it's not like the interior of a Holy Land is ironclad. Every Holy Land has more than just one earth-severing realm, so naturally, there will be departmental fights over who doesn't obey who. And how can you be sure that those who descended from the middle of the Holy Land are from the same lineage as those who received the news? Saying this, he came forward and laughed in a low voice. If you can use the Great Cloud Dynasty to consume their competitors, how many people wouldn't be moved by this deal? Just like before in the courtroom, when the new emperor turned on Cixi, but I didn't see you, Zhao Song, making peace with it? Zhao Song. Not to mention. It's true that when the new emperor turned on Cixi, everyone didn't say anything, waiting to watch the show, and some people even thought about how to share their own interests after Cixi killed the new emperor. Yan Gao, you have to think clearly, what are you doing? Zhao Song took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, if the new emperor is suppressed and killed by the Holy Land, the Norse dynasty will surely be shattered as well. Among the current royal family, there is no use for another suitable prince to succeed the throne. Yan Gao smiled and did not speak. The Yan butler on the side understood in a second and smiled faintly. Master, the king of the Great South has already carried 3,000 divine martial legions to 500 kilometers outside of the Cloud Imperial city. Zhao Song exclaimed and rose violently, looking at Yan Gao in front of him in shock. The Great Southern King. He was the vassal king of the Great Southern Province under the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty. Before the vassalage, this Great Southern King was the third son of the late emperor. The Divine Warrior Army. It is the legion trained by the Great Southern King himself. Although there are only 3,000 of them, they are the elite who have fought many battles with the King of the Great South. Of course, this kind of elite, for the earth-smiting realm cultivators, is really just a finger thing. But the problem is, what if there are no more Earth-Severance realm cultivators? Rumor has it that these 3,000 divine martial legions have a special military formation that can cut down all Seal Marquee realm cultivators. Even under the leadership of King Danon, a King Seal realm cultivator, they can also kill King Sealers. Combined with Yan Gao, a genuine Seal King realm cultivator. Hiss. Thinking of this, Zhao Song instantly sweated and his eyes widened like bronze bells as he looked at Yan Gao in front of him. Damn. This horse is the biggest old 6-ah. Rao to Zhao Song also never expected. Before Chen Fan ascended to the throne, the most disadvantaged right minister Yan Gao among the group of 6 with the most power representation in the courtroom, was actually the biggest that Black Hand. At that time, he does not live in the Cloud Imperial city. Yan Gao, instead of living outside the city to return to the garden life, is very incomprehensible, and even look at its posture as if to give up half of the real power in the Cloud Imperial city. But never thought. People's vision has long been placed on the mutiny. Don't be anxious, old man, this kind of tea flavor is good. Zhao Song, you taste more. Zhao Song. How about, you remove your people first before saying this? On the other side. About 500 kilometers outside the northern outskirts of Cloud Emperor City. A line of 3 people, dressed in a strange ancient-style robe, whose heart was engraved with the word Hong in a large position above the mouth. Obviously. These 3 people were the ones who had come down from above the Hangu Treasure Island with orders to investigate Prince Hozhao's matter. Deacon Su, why don't we just go directly to this Cloud Emperor City to reveal our identities and inquire about this matter? Among the 3, there was a rather sweet-looking woman whose name was Qing Yuer, an outer disciple of the Hangu Holy Land. Hearing her words, the expressionless Deacon Su spoke coldly. Do I need to report to you when I do something? Chang Yuer. Her small face stiffened, she hummed, and turned her head away. One of the remaining people saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and snorted. Elder Sister Yuer, Deacon Su naturally has his intentions, we will just honor them. The configuration of Hangu Treasure Island traveling down the mountain was usually one deacon with 2 disciples. Compared to this trip to investigate Prince Hozhao's murder, it was Deacon Su who brought 2 disciples with him. Originally, Deacon Su was trying to call 2 good men to go to the good work, however, never thought, Hangu Inner Door even named let him take these 2 disciples who have not accomplished anything to go down. This is clearly a backdoor way to get gold-plated. Similar to this, Holy Land sent people down the mountain to investigate something. Usually there is a deacon personally lead the team. And the deacon, but also the Seal King Realm cultivator, but also under the banner of the Holy Land, so things are dry one thing into one thing, pure gold-plated. Originally Su Deacon thought, gold-plated even if, obedience on the line. However, never thought. This called Qingyuer So Can Dawdle. Originally scheduled to go straight down the mountain, hard to let her grind for several days. Not only that. On the way, she also disliked this and that. But helplessly, this Qingyuer is the inner door personally requested to bring Deacon Su. The deacons also have no way, what can be done? Of course. Despite the helplessness, but Deacon Su this way up, but really did not give these two gold-plated what good face. A realm of transformation, a peak realm of transformation. What grade dare to come and question his deployment? Deacon Su was disdainful. No fun. Qingyuer snorted coldly, not buying it in the slightest. The one male cultivator's face was embarrassed, and he was just about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly, Deacon Su's face stared. Someone is coming. Take cover. At those words, Qingyuer's face was also stunned, and then her figure shifted, and under a few body techniques, her figure went far away. On the contrary, it was the male cultivator who was still dazed in place. Waste. Deacon Su cursed in his heart and kicked him directly out, then his breath was hidden. It was but a few moments. A short 30 seconds later, it was to see a lightly armed cavalry, speeding past on fast horses. Immediately behind it was a petite child carried by 4 realm of transformation cultivators, in the middle of this light attire, protected by the lightly armored cavalry on both sides. In just less than 3 seconds, this procession disappeared from the view of the hidden Deacon Su and the other 3. What is this? Qingyuer was just about to show her head to check. That Deacon Su's face changed as he whispered, "Shut up." Qingyuer bristled, but she didn't dare to say anything. Less than 3 seconds after this Deacon Su's words fell, he saw a cavalryman in light armor quietly return, looking around vigilantly before leaving. Wow, what kind of hardcover army is this? Is it so strict? Seeing this scene, Qingyuer's mouth was also wide open, somewhat unbelievable, still killing a horseback? Not far ahead is Great Cloud's Imperial City. Deacon Su didn't pay any attention to her, his brows furrowed tightly as he looked at the direction where the previous lightly armored cavalry had gone. Looking at that direction, it should be the border of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. It's hard to say that it's really as the great Ming King had said. The Deming King's statement that was transmitted to the Hangwu Holy Land was that Prince Hozhao had died in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and that the Great Cloud Dynasty had openly declared war on him, the Deming Dynasty, requesting the Hangwu Holy Land to send someone to chase after the murderer. The Holy Land usually didn't intervene in these types of wars between soldiers and horses in military formations because those who had the ability to intervene were basically focused on cultivation and didn't have the time to take care of such bull. But Prince Hozhao, as an inner disciple of the Hangwu sacred ground, this pursuit was still necessary. Of course. Deacon Su had been a deacon for so many years and had looked into quite a few things, so naturally, it was impossible for him to just foolishly believe the words of the Great Brightness King. And this, too, was the reason why he had bypassed the Deming Dynasty and gone directly to the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty after coming down directly from the Hangwu Mountain. He didn't believe all this nonsense from the Deming King and planned to personally go to the Cloud Imperial City to investigate. Thinking about it, if it was really a war, not to mention the other cities, just within the Cloud Imperial City alone, the causes and consequences of this and whatnot, not to say that it was publicized, right, but it was also at least casually inquired about. But now, has not yet arrived at the Cloud Imperial City, is to see this scene. So to say, that the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty is really to go to war with the Great Ming Dynasty? In that case, what that Great Ming King said is still true. Thinking of this, Deacon Su made an instant decision. Let's go, first take down that one lightly armored cavalryman just now, and torture him carefully. He needed to know what was going on. However, his words had only just fallen, and before the two of them could reply, an old light laugh was heard. A transformation realm, a peak transformation realm, and a Seal King realm. Your handiwork, it's really not small. Deacon Su's face was horrified, and he hurriedly looked up, only to see that at some point, an old man dressed in linen and plain clothes stood in front of them. This person was none other than Chen Fu. When the light cavalry passed by just now, Chen Fu immediately sensed that there were 3 hidden auras here. Even though these 3 people came from a holy land that had the art of hiding their breath. But unfortunately, this little trick could only fool those youngsters, but not Fu Bo. Since you've come, then stay. Feeling Chen Fu's aura at the peak of the Seal King realm, that Deacon Su's face changed drastically as he snapped, "We are from the Hangwu Holy Land. Who are you? Are you really not afraid of my Hangwu Holy Land's retaliation? From the moment you decided to stand up for the Great Ming Dynasty, your stance is already clear." Chapter 24, Dozing Off and Sending Pillows? There are still many good people in the Holy Land. Your Majesty, Chief Administrator Fu has already left Yun Imperial City yesterday afternoon with the lightly armed soldiers of Kai Jing's daughter. Cloud Imperial City, Cloud Imperial Palace, Bedchamber. Li Qinglian arched his hand, and after seeing Chen Fan's slight nod, he hesitated slightly before adding, "Your Majesty, Princess Zhou Miao came earlier, but when the slave saw that your Majesty had not yet woken up, he let her go back first." Although, now that this twin sister of Chen Yao's Princess Zhou Miao had recovered, but right now, she really didn't have any place to go, and it was estimated that she had come to find Chen Fan for this aspect as well. Chen Fu had already left the Cloud Imperial City, while his wife had passed away due to a secret technique back in the day, and was basically living within the Cloud Clan mansion. The other day, it was because Chen Yao was a little unwell and Princess Young Qiong Yao had taken care of her, and now that she was better, it wasn't too suitable for her to continue living there. If she is due to the matter of her residence, have her go directly to the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Fan paused before asking, "Right, Li Qinglian. Is there a hidden scripture pavilion within the palace?" Empty values without arts or anything was indeed awkward when it wasn't against the enemy. Anyway, there was nothing to do for a while now, so Chen Fan might as well go for a stroll. Seriously. The area of this large Cloud Imperial Palace was extremely spacious. Chen Fan felt that the area of just one palace alone was enough to compare to that one province before he crossed over. Hidden Scripture Pavilion? Hearing this, Li Qinglian was stunned, although he didn't know why Chen Fan had to ask about this for good reason. He didn't dare to think too much and honestly said, "Back to Your Majesty's words." Originally, there was a hidden scripture pavilion that existed within the palace, but later on, due to some reasons, the hidden scripture pavilion was merged with the heavenly prison into one, and currently, it is on the back of the Cloud Palace's mountain. Said. Li Qinglian seems to be first to what, and added a sentence, "Your Majesty, the 7th princess had to the tribute, sent some of the magic class, stored in the national treasury. Do you need a lackey to look for them?" According to the practice of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, princesses and emperors were counted separately and individually. For example, the late Emperor Wen, there were a total of 6 emperors under his command, that is, they were lined up like this from the eldest to the 6th emperors. In addition to the 6 princes, there are a total of 9 princesses, divided into the big princess, the second princess, and so on to the 9 princesses. That said, this big Cloud Imperial Dynasty territory is indeed vast. This doesn't count the great Prince Chen Guangxu and the second Prince Chen Guangchang, as well as discharging the 6th Prince Chen Fan. Emperor Wen had a total of 9 princesses plus 3 princes, dividing a total of 12 vassal kings. And, in the case where the northern border outside of North Cloud City was almost completely lost, it still didn't have much of an impact on the Great Cloud itself. This Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty was truly a large family. 7th princess? Li Qinglian hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, 10 years ago, the 7th princess reached her maturity and was partitioned by the late emperor to the Great Yin province. For so many years, only the 7th princess's share of offerings to the treasury has remained the same, and the offerings of the rest of the vassal kings have been getting smaller and smaller." When the words came to this point, Li Qinglian also closed his mouth and did not say anything. This involves the royal things. He, a close eunuch, cannot be qualified to express too much opinion, at most is to give objective facts. The offerings are getting less and less? Chen Fan pondered. According to the ancestral system of the De Yun royal family, the royal sons' princesses were all executive officers after they were separated out, responsible for everything within this province, but they needed to pay tribute to the Imperial dynasty every year. And now, according to what this Li Qinglian said, these people are all floating? Thoughts flashed in his mind. Chen Fan was not in a hurry and opened his mouth. "Well, you first go to the treasury to fetch the things." "Servant obeys the order," Li Qinglian answered and left. Chen Fan didn't wait around, he turned around and walked towards the Imperial dining hall. But what he did not expect was Li Ying, who was dressed in a palace dress, was actually standing in this Imperial dining hall waiting at this moment, and after seeing Chen Fan walking towards him, her eyes instantly lit up. "Your servant has met Your Majesty." Saying that, she hurriedly jogged up, moved the chair, very attentive. "Your Majesty, please sit down, slave girl will help you blow the wind." Chen Fan, ? Almost forgot, Chen Fan had casually asked this Li Ying to go to this side of the Imperial dining hall before, but the result really came. Thoughts flashed through his mind, but Chen Fan didn't pause in his movements, sat down on the chair and glanced at Li Ying. "How is it staying in this Imperial study hall?" "Your Majesty, it's great. If you don't feel like it, just leave directly, it doesn't matter." Li Ying, ? Hearing this, Li Ying was obviously stunned. After a pause of 2.5 seconds before he smiled sarcastically, "Your Majesty, the slave girl is quite good here. Go. She is afraid that she is not lovesick. But don't forget, she is now also a half-step earthly fury realm. If you really let her go, that is not asking for trouble?" So, Li Ying is very sure, as long as she does not run, honestly stay, she is safe. As long as she was honest and decent, this Great Cloud Imperial Lord in front of her would definitely not take anything from her. "As you wish." Since this Li Ying had said so, Chen Fan didn't force himself, and didn't bother with anything as he began to dine. Your Majesty, there is a situation." At this time, A soldier in armor hurriedly ran in, kneeled down on one knee, and offered a box with both hands. Your Majesty, I have received a letter and a sender and a hostage from Chen Fu, the chief administrator of Yunzong House. Chen Fan was just about to speak, but suddenly felt that the voice was quite familiar, and was a bit surprised. Why is it you again? This one soldier wearing armor, isn't it that Li Qingqiu from before? But only a few days have not seen, this chick has been promoted again? Looking at the markings on her armor, she was also promoted to become a supervisor of the Cloud Emperor City's city guard? This surprised question from Chen Fan immediately caused Li Qingqiu to be stunned, and then her face reddened somewhat in embarrassment. From being a herald before, this was a direct leap to being the supervisor of the Imperial City's city guard. It could be completely said that it was a rocket-like promotion. Seriously. Li Qingqiu himself was actually quite enamored. Previously, whether it was sending 800 miles of emergency from North Cloud City or reporting on Chen Yao, the princess, being robbed on the street by Prince Hozhao, she felt, at best, she was just carrying out her official duties, not doing anything at all, but as a result, she was confusedly promoted and promoted again. In just less than a month's time, she was directly promoted from a cowhorse herald to the Imperial City Guard supervisor, flipping from the grassroots to management. To this, her father Li Qingshi, who was far away in North Cloud City, sent a letter to her, asking her what she had done. She answered truthfully, and as a result, she did not expect her father, Li Qingshi, to send a letter back to her, so that she would not be whole. Could it be that His Majesty wants to take you to the palace? After seeing her father Li Qingshi's letter, Li Qingqiu was a bit confused. Why didn't she know about this? But it's true. In the past, he had destroyed millions of troops with a snap of his fingers and killed Prince Hozhao, who wanted to rob the princess in the street. Such an image really became the dream of thousands of young girls in Cloud Emperor City. Of course, Li Qingqiu can never think about this aspect. Just from the military for many years, she does have a monstrous river of reverence. And now Chen Fan, this surprise, also let her think of these, suddenly face a little red. Just want to explain, but such Chen Fan lightly raised his hand. That boxes fell in its hand. Well, you first retreat. Li Qingqiu. The words that came to her mouth suddenly froze. She mumbled for a moment, and finally swallowed it down, answering the voice and retiring. Yes. Chen Fan opened the letter and took a look. It was in Chen Fu's handwriting. It said that the Hangu Holy Land had sent someone to attack and kill Kai Wei's light cavalry, but he had killed them back. A Seal King realm and a realm of transformation were killed on the spot, but there is a female disciple at the peak of the realm of transformation. It seems that the background is extraordinary. Its hand has a storage ring. Chen Fu couldn't pinpoint it, and was ready to hand this hostage over, but Kai Wei said that she had a wonderful use for it, and then handed it over to Kai Wei after sealing her cultivation. Chen Fan was slightly stunned and then opened the box. There was only one ring within the box, which was white silver in color, and seemed to be of great cost, more brilliant than whatever carat diamonds he had seen before crossing over. If an ordinary person encountered this thing is not necessarily able to read, but Chen Fan is a traveler, a glances to see out, storage ring? He moved his mind and his soul force immediately disappeared into it, and after seeing the mountain of possessions within it, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. This small vault, ah? At the time of shock, Chen Fan's soul force flashed, and in an instant, 3 white lights were bursting out from the storage ring, hovering in front of him. He converged his soul force, his eyes looked in front of him, and he'd scared and laughed. It's really a sleepy person sending pillows. I have just said that I am prepared to go to the hidden scripture pavilion to take a look, but I did not expect to have someone send it to my door. What these 3 white lights were wrapped in were precisely 3 different gongfu body refining ones? Chen Fan casually flipped open the first book, the Hanwu bullying body technique? A body refining technique practiced by the Ming Emperor's great ancestor. It can close the 7 orifices to form an absolute defense, and can withstand the Yin Fury invading the body induced by an Earth Fury realm cultivator. Well, not bad. Chen Fan nodded slightly, but then tossed it aside. But it seems like it's of little use to me. The value was full, and this body refining wasn't much use. It couldn't even break the skin anyway. However, it can be used for reward. Chen Fan thought in this way and once again flipped open the second book, Hanwu Peeping Heaven Scripture? Deducing the Qi Luan type of Kung Fu, it can determine the Qi and national fortune from the face, Qi phase, and other aspects. But if excessive intervention leads to a debate on cause and effect, it will lead to a backlash. A light case is a loss of life, a heavy case is death and extinction of the Tao. Use with caution. Watching the Qi application? Chen Fan thought for a moment. This thing can be given to that day to choose cattle and horses to beat the workers. Perhaps there is a miraculous effect. Chen Fan is also not clear with Kai Wei as what kind of rebirth talent, but obviously, can be reborn, certainly have 2 brushes of peculiarities. Give her this observation type of gong method, feel that this front of what the war do not need him to manage. Sort of a little useful. Useful to the next, but not much use to Chen Fan. After flipping through the 3rd book, Chen Fan's eyes immediately lit up. This is good. The 3rd book was titled Hanwu Heaven Beheading Sword. It was a strong attacking type of technique, and it did not require such a large forward swing as releasing an out-of-body body. It was indeed good. Your Majesty, Princess Qiong Yao seeks an audience. Going to the national treasury, this kind of thing. Li Qinglian didn't dare to let the underhand go, moreover this underhand is not necessarily clear. So, Li Qinglian is personally passed. Of course. Although he was not there, he was bound to not ignore the situation where Chen Fan needed to make a call, so he arranged for a eunuch to stand guard. Didn't you tell her to find Wu Mingyue? Chen Fan gave a slight start, but didn't dwell on anything and waved his hand. Let her come in. Yes. Princess Qiangyao walked in, but along with her, there was also her sister Qianyao. My sister has met Imperial brother. 2. This pair of twin sisters looked exactly the same, and even with their stature and whatnot, it was hard to tell exactly who was who with just the naked eye. Of course. This was not something that could be hidden from Chen Fan. Princess Qiangyao's body had been nourished by the earth-devouring yin qi gathered by the soul-devouring and refining corpse technique, and it had the unique coldness of a zombie. Ordinary cultivators could not see it, but for Chen Fan, he could distinguish it at a glance. Speak, what is it? Chen Fan looked at Princess Qiangyao. Regarding the matter of your residence, didn't I tell you to go to the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace? Imperial brother, my sister is not for this matter. Saying that, Princess Qiangyao took out a letter and offered it with both hands. My sister was just shopping when someone sent a letter. My sister feels that this epistle should be given to Imperial brother. Chen Fan froze for a moment. Wait. You received an epistle while shopping? Isn't that a love letter? What does this have to do with me? Chen Fan was a bit puzzled, but seeing this Princess Qiangyao's somewhat gloomy face, he didn't say anything, took the epistle and opened it. His eyelids trembled. Good guy. This ing is indeed a love letter. But how does this signature look somewhat familiar? Yi Xiang? Which one is this? The eunuch who didn't have the eyesight of Li Qinglian was standing in the doorway, and Chen Fan only felt that the signature looked familiar, but didn't remember who it was for a while. Who is this Yi Xiang? Hearing Chen Fan's question, Chen Yao hurriedly said, Imperial brother. Yi Xiang is the third oldest member of Empress Cixi's mother's clan, the Yi family, and is the third brother of Empress Cixi. Empress Cixi demon. When father was still alive, the Yi family had announced that the oldest third had died young, but for some unknown reason, he is now alive again. Yi family's oldest 3? Wait a minute. Chen Fan raised his eyebrows slightly. He could remember that he was saying that he would let this Chen Fu and the Forbidden Army work together to copy the 10 clans of this Cishi. Then, her mother's family should also be in this line. But why, this Yi Xiang is still alive? Declare the chief of Forbidden Guards to come here. Servant obeys the decree. The eunuch at the door immediately answered. The chief of Forbidden Guards was also normally guarding the gate of the palace. Therefore, after hearing the oral transmission of the decree, this chief of the Forbidden Guards also quickly came to the Imperial Dining Hall. Last General Sietaishin, kowtow to your majesty. All is well with your majesty. I remember that I asked you to cooperate with the Yun Zongfu to copy the 10 clans of Xiyan. Why is there another Yi Xiang now? Xia Taishuan's face was stunned, then he quickly explained, Your Majesty. Regarding the Cloud Imperial City, all 10 clans of Cishi have been exterminated. But, Chapter 25, the real battlefield, it's not with us. It's just, this demon empress seems to have prepared for this long ago. Yi family members among the young has long been distributed by her all over the Imperial Dynasty, and even some of them are in the belongings of the Imperial Prince and Princess. The investigation of the Forbidden Army will also die frequently obstructed, and it is also difficult to bring them to justice. Hearing this, Chen Fan instantly smiled slightly. It seems that those royal brothers and sisters of mine, it seems that they are not too peaceful off? Cold sweat broke out on Xie Taishuan's forehead and he lowered his head, not daring to say anything. This involved the royal family, he didn't have the guts to casually comment on anything. All right. Chen Fan waved his hand, go and investigate who gave this epistle to keep the person under control. If necessary, you can blockade the Cloud Imperial City. My lord will obey. Witnessing Xie Taishan leaving, Chen Fan's gaze fell on Princess Qiangyao at the side. I will find out about this matter. Imperial brother. Princess Qiangyao shook her head, this is not what my sister is worried about. This letter, it fell from the sky, subject sister. Understood. She was worried about her safety. To be able to give fall from the sky accurately in her hands, obviously has the strength of not none. No harm done. Chen Fan thought about it and casually said, in these few days, you can choose a side hall near my chambers. Many thanks, Imperial brother. Princess Qiangyao breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed to thank him, then my sister will leave first. Go. Princess Qiangyao and Chen Yao, who got up to leave, just walked out of Chen Fan's chambers. They saw a palace maid hurriedly running over. Your Highness, there are some matters in the Tianshan Academy that I would like to ask you to go over to deal with. Tianshan Academy is an academy founded by Qin Yao, belongs to private handling, are some readers' hobby gathering place. Sister, then I. Princess Qiangyao waved her hand, go, bring a few palace maids along. Good. Seeing Xinyao leave, Princess Chongyao sighed and shook her head, turning around and just about to go pick out her new bedchamber. Suddenly, a palace maid stopped her way. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager has an invitation." Princess Chongyao was stunned. What did the Empress Dowager invite her for in good time? However, now that there was no empress in this harem, it was indeed the Empress Dowager who had shivered garlic, so she had no reason to refuse, and nodded, "Lead the way." Yes. The next few days, in turn, became quite a bit more leisurely. Because at this moment, the gazes of countless people had all gathered in the middle of the Great Cloud northern border. After this half a month, from the 700,000 troops that converged from the Cloud Imperial city, and some more people joining in during the march, by the time they arrived at the northern Cloud city, a full 900,000 troops had already converged. The 900,000 troops lined up, under the command of Jiang Chongyan, divided into several 10,000 people subunits, and began to push towards the previously fallen northern border. Originally, because of the Dala's millions of soldiers after hitting the northern clouds under the city, to these northern border of the city also did not so much care too much. After all, the army is precious, want to digest the city for the time being is not in a hurry. And with this period of time, De Luo's millions of soldiers were subdued and killed. The entire northern frontier also gave birth to quite a few mountain bandits, gangs and other organizations. These organizations weren't weak, and more or less probably had the shadows of some of the clans and families outside the Imperial dynasty, but under the trampling of these 900,000 iron horsemen, they were directly flattened. A flat horse. However, due to the vastness of the area, coupled with the fact that the 900,000 Great Cloud army didn't just leave it alone after flattening it alone, they still had to reorganize the internal situation of the city. So, a full month later, it was only then that they arrived at the northernmost part of the Great Cloud dynasty, the Northern Dragon City. And at this moment, the Great Ming Dynasty's army was also converging on their borderline. A full 500,000 Ming troops had been assembled, and were cautiously waiting at the border. As for the Great Luo Dynasty, directly give up the southern border of their city, and even retreated a full 500 miles, a look I am the appearance of the melon masses. But no matter whether it is the Great Ming Dynasty or not, or the Great Cloud Dynasty, they did not take care of it. At the beginning of the Great Luo Dynasty that million army put together, has long been overdrawn the entire dynasty's troops, and now after the ashes, in fact, the guard's strength is seriously insufficient. At most, only its Luo Wangcheng within the city there are still more than 100,000 or 200,000 soldiers and horses. In the middle of this border, can gather 10,000 soldiers and horses are already very strong. And such a military force, in the eyes of both sides is not worth mentioning at all. Just let a person is strange. This 900,000 Cloud army troops to the southwest direction of the border of the Ming Dynasty about 300 kilometers away, but is slow to move. For 3 days and 3 nights, there was only the sound of war drums, but never saw a single silhouette. This scene made the Ming army a little puzzled. Can it be that the other side is trying to tire us out after highly concentrating? Ha! A realm of transformation patriarch among the Ming army laughed disdainfully. So what if we are tired of responding? This time, my great Ming has gathered a full 100,000 divine mechanism battalion legions to cover the entire city wall. If they want to mount the wall, how can they do so without dying 100,000 or 200,000 people? Hearing these words, the many generals also nodded their heads in deep agreement. Is it possible that they went around the back? Impossible. There are mountains on both sides, and the key positions on the mountains are also placed with divine mechanism battalion soldiers, but whenever they go around, they will inevitably be detected by our people. However, just at this moment, there was a sudden rumbling sound in the middle of this border city, and a violent explosion rang out. What sound? All of the generals were startled, looking violently to follow the sound, sending people forward to check. However, the intelligence that was brought back caused their livers to split. What? You're saying that there's a Cloud army killing its way in? How is that possible? How did they appear in the city? The many generals were scared out of their wits. If it was a battle to defend the city, they might still have the confidence to face off against these 900,000 Cloud troops. However, if it was a battle within the city, this was not a case of growing others' ambition and destroying their own. This 900,000 Great Cloud soldiers, at most, only 30% of the body refining realm cultivators, the rest are above the body refining realm and below the Dan realm. Encounter watch. Their 500,000 Ming soldiers, more than 70% of them were body refinement realm cultivators. Even if they could lay down a military formation to deal with the enemy, but the other side also had the same military formation, which was simply irresistible. And this inner city station, the Shinji battalion, is almost equal to the abolition, because in such a close distance, the cannon shot unless the head, otherwise the death is the Shinji Ming army. Quickly withdraw, Shinji battalion, all retreat. What did you say? Great Ming Dynasty, Ming King City, Ming King Palace. The great Ming King stood up boldly, looking incredulously at the 800-mile expedited messenger in front of him, 500,000 troops, and in just less than 5 days, half of them have been lost, leaving less than 200,000 troops? Among them, the Divine Mechanism Battalion's losses exceeded 80,000. What are you guys doing? The messenger's face was aggravated. Your Majesty, we don't know what's going on either. This large number of Yun army suddenly just drilled out from within our city, and each and every one of them is a realm of transformation sect master. We tightly guarded the surrounding area of the city, and we didn't even think that they would appear out of thin air within the city. Hearing these words, King Daming sat down disheveledly on his chair, waving his hand somewhat tiredly. The messenger was like an amnesty, and hurriedly retired. Wanan, those two honorable guests from the Hanwu Holy Land, what did they say? The cabinet grand pavilion elder beside him hurriedly arched his hand. Your Majesty, they. King Deming frowned. What, are they proposing very harsh conditions? No, not. Wanan swallowed. Your Majesty, these two honored guests don't know when they have left Ming King City. I don't know what's going on. What? The great Ming King rose violently again. Such a big thing, why don't you tell me? This. Wanan said with some aggravation. Your Majesty, they are going out or leaving. The Microchen can't tell the difference. Moreover, the Microchen doesn't dare to send someone to supervise them, in case he gets annoyed, then. King Daming was so angry that he was trembling, but he also knew that what this Wanan said was true. He could only sit down in helpless disheveledness, covering his head, sinning Order the front line to retreat to the Datong defense line. Yes. Datong defense line is one of the most defensible and difficult to attack passes in the Daming dynasty. Once King Daming led 100,000 people here to resist the 500,000 allied troops of King Minghui and King Gao Ming, and eventually its supply was insufficient and had no choice but to retreat. Along with the order of King Daming to retreat, the Cloud Army was not polite at all, directly occupying the city, taking away the food and the rest of the supplies. Of course, the many large armies also ended up staying in a position west of the Datong defense line. This Daming dynasty, it's really living more and more in the past. West of the Datong defense line, about 100 miles away, on top of a high mountain, two silhouettes stood here, expressionless as they looked at that Yun army garrison. One was an expressionless woman whose temperament appeared a bit on the cold side. The other was a tall and thin man. He looked at the scene in front of him, shook his head slightly, and sighed with some disappointment. Let's go. This Deming King, truly, is living more and more past. The woman bowed slightly, not saying a word, but she followed the man's pace. Seemingly seeing that the direction forward was not right, the woman finally opened her mouth to inquire, Elder, where to? Cloud Emperor City. The woman's expressionless face, revealing some surprise. We don't care about King Daming anymore? Surround the way to save Zhao. The Cloud Army was stationed in the camp. Commander is really a god. He even knows such a strange technique. I admire you. At the celebration banquet, I will definitely toast the commander. With no effort and only 100 casualties, you've taken down many territories west of the Datong defense line of the Ming dynasty. This is truly divine. For the touting of the generals, Kai Wei's face did not change much, slightly nodded. All of you first, do not rush, first whole army repair. Lord Commander, when will we attack his Datong defense line? As long as we break through this Datong defense line, we will be able to push straight to his Ming-Wang city. Not bad. At that time, we will surround the city with 900,000 troops, and the fall of this Ming King city will be a matter of time. However, for the proposal of the generals, Kai Wei was slightly shaking her head. We are not attacking the Datong defense line. The crowd of generals? The words she spat out instantly caused the entire room to instantly fall silent. Even Jiang Chongyan, who was the marshal of the legion, was visibly frozen, looking at Kai Wei in disbelief, and then at Kai Jing, who was also showing surprise. It was obvious. This Kai Jing also didn't know what Kai Wei was thinking. Commander, why is this? Kai Wei swept her gaze over the many generals and spoke. The real battlefield is not with us. Whether we forcefully attack the Datong defense line now or give it up, it doesn't mean much. Instead, it will increase casualties in vain. As a reborn person, she knew very well that behind this Daming dynasty stood none other than the Hangu Holy Land. Right now, the Daming dynasty had been pushed to such an extent that it was naturally impossible for the Hangu Holy Land to sit back and ignore it. Of course, even if the Hangu Holy Land had sent someone, it wouldn't be so much as to say that they were coming to make a move against their 900,000 strong army, but rather, they were heading straight for the Cloud Emperor city. For the Earth Severance realm. Whether it was a 900,000 army or a million army, at best, it was only 2.5 minutes of work before they could be annihilated. So, as long as they don't move and don't go to threaten Ming King City, then this Hangu Holy Land would not move them even if they sent out Earth-severing realm cultivators. Your Majesty, a great victory report from the front line. Legion Commander Kai Wei skillfully used a brilliant plan to sneak into his border city by surprise, and in just 5 days, he broke his 500,000 strong border city. Now it has even reached the Datong defense line. Your Majesty, I think, within half a month, we can break the Datong defense line. In the courtroom, Chen Fan swept a glance at the many excited military generals and casually said, I know. Is there anything else to report? At this moment, the chief of the Forbidden Army, Xie Taishan, respectfully stepped forward. Your Majesty, the last general has news. Speak. I have discovered the whereabouts of Yi Xiang and Chen Guangshu. Yi Xiang, Xiaishi's sibling brother. Chen Guangxu, the original Grand Prince, guarding the southern border of the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, was the eldest son of Empress Xia. Chen Fan raised his eyelids. Where is the location? Your Majesty. Xia Taixian hurriedly took out a map. According to my subordinate's intelligence discovery, this Yi Xiang is currently hiding in the deep forests of the western border of the Imperial dynasty, and he seems to have gathered the entire western border range of clans to become the clan leader. In addition, Chen Guangxu guarding the southern border, I found out that he has dealings with a certain subordinate king of the Qing dynasty beyond the south. Li Qinglian received the map and respectfully handed it over to Chen Fan's case. I know. Chen Fan swept a glance and nodded slightly before standing up, his palm gently raised. The ministers looked up at Chen Fan, their faces showing puzzlement. What is your Majesty trying to do here? Whoosh! Just as the ministers were puzzled, a sword with a golden light was suddenly born out of the void and hovered in Chen Fan's hand. Chen Fan lightly drank, and the golden light-sharp sword turned into a ray of light that rushed into the sky. But after this rush, the entire heaven and earth seemed to fall into dead silence again? The ministers looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. But the next moment, a brilliant golden light blossomed down from the sky above. It was none other than the Hangwu heaven-slashing sword that Chen Fan had learned to obtain earlier. However, Chen Fan felt that there were parts of this technique that were not great, so he changed it and now called it Coronal Light. Chapter 26, My Lord of the Yi Alliance, Yi Xiang, is a heavenly destiny with the appearance of a great emperor. Great Cloud Dynasty, Western Border, Falling Phoenix City. At this moment, Lokfeng City had become the most prosperous city in the entire western border of the Imperial dynasty. There was no other reason. It was because this Lokfeng City was the closest city to the Great Unified Yi Alliance in the western frontier. As the highest grade restaurant in Lokfeng City, the Drunken Immortal residence was naturally overcrowded. At this moment, in this Drunken Immortal residence's heavenly character room, under the sandalwood incense curling up, Yi Alliance elder Sun Hontao was flushed with excitement. The wonderful young girl opposite poured a cup of fragrant tea for him. Looking at the excitement and ambition in the eyes of the Sun Hontao in front of her, she said somewhat helplessly, Dad, as far as that goes? Linger, you don't understand. Hearing this, Sun Hontao shook his head, and said proudly, Yi Alliance at the moment has an unlimited future. Saying that, he lowered his voice, but his tone could not hide his excitement. That Cloud Imperial City's newly crowned little emperor is nothing more than a section of recklessness. It's purely based on his little cultivation of the Earth Severance realm. This kind of brainless cultivator, with Yin Xiang's ploys, he can definitely toy with him. The key is, he still doesn't know what the problem is. The young girl in front of her had picturesque eyebrows, but at the moment, she was a bit distracted. Her name was Sun Linger, that is, she was the daughter of Sun Hontao in front of her. Hearing her father's words, she nervously clutched the corner of her coat and whispered, Father, but I've heard that this new emperor has destroyed the unstoppable millions of troops of the Deluo dynasty with just one finger. Moreover, I heard that the 900,000 troops that he sent out now have already hit outside the Datong defense line of the Daming dynasty, and as long as they break through this defense line, they will be able to directly kill the Ming King city. Ha! Once this was said, that Sun Hontao was very disdainful and waved his hand. Even the tea on the table splashed out some. How is that? A finger to destroy 1,000,000 troops. Earth Severance realm cultivators under the cultivation of some specific arts and aptitudes can also do it easily. Back then, the Qing dynasty wasn't so aggressive that it directly declared war on the Ming dynasty, and even fought under the Ming Emperor's city. But what's the use? The great Ming dynasty directly invited the Holy Lord of the Hangwu Holy Land to intervene, and just by snapping his fingers, he killed the great Qing dynasty's million-strong army. You have to know, back then, the Qing dynasty's million-strong army was said to be able to assemble a strong military formation that could trap and kill Earth Severance realm cultivators. What was the result? What's the use? Sun Linger mumbled, but she had no words to retort. My Yi Alliance is different. The Alliance leader, Lord Yi Xiang, is a heavenly destiny. Not only does he possess the Heavenly Dipper, but he also has the favor of the Heavenly Qing Holy Land. Sun Hontao spoke eloquently, the more complacency on his face. Now, which clan in the entire western frontier has not affiliated with my Yi Alliance? Just waiting for this new emperor to be suppressed by several great holy places. At that time, we will directly swing our divisions eastward, and take the Cloud Emperor's city directly. At that time, my Sun family will be the family that has been honored by the dragon. His eyes were glowing, as if he had already seen a scene where he would become a feudal lord and worship the prime minister, and he would be in the limelight. To be a dragon's merit, this is something that honors one's ancestors. He even began to fantasize that the Sun family under his leadership, even beyond the achievements of their Sun family ancestors, the descendants even listed him alone in the Imperial temple. However, Sun Hontao didn't think too much about it, and after just 2.5 minutes, he came back to his senses, and then took out a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to his daughter, Linger. This can be my Sun family's ancestral jade pendant. Your appearance is outstanding, and your talent is not bad. Later on, I will take you to meet the Alliance Master. If you can be favored, in the future, you will be the noble person of Phoenix World. When the time comes, you will help me to blow my own mind, and I'll tell the world that if we join forces, we will definitely be able to bring my Sun family to an unprecedented level. Sun Linger looked at her father who was talking loudly, and then looked at the dull jade pendant, always feeling some vague uneasiness. However, just at this moment, without warning, the entire world seemed to have the mute button pressed. Outside the window of the hustle and bustle of the street, downstairs the sound of the book, the elegant rune curls of the zither, in an instant all disappeared. Immediately after, a pure to the extreme gold color from the sky above the dipping, in an instant, the entire sky is rendered into a bright golden light. Even underneath this light, everything seemed to have frozen in half. Even though this falling Phoenix City was not the main target, and this restaurant also had the protection of a formation, an extremely blinding light was felt. What is this? Sun Hongtao raised his head in shock, true chi overlaying the pupils of his eyes, that blinding feeling which dissipated a lot. But his hand that was holding the teacup froze in mid-air. Ka-ching! However, only 2.5 seconds later, the entire drunken immortal residence suddenly resounded with a sound like glass shattering open. Not good, the drunken immortal residence's protective formation can't carry it anymore. Sun Hongtao's face changed drastically. Without saying a word, he dragged his daughter Sunlinger, picked up the jade pendant on that table, and wanted to escape. However, he had just taken a step. Above the sky, a huge golden sword of light that could not be described in words, violently tore open the sky. It was like a blade of judgment from the realm of the gods, with a bright light burning on it, dragging a flame that burned in the sky towards the west of the city, the rolling crouching dragon mountain range where the Yi Alliance's main altar was located, and fell straight down. There was no earth-shaking roar, only a dead silence. Time seemed to have been stretched out at this moment, and Sunlinger could even see the complex divine pattern like sun lava flowing on the golden sword. Rumble! The moment the giant sword touched the mountain range, the sound that emanated from it, which caught up with the speed due to the light. The next moment, everything seemed to have frozen. The many cultivators who were further away looked up in unison, their gazes tinged with intense shock. What they saw, this was not art as an explosion, but as if the world was collapsing. A golden shockwave visible to the naked eye swept out with the crouching dragon mountain range as its center, destroying the world. Wherever it passes, everything that is touched by that golden shockwave, no matter whether it is a mountain or a building, or a strong cultivator, is like a sandcastle, melting inch by inch, as if it were falling apart, turning into a bit of stardust scattered. Even drunken immortal residence, this building in the falling Phoenix City, operating for a full 300 years, that claimed to be able to withstand the full force of the earthly fate realm of the defense array, even at this moment is also a rumbling sound of explosion. Accompanied by the array's collapse, the entire building is also bang sound exploded into a sky of wood chips, violent airwaves mixed with burning dust poured in, countless figures were lifted out, heavy rolled down on the ground. Cough cough cough. Sun Hongtao's father and daughter were sent flying for hundreds of meters, and only after their bodies heavily crashed through the walls of that fallen Phoenix City did they manage to stop. But the strange thing was, the two of them were merely gray and looked rather wretched, and did not have any injuries? Sun Hongtao felt doubly strange, but in the next moment, he seemed to realize something, and looked towards his hand, the jade pendant that bloomed with a greenish light but was already on the verge of disintegrating. What is this? Sun Hongtao was scared out of his wits, his lips were shivering and his teeth were cackling. It's divine punishment. It's divine punishment. At this moment, his beautiful dream about the merit of being from the dragon and being crowned as a vassal and worshipping the prime minister was crushed to not even a trace of ash under the golden light that ran through heaven and earth. Father, what are you still staring at? Run! Not waiting for Sun Hongtao to come back to his senses, that golden shockwave in the distance had already whistled towards Lokfeng City. Seeing his own father still in a daze, Sun Linger was scared and shivered, and hurriedly picked him up and ran towards the outside. It is really not to say. She looked like she was just at the age of maturity, but she actually had the cultivation of the realm of transformation, and at this moment, she was running away at a fast speed. Quickly run off. The golden shockwaves, under wave after wave, lasted for a quarter of an hour. Waiting for everything to fall into dead silence. That crouching dragon mountain range, which was originally cloudy and majestic after the establishment of the Leaf Alliance, had, at this moment, completely disappeared. If someone went to the original site to check, they could only find that in the crouching dragon mountain range, a dark sinkhole with no bottom. After another quarter of an hour, a stream of light flashed and stayed in the air above the original site of the Wulong mountain range that had become a basin. This was a woman wearing a long golden dress, with an imposing demeanor, covered in divine radiance, and with feet that didn't overpower the dust, like a goddess descending to the earth. She looked at the crouching dragon mountain range, looked at the traces of golden light on the side of the sky that didn't dissipate for a long time, and finally her gaze landed in the Cloud Imperial City. This is from Cloud Emperor City? It's the sixth brother? She was stunned for a moment, and then, as if she thought of something, she coldly shivered, and her lips turned pale. It's over. This coronation light, seen this, is not just a Yi Alliance. Beyond the western border of the Great Cloud Dynasty was the Great Wu Dynasty, which was only a few thousand miles away from Lokfeng City, and even more than 500 kilometers away from the Crouching Dragon mountain range. And after the establishment of the Yi Alliance, the king of Great Wu was also horrified, and even sent his elder brother, the so-called Little King of Great Wu General Bo Fu, to personally deploy 300,000 elite troops to defend this place. After all, Great Cloud Dynasty's western border, although boasted several provinces, but its clan is completely complicit, collusion between business and government, even the province's vassal king. In fact, there is nothing to be done. If it is strong to kill, I'm afraid that the next day in the king's house those under the family will be cordial greetings. If it is the vassal king is strong, the third day will be this matter will be written into the folders sent to the Cloud Imperial City. So, before the establishment of the Leaf Alliance, the Great Wu Dynasty is actually not very afraid of, after all, a plate of scattered sand. But never thought. This Yi Xiang even managed to combine the entire western frontier's various sects together. After this kind of combination, each vassal king is almost equal to be hollowed out, completely helpless. Therefore, the Great Wu King was also so scared that he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, and directly gritted his teeth and sent out his biggest elite to wait cautiously. Although the state master of the Great Wu Dynasty, Zhou Gongjin, claimed that this Yi alliance would never attack the Great Wu Dynasty, but not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of the eventuality of. If this really hit over, those sect elites were truly invincible. With the same number of people, in a city that is not that easy to defend and difficult to attack, their Wu army simply does not have much chance of winning. Therefore, the position of this city general is also extremely important. Thinking about it, in the end, it was his elder brother, General Bo Fu, who was the most suitable. At this moment, in the Great Wu Dynasty, the closest city to the Wulong mountain range, Dongkou City. At this moment, on a lofty sentry tower, General Bo Fu's face was cold and stern, and his eyes even reflected purple light, as if he was watching what was in the distance. When that streak of golden light lit up, he suddenly screamed miserably, the whole person covered his eyes, and the whole person actually fell down from this several hundred meters high sentry tower. General! The many generals were shocked and rushed forward to assist. Fortunately, this General Bo Fu's cultivation was not low, and he was also practicing body refining, so this kind of height was not a big problem. General, what happened? Withdraw the army. Quickly withdraw the army. General Bo Fu's face was anxious, but at this moment, blood was flowing out of his eyes and he was unable to open them at all. This was the pupil art he practiced, called 1,000 Miles of Eyes, which allowed him to view scenes thousands of miles away. However, earlier, that on the occasion of directly facing that golden light that descended from the sky, he felt the burning heat coming from him, and almost in an instant, the entire Wulong mountain range was erased. Whether it was any Seal King realm cultivator or any refined body bronze soldier, all of them instantly went up in smoke at that moment. Moreover, according to the judgment of this battle-hardened general, the post-battle shockwave so caused would definitely reach this Dongkou city. At that time, if they didn't retreat, I'm afraid that they didn't know how many of these elites would die. Ha! Hearing these words from General Bo Fu, many of the generals were stunned. What are you still waiting for? Evacuate the people quickly, all equipment is put down and the light army retreats. For the mute reaction of the generals, General Bo Fu was as anxious as hell and shouted sternly. Yes. Seeing General Bo Fu's roaring voice like this, the many generals were also aghast. They were also the general's old subordinates, and naturally knew what this tone of voice meant, and on the spur of the moment, they immediately led the order. Thereupon, in less than 2.5 minutes, the 300,000 elite army, which was already in a state of preparation for war, was quickly withdrawn. Due to the preparation for war, the people in Dongkou City have already been transferred away. Basically, there are only hundreds of peasants left, and it is not difficult to bring them to retreat. Before and after just 15 minutes of time, in batches, from the various city gates, or high-level cultivators crawling along the walled mountain peaks to evacuate. This total of 300,000 troops, that is, abandoned Dongkou City and moved back 50 miles. However, they continue to move forward to the east, but 5 minutes later, seems to feel something, one by one, are all in unison to look back, at once, there is a counting one, are all a big change in color, pupil earthquake. Only to see that large cave city, was a tsunami like light shockwave instantly covered, a huge border city, even with reinforced formations, is like paper, was submerged and dispersed. Even on both sides, the steep stone walls of the more than 1,000 meters of continuous mountains were actually slightly trembling, as if they could not withstand it. Countless debris rolled down from the mountains, forming a marvelous earth avalanche. What is this? Chapter 27, and the Holy Land is safe? Capture the people with their nests. Cloud Imperial City, Cloud Imperial Palace, in the court hall. The ministers are still tilting their heads, looking blankly at the sky that flickers with golden light and shadow, dazed and confused. How does this scene look as if it is déjà vu? It seems that last time, the millions of troops of the Luo dynasty were so destroyed? Thinking of this, the hearts of the ministers were shocked, and they all sucked in a mouthful of cool air. All right. Chen Fan withdrew his hand as if he had just dusted the dust on his sleeve. He resumed his seat on top of the dragon chair with a lazy posture and swept a glance at Li Qinglian beside him. His Majesty has decreed that if there is something that cannot be resolved, now play the book. Being glanced at by Chen Fan, that Li Qinglian instantly had a jolt and hurriedly stood straight. That characteristic shrill voice also sounded high. Does the prohibited army chief still have something to report? Forbidden Army Commander Xie Taixian was the first to react. He fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead dead against the cold gold bricks, his voice due to extreme excitement. Your Majesty. God's might is overwhelming. The last general kowtows to His Majesty. Your Majesty God Mighty, full of civil and military personnel, is also finally at this moment as if waking up from a dream, all brushed down on their knees. Mountainous and tsunami-like voice resounded throughout the entire Taiha temple. They finally understood what that earlier move of Chen Fan was. That was a rumored divine ability technique. From the golden light that had been in the sky for a long time, looking at this direction, it was definitely heading directly towards the western border. If they hadn't misread this map given by Xie Taixian earlier, it was precisely at the western border's Lokfeng city. And then think, before Chen Fan snapped his fingers to hold down that initially North Cloud city outside the Lu Dynasty's millions of troops. I'm afraid, now this outside the fallen Phoenix city, that what the Leaf Alliance, also be crushed, right? Both no matter, then we'll retreat. Li Qinglian saw that the ministers did not open their mouths, and immediately was to follow the process to announce the exit of the dynasty. However, right at this moment, Chen Fan was laughing lightly. They have all arrived at my Cloud Imperial city, why don't they come in and sit down? Greeting the dumbfounded eyes of the civil and military officials, Chen Fan just lightly raised his hand. In an instant, a golden light blossomed, instantly expanding out from his palm, transforming into an illusory golden hand that resembled Buddha Rulai's five-fingered mountain, whistling towards the front. At the same time, outside of Cloud Emperor City, about 300 miles up the mountain, two blurred black shadows were fleeing towards the direction of the Damning dynasty at an astonishing speed. These two people were none other than the two from the Hangwu Holy Land who had rushed from the Datong defense line. However, at this moment, these two people, where is the high and mighty of the people of the Holy Land? Their faces were filled with panic, and they even hated to use secret techniques to run away. They didn't even dare to return their heads. What the hell? The Hangwu Heavenly Sword. And, to cast such a great power across this distance of 10,000 miles, I'm afraid that even a Saint Lord wouldn't be able to do it. Big Dipper Realm. This new Emperor of the Great Clouds is at the very least half-step Heavenly Deity Realm. Run. Absolutely run. Damn you, damned Deming King, what the, you're hot. At this moment, this elder who came from the Hangwu Holy Land hated to drag that what's-his-name Prince Hozhao up and kill him by 1,000 cuts. I have not seen a Heavenly Deity Realm cultivator after hundreds of years of cultivation in the Hangwu Holy Land. UING directly found one and still messed with him, ah? The two people who came from the Hangwu Holy Land, namely the tall and cold woman and the tall and thin man. The former is for the Hangwu Holy Land Saint Daughter, its name is Su Miao, currently is for the half-step Ground Fury Realm Cultivator. The latter was the elder of the Hangwu Holy Land, named Gao Liming, a genuine Earth Severance Realm Cultivator. They came here because Deacon Su Su Fu died in the middle of the day, causing his incense jade pendant to break open in the Hangwu Holy Land. Su Fu's death was of no consequence. The key was this Qing Yuer, who absolutely could not be in trouble. First of all, Qing Yuer was the next Holy Maiden candidate handpicked by the Hangwu Holy Land, i.e. she was Su Miao's disciple. Secondly, Su Miao was also the maid of the previous Hangwu Holy Land's Supreme Holy Lord. And the sister of this Supreme Holy Lord was the daughter-in-law of the Ming Emperor Taizu back then. Because of his lack of a queen, he treated the people around him extremely well, despite the fact that she had disappeared for hundreds of years. But what if she came back? So, in this aspect, the Hangwu Holy Land had a rare unity of opinion, sending out the Holy Maiden and the Earth Severance Realm cultivators. But now, not to mention, the Gao Liming did not dare to move. He wanted in to only think about how to run away. However, all the way to my Cloud Emperor's city, why don't you come in and sit down? A light voice, as if it was blasted from the ears, causing that Gao Liming's face to change greatly. However, before he could react, the vision in front of him was instantly shrouded in light, and with just a shake of his body, he appeared in the Cloud Imperial city, on top of the court hall of the civil and military officials. Gao Liming? Not Buddy. Gao Liming looked at the civil and military officials who were also somewhat confused, completely wide-eyed. My daughter Su Miao, meet Emperor Yun. On the contrary, it was that Su Miao, although her face was also a bit white, but she was also worthy of being the maid of the former Supreme Sacred Lord, belonging to those who had seen the world, and despite being alarmed, she did not lose her head, but instead, she respectfully, and in a disciplined manner, performed a salute. Have met His Majesty the Cloud Emperor. Gao Liming brushed his face pale and hurriedly bowed and saluted. But Chen Fan didn't care. Instead, his gaze looked to the north of the Cloud Emperor city and smiled faintly. If you have come, then you are at peace. How can you just say leave? Gao Liming was a little embarrassed. He thought that this was talking about him and was just about to speak, but to his surprise, Chen Fan raised his palm with the same lightness. At this moment, to the north of Cloud Emperor City, about 1,000 miles away in the sky above the city. Due to the 900,000 Cloud Army pushing all the way to restore order again, this northern border area had already started to restore normal order. At this moment, the many people within the city had also begun to settle down and rebuild. I go, meteor of this. Zhang San, what are you talking about? Where did the meteor come from? Get to work. Sir, if you don't believe me, take a look. A soldier looked up to the sky with some suspicion, not to mention, an ice-white stream of light, like a meteor to catch up with the moon like flashing through, just less than 2.5 seconds of work, it is brushed in the entire city sky flashing through. I want to make a wish, next year to give birth to a daughter, well cultivated, must enter the palace to serve his majesty. The many people in the city who saw this shooting star or soldiers, are all excited to start making a wish. But that meteor that flashed by in the sky, at this moment the heart was 10,000 grass-colored mud horses crashing through. Big Dipper realm. This is a genuine Big Dipper realm. It can't be the peak of the earthly fury realm, and it's never a half step to the Big Dipper realm. How is it possible for such a strong person to appear in the Great Cloud's Imperial dynasty? No, quickly we have to escape back to the Kunlun Holy Land, or else. This kind of meteor catching up with the moon was a stunningly beautiful beauty. It was precisely the same beauty that had used the soul-devouring corpse refining technique to try to break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm earlier. But at this moment, she had completely broken her defenses. Inwardly, she was roaring madly, repenting her intestines. She originally thought this Great Cloud dynasty was still ruled by that Emperor Wen, and there might have been some new birth of an earthly deity realm cultivator. Therefore, she chose to come over to take a look. After all, she was only one step away from the Heavenly Dipper realm after so many years, and these whatsoever earth-severing realm cultivators, she really didn't place them in her eyes. Even if it was the peak of the Earth Severance realm, for her, it would only be slightly troublesome, and even if it was the kind of peak of the Earth Severance realm that had a statement of battle power, she would have the confidence to get away with it. But what she never expected was, this Great Cloud dynasty is a newly appointed Imperial Lord. And, it looked like it was just a brat. But this person is actually a heavenly deity realm cultivator who is hidden so deeply. This woman was named Gu Feishui. She was the candidate Holy Lord of the Kunlun Holy Land, and her cultivation was already infinitely close to the Heavenly Dipper realm. In terms of insight, she definitely surpassed everyone currently there. Even Kai Wei, who was a reborn person, was definitely not as knowledgeable as her. So, she had only glanced at that monstrous sword shadow from a distance of thousands of miles, and immediately made a judgment. This was a self-created divine ability derived from the Big Dipper realm cultivator's outer body phantom as the core, using the Hangwu heaven-slashing sword as the reference. If it was just an out-of-body transformation, she might not be so alarmed, because she was not in the Big Dipper realm at the moment, but she could also have an out-of-body phantom, but she was not in the Big Dipper realm at the moment. But, using the outer body phantasm as the core, supplemented by arts and crafts, casually creating a means that was not weaker than, and even dozens of times stronger than, the Hangwu heaven beheading sword, this was definitely the heavenly deity realm without a doubt. Whether it was the peak of the Earth Severance realm or the half-step Heavenly Dipper realm, none of them could do this. Sorry for the disturbance. I won't take this revenge. Although the failure of the soul-devouring corpse refining technique will result in me not being able to take half a step forward for 100 years. This breath is swallowed as soon as it is swallowed. This Great Cloud dynasty, it's too dangerous. It is necessary to leave in a hurry. Phew. This time, it should be safe, right? The figure was like a flash of light from the Cloud Imperial City to beyond the Northern Cloud City, and even she ran within the boundaries of the Great Lu Dynasty. Such a long distance was actually only 2.5 minutes at best. Only then did this woman breathe a slight sigh of relief. However, before she could fully let go of this breath, a golden light was chasing after her like a meteor catching up with the moon. I'm going. Seeing this scene, Gu Feishui was so scared that her liver and gall bled, slapping her hand on her heart and spewing out a mouthful of blood with a wow. As soon as the blood gushed out, it was transformed into countless ice spikes in vain, following the terrifying fiend power and covering her entire body, forming an ice cone that was 3 meters long. The golden light instantly transformed into a hand seal, tugging at this ice cone. However, the next moment, this ice cone violently exploded, that Gu Feishui had already appeared 10,000 miles away. This was the art of ice escape, which was Gu Feishui's famous skill for so many years, equivalent to leaving a stand and breath in place. The entire person could instantly move 10,000 miles away. But this method carries a great backlash effect. Even if her cultivation is high and strong, she absolutely can't use it multiple times, or else it will hurt her essence and blood, leading to a fall in cultivation, or even an unstable root. But compared to being captured alive by a Heavenly Dipper realm cultivator, she felt that this loss was nothing. Cough. Gu Feishua's face was pale, but she didn't dare to stop in the slightest and continued to use this ice escape technique of hers. Work harder, there are still hundreds of thousands of miles to go before we can return to the Holy Land. If we return to the Holy Land, we'll be safe. She gritted her teeth and cast it at all costs. Soon. Under Gu Feishua's recklessness, it was just less than a minute. She was back, that was hundreds of thousands of miles away from Cloud Emperor City, on top of the snowy mountain where she had initially secluded herself. Now, it should be safe. Gu Feishue returned to her cave, letting out a long sigh of relief, leaning against the cold ice crystal wall, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, and a smile appeared on her pale face. However, Ka-ching! Gu Feishue was stunned. What sound? She subconsciously looked at the sound, only to see this cave snow mountain of her own, in vain, collapsed out of a crack, vaguely reflecting the golden light. Looking at this deja vu of golden light, Gu Feishue heart some bad premonition. No, will not it? I've run back to the Holy Land here, Before Gu Feishue's words could fall. The next moment, all of the formations that were spread around this snowy mountain were like firecrackers exploding in unison. Immediately after that, this cave of hers, even this entire snowy mountain, was actually grasped by a monstrous golden palm in the center of her hand. Gu Feishue. Not buddy. As for it, buddy. I have run home, you still want to drag me people along with my home? Don't come over. Gu Feishue's face was full of panic, her voice distorted with fear. Whoosh! The golden illusory big hand grasped this big snow mountain. In the next moment, only a whoosh could be heard, and it disappeared at the same time, along with the snow mountain and the person. 2.5 seconds later, countless black shadows rushed up into the sky, looking at the empty space and falling into contemplation. Wait! Gu Xiannui's spicy snow mountain, how did it disappear? Plop! Gu Feishue fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, the ice blue long skirt from earlier, her protective body armor, had all crumbled and shattered. At this moment, she was wearing what was revealed to be a long, clean white dress, slightly appearing a bit dusty, but overall it was fine, that cool and transcendent aura still existed. On this journey she was not so honest, wanting to break free. But she realized in despair. Even though she was infinitely close to the Heavenly Dipper realm, she was not the Heavenly Dipper realm in the end, and she was completely helpless against that golden illusory big hand. What made her most desperate was still that she was actually arrested and captured in the Kunlun Holy Land, her lair. Even the Holy Lord even gave any reaction. Who? Gu Feishue didn't bow respectfully like Su Miao, nor did she look around wide-eyed and then scared to death like Gao Liming. She directly cast her eyes toward Qin Fan, who was already standing in front of the dragon chair, ignoring the astonished and incomprehensible gazes of the ministers, took a deep breath, and opened her mouth to say, I remember. There is an old saying in Dayun, called, having friends from afar is not a good thing? Is this your way of hospitality in Dayun? Chen Fan, ? Good Lord, inverted Big Dipper, right? Chapter 28, a good friend has traveled thousands of miles to challenge me, how can I make her feel good if I don't beat her up? There's an old saying in the Great Clouds that says, isn't it a good idea to have friends come from afar? Gu Feishue laughed, as the Cloud Emperor, is this how you invite friends? The ministers looked at each other in disbelief. Not to mention, there had really been such a phrase in the ancient language of the Great Cloud, but it was a folk saying that had lasted for many years. But this woman, why is she so tigerish? His Majesty's divine might is overwhelming, it's your turn for this girl to tell you what to do? However, out of the crowd of ministers' expectations. After hearing Gu Feishue's words, Chen Fan, after a short silence of 2.5 seconds, even nodded his head quite agreeably. This is indeed an ancient saying of my Great Cloud. To have friends from afar, is not to say. There is indeed something wrong with me doing this. Gu Feishue froze for a moment, then his face showed joy and he was just about to capitalize on his victory. However, right at this moment, a casserole-sized fist directly snapped and called out on this delicate face of hers. Alone just true chi manifested fist prints, is violently a moment to her entire person or lifted out, even body, that she this body condensation of the earth fiend crystal armor, at this moment are clicking a sound of crumbling explosion. However, this person of hers had not yet flown backwards 10 meters, only to see Chen Fan raise his hand, a palm lift, the backwards flying Gu Feishue, like a yo-yo ball, was forcefully yanked back as it landed in a parabolic fall in midair, and heavily fell back in the middle of this great hall. Gu Feishue? At this moment, she was cloaked and looked a bit wretched, but her body was radiating an ice-white luster. But at this moment, she was full of confusion as she looked at Chen Fan in front of her. Wasn't it a good idea to say having friends from afar is not a good idea? What the hell is this? How did it suddenly give her a punch? Emperor Yun, you. The meaning of the so-called having friends from afar, not also saying that is. Chen Fan smiled faintly, revealing his white teeth. A good friend has traveled 1,000 miles to challenge me, so how can I make her feel good if I don't beat her up? Gu Feishue? Civilian and military officials? No, is this right? Is this what we mean by this old saying? The civil and military officials looked at each other in disbelief for a while. On the contrary, it is that Li Qinglian face reveals the look of learning with an open mind, seems to really take this seriously. How, what I said is wrong. Gu Feishue breathed in sharply, his face a bit ironic. How many years had it been? How many years had no one dared to point a deer in her face? The last one who dared to clamor in front of her, even the earthworms in her house were crushed into powder by her. If it wasn't for this disparity in strength between the two sides, with her character, wouldn't she have crushed such a bold figure into pieces long ago? Not as the Big Dipper realmet. You give this seat weight, as long as this escape from life, the sky, and the earth, when this seat breaks through the Big Dipper realm, is the day of your this great cloud Imperial dynasty's extermination of the dynasty. As the top existence in the earthly deity realm, how arrogant was Gu Feishue? However, at this moment, even if it was her, in the face of the might of the heavenly Dipper, she had to choose to be silent and bow her head, and even if she was burning with rage, she did not show any trace of resentment. As long as one could live, then, there was still hope for everything, and if one could not live, everything would be illusory. So, Gu Feishue wisely chose to follow her heart. It was no joke that strength was honored in the Xian fantasy world. Your Majesty. In response to Chen Fan's question, the civil and military officials shook their heads in succession. Where would they dare to answer this? However, Li Qinglian, who was quite eager to make progress at this moment, was directly rushing to open her mouth and said, Your Majesty, this prisoner of the rank is so bold, the slave girl has the audacity to ask for her beheading. How dare you? Previously, Chen Fan said that it was okay, but this Li Qinglian, for Gu Feishue, but only a mole cricket, now even dared to speak out so wildly? Looking for death? Gu Feishue's gaze turned cold, and heated out in a stern voice. In an instant, Li Qinglian only felt a deathly sense of suffocation rising up, but in his field of vision, there is nothing. Earth Severance Realm cultivators were truly as terrifying as they were. Put. However, the expected death didn't appear. Instead, it was that Gu Feishue, who was bracing himself, suddenly turned white, and with a wow sound, he sprayed a mouthful of blood arrows against the sky, and his breath became even weaker. Killing in front of me. Chen Fan snapped his fingers and looked at this Gu Feishue indifferently. I really don't know whether to say that you have commendable courage, or is it purely a bubble in the brain? You. Gu Feishue covered her heart, panting heavily, her body drenched in fragrant sweat, her face filled with the color of panic. She felt that at this moment, she and the earthing fury completely lost contact, and even the true chi in her body, it was as if she was carrying 10,000 pounds of general, it was difficult to catalyze. This kind of feeling that suddenly seemed to be reduced to a waste, immediately caused her new inch to be greatly disorganized, and her eyes looked at Chen Fan in front of her with horror. You sealed my cultivation? Where is the Empress Dowager? Did she go to the court? Chen Fan ignored her and casually asked. As soon as this Gu Feishue appeared 1,000 miles away from the Cloud Imperial city, Chen Fan felt her aura, and she was the real culprit behind the soul-devouring corpse refining technique. So, releasing her was absolutely impossible. But simply killing her will not help, it is too boring. Just thinking that the Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue of the Western Palace is also quite boring, why don't you let her have some fun? Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager feels unwell today, so she sent her slave girl to come and listen. A palace maid who was on standby next to her instantly walked out, respectfully saluted, and then said. This palace maid was precisely the Western Palace Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue's personal palace maid, Yenner. I have sealed her cultivation, you bring it over to the Empress Dowager and let her watch over it. For training such a hardened opponent, especially a female, Chen Fan really did not have much experience. But, in this regard, the Empress Dowager was an expert. No matter what, so many palace girls can be taught to behave. Dimwit, what are you doing? Hearing this, Gu Feishue's heart suddenly snapped, and finally couldn't help but raise her head and snapped, Faint monarch, you have the guts to kill me, what kind of skill is it to humiliate me? Have the guts to kill me now? You. She wanted to curse and provoke Chen Fan to kill her, but the words came to her mouth and were stuck for 2.5 seconds before she stifled a tyrant. Chen Fan. Sister, you are a monkey invited by the Dubai, right? Bring it down. Yes. Yenner came back to her senses, and hurriedly answered, and then, she could be nonchalant, even dragged and pulled that Gu Feishue up. Let go of me, I'm warning you, it's best to. Pa. Don't look at Yenner body petite and lovely, but can become the Empress Dowager's personal palace maid. The Imperial means can be really quite a lot, directly 2 words is not as a big arm pocket flung over, honest point. Don't force me to fan you. Disfigured Lu's face, not me. Gu Feishue. She covered her face, the blood that was obviously still warm, and raised her head somewhat dully, looking at Yenner. This mole dares to come and slap me? How dare you, you? Snap. Gu Feishue. Yenner doesn't care about your 3 or 7, His Majesty has decreed it, so she's a wimp, right? Gu Feishue covered that 5-fingered mountain also symmetrical face, in looking at that gaze fierce completely do not know what is compassionate Yenner, new mouth, finally still honest down. Grass people pay homage to the Big Dipper coronation. That Gao Liming on the side saw this scene and noticed Chen Fan's eyes, and hurriedly bowed respectfully, before adding, "This time we have come to lead this one away as well." Chen Fan directly interrupted this Gao Liming's words, pointed at that Su Miao, and casually said, "I see that the harem is also short of some capable hands." Su Miao? No, she stood here to eat a melon, how also equal treatment on it. She didn't clamor. She can be honest. "Yes, your majesty." Su Miao's face changed drastically and she was just about to say something when she saw Chen Fan pointing out a finger. In an instant, she only felt her body sink. The true chi in her body unexpectedly all fell silent at this moment, and no matter how much she pushed it, there was no ripple. "Are you going to follow me up yourself, or am I going to help you?" Yenner lifted her slap that still had a little blood on it, and stood right here by the side door, looking at that Su Miao. Su Miao. The corner of Su Miao's mouth twitched, and subconsciously glanced at that Gu Feishue, who had been lifted up by Yenner with one hand, both of her faces showing scarlet five-fingered mountains, and ultimately honestly walked over on her own. "Gu Feishue. I've become a prick, haven't I? Your majesty, no." Seeing this scene, that Gao Liming instantly became anxious. "Your majesty, I am willing to stay here as a hostage, please also release." "What kind of thing are you to negotiate with me?" Gao Liming's face was white, only felt as if his soul was going to be crushed. While Sound sprayed out blood against the sky, his body stomped back violently, almost the whole body could not carry it, staggering half supporting on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes were shocked. "Come on people." Chen Fan waved his hand. Gao Liming's cultivation was also sealed in response, even his storage ring that was on his finger was also exploited and flew to Chen Fan's hand. "Immediately drag out and behead him at the noon gate." Gao Liming? This great Ming dynasty had called for reinforcements from the Hangu Holy Land, and from the moment their people were ready to ambush Chen Fu, Chen Fan was not prepared to let this Hangu Holy Land go. What rules? They were all specified by the strong. Laozi directly does not eat beef. But Gao Liming didn't know that. He feels that he is much more honest than this Gu Feishue. How is this? Decapitation? No, Woo! Gao Liming was so scared that his face was bloodless, and he still wanted to shout, and when the words came to his mouth, he could not make any sound. "Maru spicy." "Yes." The head of the forbidden guards, Xiai Taishan, immediately answered, and then with a wave of his hand, two forbidden soldiers quickly stepped forward, dragging that Gao Liming away. Just now, it was said that apart from a western border Z alliance, is there another Chen Guangxu in the southern border, right? Chen Fan seemed to have thought of something, turned back to that Xiai Taishan and suddenly asked. Back to your majesty's words, indeed. Xiai Taishan had forgotten about this. After all, this sudden act of capturing two Earth Severance realms and a half-step Earth Severance realm was indeed too shocking, and she had all but forgotten about it. However, Xiai Taishan seemed to have thought of something, arched his hand, and said, "Your Majesty, that Chen Guangxu's fiefdom is in the middle of the southern border, which also has quite a lot of people, and, as he has a looser layout, I'm afraid that he will understand. Unless the entire southern border is leveled, it's not necessarily possible to kill this Chen Guangxu. That's fine. Chen Fan is not the kind of indiscriminate killing, just right, he is ready to go out for a walk for fun, not bad for a few days. I want to go on a tour, Ministry of Industry, immediately start preparing for the construction of the corresponding Imperial chariot." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Minister of Public Works hurriedly answered. "Retire. Your Majesty has decreed, retire from the court." Falling Phoenix City, in the middle of a poor man's cellar. "Teacher, can I really still cultivate?" "Of course." A girl whose house was numb and black, dirty, and with a ring on her hand, climbed up with difficulty at this moment. After hearing the voice ringing in her head, her eyes immediately lit up. This girl's name was Shi Shui, and she was the illegitimate daughter of someone from the Shi family in Lokfeng City, and was very unpopular. However, due to the fact that she had awakened a heavenly bone that was not found in 1 in 10,000, she had received warm hospitality from the Shi family. It was thought that after welcoming her back, she would be cultivated. But never expected is. The Stone family directly planned, stripped away her heavenly bone, and in a special way, into the body of the Stone family heir. But unexpectedly, it was because of this that this heavenly bone was discovered by Yi Xiang, the head of the Yi Alliance. Even though this kind of bone melting method was dispersed to every bone marrow in the whole body, it was almost said to be the irreversible kind. But coincidentally, Yi Xiang had been in the Yi family, collected a unique secret. It happens to be able to this kind of integration into the body of the various bone marrow of the heavenly bone, and then reintegrated into the bone. Therefore, this Stone family heir is the whole body, all the bones have been stripped off. If not with cultivation in the body, in the case of a normal person, I'm afraid that would have died. But even so, the Stone family heir is also half of the body, just hanging breath appearance. As the original heavenly bone holder Shi Shui was directly exiled from the Stone family, was held down in the poor cellar, into the present this extremely weak appearance. If not her hand with a unique, suddenly released a light bath, I'm afraid she has long been dead in the poor cellar. But forgive me, she is also extremely weak, all rely on the power in this ring to live. Of course. This also had to do with the fact that she had a death wish in her heart. The holder of the heavenly bone is the chosen one. It doesn't mean that if you lose the heavenly bone, you are nothing. An ethereal voice rang out from within the cutoff, but it seemed from the many people around them who were unaware of it. It was obvious. This was a soul transmission. Rather, for those whose bodies contain great chi, the heavenly bone is just an insignificant point. The voice of that soul transmission within the ring continued to ring out. Even after reaching a certain level, the heavenly bone is instead a hindrance. But they say that the heavenly bone contains the hidden secrets of the earthly bone, and can give the power to temporarily possess the power of the earthly bone realm. Teacher, is this true? Ha! Chapter 29 The Great Bong Province Vassal King, the Third Princess. Ha! The ethereal voice transmission voice became disdainful. It's just borrowing a mouthful of earth-devouring chi from the heavenly bone to erode into his body. This earth-devouring chi is the one that comes with the heavenly bone, not his own. If used too many times like this, his body and mind will be eroded by this power, causing his foundation to be blocked and making it difficult to progress any further. Of course, this kind of situation, on the 3 acres of land in this Great Cloud Dynasty, it doesn't do much good. Cultivating to the earth's fury within this Great Cloud Dynasty is already the limit, not to mention the rest. Said. This ethereal voice transmission voice gave a beat, then changed the topic. You don't need to care that much. With the heavenly bone gone, your cultivation progress will be faster, trust me. Shishua smiled bitterly, but not only was the heavenly bone stripped away, but also her own cultivation was wasted. She was as thin as skin and bones under her eyes. This is not only the heavenly bone was stripped away by the backlash, but also long-term malnutrition, combined with the result of cultivation was abolished. She had never dreamed that this Shur family would be so unsympathetic to her as a lady. If I had known that. She shouldn't have been so high profile when she was in her family's ancestral land back then. As a concubine disciple, Shishua was not originally from Lok Fong City, and the reason why she was able to come to this Lok Fong City was because she was too dazzling. Shishua herself was a disciple in the sideline of the Shur family. She started cultivating at the age of 3, and at the age of 5, she had achieved great success in body refining. At the age of 7, she opened her veins, and at the age of 10, she stepped into the innate, and later on, at the age of 17, she stepped into the peak of the innate realm. It was also because of this. She was placed under house arrest by the main vein of the Shur family on the pretext of bringing her back to fallen Phoenix City for careful cultivation. Because at that time, she was naive, did not know that she had a heavenly bone, and also thought that the same clan should be united, so also said his abnormal feeling. Just did not expect. It was because of these words that she exposed the heavenly bone. It was also at this time that she realized that this giftedness of hers originated from her heavenly bone. And to prevent her from retaliating after cultivation and not wanting to take the blame for mutilating the clan, the main veins of the Shur family unanimously agreed to abolish her cultivation and then threw her into the poor cellar outside of the city of Fallen Phoenix. This was the cradle of almost all those paupers or people whose cultivation had been abolished who were waiting to die within Falling Phoenix City. People were dying here every day, and no one would care if they died on the ground. If it wasn't for the soul body in this ring waking up, Shishua felt that she would almost end up dirty born here as well. If your cultivation is gone, you can still recultivate. In response, that ethereal voice transmission voice is still not the slightest bit panicked. As it happens, I have a technique here that happens to be suitable for your meridians that are completely wasted. At that time, this Shur family will only become a stepping stone for you. Even to say, if you can cultivate to the apex, even this so-called Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, in your hands, would be nothing more than a ball of toys. Shishua nodded, thank you. She didn't know if this was true or not, but regardless of that, this was her only chance. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but raise her head and look in the direction of that fallen Phoenix City, a monstrous hatred showing in her eyes. After all, it is only 17 or 18 years old hot-blooded girl, it is the heyday of life, the splendor of the good times, but was mercilessly crushed, and even have to worry about survival. How can she not hate it? If the soul body of this ethereal voice didn't come out, she might have thought of going to Debong City, the royal city of Debong Province, to sue the officials. Little Tiger text file prevent theft print, find book machine people choose small tiger, stable reliable spectrum do not step on the pit. Although, she also didn't think that the vassal king of this Debong province, that third princess would take a shot at Yi Xiang for the sake of her, an invalid, but what if? She only had such a hope at that time. But fortunately, the sky is not the limit. An unknown soul body emerged from this ring of hers and said that it could help her. Come, collect your mind and relax your body, I'll pass the gong method to you. Shishua came back to her senses and hurriedly obeyed these words, closing her eyes. A greenish-colored light flowed out from the white ring on her hand. This ring was not a storage ring, but the only thing her mother had left behind for her, and after many people from the main vein of the Shur clan probed into it, it was determined that it was just a decorative item, that's why it wasn't seized. However, it was at this moment. Suddenly, she felt that the entire floor of the poor cellar was trembling. At the same time, Above the originally clear sky, it was suddenly covered by a brilliant golden residual haze, as if something was coming from afar. That? Shui was startled, staring wide-eyed at the sky above. Instead, it was the ethereal voice transmission that appeared somewhat alarmed. Not good. Quick, run! This sudden voice also scared Shui a jolt, only did not even wait for her to react, is to feel a wave of green light surging up to the body. The next moment, the whole person uncontrollably toward the distance, extremely fast flickering and go. It was the super plug-in generation fighting up. Shui was stunned. It was the first time she encountered this kind of situation where she was being manipulated, and she was stunned. However, the next moment, a palpitating choking sensation came. Shui couldn't help but look back, and suddenly her breath froze. At this moment, she had already escaped to a small hill hundreds of miles away, taking in that Wulong mountain range. And within her vision, a monstrous huge shadow of light enveloped the Wulong mountain range, and this shadow of light was so majestic that it was as if the entire falling Phoenix city was as small as dust. It seems, as long as that monstrous silhouette of a glance, it is able to shatter the entire Lokfeng city. Shui hard eyes down a mouthful of saliva, the eyes are all trembling color. Even though this mighty pressure had not descended on her body. However, this light, just by looking at that huge thing, it was as if a mole cricket had seen a giant, and a feeling of insignificance instantly spread throughout her body. What is that? Don't ask, run! The ethereal soul voice that was still quite calm earlier, at this moment shouted urgently, relax your mind, don't resist my control. If you don't run, you'll lose your life. What Shui could not hear was, this soul body at this moment almost didn't pee in fear. Mamma mia, my mamma mia. This is the Hangwu Sacred Islands Hangwu Heaven Slashing Sword. Damn it, didn't I cheat your Hangwu Holy Land of a bottle of King Seal pill back then? So many years have passed, and you're still pointing at me to chop. The cursing voice was only audible to the soul body itself. Shui was completely blocked out by her. After all, she as the ring old grandpa plug-in, naturally also need to force the style, so spit words popped out, then she this still how to pretend to be a god? Also, how does this breath feel? It's even more terrifying than when old mom was alive. Could it be? Heart surging out of this terrible speculation, the soul body also did not dare the slightest delay, manipulating Shui's body. Those two legs are simply like a wind and fire will general wildly soaring and moving. As for why not use the soul force forward? Guess, under such a big one attack, if she dares to expose the soul force, will it be as conspicuous as a bright light lit up in the middle of the dark night? So, that's why she manipulated Shui to run away in advance. Rumble. However, this kind of running away, even if it was in advance, it ultimately had limitations. Because, this body of Shui was only weak, with no cultivation at all. In an instant, that terrifying shockwave behind him instantly flattened the entire falling Phoenix city, and the huge aftermath of the powerful wind even lifted Shui out. Not good. Sensing that Shui's life was in danger, the soul body didn't dare to hide, and after releasing a trace of soul force to protect Shui, he let it roll down on the ground in free fall. What happened? Shui covered that somewhat traumatized brain melon crash, nerdily got up and looked back. Earlier. That no matter whether it is the Crouching Dragon Mountain Range or not, or this would falling Phoenix City. At this moment where there is still half a trace? There is only a bare valley, and the area that looks like scattered sand. Teacher, what happened here? Shui was stunned and looked at the front of her eyes numbly. Old teacher, is this the power of the earth-severing realm? The majestic Wulong mountain range, as well as the huge falling Phoenix city, were actually reduced to ashes in the snap of a finger? The depths of Shui's beautiful eyes immediately revealed a deep yearning. If she had this kind of strength, well, is there another person? However, before Shui could fall into YY, suddenly, a stream of light was felt, as fast as lightning, speeding along, followed by the sound of a clear and cold female voice. Shui was stunned, and then she couldn't help but raise her head to look, her face dumbfounded. Third princess? She flung herself to her knees and hurriedly shouted, Folk daughter Shui, I have seen the third Princess Wanan. The person who came dressed in a long golden dress, the style of the city, shrouded in divine radiance, and the feet do not override the dust, as if the goddess descended to the earth. However, she seemed to have just hurriedly arrived from afar, and it just so happened that she happened to come across her when she was preparing to go and see the situation of the Crouching Dragon Mountain Range. Teacher, what am I going to do? For the first time, she had stumbled upon such an honorable and powerful figure. At this moment, Shui was in a somewhat panicked mood, shouting inwardly. However, what she never expected was that this voice of hers was like a stone sinking into the sea, and her teacher didn't even utter a single word. You stay here. The third princess swept a glance at Shui, her complexion slightly surprised. She just seemed to feel a soul breath, but it disappeared again in an instant. Moreover, looking at this dirty Shui's body, a little bit of cultivation breath is not there. It should be from the poor cellar in the middle of the lucky escape. Thoughts flashed in her mind. The third princess also no longer hesitated, got up and transformed into a golden light, heading towards the crouching dragon mountain range. Old teacher, I. Don't talk, don't go. Only after that golden light was far away and only a hazy point of light could be seen in the distance did the ethereal voice of that soul body enter. This great cloud Imperial dynasty still has a little something. Surprisingly, it's a partition system and it's still a half-step Earth severance realm? The soul body felt the distant figure of that third princess from earlier and was somewhat surprised. Unfortunately, the dynasty's chi and dragon veins are limited and can't support the appearance of a second Earth severance realm. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly sensed that the aura of that third princess was about to arrive and immediately hastened to stash her breath to the extreme. There are still two alive. The third princess figure flickered. Other than her, there was also a silhouette that was being dragged by a golden palm in the void, its body scorched black and unconscious, unable to see its face clearly. Come along with me and follow me to the Cloud Emperor city to report for duty. In this great Feng province that she was in charge of, something had appeared that had caused the new emperor to personally take action, and it was completely possible to sit on her responsibility for her negligence. Therefore, she had to go and give a reasonable explanation. But some awkwardness is that she presses the root does not know what happened over here, so this is 100,000 fire like urgent to come to find people. Fortunately, she found a silhouette that still had a little bit of life left in the cesspit at the bottom of that Wulong mountain range. Counting this and the falling Phoenix City hundreds of miles away from the stone snow can also be considered to be able to report duty. Otherwise, this accountability down, she a vassal king, a question 3 don't know. Thinking of her not seen a few faces of the sixth brother this fierce masterpiece, she also can't help but shiver. I hope it's not too outrageous. I just want to train the soldiers properly on the clan to guard the border. I don't know what these people are up to. The speed of the third princess is not slow, and soon arrived at Doffing City. And after that, she activated the Great Bong City's teleportation array, and in just less than 2.5 minutes, she arrived at the Cloud Emperor City's garrison. The special teleportation array was a teleportation array set up by the Great Cloud's founding ancestor in each province. It could be used by the various vassal kings to report on their duties, or when the Cloud Imperial City sent out holy envoys. Of course, there were restrictions, and one had to have a royal bloodline, or a special aura unique to the royal family, to be able to utilize it. However, this third princess has just arrived at the Cloud Imperial City, the two living people in her hands to her. This third princess fiefdom of the resident steward, not yet said to the Cloud Imperial Palace, is to see the sky above suddenly appeared a big hand. And that big hand above, even with a huge snow mountain, there seems to be a silhouette? It was the scene where Chen Fan dragged back that Gu Feishue. Third princess, ? Wait. Did she come at a bad time? For a moment, the third princess froze at the entrance of the Cloud Palace, neither walking nor entering. After hesitating for 2.5 years, she took a deep breath and finally chose to go straight in. However, she had only just reached the entrance of the Cloud Heart Palace when she heard Li Chenglian's shrill voice ring out. His Majesty has decreed that the court be dismissed. Third princess, ? She raised her head, just to say something when it suddenly saw that Gao Liming was too forbidden army frame tied to death in the carriage, looking at the situation to be dragged out of the noon gate beheading trend. Wait! The third princess was instantly stunned, a flash of shock in her eyes. This is? An Earth Severance Realm cultivator? As a half-step Earth Severance Realm, she could naturally sense that the unique fury aura of an Earth Severance Realm cultivator. It was also because of this. She was somewhat confused when she saw this Gao Liming. Wait a minute. When did the royal family have an Earth-severing realm cultivator? And how is this still the tendency to go to the noon gate to be executed? Wait. What's happening here? Chapter 30, Wu Mingyue Offering. Raging Third Princess. The original escorting Forbidden Army didn't want to care about people, and was even a bit huffy. After all, His Majesty's oracles directly the matter of the afternoon gate copy beheading, but anyone with a little bit of brains will not block, even more unlikely to speak out. Generally speaking, in this case, it is not that you want to protect people. Just when the escorting two Forbidden Army raised their heads to look at, see the three princess that head of the crown, suddenly face changed, and hastily shouted, "Humble servant has seen the great Feng Wang." 2. When every vassal king came to Cloud Imperial City to report on his duties, he had to come in formal attire. As for this kind of princesses who were separated out, they were usually crowned with golden fairy dresses. For princes and the like, it was a crown and python robe. So, even though these forbidden soldiers may not recognize people, but this dress code is indeed a vassal king undoubtedly. As for why they recognized this letter, it was simple. Third princess's fiefdom is Doffing province, then, she that is Doffing king, and her this crown, engraved is a big Feng word. As for the forgery, this engraved on the crown of the seal, is by the emperor personally to Qi Yun Phantom, than ink engraved on, like the holy decree general with the breath of the dynasty's Qi Yun. And every Imperial dynasty's chi fluctuation is different, so, naturally, there will not be a forgery thing. Such as before, that CICI Dowager again how in the dynastic hall only hand over the sky, and even overthrow the new Imperial master. But, yet, it was also still impossible to carve out the seal crown. What's going on here? The third princess took a look at Gao Liming. At this moment, Gao Liming, who had lost his cultivation, was like a withered old man, and his figure had clearly become stooped. If it wasn't for the fact that he was previously an Earth Severance Realm cultivator and was still hanging on to his breath at this moment, I'm afraid that he would have already lost his life. His Majesty has decreed beheading at the noon gate. The two forbidden soldiers looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, one of them slightly arched his hand and said truthfully, "Beheading at the noon gate?" The third princess frowned. She swept a glance at this Gao Liming. Seeing the clothing on his body, she was stunned and slightly surprised. Wait. Someone from the Hanwu Holy Land? Back to the words of the third princess, yes. However, after hearing the words of certainty from this forbidden army, that third princess' face changed and she snapped, "What are you guys doing? His Majesty is fooling around, and you guys don't know how to scrutinize things." The two forbidden soldiers? No, does this third princess have something like that? The two looked at each other, somewhat confused as you looked at me and I looked at you, and in the end, chose to remain silent. Seeing this scene, the third princess immediately pouted. Others didn't know, but she was very clear. The Hanwu sacred ground, however, had the existence of a full 4 Earth Severance Realm cultivators. It was even rumored that the previous Holy Lord of the Hanwu Holy Land had not died. Now at this juncture, captured the Hanwu Holy Land's Earth Fury Realm cultivator, and even abolished his cultivation to execute him? Wasn't this a naked slap in the face of this Hanwu Holy Land? As said, the vassal kings of the various provinces, after being divided, had no other teleportation arrays available other than going to the Cloud Emperor's city to report on their duties. So, they basically stayed in their own 3 acres of land. And the news was rather closed. For example, the third princess's Dabang province was in the western border of the Great Cloud Dynasty. And the entire western frontier, the territory is extremely vast. If one does not rely on a teleportation array, even if one is at the peak of the Seal King realm, one would need a full half a month to fly through it. Even with a constant supply of true chi, it would take about 7 days and 7 nights to fly continuously. As for the cultivators at the peak of the King Seal realm, it was naturally impossible for them to act as intelligence scouts, so basically, it was the cultivators with the lowest cultivation level who acted as scouts. Therefore, this way, the speed of news transmission is even slower. And this is also a kind of, beware of the various vassals in King Scurry with the means of conspiracy. Without the transmission array, like just to catch up the road have to cost 9 bulls and 2 tigers, not to mention the location of the junction of the various provinces may still have the eyes and ears of the royal family? Unlike the various vassal kings, these royal eyes and ears are loyal to the royal family. For example, Li Chenglian's Standing Service Division, or Xie Taishuan's Forbidden Army, or Qin Fu's Yunzonfu. Their underhand scouts were extremely large, and also can use each area of the transmission array in order to quickly pass the news. Once found, estimated that the vassal kings have not yet discussed, the royal family will know that you want to mess up, direct thunderous force suppression off. It is also because of this. After the discovery of the Wulong mountain range was crushed, the third princess is some panic. She subconsciously think, is someone want to rise up to rebel, and was these scouts found on the report, so only hurriedly ran to report. However, on the way, she asked Shui, did not ask a reason, but also slightly reassured a lot. Now also have some bottom. Of course. More still, she had heard of the existence of the Hanwu Holy Land. Although she had already gotten exact information that the new emperor was an Earth Severance Realm cultivator from this news of crushing the millions of troops of the Great Luo Dynasty with a single finger. But even if it was an Earth Severing Realm cultivator, it couldn't be so sticking its face in the face of the Hanwu sacred ground and opening up big ah. There are 4 Earth Severance Realm cultivators. There was also a rumored undead Supreme Saint Lord. What are you guys waiting for? Seeing the two no eyesight, can't understand the situation forbidden soldiers, the third princess frowned, her face sulking even more, just about to rebuke, but heard a stern voice ringing out, what are you guys staying here for? His Majesty's oracles have been forgotten in this turn of events? The two forbidden soldiers immediately shivered and hurriedly said, yes, Chief of the Forbidden Guards. The person who came was none other than the Forbidden Guard Chief, Xie Taishuan. His brows furrowed as he watched the two forbidden soldiers leave, and then he landed his gaze on that third princess, slightly surprised, and then, casually arched his hand, so it's the third princess. My lord Xie Taishuan, the chief of the Forbidden Guards, has met the third princess. Although Xie Taishuan was the chief of the Forbidden Guards. But, at the time he took office, the third princess in front of him had already been split up long ago. Therefore, for this third princess, Xie Taishuan had only heard of her. Even so, this was still only the first time the two had met. Chief of the Forbidden Guards? The third princess brows furrowed. The matter of His Majesty maliciously offending the Hanwu Holy Land as the chief of the prohibited guards, why didn't you advise? Xia Taixian, ? This third princess, her brain isn't blistered, is it? His face sank as he said coldly, King de Feng, are you questioning His Majesty's decision? Although he was the chief of the forbidden guards, his rank and grade or whatever was several notches lower than the vassal kings. But he was only loyal to the Imperial Lord and was led by the Imperial Lord alone, so naturally he wasn't afraid of any vassal king. Since the other party was giving him a cheeky face, he didn't need to be polite or anything. Hearing this, the third princess frowned even deeper. She had thought that this forbidden guard chief was a sensible one, never thought that he would be a brainless fool. She didn't believe that Xie Taishan, who was the head of the forbidden guards, didn't know what the Holy Land stood for. A holy land of iron, a dynasty of running water, this was no joke. Do you know about the Hanwu Holy Land? Naturally, I do. Then why don't you advise His Majesty to make peace? Xie Taishan? What the hell? Xie Taishan looked at the third princess in front of him with some bewilderment, seriously wondering if this was someone who had snatched the Debong king's clothes and crown? Are these the words of a vassal king? Xie Taishan hadn't been to any of these whatever provinces, and naturally, he didn't know what the ill-informed provinces were thinking, so it was hard for him to understand. Likewise, the third princess was also unaware of the latest information, and she even currently only knew that about a month ago the new emperor had displayed his Earth Severance realm cultivation and crushed the millions of troops of the great Lu Dynasty. So, even if His Majesty is an Earth-severing realm cultivator, the other Hanwu Holy Land isn't a vegetarian. When the third princess saw that Xie Taishan was silent, she suddenly snorted coldly, as the chief of the prohibited guards, you should also be aware of the matter between our dynasty and the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land back then. At that time, if you were to attract the 3 Earth Severance realm cultivators from the Hanwu Holy Land to attack, can you bear the responsibility? Heh! Xie Taishan disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Earth Severance realm? Earlier in the courtroom, he had watched as those 2 unrivaled Earth Severance realm cultivators, in front of His Majesty, the Imperial Lord, were like a mole cricket, yanked out of some unknown end of the earth and thrown out like dead dogs in the courtroom. So what, an Earth Severance realm cultivator from the Kunlun Holy Land has supposedly been dragged to the Shinji treasury to be used as a courtesan for scrubbing toilet bowls. What's in that? Sorry, third princess. Xie Taishan thought this way, not bothering to push the issue with this third princess, I will only follow the will of His Majesty alone. If the third princess has any objections, she can ask for His Majesty's decree. I have business to attend to, farewell. After finishing his words, Xie Taishan turned around and walked away, not making any more stops. The third princess' face sank, but Xie Taishan had already walked away, so she couldn't possibly still chase after him and ask, could she? No. Lone can't let this 6th brother fool around. The Hanwu Holy Land, that's no joke. Thinking of this, the third princess didn't dare to be hesitant and hurriedly walked towards the Cloud Imperial Palace. Due to her formal attire and crown, no one stopped her in the middle of the road, and the journey was unimpeded. Your Majesty! Chen Fan hadn't returned to the palace yet, when he saw the few palace maids who had carried the sedan chair in the Shifeng Palace, hurriedly running over. Your Majesty, the Empress Mother has asked you to go over, saying that there is something important to discuss. Significant matters? Chen Fan was slightly taken aback, but did not say anything more and nodded slightly, lead the way. Very quickly. After arriving at the entrance of the Western Phoenix Palace, the palace maid was respectfully guarding the doorway, with no intention of going in at all. Chen Fan did not think much about it and directly pushed open the palace door and walked in. Your Majesty! A soft voice sounded from behind, and in the next moment, a familiar scent entered his nose. It was precisely Wu Mingyue's body fragrance. What is it, so secretive? Chen Fan was a bit amused. Was it hard for this Wu Mingyue to want to play something fancy? Your Majesty! Wu Mingyue snapped, it is naturally impossible for my concubine to joke about this. What is it? Speak directly. Your Majesty, this thing was hidden by my concubine, come and find it. Ah, Your Majesty! Chen Fan took a look at his hand holding the shadow retaining stone with a faint milk tea scent, looked at that Wu Mingyue with some amusement, shook his head, his soul force didn't enter into it, and suddenly his face was laughed at. Yin and Yang Earthly Fury Heavenly Transformation Decision? This is a gong method? Your Majesty! Wu Mingyue smiled faintly, this is what my concubine searched out from that sinner. This sinner was naturally that Gu Feishuei. Only. Saying that, she came forward, that storage ring of hers carries a prohibition within it, so my concubine can't get it open. I can only search this from her body. Chen Fan subconsciously took a look at it, and it was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. Forget it, it is still a hand cake. Your Majesty, how is it? Chen Fan took a look at the storage ring that had a stronger milk tea scent and showed an icy blue color, and his eyelids twitched. He had discovered it. This Wu Mingyue had perfectly utilized her advantage of having a tolerant fragrance, and now this along with more times after, it did not carry any ambiguity at all. Ah. Very good. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Then, Your Majesty, can you stay tonight? Wu Mingyue blinked. I still have quite a bit of work that I want to properly report to Your Majesty in person. Chen Fan. This debriefing, is it proper? However, just at this moment, the palace maid's urgent voice sounded outside. Hey, wait, you can't go in, you. Bang! The words of the palace maid had not yet fallen. A strong true chi was lifted out, directly shattering the palace door open. A horrible airwave rolled out, that Wu Mingyue's face was even whiter, shocked, looked up. This half-step earthly fury realm. Her figure was somewhat unable to carry on, stomping back a step. Her face took on a pale white color, delayed in regaining her redness, and even had a tendency to turn black. Earth-bane erosion. This was the best means for a half-step Earth Fiend realm to deal with a Seal King realm cultivator. Basically, it was using one for a second. But unfortunately, a small half-step Earth Fury dares to make a tiger out of a class? I'm just kidding. Chen Fan just glanced at her lightly. That Wu Mingyue's face stagnated, and she sprayed out black blood with a wow sound, and only then did that face gradually regain its redness. However, this time, Chen Fan also saw clearly, this Wu Mingyue was wearing a light gauze thin skirt at the moment, revealing a feeling of holding a pipa. Hiss. Good fellow. Art Palace skirt right? Good In broad daylight, you guys even. The person who came, naturally, was the furious third princess. She had gone to Yunxin Hall to find Chen Fan, but was told by Li Qinglian that she was not there. Just when she wondered where Chen Fan had gone, she accidentally heard a few palace maids whispering, and from these 3 words, she heard that Chen Fan had gone to Shifeng Palace. Immediately. She also rushed over without stopping, but she saw that the door to the bedchamber at Shifeng Palace was closed, and even several palace maids were strictly guarding the outside. At once, she thought that it was an assassination, not thinking at all about how it was possible to assassinate the Earth Fate realm with such a lineup. So, she made a decisive move and directly broke through the door. But never expected this. When she saw this Wu Mingyue's attire, the whole person was stunned, and then, also instantly understood what she had seen before. At that instant, within her heart, endless anger also surged out. Good. So it was you, the demon empress, who instigated Lone's 6th brother to execute the elders of the Hangu Holy Land. Chapter 31, Want. Shiki? At this moment, the third princess. There was a feeling of anger that burned and incinerated everything. Then, she was only angry for a moment. It was by the displeased-looking Chen Fan, a big arm pocket, thrown into a parabola, landing heavily on the ground, blood spurting wildly, breath wilting. Unauthorized palace, who gave you the guts? The third princess was thrown by this big arm bib, and even the crown on her head fell to the ground with a bang. On it, the light engraved with the word Bang. At this moment, it was also uncertain, with a tendency to go out. Seeing this scene, the heart of the third princess was also greatly surprised. This is by the late emperor used the dynasty's luck outlined. Generally, even if it is the Earth's fate realm cultivators, it is absolutely impossible to destroy. Its final will only be along with the vassal king after the death of the disease, altogether accompanied by the burial. But now, this light slap, actually almost shattered? No, is it that outrageous? You. The third princess covered the face that was covered by the bright red 5-fingered mountain, raised her head. Originally this anger burning like the aura instantly weakened a large section. 6th brother, you can't be so reckless. Joke. Chen Fan laughed coldly. How do I do things? I still don't need you to teach. If you are doing things properly, how come Father Emperor didn't appoint you as the imperial daughter, but instead made you a vassal king? Third princess. She wanted to retort, but after half a day of mumbling, she froze and couldn't say a word. Your Majesty. On the side of Wu Mingyue, that flushed face was also slightly pale. However, she quickly changed her clothes and skirts and walked out of the Shifeng Palace, sternly shouting, Your Highness. The few palace maids guarding the door were none other than the palanquin-carrying palace maids that were previously affiliated with the Western Phoenix Palace. There was also the personal palace maid Yenner. But at this moment, their faces were pale and their breath was flurried. Obviously they were not lightly injured. After all, this third princess was a half-step Earth Severance realm cultivator, and they were at best some of the Transformation realm, Dan realm, and not even the Seal Marquis realm, and had not been killed on the spot, or the third princess herself had not moved to kill. But this was not a reason for her to disturb Chen Fan. And the commotion here soon attracted many palace maids, who hurriedly ran over. As this was the harem group hall. Those who were here were all palace maids, whose were under the direct authority of the sisters. The standing order Li Qinglian for this harem hall also only have the right to guide, no direct management right, because this direct management right is in the hands of the Empress Dowager or the Empress. Of course, the implementer is usually given to the sister. The original harem is the Empress Dowager CI. She designated the sister as the biggest. Wu Mingyue brought this young sister pressure root sister what right to speak. But today is not the same as in the past. Pass my decree, Dafeng Wang Chen Shan, breaking into the palace, intending to plot against the emperor, with immediate effect, cut its Dafeng Wang name, abolished as a commoner, resettled in the night hall room, as a warning to others. Third princess? No, when did she commit treason? Didn't she just break into the palace? During the late emperor's reign she could also break into the palace. How is this? Wait, sixth brother, you. Come on people. Chen Fan snorted coldly and pointed at that third princess. Remove her hairpin and take off her immortal dress. Yes. The third princess was startled as her half-step earthly fate realm cultivation blossomed from within her body. Lone, let's see which one of you dares. However, this breath of hers just popped out in less than 2.5 seconds. It was as if she had farted and was bounced back. The whole person was as if she had suffered a heavy blow in general. She directly tumbled over and fell heavily on the ground. The few guarding the door of the palace maid this time is not polite, directly up and down. This is the immortal dress of the vassal king. It was on the same level as the Lord of Lords' python robe. Not to mention this kind of python robe, golden fairy dress. Even if it was the empress dowager or the harem consort or something slightly more expensive skirt, they were not qualified to touch it. Now, they are under the order, they can't try their hands on it. You guys. The third princess' face was a whole shade of red and white. She very much wanted to shake all of these maids out of the room, or even kill them directly. However, at this moment, under Chen Fan's gaze, she only felt that both the true chi in her body and the subtle sensing power between her and that earthing fiend were all gone at this moment. It was as if she was pretending to be dead, and as if the snake had entered hibernation, unable to mobilize the slightest half of it at all. TSK. Princess, your golden fairy dress can be really tender, pinching out water. Third princess. A fresh wind blew, and the third princess shivered coldly, wanting to cover her belly band, but all four of her limbs were tugged and lifted up by the palace maid respectively. Your Majesty, this is the collected king's daughter jade hairpin and immortal skirt. The king's maiden jade pin and golden immortal skirt were the symbols of the vassal king's princesses under the banner of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. Without this, basically no one would recognize you as a vassal king. After saying this, Yenner's afterglow noticed the gazes cast by those few palace maids who had yanked away the third princess with the force of 5 horses. She was slightly stunned, and in the next moment understood for a second. Immediately thereafter, she trotted 2 steps to Chen Fan's front, kneeling down on one knee and bowing her head. She presented, with both hands, the jade hairpin that had been taken off and the folded golden immortal dress. Please take a look. Chen Fan casually glanced at it and glanced at Wu Mingyue behind him. Looking at the fabric is good. Do you want it? Ah. Wu Mingyue froze for a moment, pointing at herself, a little stunned. Your Majesty, are you asking my concubine? Nonsense. But this is the king's daughter jade hairpin. Just say if you want it or not. If not, want. Shiki? Your Majesty's grace, my concubine has no way to repay you, I can only gush. Oh. Hearing this, Chen Fan hurriedly covered Wu Mingyue's mouth. This is not something to say. Another book on this passage gave me a seal of approval. Your Majesty, the 3 dukes. This Chen Shan, she has a half-step Earth Fury Realm cultivation, slave girl. At this time, noticing that the two had finished speaking, Yenner, who was very perceptive, immediately opened her mouth and said, also right. Chen Fan nodded slightly, then, he raised his palm and just pinched the air in front of him. A golden light suddenly emerged and condensed into a golden long sword, which was casually thrown to this Yenner, this Chen Shan. It will be watched by you personally. Slave servant obeys the decree. Holding the glittering golden longsword in her hand, Yenner let out a sigh of relief. And right at this moment, a palace maid trotted over. Your Majesty, the Changsha order chiefly said that there are political matters that need to be dealt with urgently by you, and is now waiting for you within the Imperial study room. I know. This Li Qinglian's eyesight is still good, although he is a eunuch, but he also knows to never enter this harem group hall. Cold Palace has a separate group hall. And now he commanded the palace maid to come over. It is obvious that there is something big. Chen Fan turned around and left, and soon disappeared. Your Highness, you rest, the slave girl will first be ordered to train the female. Wu Mingyue waved her hand, trembling her arms with some excitement, holding that immortal dress and jade hairpin, and directly returned to the bedchamber. Although she was also a drapery before, but seriously, she hadn't even seen this king's daughter in a logo configuration. Especially this golden fairy skirt, she felt that it even had the miraculous effect of nourishing the meridians. Indeed. Following His Majesty is the way to go. This king's maiden immortal skirt is a gift when you say so. As a matter of fact, to Chen Fan, this was nothing more than a dress. Since he had decided to strip this third princess Chen Shan of her throne, it was naturally impossible for him to do something that would slap his own face, so naturally, this king's daughter immortal dress or whatever was useless. Let's go. Yenner watched Wu Mingyue return to her chambers before she got up. She was just about to get up and take those few sedan chair carrying palace maids with her when suddenly, that sedan chair carrying palace maid weakly said, Sister Yenner. Is this us going now? Yenner, ? What nonsense are you talking about? Yenner glared back without a trace of anger. His Majesty's Imperial sword is here, afraid of her, a vassal king? But the palanquin-carrying courtesan nudged her mouth, but was interrupted by another palanquin-carrying courtesan. Sister Yenner, what did you just say? I said that His Majesty's Imperial sword is in hand. Yenner was explaining with some impatience, but suddenly, she seemed to realize something, blinking her eyes and looking down at the golden longsword in her hand. Wait a minute. The Imperial sword? This golden longsword? Was it to let her come and kill this third princess? But not so much, right? If His Majesty really wants to kill the third princess, with his strong character of slapping Empress Dowager Shi to death, how would the third princess still have a chance to peel off the long skirt of the king's daughter? She would have become a piece of minced meat long ago. Ah, chew! The third princess, who was lifted up like 5 horses, only felt a wave of coolness eroding her body and sneezed coldly. Unable to use her cultivation, she was even weaker than a normal innate realm cultivator when she was injured again. And this sneeze of hers was what brought Yenner back to her senses. She blinked her eyes, looking at this golden longsword in her hand, and then at that third princess, still somewhat bewildered. Sister Yenner, why don't we go ask His Majesty? A palanquin-carrying courtesan just said this. Yenner was rolling her eyes, looking at her somewhat speechlessly. No wonder you've been in the palace for 10 years, and you're still just a palanquin-carrying courtesan. His Majesty has given this matter to them, and has also given something to deal with regarding third Princess Chen Shan's cultivation, so if you can't solve the problem at this time, then what are you doing in this position? You have to ask His Majesty about everything, and you have to share your worries? I see. After deliberating for a moment, Yenner suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes, and with a hee-hee smile, she looked wistfully at the third princess who was shivering coldly and wanted to curl up. Let's go, to the Night Hall Room. Night Hall Room. It was a piece of palace that housed the female family members of the guilty ministers or the errant palace maidens, and it belonged within the confines of the harem bedchamber. But right now, this Night Hall Room was extremely cold, because in the entire Night Hall Room, there were only 2 people, Gu Feishuet and Su Miao. Counting this Chen Shan who had just joined in. It seemed like one more would make up a table of mahjong. What are you going to do? Wait. Loan's true chi, Loan's cultivation, what is going on here? Yenner kicked open a room. 5 palanquin-carrying courtesans described 5 ghosts back coffin-like, threw out this Chen Shan. Chen Shan snapped, hit the ground head-on, eyes popping up, covering the head, looking at the fingers that outflow still with the temperature of the blood, but also back to God. She curled up, covering her belly pocket, looking at the unsuspecting Yenner in front of her, subconsciously trying to activate her true chi. Yet at this moment, she realized she could no longer feel the true chi in her body at all, as if she had become an ordinary person. How is this? Where did she know? During the Supreme Emperor's time in the Great Cloud Dynasty, the Night Hall Room had been reinforced with some formations, so that once one's cultivation was sealed, even if one was in the Earth Severance realm, one would not be able to invoke any true chi. Moreover, this formation could shield the senses of the earthly in fury. That is to say, even though an Earth-severing realm cultivator can mobilize the earthly fury, the server is busy and unresponsive, which is probably what it means. Slap. Yenner unceremoniously threw a slap over, slapping Chen Shan in confusion. You dare to slap me. This slap is to teach you not to disturb His Majesty's good fortune. Yenner sneered, what His Majesty is doing is definitely bigger than anything you've got going on, disturbing His Majesty rashly, this slap, you deserve it. Chen Shan. He that is against the program, how can a ruler and minister? Slap. Yenner flung another slap over, are you the Imperial Historians group of spammers? What's in your way? You, a vassal king, want to control His Majesty? What class gives you so much confidence? Chen Shan. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but before she could open her mouth she saw this Yenner raise her golden longsword, since His Majesty has imperialized the Shang sword. Then, it must be useful. Let me try and see if it makes you bleed out, or if giving you a chop won't kill you. Chen Shan. Don't you come over. Your Majesty. Returning to the Imperial study, he is met by Li Qinglian at the door, who hurriedly bows and says, regarding the 2 certifications brought by King Dafeng's duty report back to the Imperial city, there have been some major breakthroughs. After a pause, Li Qinglian added, but things? Yunzongfu in the Standing Service Division can't pinpoint it, so the slave has the courage to ask His Majesty to come. Tell me about it. Li Qinglian breathed a sigh of relief, and then with a solemn expression, said, one of the 2 people brought by King Dafeng is a concubine woman from the sideline of the Shi family in Lokfeng City. According to the intelligence of the Forbidden Army and Yun Zongfu's scouts, she is a person born with a heavenly bone, only to be spied upon by the Shi family of Lokfeng City, who forcibly pulled out her heavenly bone. Chen Fan? Wait. Heavenly bone? Why does it feel a bit familiar with this flavor? Your Majesty, it is well known that heavenly bone possessors are born with extremely demonic cultivation qualifications, and it is even rumored that if heavenly bone holders do not die prematurely, the heavenly dipper realm is only a matter of time. After a pause, Li Qinglian continued, although this woman has lost her heavenly bone. Chapter 32, Scrap Girl plus Old Grandpa plus Heavenly Bone? Hiss, this is super double da. Wait first. Chen Fan interrupted this speech of Li Qinglian and opened his mouth to ask, is this girl gifted? After being interrupted, Li Qinglian hurriedly bent down and prepared to answer yes, but as a result, he didn't expect Chen Fan to ask this again in return, and the whole person was obviously stunned. However, he was not slow to react and quickly adjusted and nodded, yes, Your Majesty. This girl was 5 years old when she refined her body, 7 years old when she opened her veins, 10 years old when she was innate, and 17 years old when she was at the peak of the innate realm. With such talent, if the heavenly bones are not stripped away, she is bound to be crowned a marquis at the age of 30, and can be crowned a king before the age of 40. Good guy. What did he say? Why does it sound so familiar? Putting aside this waste woman plus old grandfather hang-ups, there is a piece of heaven bone tied up, right? What is the opinion of the standing divisions treatment now? Your Majesty. Li Qinglian was a bit embarrassed. Things are a bit too complicated, and the slave doesn't dare to make a decision without authorization. From the time the third princess brought the person back, it was the people from the Forbidden Army or the Standing Service Division who took them away together for a routine investigation. And as a standing order, Li Qinglian, generally, on this matter is summarized and then give advice, and then reported to the emperor. Of course, encountered tricky dare not decisive situation, Li Qinglian dare not overstep is also normal. Tell me about it. Chen Fan waved his hand, where is the complexity? This Shi family's concubine disciple is named Shi Shui. After she was stripped of her bones by the Shi family, she stayed within the slums of Lokfeng City for a month, and was about to take advantage of the departure of the people sent by the Shi family to supervise her to try to escape, but at this time, His Majesty's divine might. Chen Fan directly interrupted Li Qinglian's opening, in other words, a question is not known? Yes. What about the matter of the Yi alliance? After her cultivation was scattered and she was abandoned by the Shi family, she also had no source of information, so... Chen Fan nodded without dragging his feet and turned to ask, what about the other person? The other person. Speaking here, Li Qinglian paused, his face once again showing an odd color. Your Majesty, you may not have thought. This other hostage, the skin of his entire body was nearly scorched into charred skin by the divine light, yet he still has half a mouthful of breath gasping for air, all without dying. Undead? Wait a minute. Scorched skin by divine light? Chen Fan frowned, it's the remnants of that what's-his-name Yi alliance? He had only casually thrown out a coronation light down at that time, and hadn't cared too much about it like he had before, so it was still quite a surprise that there was still a living mouth here. First of all, ruling out any absolute magic treasures and the like. Chen Fan, as the Imperial Lord, currently the treasury did not even have any defensive magic treasures that could withstand the peak of the earthly fate realm, the full force of such cultivators, let alone anywhere else. So, there was only one truth. This isn't going to pop up some kind of classic famous stanza again, is it? The Great Tribulation was undefeatable. Especially in the case of transcending an unknown number of levels, like an undefeatable little strong man, the Great Tribulation is undefeatable. Hiss. Maybe, I've even become a villain, is this? Your Majesty, this person's confession said that he doesn't know anymore, he is just a watchman disciple of the Yi alliance. After a pause, Li Qinglian's face of oddity did not dissipate, although he denied, but according to the Cloud Zhongfu people some reconnaissance found. This person is precisely Yi Xiang of the Yi family. That is, he is the cellular brother of the demon empress Xiaishi. Yoo-hoo! What's this? Chen Fan was instantly happy. What's so complicated about this? Isn't it easy to handle? Li Qinglian smiled sarcastically. This is because the third princess is now relegated to the status of a commoner and is laboring in the night hall room, and the lackey doesn't dare to overstep his bounds? Understand. The matter of the Wulong mountain range in Debang province is too big, so these two witnesses are also of great importance. Then, the handling of these two witnesses, slightly mishandled, that would lead to trouble. Bring them here. Servant obeys the decree. Teacher, will we be all right here? Changshire Division, in the middle of the water prison. Shi Shui was sitting on a wooden plank bed and fuming, but in reality, she was communicating with her soul body, Granny. Not really. The soul body transmitted a voice. If this new emperor of the Great Clouds is only a half step in the earthly fate realm or at the beginning of the earthly fate realm, this seat will still be able to keep you unharmed. Not. Shi Shui hurriedly denied. Teacher, I'm asking, we should be fine under normal circumstances here, right? She really didn't know anything. After all, after she was abolished her cultivation, the Shi family also sent female disciples to lurk and stare at her. She was unable to receive any news at all, and she could barely even come into contact with anyone. A full month of starvation, if not she herself is a cultivator, and has the soul body to be nourished by the soul power to protect her soul, I'm afraid she would have been starved to death. However, she is also as thin as skin. She is also as thin and weak as skin and bones. Standing division of the people look at her really is not much cultivation, and weak body, which did not give her on the handcuffs and ankle cuffs and so on. Of course. This is not the standing service division of the people of mercy, but afraid to put the skin and bones like Shui pressure led to her violent death. At that time, the entire standing service division will have to be accountable. This big hat, no one could carry it. Therefore, no one also dared to advocate for Shui to bring that shackle. And Shui doesn't know things. But this soul body may know something. After all. Although she was in a hosted state, from her earlier tone, it was clear that she was not an idle person either. It was expected that she would know more or less about this fallen Phoenix City. Normally it's not a big problem, but the soul body was speaking, when suddenly her words changed. Someone is coming. Remember, don't say much, and don't speculate or anything. Understood? Hearing these words, Shui nodded repeatedly. And right at this moment, the shrill voice of a large eunuch rang out from outside. His Majesty has decreed, escort the witnesses into the palace. Servant obeys the decree. During this period of time, the only two people who could escort the one who was imprisoned in the standing service division and who had the identity of a human witness were this Shui and Yi Xiang. So, there is no need to ask for any names, and the direct lifting of people is soon. Shui and the eunuchs lead down to the door of the Imperial study. In addition, she also saw a figure with handcuffs and ankle cuffs, with his wrists and neck firmly shackled, and his body covered in a charred black color. Even after the distance was drawn in a little bit, she could still smell a fragrance of roasted meat. His Majesty has decreed to announce Shui. Shui was shocked, stumbled a little and walked in, kneeling with a thud. My daughter Shui, kowed out to His Majesty, long live His Majesty. This is that Shui family concubine daughter? Chen Fan swept two eyes. The small face is still somewhat clear, but the body shape is as thin as skin and bones, letting people doubt that this is not really a body type that can be lifted up with one finger? Seems to be because of the long journey, and like the poor seller stayed for a month. Shui this the clear face is a little dirty, but it is still clear. And her that skinny like wrapping skin bone plate body, on the set of, also is tattered cloth clothes. If you don't look at the head, this front and back are really indistinguishable. Back to your Majesty, yes. Chen Fan nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on the Shui's body. In an instant, Shui only felt as if her soul had gone out of her body. There was a feeling of being seen through, like nothing was hidden on her body. This feeling made her greatly uncomfortable, and her heart couldn't help but say, Teacher, this. I'm a bit scared. However, previously in the dungeon, the soul transmission that was still active and dealing with her was at this moment like stagnant water, no longer any fluctuation. If at this moment Shui has cultivation in the body, will inevitably find that there is no longer any fluctuation in the ring, like it does not exist at all. Of course. This little hidden method, Chen Fan as a glance is found, this is like a glow in the darkness of the light of the fire. How is this possible? He's discovered this seat? How could this happen? This seat stasis technique, even if it's that group of old guys from the Hanwu Holy Land, they definitely can't discover it. How is this possible? The ring's soul aura was internalized to the extreme, fearing that it would leak the slightest bit and be detected. But at the same time, her heart was also in a state of shock. Wait. This pressure. This isn't some earth-severing realm, nor is it some half-step heavenly deity realm. After coming back to his senses a little, the soul body's heart was about to jump out of its throat. Other people were not clear. But she was very clear. The cultivator who had once caused her to fall to the remnants of her soul, an existence at the fifth level of the Heavenly Dipper realm, had been unable to discover her specific traces even under her best efforts at concealment. But right now, this great cloud new emperor. She was very clear that this was staring at her. Maru spicy. Old mother won't really be in trouble this time, right? Saying if she said that this new emperor was only in existence at the beginning of the Earth Severance realm, she would still have the certainty of forcing her body to fight on her behalf, and then withdrawing. But this damned Hook 8 Earth Severance realms She dared to be certain that this was definitely a great power above the 6th Heavenly Dipper realm Under the pressure of such a great power, even if it was her heyday, she did not dare to say that she could run, she could only say that she was certain that she would not be killed in a second by a single move. And now. Then the heavenly bone on Yi Xiang's body, is it yours? The soul body almost didn't scare itself to death in despair. Shui, on the other hand, was repeatedly jumping sideways between trepidation and apprehension. Chen Fan didn't think much of it. These words were long to say, but in reality, it was only like staring for 2.5 minutes. With that, he withdrew his gaze and casually asked. Back to your Majesty's words, yes. Chen Fan, ? It's not a child, why are you still on the verge of crying in fear? I don't seem to have done anything, right? Just staring for a couple and a half minutes, is it so scary? In fact, Chen Fan did not know. Sure this enough after a month of starvation. According to her, this cultivation is completely wasted body, should have been in the middle of the starvation death. And after a person dies, the soul flies away, then it is inevitable. But now, because there is a soul body, in the protection of Shue's soul, so that she barely have a mouthful of anger. And this so-called blessing, in fact, is the soul body with her super strong soul force, forcibly hold down Shue's soul in the body, do not let her scattered. In this way, it also created that she was actually on the verge of hammering death. Once this soul body showed any emotion, she would also be infected in succession. So, since this is the case, then return it to its original owner. With a light smile, Chen Fan gently waved his hand. Outside that waiting Yi Xiang suddenly felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his heart, couldn't help but open his mouth and screamed miserably, but soon it was a smelly sock stuffed into his mouth by the eunuch accompanying him. Just kidding. Outside the Imperial study, how can you be allowed to clamor oh. Yi Xiang almost didn't vomit, whose ing stinky sock is this, how come it still carries a smell of excrement? But the next moment, the drilling pain, as if the bones of his whole body were being torn out of his flesh and blood, instantly drowned out all his thoughts. Well, inside the Imperial study, Chen Fan casually played with this piece of mediocre, but through brass color, similar to a rib-like thing, and then lightly threw it towards the Shui. This. After seeing Chen Fan just lightly wave his hand, a brass-colored light flashed into his palm from the outside, and then revealed its appearance. Shue's entire body was stunned. What kind of strength is this? Even if she was in the Shu family, she had never heard or seen such a bizarre and inexplicable means of. Or is this the unique means of a cultivator of higher cultivation? Just a lift of the hand, this what will fly directly into the hand of the. And while shocked, the depths of Shue's eyes, on the other hand, revealed a touch of longing. If she also had such a strong strength. Shui suddenly coldly shivered and snapped back to her senses, only to realize that Chen Fan's gaze had landed on her, and it seemed that he had also noticed this, kneeling down and raising his head. Your Majesty, the people's daughter knows. Her heart trembled, and she hurriedly cowed out her head to try to explain. But the next moment, only a flash of brass-colored light was seen. In an instant, this body of hers, which felt a bit frail even when walking, was filled with power at this moment as if it had been injected with a cardiotonic agent. She who had this power prepared into her body felt that at this moment, she could break a cow with a single punch even without using her true qi. And while her mind was drifting, a familiar feeling suddenly spread throughout her body. This. Shui, who felt this change, also widened her eyes. My heavenly bone, it's back? But, why did you return the heavenly bone to me? Wait, Your Majesty just said it was returned to its original owner? But this is the heavenly bone. Feeling this new machine that was gradually being born within her body, Shui also raised her head in astonishment and looked towards Chen Fan, a clear little face filled with shock and incomprehension. This was a heavenly bone. Her main family, the Shu family, which she regarded as the main vein. It was because of this heavenly bone that she was directly swept out of the door, and even deleted her life from the stone family tree, and wanted her to die in the pauper cellar. But this her first time to meet the Big Cloud Emperor Master, so high above the existence, but her this day bone, completely did not want to possess any meaning? Even still. So lightly, is to this, back to her? What is this situation? Well, you first go down. Chapter 33, Heavenly Clearance Holy Land Down. A classic piece of candy returns a piece of the world? Your Majesty, this. Shui was full of confusion, a pair of clear little eyes, without any impurities, purely revealing incomprehension and confusion, looking at Chen Fan. This heavenly bone, returned to her? This is not right? Is it hard to say that this heavenly bone of hers is still not a fake? However, this restored feeling, but completely cannot be fake. Shui was certain that this was indeed her lost heavenly bone. Kneeling on the ground, she raised her head and looked at the figure above the palace, seemingly asking why. But unfortunately, Chen Fan didn't give her any explanation at all and casually waved his hand. Alright, you go down first. Li Chenglian. Minion is here. Take her to the harem, first find a random palace to settle down, let the Empress Dowager keep an eye on her. Yes. Although he couldn't understand what Chen Fan was thinking, Li Chenglian naturally wouldn't ask too many questions, and after answering honestly, he sent a palace maid to take Shui away. Your Majesty, that Yi Xiang outside. Chen Fan was about to speak, but at that moment, hurried footsteps could be heard, followed by Xie Taixian appearing. Your Majesty, there is a situation at the front line. Chen Fan's gaze was stunned. What happened? Xie Taixian arched his hand and said gruffly, Your Majesty. 3 individuals of unknown origin have appeared at the front line. 2 of them are at the 8th sky of the Seal King realm, and 1 is a female cultivator of the Seal Marquis realm. This female cultivator seems to have an extraordinary origin. She demanded to release Yi Xiang, or else she will go on a killing spree at the front line. Said. Xie Taishuan's words stuttered and hesitated. They claim to be from the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Datong Defense Line. This place was the last line of defense for the Ming Dynasty. However, in the previous days, the 900,000-strong army of Dayton had not been attacking this, while the army of the Ming Dynasty had likewise not taken the initiative to launch an attack. Both sides seemed to have fallen into an equal tacit understanding. Whether it was Jiang Chongyan, Kai Jing, Kai Wei, the three top commanding groups of the Dayan army, Chen Fu didn't care about anything purely of the hitman variety, or the king of the great Ming Dynasty, they all knew very well that it wasn't really them who were going to win this war. And the defending generals guarding the Datong defense line are also naturally not the kind of honey-confident flinty head of the king of Dala Chunan, so it is also impossible to be in the event of this indifferent sacrifice. Nowadays, this Hangwu Holy Land had already gone down, and the people had already arrived within the boundaries of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. In response to this, the great Ming king had no choice but to wait silently. Of course, Kai Wei and the others were similarly waiting. However, this stalemate didn't last too long before it was broken by three uninvited guests. Peak Seal King Realm? As soon as the two Seal King Realm 8th Sky Cultivators appeared, Chen Fu did not make any ambiguities and directly struck out. After a slight touch, the three of them pushed away in unison, and the faces of those two Seal King Realm cultivators flashed a touch of pallor as they looked at this Chen Fu with slight surprise. I didn't expect that after so many years, this tiny Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty would still come along with a Peak Seal King Realm cultivator? However, looking at your old appearance, how many more times can you strike? Although this Chen Fu's cultivation was above the two of them, they also clearly detected Chen Fu's aura of dying life. Therefore, if it was a real fight, it was not easy to say who the deer would die. You guys can try. Chen Fu's face did not change. Humph. The faces of the two Seal King Realm 8th Sky Cultivators changed, and at this moment, an ethereal voice rang out behind them. Alright, two deacons, step back first. Yes, Holy Maiden. The two men's faces changed slightly, but they still answered. Chen Fu looked up and saw a woman in a long dress slowly walking towards him, and when he saw the attire on her, he was stunned. Someone from the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land? Her face was not absolutely beautiful, but her figure was excellent, especially on that body, the glazed long skirt that was flooded with white light. Moreover, it vaguely set off an ethereal immortal aura. This woman, named Lin Dyer, was the holy daughter of the Heavenly Qing Holy Land. Is the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land also going to assist the Great Ming Dynasty? Lin Dyer's face was expressionless as she coldly looked at Chen Fu in front of her. There is no need to lay a trap with this holy maiden here. I, the Heavenly Clear Sacred Land, do not care about the affairs of your Great Cloud Dynasty and the Ming Dynasty. Chen Fu didn't let her guard down somewhat because of these words and said indifferently, if that was the case, you shouldn't have appeared here. Lin Dyer. Her face twitched as she said indifferently, but if it was forced by you all, the Heavenly Clearance Sacred Ground naturally wouldn't sit back and ignore it. Ha! Chen Fu let out a cold laugh. I knew it. You people, you boast of being so high and mighty and crowned with a whole lot of grandeur. There was a time when the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty touched base with the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, and because of this, the situation where the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty originally had 3 earthly fate realms sitting in each generation was completely broken, and now only each generation of Imperial Lords was left to be of the earthly fate realm. This matter, whether it was the many surrounding dynasties or the various Holy Lands, basically all knew about it. Of course. Despite this, the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land was also not well off, especially within the Holy Land. The departmental struggles were even more distinct and not seen to be screwed together. Cut the gossip. Seeing Chen Fu's conspiratorial appearance, one of the tall and thin Seal King Realm 8th Heaven immediately snorted coldly, if you don't want the Heavenly Clear Sacred Ground to go down, have your Cloud Emperor release Yi Xiang. Otherwise, the next time we step in, it will no longer be the two of us old guys. Chen Fu was slightly stunned. Yi Xiang? When was he captured? Actually, it was not Chen Fu's fault. The intelligence network of the Great Cloud Dynasty was only for the Imperial Lord. In other words, being in the middle of the northern border, one simply could not learn any news outside of the northern border, unless instructions were given over from the side of the Cloud Imperial City. Therefore, this matter, Chen Fu really didn't know. Elder Ling, stand down. Seeing this tall and thin old man's appearance, Lin Dyer frowned and rebuked, and the former's face was a bit ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Immediately afterward, Lin Dyer looked towards Chen Fu in front of her, her tone slowed down. This holy maiden here gives you 3 days. Hand over Yi Xiang, and our Tianqing Holy Land will never interfere in this matter. Chen Fu's face laughed, coldly laughed. This little woman, seems to be too high up for the old man. This matter, you guys should be going to the Cloud Emperor's city to face the saint to raise it. Old me doesn't know anything about Yi Xiang or not Yi Xiang. This holy maiden certainly knows. Lin Dyer said indifferently, but you are the chief administrator of the Cloud Zhongfu, and have the means to uniquely contact the Cloud Imperial City. What you can't handle will naturally be reported. This holy maiden, I will only give you 3 days. If after 3 days? With that, she shook her head slightly and didn't continue, but swept a glance at the 2 people beside her. Let's go. Looking at the departing backs of the 3, Chen Fu's face was hard to see. But This Lin Dyer was indeed not wrong. As the chief administrator of the Cloud Zhongfu, of course he has a way to contact Chen Fan, just that Yi Xiang, but His Majesty is appointed to be put to death. The demon empress CI, she's 10 tribes within the scope of this. If you can set a precedent out, I am afraid that other fugitives will also join the various holy places as seek refuge. At that time, if all the holy places thus converge together. Elder Chen. At this time, Kai Wei's voice rang out, causing Chen Fu to return to his senses. Commander Kai, what's wrong? Earlier, the aftershocks that erupted from Chen Fu's fight with those two Seal King realm cultivators were simply too strong. Kai Jing and Jiang Chongyan were fine, but Kai Wei couldn't get a bit closer. Of course. That Lin Dyer and the other trio didn't intentionally hide their voices or anything like that. Naturally, no matter if it was the side of the Daming Dynasty or the side of the Great Cloud Dynasty, as long as it was within a certain range, they all heard these words. This matter, it's better to report it to His Majesty the Imperial Lord. Chen Fu froze slightly. Kai Wei continued, if His Majesty allows us to make our own decision, it won't be too late then. Tianqing Holy Land? In the Cloud Imperial Palace, Chen Fan was slightly stunned and somewhat curious. What do they want Yi Xiang for? Your Majesty. Li Qinglian, who was at the side, spoke. According to the investigation news from the Standing Ministerial Division, this Yi Xiang was able to integrate the entire Western Frontier clan convergence and establish the Yi Alliance because he was valued by the Heavenly Clearance Sacred Maiden. Because of the Heavenly Bone? Li Qinglian's face stagnated and he smiled sarcastically. That's not true. More than 10 years ago, the internal turmoil of the Heavenly Clear Holy Land, this current Heavenly Clear Holy Maiden, Lin Dyer, was sent out of the Holy Land, her guards were accidentally killed, and she wandered alone, and according to the rumors, it seems that Yi Xiang at that time gave her a candy. Chen Fan? And so on. This what war god return treatment I Lu a bean Later, the end of the infighting in the Tianqing Holy Land, Lin Dyer was retrieved. I know. Chen Fan, somewhat speechless, rubbed his temples, interrupting this Li Qinglian's speech. Let's not talk about this first. Plastica sugar, also give her a piece of the world sex change version, right? I Lu a This urban god of war set also rolled over? Chen Fan's mouth twitched a bit, looked to this Li Qinglian. Is it now this Holy Land Saint daughter? To this Yi Xiang available love extremely deep? Back to your Majesty, yes. Chen Fan was a bit speechless, but still spoke. Thank Taishian. The last general is here. Find the map. Xia Taishuan's heart fluttered as he hurriedly answered, yes. He could still remember that the last time he looked for a map, the large Lokfeng city in the Wulong mountain range had been leveled to the ground. Of course. This time it definitely couldn't be the same as last time. First of all, the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty's 900,000 troops were in its vicinity, so if he really threw a coronation light down, it would really be a case of killing all of them without distinguishing between the enemy and himself. Although Chen Fan was not addicted to killing, and would not do everything himself, but at least, it was impossible to kill his own soldiers, right? Your Majesty. At this time, a palace maid outside spoke. Princess Qiangyao seeks an audience. Princess Qiangyao? Why is she asking for an audience at this time? Although a bit puzzled, Chen Fan still waved his hand. Let her go to the bedchamber and wait. Your Majesty. The palace maid hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Princess, she seems to have made some discoveries in the middle of Tianshan Academy. The situation is a bit special, you see. Tianshan Academy? Chen Fan was slightly taken aback. Li Qinglian, who was diligent with his eyes on the side, hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, the predecessor of the Tianshan Academy was the Great Cloud Martial Academy, which was once established by a certain Imperial Lord himself for training elite cultivators for the royal family. It was only later that the battle with the Tianqing Holy Land was lost, so much so that it was cut down and eventually became the Tianshan Academy. In this metaphysical world where strength is honored, what use is the so-called one attainment even higher without cultivation? So, this Tianshan Academy has also become the so-called Sun Reader's Poetry and Clear Water Pleasure Place. However, this Princess Qiangyao has other discoveries? Could it be some kind of art magic aptitude or something like that has been passed down from this Great Cloud Martial Academy? Not to mention, Chen Fan was indeed somewhat lacking in this aspect. Let her come in. Yes. The palace maid let out a sigh of relief. She had just said that with a stiff upper lip. Her heart was in her throat and she almost didn't pee herself. After all, being in this palace, but all individuals knew Chen Fan's glorious battle record before this. How could she not be afraid of this? My sister has met her imperial brother. Not long after, Princess Qiangyao walked in. She respectfully bowed, and without waiting for Chen Fan to ask, she took out a yellowish scroll from her bosom, and respectfully presented it. Imperial brother, this is what my sister had found out before. Chen Fan casually called. The scroll suddenly appeared in his hand. A rough look. Seems to be a treasure map? Somewhat interesting. Chen Fan nodded slightly and casually threw it to that Li Qinglian. Take a look at the location on this map and verify if it is within the Imperial Dynasty. Yes. Li Qinglian respectfully received it, and then went down to send his inner circle to do the job. Right. Chen Fan then remembered that the ice blue storage ring that Wu Mingyue had given earlier. Previously, there were some feats in this storage ring that surprised Chen Fan, which caused him not to discover this intruding third princess Chen Shan. It was just that after such a disturbance later, he almost forgot about it. Yin and Yang Geomantic Heaven Transformation Decision. Well, to nourish a corpse with soul-devouring and refining corpse technique, to separate a sliver of soul into it to control it, and to devour the geomantic cold chi that it has obtained through the yin of geomantic, and to finally borrow the chi of the Imperial dynasty to form the transformation sky to break through the Big Dipper. 1000 illusory ice spirit body. One of the core techniques of the Kunlun Holy Land can divide into countless doppelganger remnants to fight, and can also invoke the Earth-seen fury, illusory millions of ice spirit thorns, freezing for thousands of miles. Non-Earth Bane realm cannot be used. It's really not to say. This Gu Feishue really deserved to be a cultivator of the quasi-Big Dipper realm. All the things within this single storage ring of hers were simply varied, much more than what Li Qinglian had gotten from the Great Cloud Treasury earlier. Your Majesty. At this moment, that Li Qingxiu's voice sounded from outside. This time she had instead changed into a palace dress and walked in somewhat unnaturally, kneeling down on one knee and bowing. The envoys of the Great Luo Dynasty have arrived at the post. Whether or not to declare them to come and see them? Or tomorrow morning's court? Chapter 34, Not Buddy. Where's the Xianqiu Treaty compensation list you put aside to write? Dala Dynasty? Chen Fan was slightly surprised. If he remembered correctly. It seems that before, this Dala Dynasty was also crushed by him with a snap of his fingers and millions of soldiers came? Now it still dared to send an envoy over? To beg for peace? Your Majesty, they should be here to beg for peace. Xie Taishin pondered for a moment and gave his judgment, although we have now turned to fight with the Daming Dynasty. Today's situation is clearly very unfavorable to the Daming Dynasty. Chen Fan nodded and was just about to speak. However, he did not expect that Li Qingxiu once again added, Your Majesty, in addition. The Great Wu Dynasty has also sent an envoy over. Chen Fan, ? Wait. Great Wu Dynasty? Where did this come from? Imperial brother. Princess Qiangyao softly said, The Great Wu Dynasty is articulated with my Great Bong province. It should be the matter of you suppressing and killing the Yi alliance earlier, Imperial brother. Although she was not in the court, Chen Fan's matter had long been fabulously spread throughout the entire Cloud Imperial city. For example, she had gone to the Tianshan Academy before, and the talented men and women in there were talking about this glorious battle of Chen Fan, and it was no longer about talking about Fu and composing poems at all. Therefore, she also knew a little bit more or less. It's well. Chen Fan nodded slightly, and only then did he notice that Princess Qiangyao was still kneeling. You get up first. Yes, Imperial brother. Let all the envoys from this De Luo dynasty and also the Great Wu dynasty come in later. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Qingxiu answered and got up to leave. Soon. It was to see two groups of people dressed in different styles walk in. Foreign ministers pay their respects to Your Majesty. The De Luo dynasty has sent an envoy to apologize for the previous offense against the heavenly might, and would like to offer their sincerity in order for the two countries to mend their ways. Foreign Minister kowtows to Your Majesty. The Great Wu Dynasty admires the heavenly might of the Great Clouds and has sent an envoy here to congratulate you, willing to establish a friendship between the two countries. Chen Fan's gaze first landed on that ambassador of the Great Wu Dynasty. I can remember that with your Great Wu Dynasty, not to say that there is no connection, but there has been no correspondence. Why are you sending an envoy to visit for a good reason? Hearing this, the messenger of the Great Wu Dynasty's face stiffened and smiled sarcastically. This elder brother, King of Wu, heard that Emperor Yun has newly advanced to the Earth Fate realm, and has hereby sent foreign ministers to come and congratulate him. This Great Wu Dynasty's messenger representative was a young man who looked to be around his 20s, whose name was Sun Kanji, the third brother of the Great Wu King, and the Great Wu Dynasty's Marquis of Primrose. In the middle of this continent, the dynasty is not qualified to seal out the vassal king, because the lord of the dynasty is only comparable to the king, while within the dynasty, no matter if it is a different king or a vassal king or a duke of a state, basically the status is equal. So, generally, the highest title in a dynasty is a marquis. Dynasty congratulations? Chen Fan pondered, alright, let me see your sincerity. Sun Kanji? No, he just made a polite remark, but he really wants it? Sun Kanji was frozen. However, the envoy who came along with him didn't forget and hurriedly said, Honorable Emperor Yun. Although my Great Wu dynasty is quite poor, but as an articulated neighbor, and also to show that my Great Wu is willing to be in eternal alliance with the Great Cloud to share the peace. Therefore, this congratulatory gift was personally selected by my king from the treasury. After a pause, he presented a storage ring with both hands and respectfully said, I still hope that the Cloud Emperor will personally test my king's sincerity. Before the Wulong mountain range was destroyed, and after General Burfu, who had trooped in Dongko City to watch out for the Yi alliance, had decisively withdrawn his troops, the large Dongko City was directly and comprehensively swept away and razed to the ground. With such a shocking scene, General Bofu did not dare to hesitate and immediately reported it to the King of Great Wu. After receiving General Bofu's Shadow Stone, the King of Great Wu also realized that things are not simple, and on the spur of the moment, he held a meeting with his ministers, and finally decided to send someone to send a congratulatory gift. Of course. According to the analysis of the ministers of the Great Wu Dynasty, can have such a powerful, at least are all the Earth's fate realm cultivators, then, unusual those gifts, if it is really like this to send the past, for fear of not thinking that they are not the Great Wu Dynasty is in the humiliation of the. So, the King of Great Wu endured the pain of taking out a few things of the highest value from his dynasty's treasury to show his sincerity. And in order to prevent the envoys from running away with these things, the King of Great Wu finally decided to send his third brother, the Sun Kanji, in front of him, and ordered that he should go there in person. Sincerity? Chen Fan's face was a little odd. However, this thing that was sent to the door, don't want it for nothing. At that moment, he didn't hesitate, and with a thought, his soul force was sunk into it. As for the danger, the Great Wu Dynasty has only been established for only 1,000 years, and by now it is only the second or third generation of inheritance. At best, its founding ancestor was an Earth Fate realm cultivator. Where are the means of targeting it? Of course. Even if there are means against the Earthly Fury realm, they are useless to Chen Fan. What's more, right now, the Great Cloud's Imperial Dynasty really did not have any conflict with the Great Wu Dynasty, and even in the 1,000 years that the Great Wu Dynasty had been established, there had never been any form of friction. So, it wasn't to be. However, just at this moment, a forbidden soldier hurriedly ran over. Your Majesty, the positioning that the chief of the Forbidden Guards had commanded earlier has been confirmed. This news that came suddenly caused the people from the two dynasty missions to be stunned and look at each other in disbelief. What positioning? Well, present it. The Forbidden Army hurriedly presented it with both hands. Li Qinglian raised his hand and with a wave, it lightly hovered in front of Chen Fan, picking it up with his hand. The heavenly clearance sacred ground, right? Just right. I am quite curious. This kind of holy land has what bottom dare to find me to ask for people? Chen Fan thought like this, but did not immediately strike. Only to see, earlier the Sun Kanji handed over the storage ring in a flash of white light. At once, a simple and ancient scroll appeared in front of him spread out. 1,000-mile escapement hand. Well, it's a bit interesting. Chen Fan pondered for a moment, and after a moment of contemplation, he raised his palm. In an instant, a golden light was flickering from the palm of his hand, which then transformed into a golden virtual hand that had expanded about 3 times. Let's call you Hand of God. Datong Defense Line. On top of a small mountain that was no more than 3 kilometers away from the Great Cloud Legion. With Lin Dyer as the leader, the 3 people from the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land were all sitting here in separate discs at the moment. However, it took a long time. One of them, the same Ling elder from earlier, opened his eyes at this moment. Holy Maiden, 3 days have arrived. It seems that this Great Cloud Dynasty is really forgetting the pain after the scar is healed. Now that there's only one Earth Severance realm out, he dares to disregard my Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Hearing these words, another person raised his eyelids. Old Ling, don't get excited. Did I get excited? Who got excited? After this light voice of Lin Dyer rang out, the 2 men instantly closed their mouths. 3 days of time, so fast. Lin Dyer long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, her eyes somewhat cold. This Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, it seems that it really thinks that after my Heavenly Clearance Holy Land has gone through a civil strife and seized power, it is a tiger that has pulled out its teeth. Well, the tiger is not seen, but the kitten that has not grown its fur is seen. Lin Dyer frowned, somewhat puzzled. However, right at this moment, those 2 Seal King Realm old men shook, and in unison, they shouted sternly, who? Just. The next instant that their words rang out, the 2 figures unexpectedly crumbled and exploded in unison, turning into a froth of blood, and even that blood, which was still warm, lightly waved and hit on that Lin Dyer's face. Lin Dyer was a bit bewildered, subconsciously touched the blood foam on her face, raised her hand and wiped it off. Her eyes were a bit dumbfounded, as if she hadn't reacted yet. Tianqing Holy Land. Well, Hanggu Holy Land, Kunlun Holy Land, but you are still missing a Tianqing Holy Land, huh? Light laughter sounded once again. At this moment, this Lin Dyer also finally woke up violently. She turned her head without saying anything. And ran? Run? This sister's brain is not what right. The next moment, a golden hand, as if wrapped in a small chick-like, lightly as to hold her as much as possible. Just less than 2.5 seconds flashed by. Lin Dyer felt a lightness under her feet, and the whole person snapped and fell to the ground, falling into a starry-eyed, four-legged skydiving, almost not fainting on the spot. Tianqing Holy Land's costume? The sudden appearance of Lin Dyer also instantly attracted the thoughts of the rest of the people, especially that Sun Kanji and the Dala envoys. Recognizing the unique, heavenly clearance sacred grounds clothing on this Lin Dyer, they were instantly stunned. Xia Taixian. The last general is here. Send a message to Chen Fu and tell them to leave the heavenly clearance Holy Land alone. Yes. Xia Taixian responded respectfully before arching his hand and retiring. Chen Fu, as the chief manager of the Cloud Clan mansion, did have the means to swiftly send the news back. However, it was not directly sent to Chen Fan, but rather, the news was sent back to the Cloud Clan mansion. For this big event that happened on the front line, that is, the people within the Cloud Zongfu have a big bear heart and leopard's guts, but also do not dare to say that the pressure down on the spot is to reach the Forbidden Army, and finally naturally is also known by Xie Taishan, and then uploaded the report. Now, Xie Taishan sensed the need to pass the news to the Cloud Zongfu, and then make it through special means quickly passed to the front line of Chen Fu. What are you? You? Lin Dyer covered the back of her head and also her lower buttocks that were raw from the fall, and the corners of her mouth grimaced in pain. During the period when that giant hand was wrapped around, Lin Dyer only felt that the true chi in her body was close to stagnation in general, dead stuck, completely unable to advance another inch. So, falling down like this, even though she had the cultivation of the Seal Marquis realm, but this in the case of the cultivation could not be utilized, there was no difference with an ordinary person, the pain almost did not cry. Li Chenglian. But Chen Fan simply ignored this Lin Dyer and casually shouted. Minion is here. Inform Yenner that another person has been added to the night hall room, and come quickly to collect the person. Yes. Press Yi Xiang back down. Lin Dyer's eyes that were originally a little wary suddenly shook and exclaimed, You are Emperor Yun. Wait, what did you do to Brother Yi Xiang? I'm warning you, Brother Yi Xiang is personally honored by my holy lord, you. Before she finished saying this, she felt her mouth snapped and was slapped solidly, and her whole person, like a kite with broken strings, flew backwards and crashed into the wall on one side. At this moment, the cultivation cannot be used. She only felt that the whole body came as if it was going to fall apart, but under this feeling, she seems to have an unprecedented feeling is quietly released. Great Wu Dynasty, right? Sun Kanji had a jolt, and hastily came back to his senses, flopping down on his knees, back to Emperor Yun, foreign minister precisely. Well, quite good, this gong method is only of the earth severance realm, but slightly improved, it is not a bad means of hunting. Sun Kanji. How does this sound? A little hard to collapse. Could he say that this was an earth severance realm technique that took his grandfather's old man, the king of the Great Wu founding dynasty, 10 years to create? To the mouth of this what Yun Huang even became a hunting means? Sun Kanji opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but thinking of this holy daughter of the heavenly clearance Holy Land, who was caught in this scene from nowhere, he immediately and honestly closed his mouth, revealing a touch of a very stiff smile. Yes, well. All right. Chen Fan waved his hand. If there is nothing else, you should retire first, the rest of the matters will be discussed in the morning court tomorrow. Li Chenglian, send him back to the post. Servant obeys the decree. And then, Chen Fan's gaze fell on that ambassador of the Deluo dynasty. Your Deluo dynasty, it seems that you still have some involvement with me. Could it be that you have come to raise an offense? Put. Hearing these words, this group of Deluo envoys almost didn't all give a pee, one by one, as if they were setting off firecrackers. They hurriedly flung themselves down on their knees and kowtowed. No, Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, don't misunderstand. Yes, Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, that is just the behavior of King Chunan alone. My king could have reprimanded him for his words of moderation. He wants to establish himself as the king. Chen Fan's gaze was non-committal. King Chunan had already died. How exactly was this matter? It was now pressed to be unimportant. What was important was, the loser would have to come up with compensation. Whether it was in the Xian fantasy world or in the real world. If you lose a fight, of course you have to make all kinds of compensation. Enlighten Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor. Seeing that Chen Fan did not speak, this ambassador of Deluo who was in the lead, the sweaty official loomed and trembled at the moment that my king is deeply sorry for the matter of the king of Chunan. For this reason, he wants to make some compensation to Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor. Saying this, he pulled out a scroll from within this sleeve and respectfully presented it. This is the list that the king has enumerated. Please have Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor look at it. Chen Fan glanced at Li Chenglian, who immediately understood and stepped forward to take the scroll and spread it out directly. However, it didn't matter if it wasn't spread out. Once it was spread out, it immediately startled Princess Qiangyao, who had come forward on the side and was secretly giving Chen Fan a massage. Li Chenglian casually received the scroll presented by the envoy and received Chen Fan's eye gesture, and immediately spread his hands, wanting to directly open the list. However, after this one, the silk from the finger cracks abruptly slipped off, such a silver training like rustling spread, straight slide through the feet of the Imperial brick, over Chen Fan's side. The end of the scroll is straight contact with Princess Qiangyao. That knit gold embroidered phoenix under the train shocked her backward half a step. It is Chen Fan. See, this scene is also some stunned old iron. Not buddy. You put aside the Xinjiao Treaty plus the Treaty of Shimonoseki? So long, do not know that you think you have lost the entire dynasty? Chapter 35, The Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Qing Dynasty, Lin Dyer? The Holy Virgin falls to earth? Your Majesty, this Li Qinglian was the one who had seen a big scene, however, at this moment, seeing this list that looked like a carpet, there was also a moment of jaw-dropping, staring in disbelief, looking at the Chun fan in front of him in disbelief, nerding out for half a day, but also unable to slow down his mind. He was not the only one. At this moment, that Princess Qiangyao behind Qin Fan was also startled. She had just thought that something had touched her feet, and when she looked down at this densely written list, her entire body was also numb. Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, our dynasty is full of sincerity. I hope that the Cloud Emperor will be clear about it. The Dala envoy was also filled with flesh pain. He was originally supposed to have arrived at the Cloud Emperor city early, but then this king of the Great Luo repeatedly recalled the envoy who was midway, and finally after 10 meetings, he gave the current list of compensation. He had also read it, and the compensation on this list was almost as if he could say that he had lost most of the greater half of the Great Luo dynasty, as well as the majority of the Great Luo dynasty's underpinnings over the years. Not bad. Not to mention. When he saw this volume of compensation list, Chen Fan also froze for a moment. Even. He almost thought that this was the Xin Treaty? What about playing? You first retire back to the post. Chen Fan waved his hand. Tomorrow morning's court, participate on time. Then foreign minister will leave first. Witnessing the departure of this Dala envoy, Chen Fan turned his head to look at Li Qinglian. Let the Forbidden Army and the Standing Service Division carry out an accounting to take over these lists, not a single one of them should be missing, do you understand? Servant obeys the decree. Chen Fan got up, took a long stretch and snorted. What about the one called Shi Shui just now? Your Majesty, that Shi Shui has now been placed in the palace's side yard. Chen Fan nodded slightly. You go down first and discuss this list of things with Xie Taishan. Such a large list of reparations, even if the Forbidden Army and the Department of Standing Attendants were to get it together, it would probably take some effort. Anyway, right now Chen Fan was not doing anything, and for the time being, there was no need for this Li Qinglian to wait around all the time. Yes, I will go and arrange for the Forbidden Army and the Standing Service Division to make sure that every item on the list is accounted for clearly, and the grains are returned to the warehouse. Li Qinglian's voice carried a hint of uncontrollable excitement. So much compensation wealth, secretly take some or something, he did not have the guts. But this was like seeing millions of cash at the bank counter. The heart was jumping as it passed through the hands. It was also considered to be a long time to see. After leaving the Imperial study, Li Qinglian held the compensation list that was so long that it could almost be used as a carpet, and his hands were shaking slightly. Seriously. Spare him as a standing order, see a lot of knowledge, but like the Dala dynasty this is almost the pants are compensated out of the stance, he is still the first time to see this is no longer a session. This is simply half of the dynasty's life, packaged hands-on. I have a good boy This Dala dynasty is a real bull. Li Qinglian sighed, but also have to say, this is the Dala dynasty is really when the break If we wait for His Majesty to step on this Daming dynasty, I'm afraid that it's too late for this Dala dynasty. He roughly scanned this list, which also included the compensation for the frontiers, which happened to be the parts that articulated with the Great Cloud dynasty and the Daming dynasty at the same time. According to the current situation, if the Daming dynasty is stepped on the ground, these frontiers of the Great Luo dynasty flow. In fact, it is also a matter of time. So, this De Luo dynasty, indeed, is still considered wise. Inside the Imperial study. Imperial brother. Princess Qiangyao timidly shouted when she saw Chen Fan looking over. She had just witnessed how the ambassadors of the two dynasties were as humble as dust in front of her imperial brother, and that kind of impact was far more direct than hearing that her imperial brother had destroyed millions of soldiers with a snap of his fingers. After all, seeing is believing, hearing is not. She had been one with Chen Yao's twin souls for many years due to the fact that Chen Yao had also basically refrained from practicing martial arts since she had been named princess, instead playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and had stayed inside the palace like a bird in a cage, making it difficult to get out. Of course, this is not to say that it is not allowed, but every time you travel, you must be equipped with quite a few guards, and it just so happens that Chen Yao doesn't like it. It was also because of this. Previously, when Kai Wei invited her, she would only go out, because traveling alone with a group of escorts and whatnot was really no fun. And this also caused the Princess Qiangyao in front of her to actually limit her knowledge between cultivation to documenting the classics. But that Dala envoy, with such a long list of compensation, vivid and graphic this behavior, gave Princess Qiangyao such a great shock. What's wrong? Chen Fan gave a slight lurch, and after sweeping Princess Qiangyao's shocked look, he smiled slightly and rubbed her head. It's just a small scene. For the Imperial dynasty, these compensations are barely. But for the cultivators, what is more important to reflect is the attitude. Princess Qiangyao was stunned, nodded thoughtfully, and then said, my sister just feels that the majesty of Imperial brother is no longer something that words can describe. This is not majesty. Chen Fan let out a light laugh and pinched her that bridge tender little face. This is the majesty of killing. I don't know if it was because earlier, that Gu Feishua's soul-devouring corpse refining technique had introduced the nourishment of the earthly demon Qi. This Chongyao princess's body is somewhat icy cold, even if the face is so pinched, it is also like jelly, if not elasticity, not to mention, that is indeed no difference with the corpse. So, Chen Fan is also somewhat curious. After all, in his previous life and in his present life, he had not seen such a cold, yet elastic little face of a living person. Emperor, Imperial brother. Princess Chongyao's face was a bit unnatural, and her voice couldn't help but be much smaller, especially when she felt Chen Fan's hand that was pinching her face hot as the sun. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her eyes became a bit subtle. It's just right, your cultivation is a bit weak now, take a look at the things in here. Chen Fan didn't notice. Because after Li Qinglian left, his soul force was immersed into the earlier, Gu Feishu as this ice blue storage ring and before, from the Hangu Holy Land that Earth Severance Realm cultivator Gao Liming hands to grab the storage ring. Now, Chen Fan had a total of 4 storage rings in his hands. One was Gao Liming's. One was offered by Sun Kanji, but inside it was just a 1,000-mile hand, which had been slightly modified by Chen Fan into the art god's hand, which could catch people over a super long distance. The other one was a storage ring sent by Li Qingqiu through Chen Fu, which contained 3 techniques that seemed to have come from the people of the Hangu Holy Land Deacon Su Fu and Cheng Yuer who had previously ambushed Kai Wei, but of these 3, just a Hangu Overlord technique and Hangu Heavenly Zhanging Sword were a bit useful. The third one was Gu Feishu's Ice Blue Storage Ring, which saw the Yin Yang Geomantic Heaven Transforming Decision and some other ice type arts and aptitudes. The fourth is that Su Miao's, some low grade. Chen Fan just swept a glance as not interested. Therefore, Chen Fan casually threw his hand, and the ring landed on this Princess Chongyao's hand. Ah! Thank you, Imperial brother. Teacher, what is going on here? The harem palace, in a remote hall. This was originally a dust accumulation of the palace, however, because of the need to place this stone snow, the rest of the palace maids do not dare to be slow to clean, especially the new night hall room of a few people, was supervised, just a short less than 2.5 minutes, is cleaned. This efficiency simply let the sight of the waiting stone snow to see the dog dumbfounded. Of course. Not to mention, say in front of this palace, can still be the first time in her life to see, brilliant, for a time, she is also a little careful, for fear of what bumps and bruises broken. Seeing this, the palace maid laughed. Sure, Shui girl need not be so constrained, both his majesty commanded you to settle down, naturally also have his intention. And the harem group halls of my Cloud Imperial Palace are all sheltered by formations, which are difficult to destroy even by Earth Severance Realm cultivators. Sure, Shui's face was a little embarrassed. Is it? At this moment, she really had a feeling of being a country bumpkin, and for a while, her face was unnatural to the extreme. During this period of time, you will be staying here. If you have any commands, you can call on the palace maid outside the door. This one who was responsible for the arrangements was naturally the one sent by Yenner. Now, in the harem, basically Wu Mingyue was in charge, and as the Empress Dowager, of course she could not come to arrange a random placement, so it was to let Yenner. But now Yenner had official duties. She was holding Chen Fan's Imperial sword from time to time to give the itchy Gu Feishua a tight skin during this period of time. Don't be anxious, this seat can sense that this Cloud Emperor has no ill will towards you. The soul body's voice rang in this Sure Shui's ears, instantly causing her to let out a slight sigh of relief, and then she was heard to continue asking, but, teacher, is this heavenly bone of mine real? The soul body was a bit confused and froze for 2.5 seconds before this said, of course it's real, what's wrong? But why, this Cloud Emperor is not cold. The soul body was silent. In fact, she didn't see it either. Although there would be some drawbacks to rashly integrating into another person's heavenly bone, however, this was nothing more than a little bit of a minor inconvenience for cultivators who had stepped into the Heavenly Dipper realm, and that was all. But earlier, she clearly felt, this Cloud Emperor's aura, even compared to her life, is more terrifying. If you get this heavenly bone, properly can cultivate a genuine heavenly deity realm cultivator. But how did this give it back to Sure Shui? So, this was also what she couldn't figure out. Of course. What she couldn't understand even more was, how could a heavenly deity realm cultivator appear in such a remote and small place and willingly become some kind of Earth Emperor here? Could it be that she had only been isolated from the world for so many years, and now the heavenly deity realm cultivators were intent on savoring all the ways of life? Not sure. After a full 2.5 minutes of silence, the soul body then said, however, this is also a good thing. Master can feel that this Cloud Emperor has no malice towards you. Even Master just felt that he should have discovered Master. What? Sure Shui was shocked and rose abruptly, causing the palace maid at the side to look sideways. Miss Sure Shui, is there something wrong? No, nothing. The palace maid was suspicious, but she didn't ask too many questions. Anyway, the order she and another palace maid received was to guard the palace gate and watch Sure Shui and fulfill her request to the best of their ability. This Sure Shui's startled look, coupled with that country bumpkin look from earlier, made the two of them agree that they should have never seen these parts of the facility. Well, it's like this. Teacher, how is this possible, didn't you say? For the teacher is also not clear. It may be an illusion. The soul body changed the topic. Well, this palace is full of energy, you now have your heavenly bones restored, it is time to recultivate. The master will now pass the gong method to you. Compared to this Sher Shui who stayed in the palace and enjoyed herself. Then Lin Dyer, this heavenly clearance holy maiden, wasn't so lucky. At this moment, it was already nighttime in the palace. However, in the night hall room, it was brightly lit. Countless lighting stones were placed, illuminating the entire night room as if it was daytime. In the night hall room, these court ladies are called the handyman court ladies, responsible for various chores, such as washing clothes, cleaning the side hall health and a series of physical work. Perhaps. In the case of the fantasy world, these physical labor is nothing. But, don't forget, this night hall room and the people can be all sinners' female family members, or is the wrong female cultivator. Yes, all of them are female cultivators. In this situation, anyone with a brain would not be able to give them a chance to have cultivation. So, in the absence of cultivation, even they, who used to be high up in the air as some kind of noble's daughter or heaven's proud daughter, were actually so fragile that they were not even as good as the common people. However, the ones who directly governed them were all palace maids with cultivation. And in this right now this kind of metaphysical world, naturally, there is no GHGs, so in the absence of cultivation, they do these physical work, in addition to some paraphernalia, almost the same as the ancient dynasties. At this moment, in the middle of the brightly lit night hall room, here cannot hear any clamor, only the clattering sound of water issued by the palace maids when washing clothes, as well as the hot stone ironing palace clothes, the iron across the fabric of the Zila light sound. The entire courtyard is shrouded in a depressing and efficient atmosphere. Each palace maid is like a precision machine, dragging a tired body, fighting eyelids up and down, silently completing their work. To this, the supervising palace maids were not soft. Those who were issued to the night hall room were basically those who had gone through the Imperial Lord's oracles or the Holy Decree. Of course, not all of those in front of them were licensed by Chen Fan. There were also some of them who were female family members that the late emperor had descended upon to be implicated in the crime. Today, Lin Dyer, who had just been escorted in, was also among them. However, since her cultivation was not sealed, but only with injuries, the palace maid in charge gave her an afternoon to rest, and took the opportunity to place the 9 fragrant bone softening powder, the special cultivation sealing medicine, in the middle of the hall room this night before greeting her in the middle of this late night. Throw it there. Chapter 36 Princess Zhong Yao, I should be under the bed. I'm sure I'll have to stay up all night to write this. I won't be able to come back in time to write it after I hit the screws at night. Oh. Put it over there. Yes. A cool voice rang out, and the 2 palace maids bowed and retreated as soon as they placed Lin Dyer on the ground. Under this depressing environment, they felt that staying one more second was torture. Cough. Lin Dyer grimaced in pain. She struggled to get up from the cold stone floor and looked around, seeing those palace maids who buried their heads in their hands and did not react to her arrival in the slightest. She was stunned and somewhat unresponsive. This is the night hall room. A woman dressed in hemp clothes with a clear face but cold eyes slowly walked up to her. She was none other than the supervising palace maid of the night hall room, whose name was Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was Yenner's beloved, responsible for overseeing the affairs of this night hall room. At this moment, she looked condescendingly at Lin Dyer, without the slightest emotion in her eyes. Over there is your basin and scrub board, finish washing that pile of clothes before dawn. Said. She pointed at a small mountain of dirty clothes in the corner. This said dirty clothes, rather it was a pile of dirty dresses, and there was no telling how long they had been worn. Of course. Looking at these fabrics, it was also obvious that they were dressed by some lowly palace maid. You let me do this kind of thing? Lin Dyer subconsciously followed her finger and almost didn't spit out her overnight meal in one bite. Who was she? She was the holy maiden of the heavenly clear holy land. How could she go and wash these things that were so dirty that they even attracted flies? Or else? Xiao Dai sneered, those who come to the night hall room are naturally here to work. If you were capable, you wouldn't have entered the night hall room. How dare you? Lin Dyer forcibly suppressed the fear in her heart, stood up her chest, and snapped, do you know who I am? I can be Lin Dyer, the holy daughter of the heavenly Qing Holy Land. Your emperor insulted me like this, aren't you afraid that the wrath of my heavenly clearance holy land will trample down this tiny imperial dynasty of yours? Don't you guys forget. The last time my heavenly clear sacred land's fury, your great cloud imperial dynasty took much fury to quell it. Now are you guys really forgetting the pain after you've recovered from your wounds? A number of years ago, the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty went to war with the heavenly Qing Holy Land, and the latter dispatched a full 5 Earth Severance realms to kill the Great Cloud Imperial family, even to the point that the later Earth Severance realms were all killed and injured. Of course, the compensation for the defeat was not to be underestimated, and the resources after this compensation could only end up supplying out an Earth Severance realm. When it came to Chen Fan's last term, that is, Chen Fan's cheap father, Emperor Wen, he was even able to cultivate a pseudo-Earth Severing realm out of Emperor Wen. However, it had to be said that Emperor Wen was indeed a talented person who was able to open up a new realm track between the half-step Earth Severing realm to the Earth Severing realm. So, Lin Dyer felt that after this chorus of hers was uttered, this both for the palace maid within the Great Cloud Imperial family in front of her would surely be scornful as well. However, snort! Little Butterfly looked like she had heard some extremely ridiculous joke and let out a shameful laugh. Heavenly Clearance Holy Land? It seems that this holy maiden of our Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, her brain is still not awake. Xiao Dai was too lazy to talk nonsense with her again, waved her hand, slapped her mouth for 20, let her know the rules of the Night Hall Room. Yes, Aunt Xiao Dai. In the palace. The honorific title of a lowly palace maid to an unmarried palace maid who refers to deep seniority, or a palace maid with a certain position, is aunt. And although Xiao Dai looks young, but as the Night Hall Room of the stewardship of the palace maids, is considered to have a position, since it is also to have a respectful title. When the opportunity to make a decision. 2 palace maids came forward in response, expressionlessly racking Lin Dyer's arm. How dare you! Lin Dyer was shocked and angry. She desperately struggled and subconsciously urged her true chi. However, the true chi in her body was as unresponsive as if it was hibernating. Seeing that she still dared to struggle, the 2 palace maids didn't say anything. Their true chi boiled out of their bodies, and they pressed her to the ground. Snap! Crisp and loud slapping sounds echoed in the silent courtyard, particularly ear-piercing. One after another, without mercy. The surrounding palace maids who were buried in their work didn't even dare to raise their heads, and their movements even sped up a few points, as if they had long been commonplace. After 20 slaps, Lin Dyer's delicate face cracked out blood, looking extremely miserable. However, that was all. The 2 palace maids with cultivation in their bodies, of course, knew that no one could die in the Night Hall Room, so they intentionally manipulated their true chi to just give more flesh wounds, not to kill. Sober? Lin Dyer was confused. She wiped the oozing blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at the blood on her palm in a somewhat dazed state. Ever since she was a child, as the holy daughter of the Holy Land, how had she ever suffered such humiliation? You! Snap! Little Butterfly walked up to her, and when she saw her angry eyes, she backhanded a slap that made her spin in place. Following that, she wiped her hands with a silk handkerchief as if she had touched something dirty, glanced at Lin Dyer who was sitting paralyzed on the ground covering her face, and pointed to a dry well in the distance. It doesn't matter if you're not sober. In principle, the Night Hall Room does not allow death. But if there are repeat offenders, they can be reported to His Majesty for review and then thrown into the swell. When the time comes for the body to be thrown into the outskirts of the Imperial City of Cloud, perhaps there might be some people who still take advantage of it while it's still hot. Lin Dyer froze for a moment, looking up in disbelief. While it's still hot. What did it mean? But the next moment, she understood. After all, to be able to enter the palace of the Cloud Palace within the palace, the posture of none are more than clear, and, in the period of the late Emperor's reign, some rely on the appearance of the beauty of the flowers repeatedly taught more than to go, but there are also a lot of people will be corpses with the special qualities as the art of preservation to bring back home to use both day and night. Lin Dyer's face turned pale. But Small Butterfly after a pause, seems to think of something. It seems that this official can still remember. In the period of the first emperor, there is an extremely beautiful courtesan threw a well to die. The body through clouds outside the imperial city was an evil cultivator to take away, with a special secret decree to restore a mouthful of life, maintain the state of living dead people. Well, you should have heard of it, right? It seems that just outside the northwest of the Great Cloud Empire, a sect called the Puppet Womb, you, as a person of the Holy Land, should have heard of it as well, right? The moment these words came out, the color of blood on Lin Dyer's face completely disappeared. Puppet Womb. Of course she knew about it. Because back then, it was this puppet womb that had triggered the civil unrest in their heavenly clearance sacred ground through some methods that were unintelligible to the onlookers. Just that she also never thought that this puppet womb was relying on such evil methods. She was almost captured by this puppet womb's people back then. If it is true as this palace maid said, then what happened to her after she was caught in the past at that time? Thinking of this, Lin Dyer coldly shivered, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Xiao Dai was just about to say something, but she frowned, pinched her nose, waved her hand in disgust, and was somewhat speechless. This is the Holy Maiden? One sentence and you're scared to spray? No fun. She waved her hand in disgust, drag her to take a shower, and tell her to wash her clothes before dawn without dying. Yes. It doesn't matter if you die, just throw it to the outskirts of Cloud Imperial City. No, don't. I wash. Lin Dyer awoke with a start, stared and said in a hurry, fearing that slowing down a bit would be to really throw her outside. She is now completely without cultivation. Leave this, with her face value, afraid not really. Xiao Dai was a little surprised, but still nodded with satisfaction. Then start. Remember, be nimble with your hands and feet. If there's the slightest damage, starting from your toes, one finger at a time. Lin Dyer shivered and walked over. With a trembling hand, she picked up the scrub board in the first piece of clothing, but for a moment she was frozen. Wash. Clothes and dresses? It seemed like she hadn't washed herself since she was born until now. And at that time, the Holy Land civil unrest she was sent out, after the guardian elders died, she was almost by wandering to make a living. Where did she think about washing any clothes off? However, she wasn't stupid, and after returning to her senses slightly, she looked up to the opposite side of the room at the one woman whose movements were incomparably skillful, as if she had already done it 1,000 times. Look at this step of hers, it should be almost the same, right? Lynn Dyer thought this in her heart. However, when this woman in front of her occasionally raised her head and wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead with the back of her hand, when that face that was even more haggard than in her memories was reflected in Lynn Dyer's eyes, Lynn Dyer was suddenly stunned. Wait. This face? If she remembered correctly, wasn't this the holy daughter of the Hanwu Holy Land, Su Miao? Lynn Dyer's mind went blank as she asked numbly, Su Miao? Why are you here? She was aware that the Great Cloud Dynasty and the Daming Dynasty were fighting, but she didn't know that the Hanwu Holy Land had already gone down, much less that this holy daughter of the Hanwu Holy Land had been captured here alive. However, in Lynn Dyer this nerd exclamation of surprise voice came out at the time. The entire night hall room, all the action is a beat. One by one surprised eyes looked at this Lynn Dyer, eyes with a little bit of shock, of course more or pity. The first rule of the night hall room is absolute silence. Here, in addition to the necessary sound of tools and the sound of water, not allowed to have any extra sound, not to mention exchanging words. Those who do not abide by the rules will naturally be met with fearful means. So, every one of these who was sent in, learned to comply in the shortest possible time. Because of this, as this nerfing voice of Lynn Dyer rang out, even though her voice was not big, in the middle of this hallroom where no one opened their mouths to speak, it could be described as the lake casting a huge stone, setting off huge waves. In front of Lynn Dyer, is it not Su Miao from the Hanwu Holy Land? At this moment, after she heard Lynn Dyer's words, her entire body stiffened violently, and then, raising her head in shock, she saw Lynn Dyer, who had a blood crust on half of her face and dull eyes. Su Miao's lips moved, and a word was just about to come out, but she swallowed it back hard. At this moment, the way she looked at this Lynn Dyer was as if she was looking at a little cutie. The same. Was she crazy? Or was the lesson just given not enough? Could it be that this holy maiden of the Tianqing Holy Land, so naive or pure, had iron awe? Su Miao didn't say anything and bowed his head even harder. As a prisoner, she could have come a long time earlier than this Lynn Dyer. At that time, she and the Hanwu Holy Land, that Earth Fury Realm Elder Gao Liming, even fled outside the Cloud Emperor city, and as a result, was directly dragged back by a palm, and fell in the court. And after that, she had also witnessed that Great Cloud Emperor Lord, between the lifting of his hand, dragged that Kunlun Holy Land's Holy Lord candidate, along with a snowy mountain, to the Cloud Emperor cities. So, she was extraordinarily honest. It was even said that when she was sent to this night hall room, she was also the most disciplined one. After all, she was the maid of the Hanwu Holy Land's supreme elder back then, serving people related to these things. She could be too good at it. Especially when she saw Gu Feishue, the candidate of the Kunlun Sacred Land's Holy Lord, being tempered. She was even more glad that she was so obedient. Although she was still in this night hall room brushing clothes and skirts and whatnot. But compared to that Gu Feishue, she felt that this was much better for her. However, Lynn Dyer clearly hadn't been able to comprehend the horror of the night hall room. When she saw that Su Miao didn't answer, but instead lowered her head as if nothing had happened, she couldn't help but follow up with another question. Su Miao, why are you here, you? Snap. A large arm pocket was directly thrown on Lynn Dyer's face, lifting her entire body off the ground and landing heavily on the ground. Night hall room, commandment number 3, private conversation is prohibited. Violators, confinement and flogging. Little Butterfly coldly stood in the previous, behind this Lynn Dyer, just came and violated the precepts. It seems that the 20 slaps just now are still too light. All the palace maids' movements stopped for a split second, and then they buried their heads in their work at a faster speed, as if this was the only way to lower their presence. And Shaddai, I don't know, Shaddai didn't even bother to look at Su Miao, who was kneeling on the ground, her gaze locked onto Lynn Dyer. It seems that you need to be sent somewhere to grow a good memory. First, put her in the small black room. I'll go see the Empress Dowager. Your Majesty. Inside the Imperial study, Chen Fan had spent the past 2 days harvesting the loot and organizing the arts that were now suitable for him. It was worth mentioning that there were indeed quite a few of them, but they were generally of low grade, and not many of them were truly usable. Other than earlier, the Coronation of Light after refining it a bit with the Hanwu Heaven Beheading Sword, there was also the 1,000-mile hand offered by the Sun Kanji of the Great Lu Dynasty, which was refined and modified by Chen Fan into the Hand of God. In addition, among that Gu Feishua's storage ring, there were quite a few good things, but after some refinement, it still felt inadequate. This 1,000 illusion ice vibrant body is a bit of putting the cart before the horse, having split into countless split remnants. Why is it still necessary to go the extra mile and invoke the earthing fury? Chen Fan shook his head and pondered for a moment. His mind moved, and the original brand new technique emerged. Change it. This 9,000 ice illusion divine shadow is better. Just at this moment, Chen Fan heard a voice from outside, "What's wrong?" Only to see a golden king dress of Wu Mingyue, smilingly walked over, respectfully bowed, softly affixed, "Your Majesty. There is a sinful woman called Lin Dyer, ignoring the rules of the palace in the night hall room. The mourning family specially came to ask Your Majesty's decree." Princess Qiangyao on the side looked up curiously and instantly blushed with a brush. "Princess Qiangyao, I should be under the bed." Chapter 37, Is Your Majesty coming to try out the quality of the fabric of this king's daughter's long dress? Your Majesty, there is a sinful daughter named Lin Dyer who disregarded the rules of the palace in the night hall room, and I have come to ask Your Majesty for a decree. The thoughts in Princess Qiangyao's mind were not known to anyone. Even Wu Mingyue didn't see Princess Qiangyao, who was staying beside her, sitting on Chen Fan's lap at the moment, sticking her soft voice. Although she was the current Empress Dowager, she was supposed to be in charge of the harem. But she didn't forget who gave her the rights and who this harem belonged to. So, requesting a decree was still necessary. Not to mention that this Lin Dyer was still detained at Chen Fan's personal command. Lin Dyer? Chen Fan did have some impression. After pondering for a moment, he did not object. Yes. It wasn't that he left this Lin Dyer behind to see the color. It was just to say that a beautiful beauty doing her job would be considered a scenic spot in the harem. Then thank you, Your Majesty. Wu Mingyue instantly had a happy face and whispered, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I have some ideas and plans, and I guarantee that I can give Your Majesty a big surprise when the time comes." Chen Fan was dumbfounded and pinched her cheeks. "Good, I am somewhat looking forward to Empress Dowager's surprise." That. Wu Mingyue paused, and suddenly squatted down. "I have recently achieved success in my studies. Please test my homework, Your Majesty." Chen Fan, ? Wait a minute. He was just about to hold down this Wu Mingyue. After all, this Princess Qiangyao was still watching from the side. What's decent about this? However, just at this moment, the sound of hurried footsteps sounded outside. "Your Majesty." Li Chenglian? Chen Fan's movement to raise his hand to stop it was stuttered. He condescendingly swept a glance at Wu Mingyue, whose face was slightly flushed but a bit stiff. Then, as if nothing had happened, he looked at Li Chenglian, who hurriedly trotted in. "What is it?" "Your Majesty, 800 Li urgent." Li Chenglian's face was a bit gloomy. After the Imperial edict to abolish and dismiss the third princess was issued, a lot of burning and looting has occurred in the entire Defeng province, and everyone in the entire province is at risk. Currently, according to the report from the scouts, there has been a large number of cultivators fleeing out of the country. Some fled to the Great Wu Dynasty, and some went forward to the 3 provinces next door. Good fellow. Is this a demonstration to come to me? Don't these people of theirs know about the Crouching Dragon mountain range? The voice that suddenly rang out immediately caused Li Chenglian to be stunned, and subconsciously looking over, he realized that the person who opened his mouth was Princess Qiangyao, who was slightly red in the face. As a great eunuch, Li Chenglian could not be too familiar with a slightly red face. So, after just 0.1 seconds of looking at him, he hurriedly lowered his head and arched his hand to report, "Your Highness. These people didn't directly plot against or rise up in rebellion, but rather the roving bandits outside the mountains invaded the state city. With the confluence of roving bandits, the poor sellers in various state cities have been lost as a result, and even quite a few family members have been killed by the poor amidst the chaos due to price gouging. The entire Defeng province is in chaos." There was a pause. Li Chenglian hesitated for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, this matter is 100,000 times more urgent, you." Hearing this reply, Princess Qiangyao's face also changed, glancing at Chen Fan and voicing her own analysis. "Imperial brother, this matter is a result of civil unrest caused by the absence of a vassal king to sit on the throne. If all of them are forcibly suppressed and decimated, I'm afraid that Defeng province will be reduced to an empty city, and will most likely become a colony for the rest of the provinces." Princess Qiangyao's meaning was obvious. Chen Fan was indeed able to slap the Defeng province directly into pieces, causing the entire province to become a no-man's land. Then any cholera would be gone. But the problem came. No man's land will naturally attract the eyes of others, let's say the 2 provinces next door, or those cultivators who escaped from outside the Defeng province. When the time comes to come back, it is like a wildfire. Of course. For these people, Chen Fan could also be destroyed. But this was not a solution at all. Because, as long as there are people, then, this kind of trend will be like wildfire, inexhaustible, and so continue. I am afraid that by the time the entire Great Cloud Dynasty, there will only be Cloud Imperial City left, this dynasty directly under the region. This is also a means of check and balance reached by many vassal kings. They will not rebel, but if one of them is unlucky, then, they will all unite to silent pressure, forcing things to this point. To put it bluntly, you let me eat at the table and directly lift the table. This. Chen Fan certainly knew this. It was indeed impossible for him to kill everyone within the provinces under the Great Cloud Dynasty. However, I know. Chen Fan nodded thoughtfully. Li Chenglian, prepare the decree. Yes. Although he didn't know what Chen Fan was doing with this preparation of the decree, however, Li Chenglian didn't dare to ask more questions and went down after answering. Soon after, Li Chenglian came with the imperial decree. Chen Fan wrote it with his own handwriting, but since it was written in brushstrokes, it was a bit abstract. Under no circumstances. He could only write the decree in the void with his fingers together, and after a moment, he casually put it away and threw it to Princess Xiangyao, who was on the side. Xiangyao, take this and go to the harem and give it to that Shui. Ah! Princess Xiangyao froze for a moment. She thought there was nothing left for her, but she didn't expect suddenly this threw the imperial decree to her. However, Princess Xiangyao also only froze for a moment, and then she got up and saluted. Yes, Imperial brother. She didn't think much about it, and after answering, she got up and lifted her skirt and hurriedly ran towards the harem. Teacher, this gong method is really effective. Am I right? In the harem palace, in a glorious and nameless palace. Since Shui was temporarily housed here as a witness. Therefore, this palace was also not named, and naturally, there was no reward for her. However, Shui didn't care about this either. At this moment, she had already begun to recultivate according to the gong method transmitted from her soul body. What amazed her was that this gong method named Taishu Xian Ice had such a high suitability with her. It had only been less than a day. She was the one who felt that this wasted meridian of hers had regained. Even the peak cultivation of the innate realm that had been swept away in the past had not only recovered completely, but had even taken a step forward. At this moment, her cultivation had also arrived at the realm of transformation. It's fine, you are truly amazing. That can. Wait, someone is coming. Seeing Shui's appearance of not having seen the world, the soul body was a bit smug and was just about to pretend, but suddenly her face changed. You be careful. Ah. Yes, teacher. Shui had a jolt and hurriedly gathered her mind and returned to her senses. At this time, that voice of the previous palace maid also sounded outside. Miss Shui, His Majesty has an order. My daughter Shui, hear the decree. Hearing the arrival of this imperial decree, Shui's heart also jumped, and she hurriedly got up and walked out of the palace, arriving at the middle courtyard in front of the palace. At this time, only then did she realize that the sky was completely dark at this moment. Without realizing it, a day had passed? Little Snowy, it's not one day, it's been 3 days and 2 nights, this is the 3rd night. Shui? Ha? 3 days. Shui's eyes widened with incredulity. Go check out this Great Cloud Imperial Lord's decree. The soul body sidetracked the topic, its tone a bit grave. You're currently at the transformation realm cultivation, at most you can withstand getting to the Seal King realm. If that Cloud Emperor is temporarily unavailable, he might still be able to escape. Shui came back to her senses and was slightly silent before asking, Teacher, you just said that someone is coming, how many people are coming? What cultivation level? Just one person. Well, it seems that there is no cultivation? Shui? Before Shui could think about it, the sound of light footsteps rang out in front. Under the leadership of those 2 palace maids guarding the hall, Princess Xiangyao held the holy decree in both hands and walked in. My daughter Shui, kowtow to my emperor. Long live my emperor. Seeing the holy decree was like seeing the imperial lord. This was no joke. Above the holy decree, it was with part of the breath pressure personally drawn up by the imperial lord. If it was disrespectful, the latter could sense it. And this imperial lord, even her Shui's teacher, this mysterious soul body was quite scornful. Therefore, it was naturally impossible for her to commit a death wish. However, the next moment, this imperial edict read out by Princess Xiangyao all of a sudden caused Shui to be completely dumbfounded. The Cloud Emperor's edict says, grant Shui the title of the new Dauphin King and travel immediately without fail. Shin this. Shui? Wait a minute. What's this got to do with me? Please. Princess Xiangyao's face was a bit strange, but she still handed the imperial decree to Shui in front of her. Shui received the imperial decree numbly, her entire body still a bit confused. Until she muddled out of the palace, only then did she come back to her senses slightly, and said inarticulately, Old teacher. What's going on? Shui with a bewildered face, looking back at the lofty cloud palace, lost in thought. A full 2.5 minutes had passed. That ring soul's voice only then remembered, Little Snowy, you. This luck is indeed quite good. Encountered a nobleman. Within the tone, there was a wave of envy that was hard to hide. Other people were not clear. But this ring soul is very clear. This is simply not some tiny earth fate realm. Rather, it was a heavenly deity realm cultivator that was a few heavens higher than even in her lifetime. Outrageous, simply away from the original on the spectrum. The soul body at this moment was already somewhat skeptical. This was really too outrageous. In the middle of the Great Cloud Dynasty in a poor countryside, a Big Dipper realm cultivator had popped up. Moreover, it was a heavenly deity realm cultivator that was even higher than her cultivation level before she was born. The most crucial thing is, this heavenly Dipper realm cultivator, not in 2 words, directly sealed Shui to sit as a Grand Bong King. Of course. This ring soul naturally could not think that it was this little girl's posture that was able to be valued. although cleaned, and also regained the cultivation. But seriously, this Shue's appearance can only be considered clean, body and so on, simply skin and bones. Where is this what posture ah? Moreover, she is a heavenly deity realm cultivator. Big Dipper realm cultivator, she didn't think it would be so vulgar. Ah? Sure, Shui was confused and mumbled, noble person? That's right. He probably knew what happened to you, took pity on you, and lifted his hand to pull you along, giving you a creation. After the ring soul briefly said 2 sentences, it was but changed the topic. Your heavenly bone, it seems to have gone through 3 different cultivators, and under the layers and layers of exploitation, it has also sucked up a lot of their cultivation. As the holder of the heavenly bone itself, you are able to refine this cultivation, but your current cultivation level is too low, so it's easy for you to explode and die. You need to step into the Dan realm as soon as possible, so that you can slowly refine this absorbed cultivation. And the Dabang province, it is estimated that it is now in a state of military chaos, which is just right, and is also the place of creation for you to show off your great strength nowadays. Shui was stunned, and after occupying the spot for a full 2.5 minutes, she then nodded her head violently, aha. Immediately thereafter, she turned back, glanced deeply in the direction of the palace, and silently recited in her heart, Noble one? His Majesty the Cloud Emperor. I will definitely walk in front of you. Definitely won't let you down. At this moment, inside the Imperial study, a white-haired, pale, clan elder dressed in the clothing of the Cloud Clan house walked over. Your Majesty, the old minister thought that tomorrow's morning court should be more of a grand state dynasty. Great Kingdom Dynasty? Chen Fan was slightly surprised. What is the Great Country Dynasty? An extended mourning dynasty with more personnel. The clan elder spared no words. Chen Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. Since that is the case, then you will organize it. This clan elder he had not seen before, but the aura on his body was indeed correct. It was said that within the Cloud Clan mansion, there was a group of people who were only responsible for the normal operation and appointments and dismissals within the Cloud Clan mansion. This clan elder in front of him should be one of them, right? Chen Fan didn't put it on his mind, and got up and stretched, heavenly bone plus ring granny. This time, the Dabanghang province is stable. Your Majesty. At this time, the Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue, who had gone outside to finish drinking water, walked over wearing a king's daughter's long dress, and purposely turned around in front of Chen Fan. Do you want to try the quality of the fabric of this king's daughter's long dress? Chen Fan, ? Wait. Is this try it decent? Don't rush first. Chen Fan got on and tried the fabric of this king's daughter's long skirt. There is one to say one. It was indeed furry and soft, not bad at all. Of course. This thing called clothes, workmanship was one aspect, but the actual quality was also one aspect. Before crossing over, Chen Fan had seen the kind of clothes that felt extremely good, and as a result, a split directly sparse off it. This can't be done. There are still good hands in the palace who are dexterous, right? If His Majesty says there are, of course there are. Make a black and gold dragon robe. Chen Fan said casually, the dragon robes of these generations of Imperial lords don't fit, they are too loose. Mourner obeys the decree. Wu Mingyue first answered, then summoned Yenner and instructed her to go and do this. Yenner received the order and was about to leave when suddenly, Chen Fan spoke, wait. Your Majesty. Serve that Chen Shan well tonight. Chen Fan did not believe that it was a coincidence that the Great Feng province was in turmoil just because of Chen Shan's dismissal. This Chen Shan must have made some small moves. Hearing this, Yenner blinked her eyes, although she didn't understand how this Chen Shan had messed with His Majesty again, but since it was His Majesty's holy decree, of course she listened and respectfully answered, slave servant obeys the decree. Wu Mingyue glanced at her and rolled her eyes, this little hoof. Your Majesty, now you can try it. Ah. Chapter 38, I dare to ask if Your Majesty has captured the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land? The auspicious time has come, open the Imperial gate. Enter the court. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Early the next morning, following Chen Fan's ascension to the throne, the first great nation's dynasty was held to this point. Accompanied by the loud fall of the Cloud Zhongfu house soldier, a large black pressurized piece of officials, all kneeled down and shouted in unison. The big country dynasty, generally, is the new emperor ascended to the throne, officially collect all the power of a public announcement. Because if the new emperor does not have real power, is unable to convene the great nation dynasty, this is not a person to say, but to all aspects of the cooperation. Chen Fan, who was dressed in a black and gold dragon robe, sat on top of the black and gold dragon chair on the 99 steps, his eyes swept over the group of ministers under the stage, and his heart was slightly touched. When the meeting is over the top, there is a view of the mountains. It is also true. It was no wonder that this great kingdom dynasty would be recognized as a public demonstration of the new Imperial Lord's control of real power. The feeling of having all eyes on you, as in front of you, was also not something that any civil or military official could compare to. The Great Kingdom Dynasty, not only the arrival of the civil and military officials, but also the vassal kings of the provinces within the Imperial Dynasty, the ambassadors of the surrounding dynasties, and even the holy places outside of the dynasty, there is also a probability that they will send people to come and observe. It was the equivalent of a great power sink. Level off. Thank you, my emperor. At the 9th floor under the dragon chair, the Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue, who was crowned with 9,000 as a phoenix in the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, at this moment, her face was as tired as it could be, but looking under this kind of scene, she was also somewhat in a trance, and couldn't help but tighten her long and slender legs. Personal maid Yenner stood behind her waiting, see its action, went forward and whispered, "Empress, what's wrong?" "No harm." Wu Mingyue was originally a little drowsy. At this moment, she had some regrets. Had she known that she would have to go on this kind of great nation dynasty today, she had said nothing last night to take that whatsoever king's daughter's long dress and turn around in front of Chen Fan. Now it is good. The magic of love turned around. She felt like she was a little starry-eyed right now. It's like she's become some kind of hugging pillow. She only fell asleep when the sky saw the white color of a fish's belly, yet not even 2 hours later, her personal maid Yenner hurriedly woke her up, saying that the Yun Zongfu side had notified her that the Great Kingdom pilgrimage was being held today, and that the Empress Dowager had to be in place as well. If not for her own cultivation is not bad, I'm afraid that now in this kind of scene will have to make a fool of herself. Strange. Beneath the 99 layers of steps. Following in the wake of Qin Yu's quarrelsome extermination, Yun Shan, who had been newly promoted to the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, took advantage of the gap between getting up and swept a glance at his side, his face somewhat puzzled. Great Kingdom Dynasty. According to reason, it should be a gathering of civil and military officials, and then all the vassal kings, emissaries from outside the Imperial Dynasty, and so on, should all be present. But now? He looked around. It seems that now this step down, the biggest, but he is the Ministry of Justice? Left Minister Zhao Song, nowhere to be found. Right Minister Yan Gao, no one. Lieutenant Wu Shangue, also missing his shadow. These three are not even. The most important is that close to His Majesty's Secretary Kai Jing now also did not show up. Combined with the original group of 6 in the courtroom, there is now only one Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue of the Western Palace present. Oh, there's also the Eastern Palace Empress Dowager Ciaishi who was executed for her 9 clans. Moreover, I don't know if it was Yun Shan's illusion. He felt that among those foreign ministers and emissaries around him, some people's eyes, rather unkind. There is a feeling that a storm is coming? Yun Shan touched his nose and comforted himself in his heart, it should be an illusion. After all, this new Imperial Lord, His Majesty, was a genuine Earth Severance realm cultivator to come. What is there to be afraid of? However, just as Yun Shan was comforting himself, he didn't expect that behind him, a white-haired courtier rose. "Your Majesty, I have this to present." Yun Shan was slightly stunned. He remembered correctly, in a position behind him, is for the Ministry of Household Secretary Hishin, right? This guy has not always been transparent department of the old slickerate? At this time, how did he suddenly emerge? This suddenly came out of the line of the Ministry of Household Hishin, voice obviously mixed with the true chi enhancement, clearly into the ears of each and every person. This time, the rest of the ministers were all stunned, their gazes tinged with confusion. Even if he was a thorn in the side, this Hishin shouldn't have ventured out at this time, right? After all, His Majesty, the Imperial Lord, was a genuine earthly fate realm cultivator, and if he didn't move, he would raise 3 clans and execute 10 clans, so your head Taiwa or not? Permission to play. Chen Fan on the platform, also slightly puzzled, however, he is also lazy to think, said casually. Your Majesty. According to the records of the Cloud Zongfu, our dynasty had signed the Treaty of Cloud Sky with the Holy Land of Tianqing. The main preamble in the treaty, that is, for the Imperial Lord of the Great Cloud Dynasty and the emissary of the Holy Land of Tianqing to conclude a peace treaty, so that both parties and their subjects to repair peace and harmony and share happiness, and to put an end to the end of the future conflicts. This sentence. Of course. I have heard that my Great Cloud Imperial family has captured and imprisoned the holy daughter of the Tianqing Holy Land. I dare to ask your Majesty if this matter is true? The moment these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the civil and military officials, or those vassal kings or the messengers sent, or the messengers outside the Imperial Dynasty, at this moment, there was one that counted. All of them were staring with wide eyes and seismic pupils, looking at that Hishin who stood straight up dead on. Not buddy. Are you really head iron or brain was kicked by a donkey? This big country dynasty on behalf of the face of the new emperor, and announced the real power of the big country dynasty Do you think you're so in your face? It is your 9 clans do not eliminate the joy you heart instead of uneasy, right? For this Hishin's words. The most trembling, one belongs to the civil and military officials. At the moment, they forehead cold sweat, immobile, and this Hishin pulled away from the distance, for fear that later because of close to him and be taken as accomplices. And the rest of them. For example, the messengers sent by the other vassal kings. According to common sense, the many vassal kings should be personally present. However, this big country dynasty happened suddenly, yesterday afternoon, that Yun Zongfu only began to process. Time is indeed a little too late. So, this time, the Great Kingdom dynasty was allowed to send emissaries from the various vassal kings. However, they needed to record the scene with a shadow retaining stone, and after returning, they had to submit it to their own vassal kings to observe and learn. And these ambassadors of the vassal kings, after hearing Yishin's words, they were initially shocked and uncertain, but then they seemed to think of their own status, and they all looked as if they were watching a good show. On the contrary, it was those foreign ministers who had heard of the visit. At the moment, they were even more nonchalantly looking like they were eating melons. Hey! Great country dynasty, this minister directly to the new Imperial Lord paced face open big? It is hard not to say, is this heart new Imperial Lord, that declared the real power of the great state dynasty, is a joke? This Yishin, crazy not. Previously also some drowsy West Palace Empress Dowager Wu Mingyue, at this moment is also wide-eyed phoenix eyes, horrified to look at that under the stage bending down, but legs stand straight Yishin, some doubt this girl is eating the wrong drug right? Spare her this, and Empress Dowager see I fight so many years of mentality, at this moment also some taught. This guy, it will not be to set off the table, right? I will dare to fight again, please answer, your majesty. Ignoring the many people's clamor and loss of color, Yishin's face did not change at all, and even straightened up at this moment, looking straight at Chen Fan on the high platform, his voice a few points louder. The eyelids of the civil and military officials trembled, and they almost didn't fall over when they were cold. Good fellow. What a good fellow. It's not enough to open up big on your face, you want to open up twice, right? Not only other people. In fact, even Chen Fan himself was a bit stunned at the moment. He doesn't understand what's going on in Yishin's head. Stick to the face to open big? The old lifer ate arsenic? Because of this. At first, after Yishin's words fell, Chen Fan's entire person was also stunned, which is why he didn't answer at first. This. Who's Department General? Ah, how so brave. But, so close to the face to open big, he naturally could not ignore. Yishin, is it? Please, your majesty, don't digress. Civil and military officials. Many foreign ministers. Bull ah buddy. Are you questioning me? Hearing Chen Fan's words, Yishin froze for a moment and arched his hand. Your majesty, what you mean is? Have you admitted it? Chen Fan? Good fellow. Even at this moment, even if Chen Fan was no longer politically minded, no matter how much he didn't understand the affairs of the imperial court, at this moment, he sensed that this Yishin's intentions. Not to mention, under Chen Fan's senses, the ranks of those foreign ministers in the field were indeed hiding a few breaths that were even stronger than Liang. Since this was the first time that this great country dynasty was held, Chen Fan thought that this might be the first time that the great country dynasty was held. Chen Fan also thought that this was perhaps the Holy Land sent to observe the process. After all, at least, he is the Imperial Lord, an openly Earth Severance Realm cultivator, come a few Earth Severance Realm to personally observe and show goodwill. This is not too much, right? But now it seems. The Tianqing Holy Land, right? I'm not going to be able to do that. You're pretty good. You also know that last time I didn't have the pleasure of killing, and now you're coming up with 9 clans, right? He said, I did not expect, you are quite dedicated. Yishin opened his mouth, just want to speak, but at this moment he was shocked to find that he could not even say half a word. Even nodding his head at this moment, his body was unable to move a bit, only feeling as if an invisible cage had completely bolted him down. What happened? As the secretary of the Ministry of the Household, but also the Yun Zongfu's errand? How come I didn't know that there is an additional clan elder in the Cloud Zongfu who can also serve as the secretary of the household department? According to the regulations of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, only the Cloud Zongfu could govern and supervise members of the royal family. The Imperial Lord, on the other hand, was also one of the members of the royal family. However, the various members of the Cloud Clan mansion were not allowed to have any important positions in the Imperial Court, and even those who were related to them by blood within 5 services were not allowed to serve as officials. Yishin realized that he could speak at this time, and he just wanted to pull this back on track, but he didn't expect that Chen Fan's next sentence would completely make his face freeze. Seeing that you like to monitor royalty so much. Then, the strange circumstances surrounding the death of the late emperor as well as the crown prince, you should have ascertained them as well, right? Chen Fan smiled faintly. Explain how the late emperor and the crown prince died. Your majesty. Don't digress. Yishin. If you can't explain it, I will personally send your 10 clans down to serve the late emperor. Yishin's words that were on the edge of his mouth were suddenly stuck hard in his mouth. Chen Fan thought correctly, in this Yishin is so headstrong, there must be something to rely on. The people from the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land had already arrived at the scene. Yishin was seeing its hints before this came out. But this was under the eyes of the people of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Yishin himself was suddenly unable to speak or even move. The Yishin of this moment was sweating profusely. However, there is a saying. When an arrow is on the string, it has to be sent. Since he had already made a move, it would be a good idea to make a move to the inn. However, when this last sentence of Chen Fan's fell, Hishan somewhat dared not open his mouth to speak. He knew very well. This new Imperial Lord did not play his cards according to any set pattern. Regardless of what you say, he said that he would exterminate 10 clans. If not earlier, suddenly unable to speak and unable to move, Hishan might still think that the people of the Tianqing Holy Land could save themselves. But now, he felt very hungover. Why don't you say anything? Looking at Hishan, who had mumbled for half a day, holding his face red and sweating profusely, but not saying anything, Chen Fan teased, I'm asking you, why don't you say anything? Hishan. Is it a natural inability to speak? Hishan. Or are you too moved to speak? Hishan. Moved? I don't dare to move. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Hishan's lips turned white. Just when he wanted to say something, he saw Chen Fan waving his hand in disinterest. Someone come in. Send him down to serve the late emperor. Yes. The forbidden army rushed out in unison. Hishan's face turned white with fear, and he subconsciously retreated. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that he was unable to move even one step. As if the legs filled with lead dead nailed to the floor. Simply do not listen to the call. Pill spicy. Hishan, heart despair, looking at the armor of the forbidden army, scared only to feel a shiver, followed by an indescribable smell of urine came. And slow down. However, just at this moment, an old stern voice sounded. Even with a terrifying pressure, the faces of the civil and military officials could not help but all go white, and even some could not help but stomp back a few steps, their eyes trembling in shock. This earthly fate realm cultivator? However, the two forbidden soldiers that were heading towards Hishan, but instead, they were unaffected, like, rushing up with their weapons in hand. The old man said, stop. Seeing this scene, that pale old voice that had previously been calm suddenly huffed a bit and snapped. The next moment, a blue-colored spear suddenly formed out and charged towards the two forbidden soldiers like lightning. The blue spear passed by. The civil and military officials were all trembling in shock, even those vassal king emissaries and foreign ministers outside. At this moment, they all cried out in shock, earthly fury realm. Pretending to be a god. Seeing this, Chen Fan coldly snorted and did not see him make a move. That blue spear suddenly collapsed and exploded, accompanied by a muffled grunt sounded. A pale and wretched figure landed heavily behind the Hishan. His eyes shocked looked at Chen Fan in front of him. How is it possible? Chapter 39. Having a friend from far away to get beaten. How can you not give him a good beating? How is it possible? The old man's gaze trembled as he looked at Chen Fan. How did you find out about me? This person's name was Ghost Immortal, an outer door deacon of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Although his cultivation was not a genuine earthly fate realm, his cultivation was as high as the level of a half-step earthly fate. At one time, he had even traveled to the Great Feng province and supervised and oversaw a certain fiefdom king city of the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty for 3 long years with this recluse technique, without being discovered. Even, he had also seen an elder from the Kunlun Holy Land pass by here, and had not found him. To know. In the Holy Land, only Earth Severance realm cultivators were qualified to be mentioned as elders. The rest of them, even if they were half-step Earth Severance, were only at the deacon level. Therefore, he was quite confident in this hidden means of his. In his opinion, this Cloud Emperor was only at the first heavenly realm of earthly fury, or at the level of the pseudo-earthly fury realm above the half-step earthly fury realm, below the first heavenly realm of earthly fury, just like the last emperor one of the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, this pseudo-earth severing realm, for so many years, only Emperor Wen had reached it, belonging to the new realm created by the pioneers. Originally, the ghost was trying to borrow this Hishan's mouth to determine that the Holy Maiden of Heavenly Clearness, Lin Dyer, was captured by the Cloud Emperor. Then he showed up to ask for the person directly. But never thought. This big Cloud Emperor master mouth is also so powerful, and killing hard is very heavy, directly out to chop this Hishan? Of course, the Ghost Immortal cannot let Hishan be chopped. After all, this result has not yet asked out. However, he never expected it. Under the pressure of his half-step earthly fate realm, those two forbidden soldiers who were following orders were not affected in the slightest. Of course, he was not shocked by Chen Fan's lightheartedness in dissolving his attack. He was shocked that, under this recluse technique of his, he could still be discovered? How can this be possible? Once the Kunlun Holy Land's elder had never discovered him, this area of a royal dynasty's new royal master, but could discover him? Chop! Chen Fan did not answer his question but coldly spat out a word. Yes. The two forbidden soldiers answered in unison, and in unison, they raised the large swords in their hands, and chopped towards Hishan, the minister of household, who was filled with fear, and even wet with fright, but was still unable to move or utter half a word. Damn! The Ghost Immortal's face changed, and he was just about to strike, but he saw 2 streams of shadowy winds violently swirling towards him, and the pitch-black shadowy fury contained therein caused the Ghost Immortal's face to change wildly, half-step earthly fury realm. With this same cultivation, he didn't dare to care about Hishan. His hands formed a seal, and in a pitch-black vortex, a ghostly hand poked out, violently clawing out. In an instant, the two fluctuations collapsed and exploded in unison, and the ghost immortal also retreated violently in stirrups, and on that pale face, a touch of pallor flashed. He was a cultivator who was proficient in the escape technique, and was not too good at attacking, and his combat power could only be described as average. The Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty's vassal kings weren't present, so how could there be a half-step earthly fate realm? Ghost Immortal's heart trembled in shock, suddenly realizing something. His face changed, not good. Only at this moment did he remember that he shouldn't brush. However, just as he was about to raise his head to look, he never expected that a round head slipped and rolled at his feet. It was none other than he shunned from before. Damn it! Ghost Immortal subconsciously looked down and his face sank. Now this He-Shin was dead. Moreover, this heavenly clear holy maiden Lin Dyer had yet to be asked if she was imprisoned by this Great Cloud Imperial family. In the current situation, I'm afraid that he would need to personally ask. But letting him, a half-step Earth Severance realm, question a genuine Earth Severance realm? Just by thinking about it, Ghost Immortal felt his scalp tingle. Especially when he sensed that there was even a half-step Earth Severance realm cultivator in this Great Cloud Imperial dynasty. Come and still want to leave? The person who had struck earlier was none other than Li Ying. She was dressed in a palace maiden's long skirt, with her hands behind her back, and lightly landed behind Ghost Immortal. The civil and military officials had already pulled away to the two sides when the Ghost Immortal showed up, leaving a huge open field. Li Ying craned his neck and smiled faintly. Just in time. I haven't fought for a long time. Let me try. What strength do you have in this half-step earthly fate realm? Ghost Decay. Fighting a hammer. Ah. His face trembled as he turned back to look at Chen Fan on that high platform and opened his mouth. Cloud Emperor, I am the outer deacon of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, and according to the Treaty of Cloud Sky, my Heavenly Clearance Holy Land and your Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty can be friendly and peaceful. In terms of your Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty's old saying, to have friends from afar, isn't it a good thing? Said. He gave a slight pause before shouting loudly, could it be that this is your Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty's way of treating guests? The former Imperial Lord of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty was the Emperor of Letters, and an extremely large number of quotes from the ancients had been unearthed, so many people from the Holy Lands had also learned this sentence or two or something. Ghost Immortal felt that after these words fell, he shouldn't be able to die. It's just that. After these words fell, but felt that the eyes of that civil and military officials around became odd, especially a few leaning back, a look of wanting to laugh but holding back. What's going on? Ghost Immortal, some confused, carefully recalled, this is indeed the Great Cloud Dynasty's ancient words. It didn't say that it was borrowed from some other dynasty's ancient language, did it? Very well said. Chen Fan nodded slightly. Since that is the case, then it is say who a bit. Ghost Immortal, ? Before he could react, he saw the eyes of the civil and military officials light up, rubbing their arms in unison, leaping to action, their eyes looking at him with ill intent. Ghost Immortal? Ghost Immortal just wanted to release his aura to shock these ants away. However, it was at this moment he was the one who realized with horror. His own true chi was as if it had fallen into an abyss, and there was no movement at all. What's going on? The Ghost Immortal's heart was shaken, but he couldn't think about it in time and hurriedly tried to invoke the power of the Yin Fiend. As a half-step Earth Severance Realm cultivator. Although he couldn't be like an Earth Severance Realm cultivator, and completely invoke the Earthine Fury. But there was still no problem with borrowing the slightest bit of it to invoke it. However, it didn't matter if this wasn't invoked. Once it was invoked, at once, the Ghost Immortal was also startled. How is it possible? I can't even feel the presence of the Yin Fiend power? This is impossible. The Ghost Immortal's heart trembled in shock. However, just at this moment, a showy fist slammed into his face. Ghost Decay. Which old Biden's, not speaking of invincibility, sneak attack me, an old man in his 60s. Who? Looking for death. Ghost Immortal covered his panda eyes, grimacing in pain, snapped his head up and snapped. However, what answered him was the next, dried-up fist. Although the arm of this fist looked extremely shriveled, but the true chi mixed in it was not to be underestimated. Directly under the fist, the Ghost Immortal's incisors were broken. Ghost? What the hell? What is this? How did this happen? What's the matter with you, the Great Cloud Dynasty? Is this the way you treat your guests? What happened to saying that friends come from afar? Hearing these words, among the civil and military officials rubbing their fists, one replied, that's right. Why are you guys still fighting friends? How can you call it a fight when it's a matter of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty? This person's youthful face seemed to be a newly promoted official, and at this moment, after hearing Ghost Immortal's words, he revealed a smile. There's a friend who came from far away to get beaten up, so how can you not give him a good beating? Ghost Decay? Wait. A friend came from afar to get beaten up? Beat him up? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Let's go together. Let them feel our passion. Among the civil and military officials, not everyone went up. Those who went on were basically some military generals or newly promoted civil officials of the same category. In the absence of cultivation and inability to invoke the power of the Earth's fury, this ghost immortal is just as 60-something-year-old Biden, completely without any resistance, is to beat the dying breath, fell to the ground. These things were a long story, but it was only a short 2.5 minutes. Alright. Chen Fan said indifferently, where is the standing minister? Minion is here. Heishan colluded with the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land and overstepped his authority, execute 10 clans. The Minister of Constant Attendance obeys the decree. Where are the forbidden soldiers? I'm here. The Tianqing Sacred Land intends to interfere with the government, it is considered a rebellion, and shall be punished by the death penalty, split into 5 pieces by 5 horses. I will obey. Li Qinglian and Sei Taixian both received the decree one after another. However, Chen Fan's gaze, however, did not fall on the body of that ghostly rotter from earlier, but raised his head to look at the sky that had, at some point, become overcast, and smiled faintly, if it has come, then it is safe. Since they have all come, then all of them will be buried in my Cloud Emperor city. As Chen Fan's words fell, a cold and stern chorus suddenly exploded. Good guts. In an instant, countless people only felt as if their heavenly aura had been lifted open, and a coldness violently poured in from the Yongquan acupoint, rushing straight to the heavenly aura. In an instant, the limbs were as cold as they could be, and their bodies were completely out of control. In fury erosion. This was a tactic only possessed by cultivators of the genuine Earth Severance realm. The next moment, a huge black palm that covers the sky, violently coalesced from the sky above, hula, like a dark version of the Five Fingers Mountain suppression. If this palm fell, I'm afraid that this entire Cloud Emperor square would have to be completely scrapped. This is the Heavenly Clear Holy Land's Heavenly Clear Sunshade Hand. It's over. This wave of the Great Cloud Dynasty has gone too far. Oh, this time, it's the real Heavenly Clear Sacred Land's Earthly Fury cultivator who's arrived. You want to split the deacon of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land into 5 pieces? Are you kidding? TSK, I didn't expect that after so many years, the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty would still forget about the pain after getting better. Humor the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. Chen Fan's gaze was indifferent as he sat on the dragon chair, only lightly lifting his finger and flexing it, a golden light blossomed out of it. Golden light off the moment, is like a balloon began to expansion, and just from the 99 steps up in the air in a moment, the light is actually already swollen to 3 feet high, like a divine sword, dispersing the black light, clear sky. Many Holy Land envoys, vassal king envoys, also since they are all people who have seen a lot of knowledge, look up to see this golden light divine sword, one by one almost didn't flash their eyes blind. Wait. How does this sword feel so familiar? No, isn't this the Hanwu Sacred Grounds Hanwu Heaven Slashing Sword? How does this Cloud Emperor know this kind of core technique? Is it possible that this Cloud Emperor has even gone to the Hanwu Holy Land to further his studies? Impossible. The disciples of the Hanwu Holy Land are either innocent or disciples of the remaining 3 kingdoms, and outsiders are not allowed to come into contact with them. Numerous people under the sky exclaimed in shock. And above the sky, that huge black hand was like tofu, directly broken apart by this golden light divine sword, and even the gloomy dark clouds above the sky were also broken apart at this moment. This time, it was truly a clear sky. A black ink-colored silhouette protruded from the sky, a black-clothed old man. Heavenly Clearing Holy Land, Elder Black. Earth Severance Realm's second sky. Elder Black's pupils shrank, his gaze somewhat shocked, resting a full 100 miles away, looking at Chen Fan on top of that high platform, Hanwu Heaven Beheading Sword? Those cultivators who were watching the battle could recognize it, and Elder Black's insight was even more than that, so naturally it was impossible not to recognize it. Because of this. That's why he was shocked. Even more, he knew more. The Hanwu Heavenly Cleaving Sword. In the Hanwu Holy Land, it was also the most central technique. It's only the elders or holy maiden successors that could give advancement to the higher echelons, or cultivators that had already stepped into the higher echelons, that were qualified to learn it. And this in front of him, such a skillful maneuver, was obviously not something that the holy maiden successor and these young people could learn. But the problem was, this Hanwu Holy Land, those 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators, it wasn't like Elder Black had never seen them before, none of them could match up with this Chen Fan in front of him. Can it be that it is still the Hanwu Holy Lord? This is also impossible. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Elder Black looked up at Chen Fan and said in a deep voice, what is your relationship with the Heavenly Fate Holy Lord of the Hanwu Holy Land? Heavenly Fate Holy Lord. Even the previous Supreme Holy Lord of the Hanwu Holy Land. The current Holy Maiden of the Hanwu Holy Land, Su Miao, this one who had been arrested by Chen Fan and thrown into the Night Hall room, was this Heavenly Fate Holy Lord's maid. This Heavenly Fate Holy Lord did not have any formidable reputation, but its sister, who was the daughter-in-law of Emperor Ming's great ancestor, was feared to have received the true transmission of Emperor Ming's great ancestor, and her strength was absolutely immeasurable. Although this person had disappeared for hundreds of years, for an Earth Severance Realm cultivator, it was not too difficult to hide his movements from others. Therefore, Elder Black felt that this person in front of him, it couldn't be that he was related to this heavenly fate holy lord, right? Otherwise, this Hangwu heaven-slashing sword was used so purely. Don't recognize. Chen Fan snapped his fingers and said indifferently. Ha! Now, Elder Black was completely stunned. This Hangwu heaven-slashing sword was indeed the Hangwu Holy Land's unsecret heirloom, and with such a pure fire, it naturally had a great power personally instructing it, but this person actually didn't recognize it? Don't care so much, even if you are that heavenly fate holy lord's disciple, dare to kill my heavenly clear holy land's deacon and imprison my heavenly clear holy daughter. Also deserve to be executed. Chapter 40. The atmosphere group of my great kingdom dynasty is just the three of you. Even if you are the beloved disciple of the heaven's destiny holy lord, but you dare to kill the deacon of my heaven's clear holy land and imprison my heaven's clear holy maiden, you should also be executed. Just as Elder Black was stunned, behind him, three silhouettes suddenly protruded once again. One of them gently put down a silhouette, causing it to lightly land on the ground. Numerous people fixed their eyes and saw that the silhouette that landed on the ground, was it not the heavenly clear holy maiden, Lin Dyer? However, at this moment, this Lin Dyer, compared to before she went in, but she appeared to have an even more exquisite figure, and seemed to be even more slender. Right now, she was dressed in a courtesan's plain skirt, and the noble temperament of the original heavenly clear holy maiden had vanished, and in its place, there was a kind of softness and charm with a lowered brow. That pale face reflects a little rouge on the lips, wrists and ankles can be seen faint traces of blood scabs left behind, the pair of cold and lofty eyes float out, but the layers of fog, appearing choo-choo moving. And seeing this change in temperament, many people were also stunned and looked at each other. How does it feel? As if there is a feeling of seeing a flower girl? Hey! You don't say, you really don't say. I really feel like there's a trend when you say it. As Elder Long lightly threw Lin Dyer in front of the temple, the entire Cloud Emperor Square was dead silent, and each and every one of them was staring at that Lin Dyer with wide eyes. This Tianqing holy maiden, who was once high and mighty, not eating the fire of the earth, and even using her mouth to look at people, was now wearing a plain dress, with a soft and charming temperament, and that pair of eyes that were once cold and lonely, was now only left with a pathetic mist. As Earth Severance Realm cultivators, these three from the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land could naturally hear the whispering voices around them, too. At once. Their faces sank, hard to see. Of course. It was impossible for them to take action against these people in a fit of rage. After all, there was no shortage of these people from the Holy Land. If they were to kill them all, it would be as outrageous as having the Heavenly Clear Sacred Land declare war on the 8 countries. Although they are confident, they are not naturally unlikely to make enemies because of this. So, the persimmon picks the soft pinch. This great cloud Imperial dynasty, at best, is only an Earth Severance realm, that is, for getting the pain after a good wound. Not to mention their Tianqing holy maiden Lin Dyer, or by its imprisonment locked up training into today's appearance. If this breath is not taken out, will it not bring shame to the heavenly clarity holy land? Cloud Emperor. A dragon's roar that ran through heaven and earth erupted from the mouth of one of the elders, transforming into a wave of sound that was visible to the naked eye, crashing into the surroundings with a terrifying might that caused the entire place to fall dead silent. He had a cloud-patterned white robe that was windless, with a dragon-shaped chi surrounding his body, and the Yin Fury power was even coalescing behind him to create a dragon head silhouette. This is the Earth Fury realm again? Hiss. This heavenly clearance holy land is really willing to give it up. There are 3 Earth-severing realm powerhouses here in person. Everyone in the arena was also shocked after sensing this kind of aura. On the so-called Great Kingdom dynasty of this new emperor of the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, this heavenly clear sacred land had directly come to smash the scene with 3 Earth Severance realm? To know this kind of treatment, not to mention the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, is to look at 1,000 years up and down. There has never been this precedent. Even 1,000 years ago, the Tianqing Holy Land, the 5 earthly fury realm cultivators out, is 5 against 3, and this area of a new Great Cloud Imperial Lord of the earthly fury realm. Tianqing Holy Land, even directly out of the 3 earthly fury realm cultivators. 3 against 1 and 5 against 3, this was completely without any comparison. The former was almost a complete disadvantage, with no chance of victory to speak of. The latter, on the other hand, was at most only a 1 against 2 situation, and perhaps had some chance of winning. Even at this moment, there are already cultivators who have already recognized the identities of these 3 and exclaimed, "Wait a minute, dragon-shaped Yin Fury? This is the Dragon Elder of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land? Elder Dragon? But that existence who stepped into the Earth-severing realm 100 years ago? It said that this Elder Long once fought 3 earthly fate realm first heavenly boundaries undefeated, and that his dragon-shaped Yin Fury was played with a hand that was perfect. Sword Chi Yin Fury? Wait, that's Elder Sword Fiend? Hasn't he been in seclusion for 100 years? Surprisingly, even he was startled? Rumor has it that the current Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land is the adopted daughter of this Elder Sword Fury, and I'm afraid that it's true once I see it today. TSK. Sword Fury Elder can be a heavenly pride from the same era as the Great Cloud Emperor when the previous emperor, only that the Emperor Wen's talent was the worst of that batch back then, while Sword Fury Elder is the top batch, so there's going to be a good show to watch this time. Rumor has it that Elder Sword Fiend was already at the second level of the Earth Fiend realm 100 years ago, and now it seems that I'm afraid his strength has advanced even further. 3 earthly fate realms, what kind of concept is that? Throughout the history of the Great Cloud Dynasty, from the great ancestor of the dynasty downwards counting 3 generations after the start of the Imperial Lord, all the way to the present, under the highest specifications, the Great Cloud Dynasty only had 3 Earth Severance realm cultivators. In addition to the Great Cloud Dynasty, the rest of the surrounding dynasties, such as the raging Qing Dynasty, but only 2 Earth Fury realm cultivators in town. Of course. If it was 1,000 years ago, when Emperor Taizu Ming hadn't disappeared, the Great Ming Imperial Dynasty did indeed have an underlying strength that surpassed such a thing, but it was limited to this one instance. For the shock of the many people under the stage, the 3 silhouettes' faces remained unchanged, but it was clear that we're quite satisfied. This was the kind of compulsion that came with their appearance. Of course. With such thoughts, it was naturally impossible to show it on their faces. Cloud Emperor. Elder Black's face was expressionless, and his icy voice resonated throughout the Cloud Emperor Palace, killing my Holy Land's deacon, imprisoning my Holy Land's holy daughter, and humiliating her to this point. This is a heinous crime. Should you give old me a statement? Without waiting for Chen Fan to speak. That Elder Long was coldly speaking, Emperor Yun. We know that you are also in the Earth-severing realm, and that you do have a few skills and talents. But you must not forget. You are merely the only Earth Severance realm cultivator in the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. And in my Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, earthly fury elders like us can send out 3 of them to kill you at will. Back then, when you 3 Earth Severance realm cultivators from the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty were in town, my Heavenly Clarity Holy Land had already given you a warning. But now, with just you alone, how dare you offend my Heavenly Clarity Holy Land? Elder Long's voice was like a loud bell with a murderous aura. At this moment, if you disable your own cultivation at this moment and follow us back to the mountain gate to receive your punishment, we may be able to look at the fact that you have a relationship with the Heavenly Fate Sacred Lord, and let you have a way out of the Great Cloud's Imperial Dynasty. Otherwise, after today, there will be no more Great Clouds here. The trio's one-word sentences rang out continuously like a thunderous explosion, and for a moment, the civil and military officials only felt their minds buzzing and going blank. Earth Severance Realm Cultivators. For them, just like the gods in the sky, is really too oppressive. Seeing this scene, the faces of the various remaining emissaries had revealed expressions of gloating. Especially those ambassadors of the vassal kings, even more eyes flashing, obviously as ready to 9 dragons seize the first wife. Once the Orthodox Emperor died, then, the so-called ancestral system also does not exist, the various feudalized out, Chen Fan's various royal brothers and sisters, will be eager to try. This new Cloud Emperor is going to be finished. In the end, his roots are too shallow, and he has messed with a behemoth that should not be messed with. A newly promoted Earth Severance Realm cultivator, how did he dare to offend the Holy Land? When really, it's a small knife stabbing his ass opening his eyes. Hey! You really don't say. This seems to be an old saying in Great Cloud as well. Tisk just ascended to the throne in just a year's time and became the king of a dead country. This new emperor is finally paying the price for his arrogance. Wait. How to see these civil and military officials, some officials face, some strange? And those 2 Deyun princesses? Strange? At this time, someone noticed. After hearing this kind of pronouncement, the civil and military officials of the Great Cloud who should have been crying in pain or panic and scared to death, but at this moment, most of them, were all with strange faces. Especially that amongst the ranks of the civil and military officials, Princess Chen Yao, a pair of brightly colored twin sisters. They assisted each other, shook their heads, slightly sober, but after hearing the drink of those 3 people in the sky, the faces of these 2 princesses revealed many odd colors. Yao. That, if I remember correctly, the royal brother he seems, stronger than the father. Than the previous emperor? Princess Qiangyao originally wanted to call her father emperor, but somehow, the word still could not be said by the side of the mouth. After all, her current this almost fragmented home, basically can be regarded as a worship of Emperor One. So, she indeed couldn't shout out this mouth. That's right. Chen Yao nodded, unable to help but think of the scene from earlier, when she was harassed by Prince Ho Zhao, when that monstrous hand slapped down. Just by thinking about it, she was feeling her legs soften and her cheeks redden, and she couldn't help but show reverence in her eyes, rather like a brainwashed fan's vestigial feeling. If not for the fact that she and her sister Princess Chen Yao were supporting each other at the moment, I'm afraid that this would have to be paralyzed on the spot. From childhood to so many years, she only experienced the light affection of the royal family. When did she ever experience the feeling of having a backer to support her? Not just them. Basically, those officials who had been involved in making Chen Fan issue a sinful edict before. At this moment, There was one that counted, all of them were looking oddly, you looking at me and I looking at you, with the feeling that they could not help but hold back their laughter. After all, as important officials of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, they were strictly trained, and in general, they could not laugh out a pig's squeal on this kind of occasion. Of course. There were also some who hadn't participated in the previous pilgrimage, who were at the moment confused and somewhat unable to understand these colleagues. If this were to truly trample down the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, these courtiers of theirs, could they run? Is that so? However, in the face of these three Earth Severance Realm cultivators' statements, Chen Fan's face did not change in the slightest. He did not even look towards those three murderous figures above that sky, but rather, his gaze encircled over the surrounding ones, taking in the faces of many people. Finally, his eyes landed on that stage, the two twin sisters, Princess Zhongyao and Chen Yao, who were holding back their laughter and almost didn't have cramps in their faces. Imperial sisters, what kind of expression is this on your faces? His voice was not loud, but it could clearly reach everyone's ears, as if it was ringing directly in the brain. That Imperial brother, compare and contrast. Princess Zhongyao stifled her laughter, even that cool temperament was gone at this moment. My humble sister knows that as a royal etiquette inappropriate to reveal this kind of look under public occasions. But my sister, really can't help it. If you want to laugh, then laugh it out. Chen Fan snapped his fingers, I've made you all laugh, but it's just a small episode. The moment these words came out, the room was filled with silence. The rest of the many emissaries and ambassadors froze, somewhat doubting if they had heard it wrong. Laugh? Laughing at me? Not buddy. These are three Earth Severance Realm cultivators. They're the ones who said they'd destroy your dynasty and make you the king of your country. What's with the hiccups? Is this Emperor Yun out of his mind? However, while many foreign ministers and ambassadors were filled with confusion, among the officials of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, those who had seen Chen Fan's divine might could no longer hold back at this moment. PFF. I don't know who laughed out first, as if lighting a fuse. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, this heavenly Qing Holy Land is at least giving you an original great nation pilgrimage, this heart we can't turn away from the Dora. Yes, Your Majesty, they are willing to jump then collapse, it's just the right time to relax and loosen up the atmosphere. Princess Zhongyao, Chen Yao, the twin sisters were okay, after all, they still remembered the court etiquette. Including those old courtiers with grey hair, or the observant clan elders of the Cloud Clan House, they were also trying their best to hold back their laughter, trying hard to maintain this serious appearance of theirs. On the contrary, those relatively young ministers, or military generals, were not so scrupulous. They immediately laughed out loud. Looking for death. This kind of sudden, unbridled ridicule was like 10,000 loud slaps that ruthlessly smacked the faces of the three elders of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. In an instant, the faces of the three were gloomy. Vertical Sun. How dare you insult me? Elder Long was so furious that his hair and face rose to the color of pig's liver. The weakest among them, Elder Black, had been famous for 100 years, so how had he ever suffered such a strange disgrace? A mere Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. Back then, it was the little Karami that they had beaten the crap out of and compensated in all sorts of ways, but it dared to stick its face in the air and open up to them? Very well, today's shame will be washed away with the blood of your Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. Elder Long shouted angrily as he took the lead, taking a step forward, about to mobilize the moment of the dragon-shaped fiend power. However, it was in this instant. He felt that his connection with the earthing fiend was cut off, and even, the true chi levitation that was mobilized couldn't be maintained in. The true chi in his body looked like it had suddenly hibernated, and in an instant, it didn't listen to his command. This kind of sudden scene immediately made his original molding of the dragon-shaped fu, more like a fart, poof sound, completely dissipated. Sword Fiend Elder, ? Elder Black, ? Many people under the stage? What the hell? I sincerely invite you all to enjoy the juggling of these three elders of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Chen Fan sat on the dragon chair, smiled faintly, beckoned, and the well-behaved Liang somehow changed into a cook's outfit, holding a jade plate of precious shyness and delectable fruits to serve. As the saying goes, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. She can be too sensible. Come on, keep dancing, keep playing. The atmosphere group of my great kingdom dynasty is just the three of you. Chapter 41. Come, then dance, then play. Please invite Elder Sword Fury to spice up our atmosphere. Come, keep dancing, keep playing. The atmosphere group of my great kingdom dynasty is just the three of you. Chen Fan's voice was cloudy and light, like two large arm pockets that ruthlessly plowed into Elder Long's face. Atmosphere group? Juggling? In an instant, Elder Long only felt a surge of blood rushing to the sky, and instantly became red warm. He, Tianqing Holy Land Dragon Elder, has been famous for hundreds of years, with a cultivation of the earthly fury realm, where are not all walking horizontally, as the existence of the guest of honor. When has he ever suffered such a great shame? This brat, a mere kid who just entered the earthly fate realm, dared to humiliate him in such an occasion? Referring to him as a juggling atmosphere group? Damned! Vertical Sun. You seek death. The only remaining sliver of sanity completely collapsed like a kite snapping its strings. Only endless killing intent and madness remained in Elder Long's eyes. He had a lifetime of fame, how could he be treated like a monkey here? Today. If he didn't thwart this yellow-mouthed child and slaughter this great cloud Imperial dynasty, what face would he have to be an elder in the heavenly clearance Holy Land? Kid, no matter what kind of demonic technique you have, I will kill you. He didn't think that Chen Fan had any profound and unfathomable cultivation, he just felt that this Chen Fan was bound to have just some crooked ways to restrict him. But he was not afraid. In addition to the cultivation of the Earth Fiend realm, he himself was also a body-refining cultivator, and once a peak of the Seal King realm were all blown away by him directly with a single punch without using his true chi or the Yin Fiend power. Now, he was going to do the same as he did back then, and slap this little brat with a way to take death with a single punch. Go to hell! Elder Long shouted angrily, and with a single step, he wanted to directly charge out. However, right at the moment he took this step filled with monstrous rage. With a sudden movement, Elder Long felt his feet stepping on empty air, and the unique ability of being an Earth Severance Realm cultivator to use the wind to move disappeared without a trace at this moment. Losing the levitation support of wind power. Elder Long, who had taken another step forward to prepare for his charge, was like a drunkard who had stepped on empty steps at a height of 10,000 meters, like a 10,000-meter bungee jump, and his entire person instantly lost his balance. What's the situation? Not good. Before the dumbfounded Elder Long could react, his entire body was violently falling from the air. A miserable scream with infinite panic and dismay resounded through the clouds. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Earlier. That majestic, imposing, and unrivaled Elder Long, at this moment, with an extremely comical gesture, as if a trapeze artist had made a mistake, he fell down violently from a high altitude. Bang! There was a loud bang, as if a meteorite had landed in the sky, setting off a dusty soil that was a full 3 feet high. On the Cloud Emperor Square, the special floor tiles that were hard enough to resist the attacks of any peak Seal King realm were also hardened and smashed out into a human-sized pit at this moment. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the air and debris splashed everywhere. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had pressed the still button. Everyone was unanimously, jaw-droppingly staring at the ground, accompanied by the large pit revealed by the flying dust, their brains buzzing. What just happened? The hallowed Earth Severance Realm cultivator directly stepped in the air and fell? Not Buddy? Earthly Fury Realm cultivator This flying in the air, it is ordinary Dan Realm cultivators can also easily make it? How is it that an Earth Fury Realm cultivator can't do it? What's going on? Around the Cloud Emperor Square. Those from the various forces of the messenger, the vassal king under the banner of the envoy, at this moment is also the mouth open wide, as if it can be stuffed into a duck's egg like, eyeballs are fast from the eye socket stared out. Lu Bean. This is really false I didn't see wrong, right? The Earth's fate realm great power. Fell. Down? No, how is this a bit like that so-called bungee jumping? Earth Severance Realm cultivators are not, Buddy, let alone Earth Severance Realm cultivators, even if they are Dan Realm cultivators, they don't seem to lose their footing in the air and fall, right? Mamma mia, today is the day to open my eyes and get a better understanding. Everyone was looking on nebulously, their eyes somewhat bewildered and confused. This scene. It was as if the Qingbei guaranteed students couldn't memorize the multiplication mnemonic as far away from the original spectrum. And this short dead silence only lasted less than 2.5 minutes. Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty official seat, I do not know who first did not hold back to laugh out of the pig squeal. The next moment, as if caused a chain reaction. A mountain of bursts of laughter, as well as applauded and praised the high sound rang out one after another. Ha 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 ha. Applause to this Elder Long from the Tianqing Holy Land. Wonderful. It's too wonderful. This hand of Elder Long's flying trapeze is a great skill. We express our supreme respect to Elder Long. Your Majesty is mighty. This atmosphere group is really powerful, coming up and showing us a flat fall. What are you waiting for? Give Elder Long a round of applause. Not to mention the next moment. Clattering, this kind of thunderous applause and shouts of approval rose and fell, and even some of the old ministers could not hold back their laughter at this moment, slapping their thighs. And those young military generals even laughed so hard that they almost didn't have tears falling out of their eyes from laughing. Asshole. What kind of sorcery is this? After welcoming this humiliating sound, Elder Long, whose face was flushed red, struggled to climb up from that large human-shaped pit. At this moment, even with his gray head, he couldn't hide the face that was red with anger. Earlier that precious hair crown, at the moment askew, and that a gorgeous cloud pattern white robe is tattered, not only that, the corner of his mouth is also hanging a trace of blood, more or less on the body, or with some of the blood, woeful to the extreme. If not to say, this body of his has been tempered, this hundreds of meters high altitude fall, afraid not really can take the life of the old man it. Cough cough. Elder Long shook his still drowsy head, and hearing the cheering voice ringing in his ears like that, he was even more furious and trembling, and the original red face was now suffocating into a pig's liver color. He wanted to climb out of this big pit, but, unable to catalyze the true chi and unable to invoke the power of the earthine fury of him, in the case of the body is also seriously damaged, simply cannot climb up. However, right at this moment, a silhouette moved lightly with lotus steps and arrived in front of him. It was none other than Princess Chen Yao of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. Only to see this delicate Princess Highness, with a crooked smile revealed by forcibly holding it back on her face, meet Elder Long's uncomprehending gaze and fumble out a few items from her sleeves. Ding dang! 3 shiny copper plates were casually dropped by her hand on the side of Elder Long's wrist. The copper plates fell to the ground and even made a crisp sound. Princess Chen Yao smiled sweetly, her voice was crisp and pleasant, but carried a magic power that was enough to kill and kill. Elder Long, you're really good at this juggling skill, hard work. Elder Long. Come on, this is a reward from this princess, no need to thank you. Elder Dragon? He froze for a moment, and when he looked down and saw the 3 copper plates reflecting the light, he only felt a blackness before his eyes, and with a poof, he sprayed out a fountain of blood that was 3 meters high against the sky. How dare a vertical sun humiliate me? He was so angry that he jumped to his feet, that is, he wanted to climb out of the pit to give this Chen Yao a punch. However, he had just angrily clapped his hands, and those 3 copper plates actually took off in response to the sound, tinkling 3 times lightly landing in his arms. Elder Long, is the reward unsatisfactory? Chen Yao blinked her eyes and asked with some curiosity, and took out a few more from within her palace skirt and sleeve robe. This palace actually doesn't have any copper plates on her, this last bit, I'll reward you. Elder Long. At this moment, Elder Long only felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of rebellious blood spurted out wildly, his eyes went black, and under the rush of anger, he actually directly tilted his head and fainted on the spot. Chen Yao, ? She froze for a moment, blinked those somewhat blank eyes, raised her hand very innocently, and revealed a touch of aggrieved expression to look at Chen Fan, Imperial brother. He touched the porcelain subject sister. Put. After seeing this scene, the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, Wu Mingyue, was also finally unable to hold back and sprayed out the tea in her mouth with laughter. Seeing the crowd casting their eyes at her, she hurriedly covered her mouth and waved her hand. From the beginning to now, she is forced to hold back the laughter of the state. After all, she is the Empress Dowager, now the queen for the final situation. She is the master of the harem. One word and action are expressed the face of the royal family. But just now, Chen Yao, this god's stroke, simply. No way, she couldn't help it. Now, the sleepy fatigue that she had yesterday night because of certain things with Chen Fan was completely swept away. It wasn't just Wu Mingyue who couldn't hold back. Those present, other than those 2 above the sky, the rest of the people who had a count were all completely pissing themselves laughing. Chen Yao's innocent appearance with a little bit of darkness in it, paired with the justified word touching porcelain, instantly became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Ha 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 ha. I really can't hold it in this wave, I'm sorry. Sand nuts to kill the heart, ah. Sand nuts to kill the heart. Your Highness can be too ruthless. Porcelain. Goddamn touching porcelain. The elders of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land are reduced to beggars begging for money. Is this a distortion of human nature or is it a moral wheel of 3? This time, everyone in the room was taught. Even those, previously, old ministers who were frantically maintaining their faces, at this moment there was one that counted as one. All of them were finally unable to resist popping out a pig's squeal. As for those military generals, they even pounded the ground in an exaggerated manner, and tears spilled out of their eyes. Not to mention, this Elder Long could really become the head red of the atmosphere group. The originally serious atmosphere of 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators exerting pressure had now directly turned into a metaphysical version of a De Yunxi performance scene. Compared to the relaxed and happy civil and military officials of the Great Cloud Dynasty, those ambassadors of the vassal kings, or the rest of the foreign emissaries, their faces were all a bit twitchy at the moment, and more than anything else, they were still odd and puzzled. Is this surely the Dragon Elder of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land? Fake, right? A Tantalus Earth Severity Realm cultivator falling from the sky? It can't be that this is a big show directed by the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, right? Tisk, there's one thing to say, this wave doesn't hurt much, but it's extremely insulting. Hearing these words, many of the emissaries from the Holy Lands who had come had even more oddness on their faces. They could even imagine it. When they passed this news back to their own Holy Land, their own elders, when they encountered this Elder Long, they would inevitably pop out that sentence, "Yo, isn't this the Elder Long whose trapeze got a reward of 3 copper plates?" Social death. This is the true meaning of social death, ah. Harpies. How dare you? At the time of Elder Long's heroic death, the 2 remaining elders in the sky finally came back to their senses from the shock. Especially the Sword Fiend Elder was so angry that his eyes cracked. What happened to Elder Long had completely pushed the face of the Heavenly Clarity Holy Land to the ground and rubbed it repeatedly. Not to mention, This adopted daughter of his, Lynn Dyer, was actually put under house arrest by this damned Great Cloud Imperial dynasty, to be cultivated as if she were a flower girl. Cloud Emperor, I don't care what kind of demonic method you use today. The Sword Fiend Elder's figure flickered, and he actually pulled himself directly out of the Cloud Emperor Palace's range, standing outside the Cloud Emperor Palace's palace gates, about 3 meters straight up in the air. However, his voice, still resounded clearly throughout Cloud Emperor City. Today, I will definitely destroy your divine soul. Obviously. The previous scene was considered by him to be something within this Cloud Emperor City that might have some kind of art formation left behind by the Great Cloud Great Ancestor. So, he directly chose to pull away. And after the words fell, he no longer had the slightest reservation, and his mind moved. Buzz. The clear sound of a sword chirping as if a dragon was chanting in the 9 heavens resounded abruptly. The next moment, in front of the Sword Fiend Elder's body, the black as ink fiend chi condensed and actually turned into an ice blue flying sword. Sword chi rushed into the sky, and the cold light was biting. Just the sharpness of the flying sword overflowed, so that the hairs of many cultivators below stood up in sweat, and even had a feeling of coolness coming from the neck. This is the Sword Fiend Elder's Ice Spirit Sword? Rumor has it that this Ice Spirit Sword is from the bottom of the snowy mountains of the Kunlun Holy Land, cast by 1,000 years of cold iron, a sword frosty and cold 14 states. It seems that the previous matter of Elder Long, I'm afraid that it really angered this Sword Fiend Elder. Now there's a good show to watch. Elder Sword Fiend is getting real. Seeing this scene, the hearts of many people were immediately tightened. Even the civil and military officials who were smiling earlier, their faces were now grave, and they subconsciously raised their heads to look at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who was sitting on top of the dragon chair on the 99 steps, did not even raise his eyelids. Li Ying personally peeled the purple jade grapes into his mouth. I do not know when to come up to carry a jade plate of Princess Zhongyao, but also respectfully poured wine? He skimmed his head and glanced at that Sword Fiend Elder who was stranded at a straight-line distance of a full thousands of miles. In an instant, the Sword Fiend Elder only felt a wave of uncertainty rising from his heart, and on the spot, he directly and decisively made a move, 7-star sword. He was just about to offer a great move. However, just at this moment, the gorgeous belt around his waist, which symbolized the status of an elder and was inlaid with beautiful jade, snapped with a sound and drifted down. Elder Swordsman? What happened? Before he could react, the sound that burst open like that earlier, at this moment, actually sounded continuously. Bang bang bang. Chapter 42 Black Elder, Yen Gao, I at hashtag percent at hashtag at. Several blasts sounded like firecrackers under the successive explosions. It was just less than 2.5 seconds. That high in the sky above the Sword Fiend Elder. It's a fairy-style Taoist, beautiful Taoist robe, actually is like a heavenly maiden scattered flowers like, spilling down. Sword Fiend Elder? As the pieces of fabric that were scattered all over the ground fell, the entire Cloud Emperor Square once again fell into deathly silence. Only to see that high in the sky, the majestic and incomparable Sword Fiend Elder, at this moment, was only wearing a pink belly band, and that dried-up body was fluttering messily in the breeze. The cool breeze that blew by stimulated him to subconsciously cover his key areas with both hands, an old face that went from red to purple, then from purple to green, and finally became miserably white. His expression was wonderful to the extreme. Put. Among the field emissaries, there was an old man with a red hat who immediately couldn't hold it together and burst out in a piggish laugh, but as soon as he thought of the fact that this was the Sword Fiend Elder of the Heavenly Qing sacred ground, he instantly hastily covered his mouth again and forcefully stifled his laughter. Although he was the 8th prince of the Qing dynasty, but seriously, he really didn't dare to provoke an old Holy Land like the Heavenly Qing Holy Land. If he laughed out at this time, if he was seen, he might be targeted by this cautious Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. After all, at least he was also a dignified status level person. He was holding back his laughter like this, but the others could what to be concerned. Worthy of being the famous Sword Fiend Elder of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, this running naked through the air is simply unprecedented. What do you know? This is tactics. Maybe it's Elder Sword Fiend's pre-station intimidation? Put. The civil and military officials had been able to hold their tongues earlier, but after hearing this front-of-station intimidation, they couldn't hold their tongues. My God. My mother. What is this? This called? A pre-battle intimidation bursting technique? Awesome, truly worthy of the Holy Land. Indeed, the thinking of the Holy Land is indeed a bit different. Such intimidating tactics we have indeed never seen in our lives. Long Elder falling objects in the air to perform acrobatics, Sword Fury Elder bursting clothes in public to fly out of the Heavenly Maiden, Tianqing Holy Land. This atmosphere group deserves its name. But we are saying, does this Sword Fury Elder have any distinctive hobbies? A big old man even wears a belly band? Vertical Sun, you dare to humiliate the old man like this? The Sword Fiend Elder was so furious that his face cleared for a while as he pointed at that Chen Fan in the distance and shouted angrily. The voices of the entire audience were also interrupted by his angry roar, and all of them raised their heads to look at this sword fiend elder. Chen Fan did not say anything, but with a teasing expression, he looked at that sword fiend elder. Somehow, feeling this look from Chen Fan, the sword fiend elder's heart thumped, and some bad premonitions spread in it. And just at this time, a soft voice suddenly sounded from below the sword fiend elder. Wait. Isn't that my personal mate Xiao Rou's belly band? Sword fiend elder, exclamation point. The civil and military officials, question mark. Numerous foreign messengers, question mark. What the hell? Rou's personal maid? Who is this? Just now, who was talking? This sudden sentence immediately caused the faces of many people to be stunned, and they couldn't help but raise their heads and follow the sound. Only to see. At this moment, that Lin Dyer raised her head, somewhat dumbfounded as she looked at the pink-colored belly band on that sword fiend elder's body. However, this dismayed voice of hers was like a stone thrown into the surface of a dead silent lake, instantly stirring up 1,000 waves. Servant girl Xiao Rou's belly band? Hiss. I seem to understand something. In an instant, the gazes of everyone in the entire Cloud Emperor Square became incomparably bizarre. A highly respected and immortal Earth Severance Realm powerhouse, the adoptive father of the Holy Maiden of Heavenly Clarity, was at this moment wearing the pink belly band of his own adoptive daughter's personal attendant? The amount of information contained in this was simply even more explosive than when Chen Fan crushed an army of millions with a single finger. Countless gazes swept back and forth between Lin Dyer's dumbfounded face and the sword fiend elder, who was stiff and wearing only a belly band high in the air, revealing a look of dawning realization in his eyes. My god, your circle is really messy. I didn't expect. This sword fiend elder, looking like a decent person, behind the scenes actually has this kind of fetish? TSK, old and strong. Now the face of the heavenly clearance sacred ground is considered to have been completely disgraced to the grandmother's house. As a high and mighty holy land, its regard for face was greater than any imperial dynasty, and it was precisely because of this that they had such a lofty style of compulsion that the world would look up to and even go wild for when they saw it. Of course, this is also only part of the fools, just like now some people aspire to fanatical ugly country green card. So, the sword fiend elder's face instantly turned iron blue, especially under the various fingers pointing at him. He almost didn't explode. Greeting the gaze of 10,000 people. The sword fiend elder took 2 deep breaths and was just about to say something when he opened his mouth, but with a wow sound, he sprayed out a blood arrow that was 5 meters long. And afterward, his body stiffened violently in the air, and then his eyes rolled white, following in the footsteps of Elder Long, and he planted himself straight down from the air. Boom! Elder Sword Fiend's figure plummeted, very precisely, landing next to the first large human-shaped pit, smashing out a brand new, equally standard human-shaped pit. 2 large pits lay side by side. One lying unconscious, and one lying naked and unconscious in the big pit. Not to mention, the effect of this Great Kingdom Dynasties program is really pulling out all the stops. Of course. The gazes of many people then fell on the empty summary, the only surviving fruit Elder Black. Currently, this atmosphere group, from the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land 3 people, has gone too. I wonder what kind of egg this third, the grand finale, will give the crowd? And at this moment, Elder Black. The hole is numb. He was cold, like falling into an ice cave that originally was so gloomy that it could wring out the water of the old face, at this moment became as white as paper, lips shivering, even a complete sentence cannot be said. Run. Must run. This was the only thought in Elder Black's mind. It was no longer a question of whether or not he could fight. This new Emperor of the Great Clouds was not a human being at all. He's a devil. Not only did he want them to stay, but he also wanted to trample on the dignity of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Sandren executes the heart of this. Elder Black could already see it. All of this can definitely not be some kind of demonic art. This Cloud Emperor's cultivation was definitely more than simply the first heavenly realm of the Earth Severance. He felt that if he didn't run, he was afraid that he would repeat the same mistake. Run at once. Quickly report this news to the Holy Lord. Elder Black did not hesitate any longer. The true chi in his body was running wildly, accompanied by the surging of the Yin Fury power. His body suddenly drifted out of a dense black mist, and then with a great tendency, his whole person was wrapped up and covered in it, and with a whoosh sound, he disappeared into thin air. This is the Black Elder's watchword? No, at least this is a Tianqing Holy Land Elder, right? This is not fighting and retreating? He's directly utilizing his own divine ability, the fateful shadow transportation light technique, to escape? Does this Cloud Emperor give off such a great sense of oppression? It's a pity. It's said that this fateful shadow transportation art can give instantaneous travel of 1,000 miles, so it's estimated that it won't take more than a few breaths for this Elder Black to escape from the Great Cloud Dynasty's territory. And at this time, Chen Fan also finally made a second move. Go? Since I have come, I will be at peace. Since it has come to my Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, then, it is to be buried here. The civil and military officials, ? This ancient saying still has this kind of interpretation? Ignoring the dumbfounded civil and military officials and those foreign messengers who were suffering from shock, Chen Fan raised his palm in front of him, and a halo of light gushed out from the center of his palm, which then covered the entire palm, transforming into an illusory shadow that disappeared with a whoosh. It was Chen Fan's modified technique, Hand of God. Although the out-of-body body phantasm was very high in force, the forward swing was too big, and it was not very useful. Just right. This newly created Hand of God's quantity degree was a bit insufficient, so now it's time to practice. Brush. Elder Black, who had disappeared into the black mist, also let out a long sigh of relief after the scene in front of him flew backward. Fortunately, the old man's hand of the fatal shadow transportation art was really prescient. A wave of smugness could not help but rise in his heart. The fatal shadow transportation art was his specialty. Once by accident, he ran into the Frost Xian woman from the Kunlun Holy Land, who specialized in the emotionless sword. This woman's cultivation was so high that she was only second to their heavenly clearance Holy Lord, and Elder Black was naturally no match for her. But later, once he performed this fierce shadow transportation light art, it is this kind of existence, also unable to catch up with him, can only let him get away with it. Although the territory of this great cloud dynasty was vast, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to completely escape in just 3 breaths. However, just as that black mist flickered by and 2 breaths passed, suddenly, Elder Black felt a dazzling golden light appear before his eyes, and even with his soul power, he could not help but pause at this moment. Bang! A loud sound as dull as beating a giant drum, yet as if it was directly hitting the depths of the soul, exploded out of thin air. The dense black mist that represented extreme speed, as if it was a mad cow that had crashed into the invisible divine mountain at full speed, violently stalled. Immediately afterward, the next moment, the huge, imaginary hand emitting a golden halo was holding his black mist, no longer able to move the slightest bit by half. How is it possible? Not good. Seeing this scene, Elder Black's face changed drastically. However, this huge halo imaginary hand did not crush him with a thunderous force as Elder Black had imagined. Quite the contrary. The movements of this palm were as gentle as a lover's touch. It just gently closed. The dense black mist that represented the extreme speed of the fierce shadow transportation light technique was like ice and snow melted by warm water, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Elder Black's hasty fleeing figure was also exposed in the void. His entire person froze in place, his face still frozen with the expression of being blinded by the golden light earlier. But in the next second, his entire face was replaced by endless fear. Because he realized that he could not move. True Chi could not operate in the slightest, and the Yin-Fi power could not be mobilized, as if the entire world had isolated him. Even his body was unable to move. No. Don't. Elder Black roared frantically in his heart, but he couldn't even quiver his lips for the slightest bit. And the illusory palm-emitting golden light, after the black mist on his body dissipated, it was as if it was carrying a small chicken, unhurriedly, yanking him back from thousands of meters away from the border of Cloud Emperor City. On the Cloud Emperor Square, many people only saw a flash of golden light, not even 2.5 seconds, is to see an unidentified flying object from the sky, bang, directly crashed on the ground. Coincidentally, just with the previous Dragon Elder, Sword Fiend Elder's big pit formed out of the side-by-side of the 3 big pits. What did I see? Elder Black was captured back? This is Elder Black's fierce shadow transportation art. It was just intercepted by a hand? False, right? Back then, Elder Black escaped from the hands of the Frost Xian woman from the Kunlun Holy Land with this fierce shadow transportation light art. Frost Xianwei? But that candidate for the Kunlun Sacred Land's Sacred Lord from the same period of time as Tianqing Sacred Lord? Other than her, is there anyone else who can compete with her? My heavens! This new Emperor of the Great Clouds, just what kind of strength is he? These 3 people from the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land's rising offense can be directly turned into a great joke in the heavens. Seeing such a tactic from Chen Fan, all the foreign emissaries, at this moment, only felt their scalps tingle and a chill went straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. The forces behind them, although they did not dare to say how top-notch they were, but at least they said that they were existences with a certain amount of depth. However, compared to the Kunlun Sacred Land, this kind of heritage existence was completely worthless. Kunlun Holy Land. It was the first of the many holy lands that had been established for 1,000,000 years, and the Earth's Severance Realm cultivators in it were not even considered elders. As for the civil and military officials of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, after a short period of dead silence, they erupted into cheers that were more fervent than any before. Your Majesty's divine might. Under the heavens, there is no place other than the King's land. Come as you wish and leave as you wish? Have you asked our Imperial Majesty? Ha 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 ha. Here comes the grand finale of the Atmosphere Group. Look everyone, it's an airwalk. Your Majesty is right, if it comes, then it's safe. Since it's all come to my Great Cloud's Imperial Dynasty to clamor, how can it be if it's not laid to rest here? Under the attention of 10,000 people, Elder Black climbed out of the large pit with great difficulty, and that deathly grey face was clearly seen by everyone. And with this climb out of him, all of a sudden, he formed a three-legged tripod appearance with the unconscious Elder Long and Elder Sword Fiend. Bah! Elder Black spat out a mouthful of blood foam and climbed up, and just after sensing the power of the Yin Fury, almost instinctively, he wanted to once again turn into black mist and flee. However, dang! With this collision, not only did he not turn into black mist, instead, he crashed into a wall of air, and with a thud, his head was broken and bloodied in an instant, and he fell heavily to the ground, his eyes blazing with gold stars while he was on all fours again. Just like this. Elder Black only felt as if his entire body was deflated. At this moment, he also understood that he was unable to run away. This Mother Yensong, as far as you're concerned, this new Cloud Emperor is only in the first heaven of the Earth Severance realm. Elder Black, Yensong, I at hashtag percent at hashtag amp hashtag at. Chapter 43, Cloud Emperor, aren't you curious as to how Emperor Wen died? So what if it's an Earth Severance realm cultivator? Outside of Cloud Emperor City. It was still the same outskirts of a separate courtyard. Very leisurely lying on a rocking chair, squinting his eyes, looking above that Cloud Emperor City, a moment later the sky was clear, a moment later the sky was cloudy, a cold smile appeared on his face, I can't sanction you, but there are people who can restrain you. Saying that, he looked towards Zhao Song who was sitting opposite to him in front of him. Zhao Song, what do you think? Zhao Song looked at him expressionlessly, you're playing with fire. Ha ha. Hearing Zhao Song to these words, Yan Gao laughed instead of being angry, playing with fire? I say Zhao Song, you're just timid. Do you know why you can't fight me after so many years? Yan Gao laughed and pointed at the expressionless Zhao Song in front of him, you're just a wimp. You're so wimpy that you don't even have that much guts. Said. Yan Gao looked away with disdain, but then, seemingly thinking of something, he turned his head to look at Zhao Gao in front of him, whose face was expressionless, but the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Oh right. How about you do this? Said, he got up and stood up, face expression rare serious, wait for this new emperor died, you find a safe place to hide so a year and a half. Then these things well old man personally to do. When I'm done, you can come back. But remember. Come back with your tail between your legs. You have to sit at the kids' table for dinner. Zhao Song. He had only twitched the corners of his mouth earlier. But, the moment Yan Gao's words came out, his entire face twitched. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the twitching expression on his face, and looked up at Yan Gao who stood up. Don't worry. His Majesty will not let you go. His Majesty? Zhao Song's words instantly made that Yan Gao's face lurch, then, spitting out a mouthful of spittle and disdain, give him face and call him His Majesty, if you don't, I'll make him go into the ground to accompany Emperor Wen. Is that so? Then when? Yan Gao was about to respond with a cold snort, but suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be Zhao Song's voice. And this voice, how does it feel as if I've heard it somewhere before? Yan Gao was wondering. This suburb, but it was guarded by no less than 10 Seal King realm cultivators. Without his permission, there was no way that anyone could come. Small bluff bot text piece prevention theft print find book machine device people choose small bluff stable definition reliable not stepping in the hole. That's why Zhao Gao couldn't run away. Otherwise, how could he have been able to put this powerful minister, the left minister, under house arrest? Naturally, it wasn't by any 3-inch tongue, but by simple, brutal, and effective force. Just. Yan Gao was still a bit strange. That Zhao Song, on the other hand, his face changed wildly, and then he was so happy that he hurriedly got up and knelt down. Zhao Song, welcome your majesty. Yan Gao. What the hell? He was startled, but after looking left and right, but nothing was there, he was relieved and sneered at Zhao Song on the ground. Zhao Song. We have been fighting together for almost 30 years, right? Do you think that with this intimidation, or by showing weakness and kneeling down, Lao Fu will be able to spare you? Zhao Song knelt on the ground, motionless, as if he hadn't heard Yan Gao's words. Yan Gao's brow furrowed, his voice gradually turned cold. Even if you favor yourself, you still want to lie to Lao Fu? Zhao Song remained impassive. This time, Yan Gao can't get it, but he carefully re-looked around, even his own back have seen, but still did not see what came. At once, the heart hanging that a big stone is also loose. Zhao Song, you really are living more and more in the past. Do you think this is something that can be solved by kneeling down and apologizing? This is a fight to the death. Saying that, Yan Gao counted the time. It was almost time to enter Cloud Emperor City. At that instant, he then snorted coldly and snapped his fingers, take them away. However, a full 2.5 seconds had passed since his words fell, and throughout the entire suburb, not a single sound had risen, not even a single throw of waves had risen. It was still dead silent. Yan Gao was stunned, his brows furrowed as he looked back, and indeed, there was no one at all. He also sensed the surroundings, and indeed, there was only him and Zhao Song in front of him. But, wait. Yan Gao was still wondering, suddenly seemed to realize something, his face changed greatly. Those of mine. Are you looking for them? Words have not finished, the previous voices once again sounded. And this time, Yan Gao heard it clearly. It was thought up above his head. With this in mind, Yan Gao's face was horrified, and when he looked up, he was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty? Only to see that above the sky, at an unknown time, Chen Fan, who was dressed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back. Seeing him look at him, Chen Fan probed out a hand and opened it, and in his palm, it was full of ashes. Accompanied by his palm spread out, the ashes as if the heavenly maiden scattered flowers in general, light fluttering down, coincidentally, all floating in the head of this Yan Gao. He coldly shivered, his legs were a little uncontrollably soft, his face squeezed out a very reluctant smile. Sire, Your Majesty, how did you come? His brain was frantically running, thinking about what the hell is this situation? The end of the sound within this Cloud Emperor city, that should be the defeat of this new emperor. How is it possible that this? I have underestimated you. Chen Fan flicked his sleeves and laughed lightly, hiding outside Cloud Emperor city and using special pills to hide your half-step earthly fury realm aura. Well, this is much deeper than that arrogant and domineering Cishi. Let's just do some math, it's been a little over 20 years, right? Tick. Cold sweat flowed from Yan Gao's forehead and he flopped to his knees, his lips turned white, wanting to say something but unable to say anything. He had been discovered. Outsiders all only knew that he, Yan Gao, might be for a Seal King realm cultivator, even Empress Dowager I thought so. However, what they never expected was that he had actually entered the half-step Earth Severance realm more than 20 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Wen. Of course, at this level of cultivation, he was no match for Emperor Wen. Emperor Wen was in the pseudo-Earth Severance realm, which was unprecedented in creating yet another realm between the half-step Earth Severance realm and the Earth Severance realm. Therefore, Yan Gao knew how to hide it very well, and he didn't even try to compete for the power of that supreme trio, i.e., the three chairs under the process of issuing holy orders. But Wan did not expect. This new emperor, actually is also an old six. Damn, this really deserves to be the sixth prince. Your Majesty really fire eyes and golden eyes. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Yan Gao laughed, even the three Earth Severance realm cultivators are not your opponents. Did you say these three? Chen Fan smiled faintly and just snapped his fingers. In an instant, Yan Gao was the one who felt that everything in all directions was like a mirror, clicking and exploding directly. What is this? Yan Gao face revealed trembling, looked around, but found that originally there was no breath in all directions, at the moment was actually standing full of personnel wearing official uniforms, and in the farther distance, there are those who are dressed in different costumes of cultivators. This? Cloud Emperor Square? The Great Kingdom Dynasty? Yan Gao looked around, and his face immediately turned pale. And after looking around back, it was discovered in front of him, those three big pits, three silhouettes lying horizontally and vertically like Elder Long? Elder Sword Fury? Elder Black? Seeing this scene, Yan Gao's pupils shook violently and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. When he saw Chen Fan, he was feeling that the defeat of these three Earth Fury realm cultivators, but never thought that this trampling is a crushing bureau. Look at that high platform, a dragon robe did not change Chen Fan, and then look at the ground, three Earth Fury realm cultivators in a state of disarray. This gap cannot be obvious? Who? Yan Gao closed his eyes, took a deep breath and exhaled it in a long breath, his face unexpectedly regained its redness. He violently opened his eyes and looked at Chen Fan on top of the high platform, ignoring the various gazes of the civil and military officials, as well as the many foreign emissaries. Emperor Yun, you have won. But aren't you curious as to how His Majesty, Emperor Wen, died? As the saying goes, a single word shocked the four seats. The moment these words came out, the ministers who were originally still whispering, in an instant, were also wide-eyed, their gazes shocked as they looked at this Yan Gao in front of them. Huang's cause of death? Can't it be that this has an inextricable relationship with Yan Gao? Thinking of this, the faces of everyone under the stage changed again and again, their eyes were different, but they all had a tacit understanding, holding their breath for fear that they had missed hearing a little. At this moment, even the rest of the vassals' envoys, and even the foreign emissaries, there was one that counted, all of them were staring with wide eyes, holding their breaths. Just like this. The entire daimyo dynasty that was originally whispering, fell into an eerie dead silence. There was no other. It had been almost a year since Chen Fan ascended to the throne, and in full reckoning, it had been a year since Emperor Wen's death. But, responsible for the investigation of this matter, no matter whether it is the Ministry of Justice or the Forbidden Army, or the Standing Service Division, there are no clues. But right now, this Yan Gao said that he knew? How did he die? In fact, it was not only the civil and military officials who were curious, Chen Fan was likewise a bit puzzled. When he came out of the gate, the Emperor of Wen had already been buried, so it was impossible for him to go and open a pavilion to pick the corpse and then test it, right? So, after instructing the Forbidden Army, the Department of Permanent Attendance, and the Ministry of Justice to investigate separately, there was no more afterword on this matter. However, Emperor Wen was a pseudo-Earth Fate Realm cultivator in his lifetime, so even if a real Earth Fate Realm cultivator arrived, it would be impossible to suppress him without a sound. He. Hearing Qin Fan's words, Yan Gao laughed instead. Your Majesty, as you are in a high position, you should also know that there is no free lunch in the world. These words came out. The civil and military officials looked puzzled, while those vassals and foreign ministers looked puzzled, but it was said that some of the foreign emissaries were puzzled. These emissaries with puzzled faces were basically from clans outside of the Imperial dynasty. The system of these sects, compared to Imperial dynasties, and the like, the gap is extremely large. Especially some of the clans that only focus on cultivation, internal strife basically no, to the things in the dynastic hall is not clear, so some did not read this Yan Gao words. The Holy Land, on the other hand, was a larger clan, but when the forest is big, there will naturally be struggles, so they did understand. Is this to exchange this news for his life? Among the civil and military officials, many people's minds flashed through this thought, and they could not help but look up at the towering Qin Fan, somewhat uncertain. If it was said, this message was not lifted lightly, in their opinion, it was definitely not feasible. After all, the previous official minister Qin Yu, 3 dynasties of ministers, want to use this hard work to stay as Qin family a bloodline, then, but is directly by the whole family, not to be left. But the problem is, this news is the Great Cloud Dynasty within the investigation for a full year there is no news of the emperor's death. This. The civil and military officials looked at each other, you looked at me and I looked at you, but they all coincidentally chose to remain silent. On the contrary, among those many foreign emissaries, there was a female voice that sneered, letting the tiger return to the mountain, it's just a young conspiracy. The moment these words came out, they saw the rest of the messengers casting their eyes, and then they were all stunned and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. It's actually the blazing flame goddess of the departing flame sacred ground? The departing flame Holy Land, rumor has it that its Holy Lord is from the same period as the heavenly clearance Holy Lord. Wait, the off-fire Holy Land is almost 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Great Cloud Dynasty, how could she appear here? It seems to be heard that this blazing fire goddess is searching for something? Those who revealed shocked looks were basically people from the Holy Land, and had naturally heard of this blazing fire goddess's reputation. Rumor had it. This blazing fire goddess was only 30 years old, but she was already a half-step Earth Severance Realm cultivator, and with a handful of blazing fire techniques and flame avatars, she had even defeated an Earth Severance Realm cultivator. Although this was only a defeat, her strength was truly breathtaking. Because half-step Earth Severance Realm, wanting to kill an Earth Severance Realm cultivator was a complete fantasy. Not to mention anything else. The power of the Earthfiend Fiend that an Earth Fiend Realm cultivator invoked was far beyond the reach of a half-step Earth Fiend Realm, unless it was a pseudo-Earth Fiend Realm such as Emperor Wen, who might be able to cut it down with his superlative arts and magical abilities. But alas, throughout all these years, only Emperor Wen has touched this realm, and I don't know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. After all, those of the same period as him have either died or stepped into the Earth Severance Realm. What do you mean by that? After the shock, someone was seen asking. The death of Emperor Wen belongs to the hidden secrets of the Great Clouds, that is, this goddess has investigated for half a year and has not seen any clues. The blazing fire goddess hugged her arms, not the slightest bit shy about her purpose. Now that the matter of father-killing revenge is right in front of it, there is no reason to oppose this matter. This Yan Gao is also only a half-step in the Earth Severance Realm that has only managed to step into by relying on certain secret means of the heavenly clearance sacred land, and is of no importance. As soon as her words came out, quite a few people also came to a sudden realization. They had said so. This Yan Gao's attainments in cultivation were not outstanding, and was even said to be the worst of his peers, but as a result, he was still able to enter the half-step Earthly Fury Realm? It turned out that he had the support of the Holy Land. So, what the Divine Maiden means is that this Cloud Emperor will agree to it? The blazing fire goddess nodded, that's since. Not to mention, then I'll personally come and check it out. Chapter 44, Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, Departure Fire Holy Land, Blazing Fire Goddess? Can't, too sleepy, can't carry, later in writing a chapter. Not willing to say, then I personally come to take. Blazing Fire Goddess, this words only said half, is to see, that above the platform of Qin Fan, suddenly a light laugh, the voice of the opening, resounded throughout the Cloud Emperor Square. Blazing Fire Goddess? She was looking up in dismay, but saw Qin Fan lifting his hand in the air, that kneeling on the ground Yan Gao, suddenly his eyes widened violently, like a dead fish struggling, open his mouth, I want to say something, however, but just spit out bubbles, half a day pit cannot say a word. Seeing this scene, Blazing Fire Goddess' face changed violently. Soul Search? Great Cloud Dynasty, when did they have such divine abilities? As the Divine Maiden of the Holy Land, she had since been clear about this means of soul searching. But the problem was, the art of soul searching had already broken off its inheritance, and even if you looked at the leaving flame Holy Land where she was, there were only a handful of equal portions. To know she is in the Fire Holy Land, the power then compared to the Heavenly Clear Holy Land are stronger than 3 inheritance on more than tens of thousands of years of time. This Great Cloud Dynasty, full count, is only 200,000 years of history, not even compared to the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. And just a single Heavenly Clearance Holy Land is more than this Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty has more than 100,000 years of inheritance history, not to mention them. I see. And just as the blazing fire goddess mind flickered like this, that Yen Gao also had his eyes bulging out and collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth, his body convulsing as if he had gone mad with epilepsy. But Chen Fan didn't care, instead revealing a thoughtful look. So, it's rather related to the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. This hand of his, strictly speaking, was actually not considered a soul search. Soul searching was a specific technique or divine ability, but there was no way that Chen Fan was a numerical monster and simply did not have anything in this area. However, with his eyesight, he could clearly see through Yen Gao's body and penetrate his soul. Chen Fan's approach was very simple, directly peeling out the soul and tearing it apart, and then using his soul force to simply and roughly invade to read the memories. In this way, although it can also achieve the effect of soul searching, but the disadvantage is that most of the memories with such a simple and rough tearing and thus dissipated. In other words, although such a method can extract memories, but it is only similar to a slide like words, cannot deduce the accurate information, and the information is on the side of a single. After all, after the soul was torn apart, most of the memories dissipated with it. This kind of, if it was only used to poke around for traces of one thing or two things was fine, trying to find out all of the soul's memories, it was unrealistic. It was like a bottle of mineral water, crushing the bottle directly, although it could also get a lot of water, but most of the water would be spilled out in the moment of crushing. Where is the Forbidden Army? My humble servant is here. Xia Taixian hurriedly stepped out and shouted. Escort them down and interrogate them properly. Elder Black, Elder Dragon, and Elder Sword Fury, these three were still alive. There were things to interrogate. Yes. Xia Taixian hurriedly answered. Next to him, Li Qinglian saw that things were understood and was just about to announce the continuation of the Great Kingdom Dynasty. Suddenly, a soft voice rang out, Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, I, the Blazing Fire Goddess, have come here to ask for something. This voice that rang out in vain immediately caused the entire audience to be stunned, and then, they all looked up, their gazes somewhat astonished as they exclaimed, Another half-step Earth Fiend realm? My goodness! How many reclusive cultivators has this Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, a large country dynasty, blown up? Chapter 45 You mean? Let me use 100 million taels of gold to buy your verbal promise? Wait, this woman's breath is blazing hot like the sun, and she is dressed in a way that neither resembles the Great Clouds nor the several neighboring dynasties or Holy Lands. Could it be that she is an alien cultivator? Ignoring the many people's astonished gazes, the Blazing Fire Goddess bowed slightly to show her respect for Chen Fan, an earth-severing realm cultivator. However, she still raised her head slightly, tilting that smalling peach mouth and pointed chin, a long fiery red dress showing off her supermodel figure to the fullest. Of course. Other than Chen Fan, there was no one who cared about her figure, but was jealous of her aura. Such a blazing fire-like aura. Could it be the Ji family of fire within the Wuji Imperial Dynasty? No. The flames of the people of the seasonal family are basically foreign flames originating from their bloodline, which can be when the earth-seen fury erodes, whereas the flames on this woman's body are merely the grade of an odd fire. Strange fire? Could it be the off-fire Holy Land? It is rumored that its founder is inextricably linked to the Ji family? The Blazing Fire Goddess' face remained unchanged, and after saluting, she raised her head to look at Chen Fan. Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, I am the Blazing Fire Goddess, and I have come here to ask for something. Speak. I've heard that your dynasty has been tracking the demise of Prince for a year without any clues. I wonder if your Majesty is interested in this information? Prince is the one who demised on his way back to the capital in the Great Cloud Dynasty, and was ranked above all the other princes by Emperor Wen. The name is a posthumous name. Hearing her words, many people were stunned. It was hard to believe that this blazing flame goddess of the Holy Land of Flame knew about this matter. Tell us about the matter you are begging for. Chen Fan was non-committal but did not follow her words down. Instead, he opened the door and said, You have traveled thousands of miles to come in person. Naturally, it is not possible that you have come to provide information. Tell us what you are asking for. He didn't believe that this blazing fire goddess had relevant information in her hands, and of course, he was quite curious as to what this blazing fire goddess had come all the way here for. If it was true that she didn't ask for anything in return, then there was no doubt that it was trying to use Chen Fan as a gun. In the records of the Great Cloud Imperial family, there were only a few words about the sacred land of flame. Obviously. This was the complete lack of any socialization between the two sides, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to say that there was only such a few words of information. Just like the Hangwu Sacred Island and the Heavenly Clearance Sacred Land, for example, both of these two sacred lands had detailed information recorded, and even the Kunlun Sacred Land had about 2 or 3 pages of records on the books, not to mention the rest of the many dynasties and imperial dynasties. Indeed. The Blazing Fire Goddess nodded frankly and said, The reason this goddess came here is simple. 3 years ago, a traitor appeared in my departing Flame Holy Land and ended up escaping to the Great Bong province of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. A year ago, this divine maiden was ordered to accept this matter and killed the traitor in the middle of the Great Bong province, only to find that the art book he had stolen had disappeared. This goddess personally investigated for a month. Eventually, it was discovered that this art was taken away by a Jianghu power called the Yi Alliance. Speaking here, her words stuttered and she looked towards Chen Fan. I heard that Yi Xiang, the ally of the Yi Alliance, is in the hands of your majesty the Cloud Emperor at this moment. Could you please ask the Cloud Emperor to return this technique to its rightful owner? After a pause, she said, of course, regarding the matter of Prince, this divine maiden only has clues at the moment. However, there is definite information on this matter within the Holy Land. If your majesty the Cloud Emperor trusts me, this goddess can use the rest of the items as collateral. Yi Xiang. This was really not to say. If this happened to someone else's head, Chen Fan would feel strange, but if this Yi Xiang casually gave a candy to a certain young girl during her childhood, and as a result, this young girl shifted to become the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Clearance Holy Land. Hiss. You do not say, you really do not say. In terms of this luck, to be able to come across this fire-removing Holy Land's gong method, Chen Fan does not feel strange at all. This is drinking water can drink gold water ah. With a thought, Chen Fan immediately took out Yi Xiang's storage ring, flipped through it, and really turned up a technique. The 5 wheels of fire formation. The core art of the departing flame Holy Land, after cultivation, it can catalyze the departing flame, which is 5-fold in total, and the 5-fold superimposed to form a large formation, which can incinerate the yin fury of the earth. Departing fire. Chen Fan pondered. So it seems that this gong method is indeed the departure fire Holy Land, but this Holy Land seems a bit strong, moving a gong method, which can burn out the yin fury of the earth ah? If Emperor Wen is alive, and really cultivate this gong method to the great completion, not to mention, can create a pseudo-Earth Fury realm to kill the real Earth Fury realm. Of course. If a half-step Earth Severance realm succeeded in cultivating this technique, it would not be impossible. But, hearing Chen Fan's words, the blazing fire goddess breathed a sigh of relief before saying, in that case, please ask your majesty, Emperor Yun, to make a price. As she said this, she could be said to be full of confidence. For the departing flame Holy Land to have such a technique, it was naturally not an idle one, and she even dared to say that today's departing flame Holy Land was only stronger and not weaker than the heavenly clearing Holy Land. And the strength of the strength naturally also signifies the strength of the resources. This number. Chen Fan nodded slightly and raised a finger. 100 million taels of gold? When the blazing fire goddess saw this, her face changed slightly. The sacred land of departing flame was so high up in the sky that it regarded gold as if it was dirt. Basically only cultivation resources and arts and techniques like this were stored. Gold and the like, on the contrary, very little. The Holy Land is not compared to a royal dynasty. Whether it was a dynasty or a royal dynasty, it needed to build its own court to determine where the people's beliefs lay, so that its royalty could raise their cultivation levels. Of course, the dynasty master was the biggest beneficiary. Back then, when the Great Cloud Imperial dynasty lost the Northern Heavenly Clearance Holy Land, it also lost most of the people's faith because of the compensation, so much so that there was only one earthly fate realm cultivator at most later on. And all of them needed to be spent out. But the Holy Land didn't need it. So, it was naturally impossible to leave so much money behind. But, thinking about it, this was the core art of the Holy Land of departing fire. If she didn't agree today, in case this technique was bought by someone else. The blazing fire goddess gritted her teeth, but still nodded, fine, 100 million is 100 million. This goddess will immediately move back, at most 2 months is the time to return. She finished this. The rest of the people were also filled with astonishment. Especially the civil and military officials, who almost dropped their eyes at this moment. 100 million taels of gold? To know, during the reign of Emperor Wen, the total revenue flow of the Great Cloud Dynasty for a year, the highest record was only 3 million taels of gold. But now? Chen Fan is just moving his lips, and this is 100 million taels of gold to the account? Of course. The civil and military officials all know that this is collateral, and 2 months later this blazing fire goddess will come to ask for it back. But this 100 million gold just need to get together when it arrives this full 2 months of time, completely can make some things to profiteer ah. However, meeting the gaze of many people, Chen Fan is shaking his head, you think wrong. What I mean is that I don't care where this item came from. But currently, this item is a trophy that I obtained from the annihilation of this Yi Alliance. Since this is the case, there is no such thing as collateralization. After a pause, Chen Fan said, now, I will give you 2 choices. Either, you use 100 million taels of gold and purchase a period of 1 month. During this period, I will not spread this gong method out. Either, use information as well as conclusive evidence to directly exchange it. This blazing fire goddess was thinking a bit simplistically. Although Chen Fan also knew that this gong method was indeed from the Holy Land of departing flame, but so what? In the world of Xian fantasy, the strong were honored. If it wasn't for the fact that she had previously seen this act of Chen Fan lightly abusing and killing the 3 earth-severing realms such as Elder Black, it is estimated that this blazing fire goddess will not be able to help but directly force the palace to demand it. This is not that Chen Fan is a small man's heart to the gentleman's heart. Rather, in the world of metaphysics, this is the way it is. A man can't be guilty of anything, but he can't be guilty of anything. Without absolute strength, how is it possible to negotiate with you? By exterminating you with the lift of a hand, all is mine. What? The moment Chen Fan said this, the entire room fell dead silent, and the crowd froze like wooden chickens. The blazing fire goddess was even more nearly unable to tense up and exclaimed out in shock, "What did you say?" At this moment, she, no longer able to tense up the same state she was in earlier, the entire person raised her head fiercely, almost failing to stare out of her eyes. "Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, do you mean to let me use 100 million taels of gold to buy your empty words?" Chen Fan was non-committal. "You can use Princess or Emperor Wen's information in direct exchange. In the Great Cloud's Imperial Dynasty, an Imperial Lord who has passed away can be referred to by his posthumous name. But I can't guarantee that there might be others interested in coming over to trade in the meantime." When the blazing fire goddess heard these words, she immediately froze on the spot. The flames around her body were like her mood in general, fluctuating, high and low. Obviously, she was completely unable to calm down. Princess Qiangyao, who was standing behind Chen Fan and helping with the massage, looked at that side of Chen Fan's face and couldn't wait to give this Imperial brother of hers a compliment. It was too awesome. This Imperial brother of hers was too domineering. 100 million taels to buy a verbal commitment. Either that, or directly exchange it with intelligence and evidence at a single price. Bargaining? Then just get lost. 100 million taels of gold. Even if the compensation of the Great Luo Dynasty is added up, it's only worth 3 million taels of gold. I'm afraid that the whole of the Great Luo Dynasty can't afford to buy it. Not to mention Princess Qiangyao, even the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, Wu Mingyu, at this moment, her legs are also a little soft. Fortunately, the personal palace maid, Yenner, helped her on the chair. From her into the palace to now so long, not to mention 100 million to gold, that is to say 1,000 years to gold she has not seen. Even the Imperial Dynasty does not have so much gold, that is even more, not to mention the Holy Land that does not like gold. The truth is, the goddess of blaze inhaled deeply. The blazing fire goddess took 2 deep breaths, the flames around her body regained their calmness, and looked at Chen Fan. "Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, this price is too expensive. Why don't we exchange it for some arts, or a suitable technique for cultivation within the Great Cloud Imperial family?" "How?" Chen Fan shook his head slightly. "Sorry, I have a complete set of Great Cloud's feats, so I don't need them." Although he had been in seclusion for a long time, but at least as a traveler, he was not a cutie pie. The Imperial Dynasty needed to love its people because of its qi, but the Holy Land wasn't so kind to its disciples, and might even carry certain hidden means of control. Using this thing, isn't it taking your own life to gamble on the other party's conscience? Chapter 46, I am the one who destroyed his Great Cloud Dynasty, so what? If it was before, perhaps these things were needed. But now? Seriously. With so much loot, Chen Fan could also use his discretion to modify it into a more perfect gong method and put it into the Cloud Clan house for the royal disciples to cultivate. There was also no need for any gong methods from this holy land of separating fire. Not to mention anything else. Although the name of this fire holy land is a bit loud, but don't forget previously that what Kunlun Holy Land's Holy Master candidate Gu Feishua can be a real in the peak of the Earth's fate realm cultivator. How generous is this blazing fire goddess, the so-called technique she provided, compared to the storage ring of a peak Earth severity realm cultivator? Are you kidding? However, after investigating for so long, the clues of this Emperor Wen, as well as the clues of Prince. Although it is true that Chen Fan does not have much of an impression of this cheap father, as well as that cheap elder brother. But as a traveler, as a human son, since he found the clues, and has the ability to do so, check it out, the revenge is not a smooth thing. So, however, Chen Fan paused, after a little thought, slightly raised his head and said with some meaning, "I can give you time. You first leave your storage ring as a deposit, while this merit law is given to you first. Of course, I hope you won't procrastinate for too long. My patience is limited." Finished speaking. He raised his hand and with a wave, this 5-wheel leaving fire formation was gently tossed into the hands of the blazing fire goddess. The blazing fire goddess received the shadow retaining scroll, looked down, and after determining that it was the 5-wheel departing fire formation, her eyes widened, as if in disbelief, as she looked at Chen Fan in front of her. She stayed in place, mumbling for half a day, and then, a touch of emotion and seriousness appeared on her face. "Many thanks for Emperor Yan's generosity." She vowed that after she returned, while reporting it, she had to make it clear to the elders, and also mobilize the power of the Holy Land to carefully search for clues on the matter of Emperor Wen and Prince back then in return. Still a simpleton. This blazing fire goddess revealed the depths of her divine eyes, that clear look like an 18-year-old female great, causing Chen Fan to be a little stunned, and then, dumbfounded. Naive little girl. However, if you think about it carefully, it seems to be true. It was rumored that this blazing fire goddess was known as a cultivation fanatic, and valued the polishing of her foundation and was keen on actual combat. Although she was only a half step in the earthly fury realm, her true combat power was comparable to that of an earthly fury realm cultivator who didn't utilize the power of the Yin Fury. It was even said, if Emperor Wen were to come back to life, he wouldn't necessarily be able to beat her. But unfortunately, this kind of eye is still too young. Then this goddess will leave first. On the side, the Empress Dowager of the Western Palace, Wu Mingyue, had some changes in her face, but didn't open her mouth to speak. As for that Shen Yao, she almost didn't hold back from uttering a word, but she was tugged by Princess Qiang Yao and shook her head at her. However, a few seconds passed. The blazing fire goddess was leaving Cloud Emperor City, and along with her, a woman wearing a red dress also showed up. She appeared to be only in her 30s, and her body carried a fiery red flame light, which was even more vibrant compared to the blazing fire goddess. Divine Maiden, are you really going to report it to the Holy Land as it is? This woman was the Red Flame Elder, an elder of the sacred land of departing flame, the current protector of the blazing fire goddess. At the same time, she was also the previous Divine Maiden, with the title Red Flame, but for unknown reasons, for some reason, she did not complete the springboard from Divine Maiden to Holy Lord Candidate, but instead, she retreated to the second line as if she was in the second line, and ended up in a situation like this one nowadays. In the Holy Land. Generally these what the Holy Son Xian female Saint daughter, the next step in the route of advancement for the Holy Master Candidate. For example, the Kunlun Holy Land of Gu Feishui. After the success of the many candidates in the competition can be achieved for the new term of the Holy Lord, and the losers are generally retired to the second line for the elders. Although elders are required to be Earth Severance Realm cultivators to serve, but for the former Divine Maiden, there really isn't much of a difference from a cold bench. Of course. The blazing fire goddess nodded. Regarding the information in this regard, this goddess hasn't investigated a single thing, but there seems to be some involvement in this within the Holy Land. Goddess. Elder Red Flame interrupted her words and opened his mouth to say in a deep voice, the Holy Land is high up in the sky, boasting that it looks down on the Imperial Dynasty and will not pay attention to the internal affairs of the Imperial Dynasty, much less intervene. But with these words of yours, wouldn't that be saying that I, the sacred land of the Riverside Flame, am a moralistic hypocrite? On the bright side, the Holy Land disdained being in the company of the various imperial dynasties, just as a high white-collar man looked down on a dirt man with his back to the sky. It was also because of this. Back then, the Ming Emperor Taizu, who relied on a bowl and started from a dirt hombre, thus establishing the great Ming Imperial Dynasty, was humiliated after killing his way up to the Hangwu Holy Land. And this humiliation was also completely enraged Ming Emperor Taizu. Therefore, Ming Huang Taizu, a taste of solitude, direct bold, kill the Hangwu Holy Land blood, and even its ancestors, the roots of the foundation of what are directly swept away. The people who obey me, the people who go against me die. This is the purpose of the Ming Emperor's great-grandfather. Originally, Hangwu Holy Land is one of the most capable of fighting, and each is a militant, capable of fighting molecules, even called over the level of the challenge of the devil of the Holy Land gathering place. It was the Fire Holy Land that was also quite fearful of it. However, after the Ming Emperor's great killings, the Hangwu Holy Land has become a half-crippled for the current territory of the weakest family of Holy Land. A Holy Land with only 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators. This was indeed a behemoth for the Imperial Dynasty. However, this kind of lineup in the many Holy Land, but is weak, like a candle in the wind, as fragile and unbearable. So, the Hangwu Holy Land could only blow the dust off of the many Imperial dynasties and dynasties, posing. But the blazing flame goddess was stunned and mumbled. This goddess did see that there is information about this. The Red Flame Elder was alarmed. You've peeked at the sect's intelligence? Sect intelligence is set up separately only to the Holy Lord responsible for a sub-peak. The rest of the people, even elders, are not qualified to over-purpose. It's the questions that the Sacred Lord wanted to examine us before. Red Flame Elder, ? Examination? What expedition? She opened her mouth to ask, but, as a former Divine Maiden, she suddenly also thought about the fact that no leaks were allowed regarding the process examination and such for Divine Maidens to be promoted to Holy Lord candidates, and suddenly, she closed her mouth again. Immediately afterward, she turned to ask, let's not talk about this for now. Do you think that the Holy Land will really give the information to it? The blazing fire goddess nodded, that's for sure. This 5-wheeled departing flame formation can be the core technique of my departing flame sacred ground. Once it is leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, this great cloud dynasty trusts us so much, handing it over first, and not needing our resources or currency afterward, only needing to provide information. It's already extremely generous. It's just some inconsequential intelligence, the Holy Land will definitely give it. Hearing this, the Red Flame Elder's face changed, wanting to speak. But, after seeing this blazing flame goddess with a clear face, she finally sighed and shook her head. You are too young. She felt that this little ninny, for fear of being a candidate for Saint Lord, had no chance. And in fact, it was also just as she expected. A day later, the two arrived at the residence of the sacred ground of departing flame and met the law enforcement elder who was waiting once again. Since this lost technique was one of the core techniques, it was for the Holy Lord personally ordered by the law enforcement elder. However, the elder of law enforcement, after seeing that the blazing fire goddess was personally checking on this matter again, didn't personally intervene anymore, but rather asked the blazing fire goddess to check it out and then give it to him. Found it back? Greetings, elder law enforcement. The blazing fire goddess respectfully told him what happened and then said, I implore the elder to mobilize the relevant intelligence clues to search out the matter about Emperor Wen and Prince. In addition, I would also like to request that the elder be able to take out some gold from among the Holy Land's inventory. After all, this matter. Wait. However, the blazing fire goddess hadn't finished her words. Instead, she saw the elder of law enforcement interrupt her opening, who said that we have information on this whatsoever Prince Wen Huangmin. The blazing fire goddess was stunned and looked at the elder of law enforcement in front of her, thinking of what Elder Red Flame had said earlier. She immediately changed her color. Elder, I, the Holy Land of Departing Flame, have never asked questions, nor do I care about the affairs of the Imperial Dynasty. This matter is an iron law that does not allow for the breaking of the precepts. Only to see the law enforcement elder face a touch of smug smile, raised his hand this stay shadow scroll, of course, this time counted on his Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty sense of humor, barely can reward him 1 or 2 gold. You just go directly to fetch it. The blazing fire goddess stumbled backward. Elder, how do you go back on your word? The elder of law enforcement snorted coldly. First of all, we at the sacred ground of departing flame don't care about the affairs of the Imperial Dynasty, so naturally we can't possibly have this false information. The blazing fire goddess just wanted to say that she had seen the cover catalog of that intelligence scroll. She had just opened her mouth when she saw the law enforcement elder continue. Secondly, even if there is, so what? A mere Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty might have been fine in its heyday, but after so many years, what qualifications does the kind of goods like the heavenly clear sacred land have with my sacred land when they can also ride on his head and spread joy? Blazing flame, you have to know. The law enforcement elder's face was serious. This world is to put strength in background. No matter how strong an Imperial Lord of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty is, can he be stronger than me, the sacred land of blazing flame? If I personally descend, and he dares to put forth such conditions, I will destroy his Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. So what? Finished speaking. He very much waved his hand and casually threw out a couple of gold. You're not going back to the Holy Land to get it either. Old me will go back first to resume my orders. After saying that, he flicked his sleeve, and in a trance of turning around, his figure was transformed into a black spot in the distance, and in another breath, he completely disappeared, out of sight. Only leaving behind the blazing fire goddess stopped in place, looking at the back of the law enforcement elder, lost in thought, her eyes somewhat confused and in a trance. At some point, the blazing flame elder who was a protector of the Tao appeared beside her. She sighed and patted the blazing flame goddess's shoulder, comforting her. Alright, just get used to it. More than 300 years ago, when she was still the red flame divine maiden, she was also as clear as this blazing flame divine maiden in front of her. After all, to be named a divine maiden, being gifted was the foundation, and hard work and cultivation was the root. Therefore, this kind of person who only cared about burying her head in cultivation was indeed completely ignorant of the so-called sinister nature of the human heart. Therefore, at that time, she also encountered a matter similar to the one in front of her, felt it difficult to accept, and ultimately forcibly retreated to the second line for a reason. But the blazing fire goddess came back to her senses and clenched her teeth, but with a fling of her sleeve robe, she turned around and left. Hey, goddess, where to? Back to the Holy Land. The blazing flame goddess was indignant. This goddess is going to personally meet the Holy Lord. The red flame elder's face changed slightly and he hastily pulled her back. It's useless. I don't believe it. Seeing the blazing fire goddess who scattered her hand, the red flame elder also let out a long sigh and shook his head, looking at her departing back. This child. No more candidates for Holy Lord. However, it was said that on the side of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty. After that blazing fire goddess left, Chunya was also finally a bit unable to hold back and asked, Imperial brother, how could you let her take this gong method directly away? This amount doesn't have a contract. What else can be done in case the departing flame Holy Land disowns it? The complexity of people's hearts within the Imperial Dynasty was even more so than the Holy Land, otherwise, it was impossible for the Earth Severance Realm modifiers of the Hangwu Holy Land and the Heavenly Clearing Holy Land to all be used by Yen Gao as a gun to come over and deliver the dishes. So, even though she was only a princess, Chunya could still feel uneasy. She wasn't the only one who thought so. Basically, those present, as long as they had mingled in the courtroom, all of them had their eyes slightly moving at this moment, especially those vassal foreign ministers. So what if you recognize it? So what if you don't? Chen Fan smiled faintly and said carelessly, since this sacred land of separating flame has promised me, then, what should be there? One thing should not be missing. Otherwise, then let them repay with the entire Holy Land. There is nothing that owes me something that is not paid back yet. In a previous life. That is, a certain woman robbed him of $900,000 of hard-earned money only willing to give 20, so angry that Chen Fan was burning with rage and directly copied the whole family. Otherwise, Chen Fan wouldn't even have seen it possible to cross over. Hearing this, those personnel whose eyes moved slightly were flabbergasted, instantly thinking of the 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators who had been dragged away like dead dogs earlier. At first, it felt like it was a demonic technique or something like that, but in a row, all 3 Earth Severance Realms had directly folded, and they couldn't even get as close as 100 meters to Chen Fan. This means that the strength of this Great Cloud Imperial Lord is no weaker than the departing Flame Holy Lord? Or even, it might even be above it? Otherwise, how could he be so confident in giving something in advance to this blazing fire goddess? Elder Long was in the first heavenly realm of the earthly fury realm 100 years ago, and these 100 years have passed. He is at least in the second heavenly realm of the earthly fury realm. Elder Sword Fiend was in Earth Fiend realm second sky 100 years ago, and looking at the power he mobilized earlier, I'm afraid that he is at least in Earth Fiend realm third sky. Snapping his fingers to suppress these 2 Earth Fiend realms, I'm afraid that they are both at least Earth Fiend realm 4th or even 5th heaven. But can the 5th heaven of the Earth Severance realm resist the sacred land of departing flame? Chapter 47, I'm standing right in front of you, how much do I look like the old days to you? Of course. There were also people who were there to gloat. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. That's right, but just capturing 3 of the weakest elders of the heavenly clearance Holy Land alive, and then you think you can compare to the departing flame Holy Land? One must know that the departing flame Holy Land is much stronger than the heavenly clearance Holy Land. It could be that this Cloud Emperor originally felt that he couldn't defeat the sacred land of flame separation, so he's showing weakness and wants to brush off a wave of goodwill, right? Che, even if it's a big favor, when the heavenly clearance Holy Land receives the news of the arrival of the Thunderbolt, the departing flame Holy Land won't even give a damn about him. Just wait, losing 3 Earth Severance Realm cultivators in one breath, the heavenly clearance sacred ground isn't any good, there's no way it won't have any reaction. It seemed that he heard these gloating voices. Chen Fan's face remained unchanged, but his gaze turned to fall on these people. Most of these gloating ones were foreign messengers. And noticing Chen Fan's casting eyes, many people also coldly shivered, and their whispering voices became smaller, and even many of them hurriedly lowered their heads. Like the kind of class desertion was stared at by the teacher a glance, honestly. I hear you and others, it seems that there can still be opinions? The many foreign emissaries were greatly alarmed. That 8th prince of the Qing dynasty from earlier hurriedly arched his hand. Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, I, the Qing dynasty, do not have any opinions. When you see Patriarch Chen from now on, you should step back 10 miles. Although there was also an Earth Severance realm sitting within the Great Qing dynasty, there was no need to cause trouble at this juncture. After all, this Great Cloud Imperial dynasty's current being with the heavenly Qing sacred ground was already knotted, so all they needed to do next was to sit back and watch the show. There was no need to ask for trouble. I, Divine Fist Hall, have no opinion. The Heavenly Mountain sect is convinced. I, Sui Dynasty, have no objection. The many people who had been swept over bowed their heads and arched their hands. Regardless of how the current situation was. Right now, in front of this Cloud Emperor who was confirmed to be an Earth Severance Realm cultivator, choosing to soften their submission was the best policy. However, after falling with his gaze on that Dala Dynasty envoy, he realized that this hiss brought the painting style low and crooked as well. Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor's divine might is 10,000 miles. I, the Great Luo Dynasty, would like to dedicate the territories to the west and south of Luo King City to Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor, and I hope that Your Majesty the Cloud Emperor will not refuse. These words from the envoy of the Great Luo caused the faces of many people from dynasties and imperial dynasties to change. Has he gone crazy? To go so far as to cede land and beg for peace? No, when did this Great Luo Dynasty learn from the Great Song Dynasty? They don't cede land here? A bunch of short-sighted guys, this is called retreating to advance. How can you say that? The Dala Dynasty borders with the Deming Dynasty and the Deyun Dynasty, and now that the Deyun Legion has set out to destroy the Deming Dynasty, will the Dala Dynasty or the Minghui Dynasty be next? But this has nothing to do with ceding land and seeking peace, right? On the contrary, it also exposes Luo King City to their field of vision. Idiot. The Dala Dynasty exposing Luo Wangqing to the straight line of the city is completely within reach for the Great Cloud Dynasty, so if they want to take it directly, the threat can almost be ignored, rather than directly destroying the Minghui Dynasty and Gaoming Dynasty in one fell swoop. Words of sense, after all, nowadays the Luo Dynasty in the eyes of the Great Cloud Dynasty, a few is unarmed, this land cut or not, it is difficult to resist the charge of the Great Cloud Legion, might as well sell a good feeling, know what's going on? Hiss. High, really high. Chen Fan didn't think that much, after all, he really didn't know much about the Imperial court. However, This sent up, he naturally wouldn't say he didn't want it, waved his hand, and immediately, he was met with the new Minister of Officials, Yun Shan, who walked over. Great Luo envoys, I am the Minister of Officials of Dayun. Regarding this matter, it is up to the old man to undertake it. This way please. The configuration of the civil and military officials in this great kingdom dynasty was actually a bit awkward, as in the case of the 6 ministers, only one minister of mandarins, Yun Shan, was present, and the rest of them were just that minister of households, He Shin, who had been slapped to death before. In addition, a few are not present. Under no circumstances. Yun Shan was really the only one to take over this matter. And after the great Luo envoys walked away, that ambassador of the Great Wu Dynasty, that is, the Great Wu Primus Marquis Sun Kanji, had his eyes rolled and instantly had a flash of light. Immediately afterward, Sun Kanji also stepped out to arch his hand and said, Foreign Minister Sun Kanji, on behalf of the King of Great Wu, once again pays homage to His Majesty the Cloud Emperor. At first, the matter of the alliance was not responded to by His Majesty the Cloud Emperor, and the foreign minister was afraid that the friendship of the alliance had not been solidified. To borrow an old saying from the Great Clouds, the goodwill of Yun and Wu can secure the state. Now, there is Wang's sister Shang Xiang, who is just a few years old and has long admired Your Majesty's heavenly authority. If Your Majesty does not abandon her, I would like to offer my sister to serve in Emperor Yun's palace, to show my heart of alliance with Great Wu. I hope that Emperor Yun will adopt this. Hearing Sun Kanji's words, the rest of the foreign emissaries, all of them were listening in a daze, especially those from various sects, were even more confused. No wonder they are uneducated. After all, the clans are not literate, they can only understand a Great Wu wants to make an alliance? Wait, this Great Wu's envoy, can't it be that he's an undercover agent, isn't it? Just now, those 3 Earth Fury Realm elders from the Tianqing Holy Land were all suppressed and taken down by this Cloud Emperor. What is he trying to do? What is he trying to do? This Great Wu dynasty is just a 1,000-year-old dynasty. Even in many dynasties it is also the existence of the bottom. This eyesight can really be. However, before this person's words were finished, the entire person directly exploded with a pang. In an instant, the whole scene once again fell into dead silence. I have just asked. Chen Fan's voice on the high platform was ghostly. There are opinions that can be raised. But, if you chew the tongue behind your back, then you will not have to blame me. For a while, everyone's face turned white and they hurriedly lowered their heads. Even that Sun Porridge, at this moment also cannot help but shrink his neck. Even that splattered on the face of the blood, do not dare to wipe. In the matter of the harem, you can directly look for the Empress Dowager to butt in. Yes, foreign minister understands. Chen Fan nodded slightly and glanced at Li Qinglian, who immediately understood. His Majesty has decreed, leave the court. Farewell, Your Majesty. After ending the Grand State Dynasty, Chen Fan came to the Imperial study room, flipped through the Zhengzhua that was on the case, closed it again, and casually threw it to that Li Qinglian who had just walked in. These trivial matters of chicken and garlic, the Jiangsu province also sends them up. Are they all for food? Li Qinglian scared to flop down on his knees. I don't know, I apologize. These thumb-sized trifles are still sent up, then the central book province doesn't need to be there, they all go back to farming. Chen Fan glanced at him. Do not raise waste. The slave will go over to pass the decree. Li Qinglian had just left, when he saw a flowing long dress of Wu Mingyue walking in, smilingly saying, Your Majesty. Chen Fan looked up and swept a glance. More? Wu Mingyue. Her face turned slightly white and she smiled sarcastically. Your Majesty, this is not this matter. Looking at Chen Fan's lack of response, she hurriedly lifted her skirt and walked up to the front, tenderly giving Chen Fan a pillow of snowy white on the back of his head. Feeling the softness, Chen Fan closed his eyes. What is it? Directly say. This. After a pause, Wu Mingyue said, on the matter of that Lin Dyer before, in fact, these days, the morning family training has already had some results. Although Midway was found by that heavenly clearing Holy Land's earthly fate realm cultivator, but it is also harmless. I believe that after today's events at the Great Kingdom's court, this Lin Dyer will be more sensible. Oh? Chen Fan opened his eyes. Training? Results? What do you mean? Wu Mingyue smiled faintly and posted up. Your Majesty, are you coming over to accept the results? Guaranteed to make you satisfied. Hearing this sellout, Chen Fan also raised a little interest. That Lin Dyer, it wasn't like he hadn't seen it before. Although it was a bit of posture, it could only be considered superior and inferior. Compared to Wu Mingyue, the gap wasn't half a star. Of course. In these prisoners, that Gu Feishui is not bad. It wasn't so much the face, but the temperament, as well as her cultivation at the peak of the Earth Severance realm. I also wonder if this cultivator at the peak of the Earth Severing realm is different from the ordinary ones? Chen Fan stroked his chin and suddenly thought of something he saw before crossing over. Hiss. Not to mention, there was a different kind of excitement? With this thought, Chen Fan followed Wu Mingyue to the next door of the Night Hall Room, a desolate cold palace. Since Wu Mingyue took control of the harem, she had decentralized the cold palace. Cold palace, no longer just referred to one palace, but multiple palaces. Slave servant meets Your Majesty. Yennefer stood guard at the entrance of this one cold palace, and when she saw Chen Fan approaching, she hurriedly bowed slightly and saluted. Yennefer, serve his majesty well. Wu Mingyue, who was leading the way, looked at her and commanded, then turned to look at Chen Fan, bowed slightly and smiled. Your majesty, this is Yennefer's personal training, please. She didn't dare to go in anymore. The aftermath of last night was still there. She was still in some pain. However, today, at the Great Kingdom Dynasty, the words of the great Wu envoy Sun Kanji were really a wake-up call for her. No matter how, she had to secure her position in the harem, and the only way to secure this was to please Chen Fan. Chen Fan could also see that Wu Mingyue was not in a good state at the moment, so he did not say anything, but instead looked towards the cold palace with some curiosity. Now there is no news coming from the front line. Shui went to Dabong province and there is no news coming out. Not enjoying enjoyment, it is hard not to fall down and go to sleep? Joking. Who would still go to sleep when there is fun here? Although Chen Fan could use his soul force to detect it, but that would be less fun to open a blind box. Your majesty, please. Yennefer hurriedly bowed and pushed open the palace door after seeing Wu Mingyue leave. I don't know if it was intentional or inadvertent, but the arc of her bending was just right, with a kind of creak. The door of the cold palace was pushed open, and Chen Fan's gaze was then directed towards it. This part of the cold palace was extremely dark, and even if it was noon at the moment, it was still out of reach. However, with the palace door being pushed open, some light was flowing in. Of course. Even if it was out of sight, it did not have any effect on Chen Fan. He slightly swept a glance over with some curiosity, only to see a beauty dressed in tulle, with her legs folded sideways, seemingly seeing the light shining in. She instantly got up in a hurry, stepping on the ground with her bare feet, bending down respectfully. Sister Yennefer. Her words hadn't even fallen, but she saw Yennefer unceremoniously flinging a whip over, snapping. The beauty suddenly had a jolt, but she didn't say a word, bending even lower. Speak softly, no stuttering. Yes. Chen Fan was a bit curious. This is the one from earlier, Lin Dyer? Your majesty, yes. Yennefer raised her head and slightly arched her hand. Your majesty, can you see how the results of the slave girls' training these days? Chen Fan did not expect this your farewell 3 days, really. Impressed? He could still remember, before this Lin Dyer was caught. That left mouth Yi Xiang brother, right a Yi Xiang brother, and turn around and run abstract behavior. Compared with this beauty in front of him who was wearing a hidden tulle, where can this still see that kind of appearance in the past? Are you trying to take the face of the heavenly clearance Holy Land and trample it under your feet ruthlessly? Chen Fan thoughtfully looked at Yennefer beside him. The latter's face laughed and said very seriously, Your majesty, the slave girl doesn't know about state affairs. But whatever your majesty does, the slave girl is doing. Yo-ho, this little sweet mouth ah? Chen Fan was dumbfounded and glanced at Lin Dyer who was still maintaining her bow at the moment, but her little legs were shaking a bit. Her figure at the moment was fine willow and numb, looking extremely weak. In comparison to before, it could be said that she had lost a whole circle of weight. But what is different from before is, at this moment Lin Dyer, body white as jade stone, green tender as a spring bamboo shoots, extraordinarily lovely. Really don't say. This figure, this dress, is not much more real than the Asian evil makeup of the previous life? Raise your head. Seeing Chen Fan's interested look, Yennefer was also delighted, then her face was straightened and she chided towards Lin Dyer. Lin Dyer stiffened, but she did not dare to resist and raised her head. Her eyes were full of autumn waves, looking churlish. Not bad. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan nodded his head slightly, carrying his hands behind his back but walking out of the palace. Yennefer was stunned, but she heard Chen Fan say, All go down and stand guard, no one is allowed to come in. Yes. The surrounding palace maids hurriedly answered and retreated. Hearing this, Yennefer understood in a second, His Majesty is too dark in the cold palace ah? Thereupon, she looked up at Lin Dyer, come out. Lin Dyer trembled, not daring to resist, bowing her head and slightly bending her waist, walking lightly like an arrow, without a single sound following out. Seeing this scene, Yennefer nodded with great satisfaction. Sit on that stone chair. For some reason, Lin Dyer did not dare to rebel against Yennefer and coyly sat down. Yennefer revealed a smile with satisfaction, before looking at Chen Fan in a pandering manner. Your majesty, the empress said that you want to wine and dine. I don't know if this criterion, is it something that can fit your eyes? After a pause, she added, if it fits your eyes, your majesty, then the slave girl will start training others in this manner of standard. Your majesty, what do you think? Good. Chapter 48. Thank you for all the years of love and care, otherwise, this pedaling bicycle, it is estimated that the car is going to break down. Finally out. Outside of Cloud Emperor City, in the middle of a pig dung pit in a certain poor village, a silhouette suddenly drilled out, breathing in the air greedily with a big mouthful, finally escaped. The silhouette wiped a handful of pig manure on his face, revealing a dirty face, and fixed his eyes to take a look. Wasn't this the Yi Xian from before? He came into a hidden cave entrance outside the city, opened the hidden compartment, flipped it open and took out the golden transparent ice token hidden in it. Feeling the coldness on his palm, Yi Xiang was slightly relieved. Immediately afterward, He walked out of the cave and looked at that Cloud Emperor city in the distance with a chilling gaze, and after a moment, he let out a cold smile and muttered, "Cloud Emperor, ah Cloud Emperor. Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer, but I didn't expect that you would really seek death. Cherish the few moments you have left. When Guangxu knows about this matter, this big Imperial dynasty of yours, it may not necessarily be able to stay." Saying that, he also sighed with some regret. It's a pity. Guangxu, that is for the eldest Prince Chen Guangxu, born of Empress Dowager Cica and Emperor Wen, was divided in the southern border of the Great Cloud Imperial Dynasty, Dezai Province. 20 years ago, Chen Guangxu was assigned to the Dezai Province, and at this time, he was already at the half-step earthly fury realm. And 10 years ago, Chen Guangxu captured a number of cities on the northern border of the Great Sui Dynasty and became so famous that he took control of the entire southern border and was known as the God of War of the southern border of the Great Clouds. Afterwards, it was only after this that he had no choice but to join the sect of the Kunlun Sacred Ground, leaving the Dezai Province to develop on its own. Due to the regime change within the Cloud Emperor city or other factors such as that, the news received within the Cloud Imperial Palace was actually quite fragmented, with some foregrounding and no clear separation of timelines. Counting the time, it has also been a full 8 years. Yi Xiang touched his chin. With my great-nephew's talent, 8 years, and in the Kunlun Holy Land, he should all be able to step into the Earth Severance realm, right? The Kunlun Holy Land is not something that can be compared to the Heavenly Clearing Holy Land or the Leaving Fire Holy Land. Now that this Chen Fan has offended the Hanwu Holy Land and offended the Tianqing Holy Land, is it possible that he still dares to offend the Kunlun Holy Land? He held this cold token in his hand, and his heart inexplicably gained some confidence. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to just go over there. After all, this Chen Fan can be uneasy with the set of cards. He had a hard time. This just ran out. How dare he bet on it? So, lurking. This thing, it is said to be created from mean fate Xian ice in the Kunlun Holy Land. Even the soul power of an earth fate realm cultivator cannot sense it, and it can astringe all breath. But since this jade is a creation of Yin Phi Xian ice, wearing it for a long period of time will have a great negative impact on cultivators below the earth fiend realm, so it was also because of this that this jade was not worn on Yi Xiang's body, but was stored outside the Cloud Emperor city. Because this thing, in the middle of the western border, couldn't be used at all. Only when entering the Cloud Emperor city might there be a need for it. After taking a deep breath, Yi Xiang didn't stay any longer, and got up to take advantage of the night color, and headed towards the direction of the Cloud Emperor Palace. With this Yin Phi Shin ice token in hand, Yi Xiang completely avoided the patrols of those forbidden troops outside the Cloud Emperor Palace, and even stepped into the palace. There was no palace maid who sensed her breath. However, when entering the Cloud Emperor Palace and approaching the harem, Yi Xiang suddenly stopped his footsteps and hurriedly stuck to the wall of the cold palace and hid in a dark corner, hiding his breath by virtue of the hidden breath technique. Ha! Yi Xiang had just finished this kind of action in less than 2.5 seconds, when he heard a puzzled voice ringing out, and immediately, Liang, who was wearing a palace dress, came over. She was a little puzzled as she scanned the surrounding. Strange. Just now also felt that there seems to be a hidden, seemingly with a yin fury-like breath? How is it gone now? Liang is still in the middle of the Imperial Cuisine Hall as the head of corpse removal. Before a few times under the Great Cloud Cuisine, Chen Fan also ate tired. Just as it happens, Liang can still know a lot of her Great Li Dynasty back in the years delicious. This is not, again, to replace up those belonging to the former Great Li Dynasty's delicacies. Indeed is to let Chen Fan eye-opening some. Just because now is in the Imperial Food Hall, and also only managed to give Chen Fan food. So, Liang pressure root is also nothing, at this moment also really up. Strange. She scratched her head, somewhat puzzled, and looked around carefully. Damn. Yi Xiang, who was using the stasis technique against the wall and concealed by virtue of the Yin Fiend Xian ice, at this moment, his face turned a little ugly. In this Cloud Emperor Palace, when did a half-step earthly fiend realm cultivator appear more often? Moreover, it is still a half-step earth severance realm that is extremely sensitive to the earth Yin severance? It was true that the Yin Fiend Xian ice was indeed able to conceal a cultivator's aura. But the most sensitive thing for an earth severance realm cultivator was the energy of the earth Yin fury. The Yin Phi Xian ice was a jade pendant that was refined by borrowing the Earth's Yin Phi energy. In a hurry. For the Earth Bane realm cultivators, it's like a firefly that flickers and flickers, but if one's attention is slightly divided, one can notice it. Since Yi Xiang was thinking that Chen Fan must be preparing for battle in the Imperial study room or something for the matter of the two Holy Lands, he was thinking of rushing into the harem to snatch Lin Dire and leave far away from here, with the reasoning that the speed of an army is precious. At that time, even if it is the Earth's Fate realm cultivator, it is not necessarily the first time to react. It was just that Yi Xiang never thought that there was a half-step Earth Fury realm cultivator who was so sensitive to the Earth Yin Fury energy outside this harem. The energy fluctuation of Yin Phi Xian ice, even in a hurry, half-step Earth Fiend realm cultivator can't sense it, unless it is that kind of extremely sensitive. Nonsense. This Li Ying in that cloth controls soul devouring refining corpse art, in fiend cloud gathered cold palace ground stayed a spicy long time, cannot be sensitive to it? Not to say as Li Ying, even if it is Princess Qiangyao at this moment over, I am afraid that will sense more clear. After all, her body, but for so many years, has been to the earthine demon's cold gas nourishment to be able to grow. No, have to think of a way. What sound? Yi Xiang felt that going on like this would definitely not work. The reason why the Yin Fiend Xian Ice was able to conceal its breath was because of the Yin Fiend cold chi that emanated from its body all the time. This had the effect of quenching the meridians for the cultivators of the Earthbane realm, but for the cultivators below the Earthbane realm, it would instead cause the meridians to contract or even freeze in contract, dropping their cultivation and damaging their foundation. It is equivalent to a trace version of the Earth's Yin Fury eroding into the body. As he was thinking, Yi Xiang was suddenly stunned, listening to what seemed to be a familiar voice ringing through the wall. What sound is this? Yi Xiang was a little strange. That Chen Fan at this time should be in the Imperial study to deal with the matter of the two holy places, right? At this late hour, in this harem, how could there be a sound? He was doubly puzzled. Immediately afterward, seemingly thinking of something, Yi Xiang's eyes lit up. Can't it be? Or is this Chen Fan not too good? Someone in this harem is stealing food? That wouldn't be great. With a wink of an impish smile in his eyes, Yi Xiang's heart started to burn. Just this partition wall? However, right now, the top priority is to think about how to get this person to. Yi Xiang frowned, looking at the distance in front of his eyes, inch by inch probing looking for Li Ying. According to her so carpet-like search, I'm afraid that very soon is able to check me here. Before Yi Xiang was knocked into the water prison, his cultivation had already been abolished, and it was impossible to be a match for Li Ying, who was in the half-step ground severity realm. However, just as he was racking his brain, suddenly, a palace maid's voice rang out. Li Ying, His Majesty wants to add a meal. You. Extra meal? Li Ying was stunned. At the same time, the hidden Yi Xiang was also stunned. Then, it was to see Li Ying said, Good, I will go over. Before leaving, Li Ying was still somewhat puzzled as she looked at the place that she had not searched earlier. She was very sure that it was indeed a flash of the earthine fury breath. But, somehow it was gone? However, now that His Majesty had given the word of mouth, no matter how much she didn't understand, she could only suppress the incomprehension in her heart and turn around to leave. Scared me to death. Seeing Li Ying walking away. Only then did Yi Xiang let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, then a smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect that this Chen Fan's hallowed earthly fate realm would also have times when he couldn't. This is the palace maid and eunuch stealing food? He rubbed his hands and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even though there is no cultivation, the cold air in this Yin-Fi Xian ice is enough. Yi Xiang felt that he had been beaten into the water prison by Chen Fan, and now it would not be wrong to take revenge and discuss Chen Fan on his way out. So, he quietly stuck to the wall, climbed upwards and quietly poked out half of his eyes, wanting to see which palace maid it was. What's with the socks? Wait, this long dress, how come it seems a bit familiar? It's just that the shattered is a bit thorough, and it's not easy to tell. Which palace maid may have unified it before? Yi Xiang first saw the scene on the ground that shattered like after the heavenly maiden scattered flowers, was slightly stunned, and muttered two sentences in his heart, and then his eyes looked upwards. Shattered as if spread over the entire courtyard in general, until the doorway of this cold palace in front of him stops. Hiss. Yi Xiang mouth corner twitched. I did not expect this eunuch to play with such a flower? Just right, go to ask Dai Er was imprisoned in which? But did not expect this harem surprisingly repaired to expand so big a circle. With that, Yi Xiang turned over down the wall, just landed, seems to feet cackle and looked down, face stunned. This moment, he felt that his entire person seemed to be frozen blocked in place. It was as if there was a coldness from his toes that violently spread throughout his body, freezing him instantly. But his eyes, dead eyes, how is this possible? Yi Xiang trembled as he crouched down and picked up the token on the ground, with the word saint engraved on the front. Look at this token system. Yi Xiang is not unfamiliar, because this is exactly the token of the Tianqing Holy Land. Just Tianqing Holy Land's token, how would it fall in the harem? Can't it be that it belongs to those three elders? Yi Xiang struggled to eye a mouthful of saliva, trembling palms turned over the back. In an instant, the whole body seemed to be frozen for it. Lin? How is it possible? Yi Xiang stared wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cool air. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Dyer's token fall here? Yi Xiang's pupils widened violently, somewhat unable to accept it. However, just at this moment, the sound of a whip cracking on the ground rang out violently, causing Yi Xiang to jolt back to his senses and look at the source of the sound. It was precisely this one in front of him, the palace that was closed on all sides. What is the situation? Yi Xiang froze for a moment. Before he could think clearly, he heard an unusually familiar voice ringing out. Today, the story to be told today is the righteous heavenly clear holy maiden, the great battle against the evil, great cloud imperial lord. Tianqing holy maiden Lin Dyer defeated. Yi Xiang, ? What the? In a flash. Yi Xiang's veins rippled. He was so angry that his face turned red like Zhang Fei in an instant. The palm-holding knitting fury Shen ice crunched, the Shen ice directly collapsed, and countless fury energy swirled out like a cold and bitter wind. You go to hell. He heard it. This was Lin Dyer's voice. Ka fu. Yi Xiang just roared less than 2.5 seconds. A more powerful fury gas is suddenly surged out, like a dumpling, and the cold wind and bitterness of the cage. The whole person is also cannot carry this kind of cold erosion, only feel the limbs frozen, scattered intuition, fluttering sound, kneeling on the ground. Ice began to freeze out of the limbs. Damn it! Impulsive. Yi Xiang clenched his teeth in death. Under the freezing of this cold wind, he instantly came to his senses, but at this moment, only his teeth were still conscious, so even if he wanted to walk, I'm afraid he couldn't walk. This damn Chen Fan. Laozi has not touched Dyer for so many years, you. Yi Xiang froze his mouth to stiffness, unable to speak, can only roar in impotent frenzy inside. At this time, Chen Fan accidentally traveled to this great cloud dynasty and became a concubine prince with almost no existence. Yi not bad. Chen Fan smiled faintly and looked condescendingly at Yi Xiang, who was kneeling on the ground. It is quite moist. Thanks to your love and care for so many years, otherwise, this pedaling of the bike, I guess the car is going to break down. Yi Xiang? Although he didn't understand what the bicycle meant, from Chen Fan's tone, he could feel a deep malice. But on the contrary, he also froze and didn't understand what this malice was. Oh, I forgot, you can't speak. Chen Fan seemed to have just thought of something, smiled and shook his head. It's a pity. However, I did not expect that you, the former dynastic uncle of state, still have the habit of eavesdropping. Yi Xiang. In this way, you honestly stay in the water prison. I send people to send the sound retaining stone over every day. You this love and care can't touch the bike. I pedal hard for you, otherwise, your love and care for so many years is not for nothing, right?